Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei went on path of villainy. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Issei looked down at the party happening at the Hyudu residence, a celebration marking the sealing and defeat of the Beast of Apocalypse, known as Trihexa. Everyone was present, from faction leaders to his friends, including the Occult Research Club and the Student Council. He held a glass of Diet Coke, feeling a sense of disappointment wash over him. Honestly, why do I even bother? Issei sighed. Although many believed the party was for him, it was actually for his younger brother, Dai Hyudu, the bearer of Krumkruch. The girls had chosen Dai as their hero, believing he was the one who fought their battles and defeated the beast. How wrong they were. Issei was the one who fought for them, yet Dai always took the credit, leaving Issei feeling like a liar in their eyes. Dai and his friends spread rumors about Issei being a pervert, further isolating him. No one listened to him or accepted him, except for a few. One was Drake, his best friend, who he trusted more than anyone else, even his own family. The other was Nyx, the primordial goddess of night. Many speculated about their relationship, as she believed in him more than anyone else. Issei's determination to saving Ingvild from her clutches had drawn her to him, but it also fueled her jealousy. Ingvild, manipulated by Dai, saw Issei as an enemy, which nearly drove him to despair. Nyx, witnessing his sadness, teleported away, leaving him alone. Despite the challenges, Issei began visiting Nyx in secret, where he discovered her loneliness. She had magic seals preventing her from escaping, but their conversations brought them closer. As time passed, Nyx grew frustrated with the factions and her feelings for Issei deepened. Meanwhile, Issei struggled with how to free her without putting her in danger. Partner. Drake's voice broke through his thoughts. I know, Drake. I can't find a way to free her. But there has to be something. Try using the Book of Conceptual Records, your other sacred gear, Drake suggested. Issei summoned the book, marveling at its appearance. He had discovered it during a mission, and it accepted him as its new wielder. The book contained records of every sacred gear, including undiscovered ones, and it had the power to create any sacred gear he desired. He tried this with divine dividing, and lo and behold, 2 wings appeared on his back, functioning just like the regular divine dividing. He could even alter the gear and remove any limitations, allowing him to use the gear to its fullest potential. In other words, he could clone the sacred gear and utilize it without the original user sensing it or the heaven system detecting its presence. This was advantageous for keeping the factions unaware of this sacred gear. Issei theorized that this sacred gear was beyond Longinus tier. Anyone who wielded it was almost akin to a god. Nothing, Drake. Nothing. I got nothing. Issei spoke, his tone heavy with sadness. Come on, partner, you never gave up fighting against Trihexa or any of your former foes. Why are you giving up now? Drake encouraged. Drake remembered that aside from Nyx and himself, Great Red and Ophis had trusted Issei as well. They could see the reality of Dai Hyudu, and Ophis even tried to help them understand, but nobody trusted her, and she eventually gave up. Issei racked his brain. He had always found a way to defeat his foes, but everyone only saw Dai as their savior. Then it clicked, he had to wait for the right opportunity. However, he refused to help the factions again. They had never shown him gratitude, only insulted and humiliated him. They were on their own, and when faced with a bigger threat, Issei would not help them again, unless he had something to gain in return. No more selflessness. I have an idea. Issei spoke with a serious tone. Partner, are you sure about this? You know they live in your house, right? Drake asked, concern evident in his voice. Indeed, we are not helping them. Let Dai handle it himself. I will no longer assist them unless I have something to gain. They are on their own, let's see how far they get, Issei declared coldly. Drake could only watch in surprise. The boy who once helped the factions was gone, replaced by someone hardened by betrayal. He understood Issei's feelings, having his own reservations about the factions. But what is your goal now that you don't want to help the supernatural faction? Drake asked. I longing peace, if anything, and it doesn't matter if innocent blood is shed. I have never achieved peace because of my brother twisting the story, making the world see me as the bad guy. People like them are not worth protecting, Issei responded with conviction. But we cannot judge people, buddy, especially when we ourselves are not perfect. Drake said, sadness and anger in his voice. Issei looked at him and replied, as long as humanity exists, hate will also exist. Love ends when betrayal begins, and I have always experienced an endless stream of betrayal. No matter what I do, I am always the bad guy to them. You are willing to change the world even if it stains your hands? Drake asked seriously. Drake, I no longer longing to do good things, I longing to do great things. Issei stated. He opened a book filled with information on every single sacred gear, which he could replicate for himself. He would have freed Nyx a long time ago, but that would make her a target, and he did not want to risk her life. He was determined to make the factions release her one way or another. In that case, the Red Dragon Emperor is with you, best buddy, Drake said happily. Issei smiled at the gear, closing the book and desummoning it so no one could see it. Thank you, friend. I know you will be by my side. Issei said with a genuine smile before heading to his room, resolved to find a way. Scene change. 1 year later, Underworld, 5:30 a.m. A year had passed since the sealing of the beast. The three heroes emerged. Dai Hayato, the youngest of the Hayato children, looked just like his older brother Issei, but he was fair-skinned with shorter hair. He wielded twin gauntlets called Crescent Moon Gauntlets, which housed the soul of the powerful evil dragon Krumkroch. The second hero was Aika Hai, Issei's younger sister. She was an appealing girl with wavy brown hair and striking features, resembling Issei in many ways. She wielded the Chaos Talon, a blue weapon that covered her entire left hand. Finally, the third hero, Valerie Lucifer, was a slim young woman of below-average height. She had long, white hair that curled slightly at the ends, with 2 bangs framing her face. Her hairstyle featured a short, upward ponytail. She possessed large blue eyes and a curvy figure. All 3 were considered heroes, but one of them stood out as the most remarkable. For months ago, an entity attacked them, a tall, bald being marked with blue hair and a tattoo on his forehead. He wore skin-tight red armor and a half-cape of black cloth. This entity had come to judge Gabriel, one of the seraphs of heaven, for her past sins. None of the angels under her command could stop him. He judged her in the name of her father, using his abilities to traumatize her, leaving her with a lifeless expression. Many were confused by his words. In the aftermath, Gabriel was deeply affected, often screaming in pain and fear at random times. It wasn't just fear of the entity, it was something far more profound. Many sought to find him, but he vanished until 2 months ago when he attacked members of Team DXD, injuring several and leaving some hospitalized. Many believed Dai would be able to stop him, but he failed. The entity used a trick that turned Ingvild's singing against Dai and anyone with dragon-based sacred gears, causing harm instead of help, which seemed to delight the entity, especially as Dai suffered. Ingvild realized her singing was harming her friends, leading her to stop using it. This was a significant blow to her morale, as she loved to sing. Scene change. Underworld Conference Room, 6 a.m. Many leaders gathered in the conference room from various factions. From the devil's side were the 4 Satans, Surzex Lucifer, Seraphal Leviathan, Ajuka Beelzebub, and Falbium Asmodeus, accompanied by Graphia Lucifuge, Surzex's queen. The angels included Archangel Michael, Seraph Gabriel, and Seraph Raphael, along with their Eserges Griselda Corda and Irina Shidu. The fallen angels were represented by Governor-General Shimizai and cadres Azizel, Baraquil, and Numu. The Yukai side featured Queen Yasaka and her daughter Kunu. From the vampires were Elmenhide Karnstein and Valerie Teeps. The Norse side included All-Father Odin, his wife Freya, their sons Thor and Vidar, and Valkyrie Gondel. The Greek side was represented by Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Artemis, and Hermes. From the Hindu side was Shiva, his wife Parvati, and the god of thunder Indra. along with Shiva's Sri Mahabali, who was not pleased to be in the same room as Indra. Finally, Team DXD was represented by leader Dulio Gesualdo, Michael Joker, sub-leaders Sun Wukong, and the peerages of Rias, Sona, Sikveria, Serorg, and Dai, along with Tobio Iq's Dog team, Yu Long, and Valerie, Vale Lucifer's team. Is everyone here? Surzex asked, receiving nods from most. In that case, let us begin. I believe you are all familiar with the bald man's attacks over the past 2 months, Surzex said grimly. We all are, Surzex. He took down the DXD team as if they were children, Azazel replied, clearly frustrated. 1 is coincidence, but 2 is an attack, Zeus added, gritting his teeth. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, if he attacks again, we might lose someone important. His words earned shocked looks from the others. Understanding the tension, Michael spoke up to calm Zeus. We understand the situation, but shouting will not help. Lord Zeus. His words managed to ease the atmosphere, and Zeus apologized, reassured by his pantheon. I tried dividing his power, but it did not work, Vale said, irritation evident in her tone. This caught everyone's attention. He didn't even fight us seriously, we were like children to him, Dai expressed, frustration evident as he clenched his fists. This being was able to possess an angel, use telekinesis, and throw the DXD team around like ragdolls. He is not to be taken lightly, Athena warned, pointing to the DXD team. I'm sorry. Had I not allowed him to mimic my songs, none of this would have happened, Ingvild said, lowering her head in guilt. It's not your fault, Ingvild. Don't blame yourself for something beyond your control, Vale reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Albion agreed with Vale's words, but Tobio's expression was troubled. He had seen a recording of another fight involving the entity and someone he never expected. Many of you might not believe it, but the only one who managed to face off against him was Issei Haidu, Tobio announced, surprising everyone. Many refused to believe that Issei would dare to confront him, let alone hold his own. You're kidding, all he does is get in everyone's way. Vale exclaimed angrily. No, take a look. Tobio showed the video recording. Everyone gathered around the video player as they watched Issei face off against the man in the recording. So you are the one that is getting in my way, huh? The man spoke from the screen, with Issei looking him dead in the eye. Issei removed a book, and from it, 2 pairs of wings appeared on his back. This was divine dividing. The man chuckled watching this and taunted, divine dividing, huh? The gear of that girl? What makes you think that would work? It might just work, who knows? It's just that Vale doesn't even have access to the full potential of the gear. I managed to unlock it, Issei replied seriously. He then asked, what should I call you? Do you have a name? Call me Malik, and today is going to be your end, Issei Haidu. Malik grinned, though it wasn't visible. Very well then, Malik, don't blame me for what happens. Balance break. Issei activated his balance breaker, which looked just like Vale's. Malik attempted to use telekinesis, but Issei had a simple dagger on his left side that nullified the balance break. Damn it! You have that blade. That gear counters my telekinesis. Malik shouted angrily as Issei began to use divide on him, causing Malik to lose his power. Issei approached Malik, wielding a red blade. He fought skillfully, blocking most of Malik's strikes and evading others with ease. He then slashed Malik, causing him to loosen his grip. Issei ended the fight with a kick, causing Malik to drop his blade. Issei pointed his blade at Malik's neck and asked, any last words? Just 2, see you. With that, Malik began to glow, forcing Issei back. He escaped moments later, leaving no trace behind. Issei gritted his teeth and exclaimed, damn it, before flying away using his wings. The recording then stopped. Many were shocked by the footage, but several were angry, especially Vale, Albion, and Dai. Dai believed that Issei did not deserve such power, while Albion and Vale were furious that he had copied divine dividing to defeat him. Demen him! Vale shouted, her aura radiating throughout the office. Azazel responded, I know you are mad, Vale Albion, but please calm down, there is nothing we can do. It's all in the past. Vala took a deep breath, trying to control her anger, though she was clearly upset. It seems like the brat is hiding his true strength. He is more than what he appears, Odin said, rubbing his chin. His tone was calm, but he was concerned about Issei's hidden power. And there was no change in the system. He was able to copy one of the Longinus and its abilities. Not to mention, that book allowed him to copy the gear. We don't know what that is. Michael added with annoyance, frustrated that Issei had acquired such a Longinus without anyone's knowledge. Despite this, some found the recording unsettling, especially those who were perceptive, like Elmenhide Karnstein, Ajuka Beelzebub, Sona Citri, Serfal Leviathan, and Azazel. Even Tobio and Athena were put off by the fight, realizing that both combatants seemed to be acting and were quite skilled at it. Not to mention, everyone noticed the book for the very first time. Previously, Issei had watched a party taking place with his younger brother, Dai Hyudu, at the center of attention. He had decided to step back and let them handle things on their own. Furthermore, he wanted to free Nyx and was willing to do whatever it took, even making the factions do the work for him. He planned to wait for the right opportunity, having the book of conceptual records. A year later, the three heroes were heading to a conference of the factions, recalling how Gabriel had been mentally tortured by a bald man. This incident had a significant impact on Ingvild, who could no longer sing. The faction leaders deliberated on how to deal with this man, discovering that Issei was the only one capable of fighting him. Many were in disbelief when Tobio showed the video, revealing Issei copying Divine Dividing and using it against Malik, ultimately defeating him before Malik managed to escape. Once the video ended, Valerie and Albion were the angriest since Issei had copied their gear, but they eventually calmed down. Surzex then asked Graphia to bring Issei to him, which she agreed to do. Meanwhile, Issei was working on the Mortis Blade, a god-slaying weapon he had designed. Graphia reached Issei and tried to persuade him to come with her. When he refused, she insisted, and though Issei was reluctant, he realized this could be his opportunity to fulfill one of his goals. He comes reluctantly, and once there, Dai hates Issei's presence. The others ask questions, but Issei refuses to answer, uninterested in their opinions about him or their factions. Eventually, they give up and inquire about what Issei wants. He proposes the freedom of Nyx, but Zeus angrily refuses. Issei remains unfazed, even when they try to convince him that she is a threat. When pressed, Issei reveals the book and the boosted gear, without the limiter, causing fear among many. He waits for their response, but it does not change. As he leaves, he tells them they are free to call him whenever they change their minds, which does not sit well with the faction leaders. After Issei leaves and heads back home, the faction leaders find themselves in a precarious situation. They need information from Issei, but he has vanished without a trace. Dai wants to teach Issei a lesson, but with him gone, he feels powerless. He grits his teeth in frustration and accepts defeat. 2 days pass, and no one knows where Issei has gone. It's as if the earth swallowed him whole. Matters worsen when Malik attacks again, this time with greater force, causing more casualties and wreaking havoc on the factions. They struggle to find a way to stop him, leaving a bitter taste in Dai's mouth. Issei returns from his visit, not in the mood to deal with his family. He is focused on the final touches of the Mortis Blade, the god-slaying sacred gear, when suddenly his door explodes. What the? Issei exclaims in surprise, seeing the door destroyed by a striking black-haired beauty. He is not pleased to see her. He closes the book, making it disappear. There is something called knocking Haimima. Issei shouts, ready to confront her, but Aquino simply smiles at him. Oh, that is just punishment for insulting my Anata. It's going to get a whole lot worse for you. Fufu, Aquino says sweetly, lightning crackling between her palms. Though she wears a smile, Aquino is internally furious. No one insults her darling and gets away with it. Issei, however, is not the same person who would normally take a beating from her. He growls, "Don't blame me for what happens next." Unbeknownst to Aquino, Issei's eyes have turned red, and he is ready to confront her decisively, a sinister grin forming on his face. Scene change. Aquino emerges from the room, looking lost and aimlessly walks toward the couch, slumping onto it with a lifeless expression. She sees Dai Haida passing by and weakly calls out, "Dai." "Not now, Akino, I have some work to do," Dai replies, but when he notices her state, he rushes to her side in concern. "Akino, what happened?" he exclaims, unsure of how to help. Akino fails to respond, and Dai assumes this is the result of Malik's actions. Among all the girls, Akino is the most emotionally dependent on Dai, but he feels helpless and decides to call the other girls to leave since he has much work to do. The other girls deduce that Malik is behind this, noting that his attacks have become increasingly aggressive in just 2 days. They fear this is just the beginning, and the fact that he managed to infiltrate their space shows how dangerous he truly is. Issei walks across the fields, surrounded by the burning remains of Gregori. He and Nick stand side by side, looking at a screen. A book appears as Issei dons his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haida is seen with a sinister smirk, standing next to Rias. Asia and the other girls fight against Malik using magic. Aika walks through a puddle, and the ORC, Student Council, Valid Team, and Team/Dog are shown, all glaring with anger. Issei looks at the book, haunted by memories of his past, envisioning the factions falling apart. Invild crushes a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face, filled with anger. A white-haired female angel and a silver-haired woman watch their factions with disdain. Invild closes her eyes, looking at Dai with determination. Issei kneels, tormented by his past, as a family photo with a slash across it appears, symbolizing his separation from his family. He locks eyes with his brother as they clash swords. Invild reflects on her condition with sadness. She has been slipping into deep slumbers repeatedly. She thought her illness had subsided due to the medicine Dai provided, but in reality, it was Issei who made it. How is this possible? Invild wonders, worry and fear creeping in. She realizes that her illness returning is not a good sign and approaches Dai multiple times, but he continues to ignore her. This caused her great sadness and depression. Furthermore, her illness reduced her magic power significantly, making her feel even weaker than she already was. Why are you ignoring me?" Invild murmured, filled with sorrow. She wanted Dai's support more than ever, but every time she approached him, he made excuses about training or preparing for another meeting. Concerned that her sickness might return, Invild left the room, hoping a walk would refresh her mind. As she walked, she heard voices coming from upstairs. "Yeah, the Mortis blade needs some work. After that, even the gods will not be a problem for me to deal with," a calm voice said. "Issei?" Invild exclaimed in surprise, wondering what he was talking about. Against her better judgment, she decided to investigate. Little did she know that her visit would prove to be a wake-up call. Invild reached the roof, where she saw Issei talking to a cloaked man. She was curious about their conversation. "Indeed, after that, we will be unstoppable. No god or devil will be able to touch us," the figure said with a smile. Invild felt a mix of shock and horror at who Issei was conversing with. Even then, it's a shame that the factions are in disarray. They have no way of dealing with the current threat, Issei added, his tone mocking. Invild's irritation grew as she listened. Who is he? She thought, angered by the insults directed at her lover and the factions. I guess. But then again, the factions are not my problem. They can do whatever they want, Issei said coldly, showing no concern for the factions. Invild was taken aback. She had never heard him speak like this before. Speaking of which, what more sacred gears are you planning to recreate? The cloaked man asked, intrigued. I plan to recreate the true Longinus. Once the Mortis blade is done, Cao Cao will never be able to use the full potential of the sacred gear, Issei explained, his tone analytical. That's true, you did manage to defeat him even before finding the book. But your brother always took credit for what you did, right? The man replied, a hint of sadness in his voice. Don't feel sad, it's pointless. Besides, I think the medicine for Invild should be wearing off very soon, Issei said neutrally. Invild was surprised by this. How would Issei know about the medicine? Dai was the one who gave it to me, she thought in disbelief. But even then, why did you help her? Back then? The man questioned. Issei sighed. I loved her once, which is why I gave her the medicine. It was a temporary fix since it was still in its prototype stage. But she chose my brother. Ingvild felt a pang of guilt as Issei continued, it still pained me to see her with him. I tried to convince her that I was the one to save her, but he trailed off. She called you a liar. And went to your brother, the man finished, sharing in Issei's sadness. Yeah. Issei replied quietly. Ingvild was taken aback. She knew of Issei's feelings for her, but she had chosen Dai, believing he was her savior. My heart hurt seeing them together, and my soul was dying, but I need to accept that she wasn't meant for me, Issei concluded sadly. Okay, but that doesn't answer my question. If you knew she was rude, why help her? You could have let her wither away, the man pressed. Issei responded, anyone would have helped her. I just did the right thing back then. You are a good person, Issei. Sometimes you have to move on from love. She wasn't meant for you. You just have to find the one you love, the man advised. Not to mention, you saved her from Nyx. I doubt she would be the same if you hadn't reached her in time. But like the others, she is blinded by lies. Ingvild remained silent, struggling to process what she had heard. She looked at Issei and eventually decided to step out from the shadows. Issei and the man looked at Ingvild, concern etched on Issei's face as he worried about the man's secret identity being revealed. However, he noticed a mix of sadness and anger on Ingvild's face. She raised her hand to slap Issei, but he quickly grabbed her wrist before it could reach him. She struggled to free herself, and Issei, equally displeased by her attack, was ready to defend himself. The man, sensing the tension, signaled Issei to hold back. You better have a good reason for trying to slap me, Leviathan. Issei exclaimed, his voice filled with fury. Don't lie. You are not the one to save me. Dai was the one. You're just jealous that I am with your brother. Ingvild shot back, her voice equally fierce. Then why are you here? If you don't believe what I said, why are you wasting your time? If you don't want to believe me, then don't believe my lies, Issei replied coldly. He released her hand and added, the next time you slap or hurt me, don't expect me not to fight back, Ingvild. This is your last warning. Ingvild was taken aback. She never expected Issei to threaten her. As he turned to leave, he added in a mocking tone, I would rather date a Diet Coke bottle over you. Issei walked away, leaving Ingvild in shock. The man spoke up, I am afraid you are wrong, Miss Leviathan. He's lying. I refuse to believe him. He's just jealous that I am with his brother, Ingvild retorted coldly. No, you are wrong. Let me show you, the man said, revealing a recording orb, a sacred gear created by Issei that could store videos. Witness the truth, queen of the false hero. The orb began to glow, displaying a recording that would shock Ingvild. Scene change. Dai was seated on a couch, smiling, having just won Ingvild's affection, while Crom spoke in fury. You are a horrible person for doing this to your brother, Dai. You already have the entirety of the ORC and some members of the student council, yet you keep doing this to him. You deny him any shred of love or happiness. Crom's disdain for Dai was palpable. But you must admit that my plan is going pretty well. The truth will come out one day. I am only helping you because I don't have a choice. You are using me for your own selfish benefits. Crom replied, his tone icy. You have no pride, Dai, and every dragon has that. And what about it? They will be mine in the future. They will be my wives, not his. Dai sang back. The bearer of Drag will one day crush you and expose you for the poser you really are. Always remember, stealing a dragon's love is the first and most common rule, and you broke that rule. Crom warned. So what? Nobody will know. It's not like they believe in him. Dai taunted. I don't think your love will survive. Your actions have consequences, Dai. Remember that. Crom concluded, ending the connection, leaving Dai with an overconfident smile. Recording end. Scene change. Ingvild was on her knees, tears in her eyes as she processed the truth. Know why? She murmured, her voice shaky. But I am not done yet, the man said. You should have seen that he nearly died for your sake. This happened before what you just saw. He activated another recording gear. Recording. Issei lay on the ground, wounded and unconscious, with a pool of blood around him. "Partner, stay alive," Drake shouted in worry. Beside Issei was an unconscious Ingvild and a damaged Nyx, who was also out of the fight. Dai appeared, a sinister smile on his face. "It is time to be the hero, and what a beauty. My brother always had good taste in women," he remarked, looking at Ingvild. Dai decided to wake Ingvild and tell her the lie that he was the one who saved her. Drake wanted to reveal the truth but had promised Issei to remain hidden from the supernatural world. He gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing he could escape the gear and confront Dai, but he was trapped, unable to act. After that, Issei woke up during his healing process and saw Dai with Ingvild. This sight broke his heart. He felt too weak to talk to Ingvild and reveal the truth. Rias and the others were present, claiming that Dai was her savior, and she eventually believed their words. Scene change. Ingvild was on her knees, crying profusely as her sacred gear reacted to her sadness. She realized that Issei had nearly died for her, and Dai was nothing but a liar. Slowly, she got up from the ground, holding the gem against her chest. "I am sorry. I am sorry. Please, forgive me. Issei." Ingvild spoke between sobs, struggling to process what she had just witnessed. It felt like a heavy blow to her heart. She attempted to confront Issei, but the image of his condition left her feeling cold. The wind revealed Malik, who spoke coldly. "Now, where was that girl who protected that liar with her life?" He left, his voice altered by magic, making it unrecognizable. Scene change. The next day, at the Haidu residence, Issei was heading downstairs, trying to distract himself from the previous day's events. He grabbed some food and a can of Diet Coke. "Brother, can we talk?" Aika asked, surprised when Issei didn't respond. He opened his can and began eating, but the stares from his family made him uncomfortable. "What do you guys want?" he asked coldly. "What we need is information about that Malik," Valley said, frustration evident in his tone. Issei met his gaze and replied, "I said it once before, and I will say it again, not my problem." He took a sip of his Diet Coke, then grabbed his plate and drink, heading to his room. His parents were taken aback by his attitude, with Goro commenting, "I never knew you were selfish." "I said it before, not my monkeys, not my circus, father. Just give me my end of the deal, and the information is yours," Issei said with a mocking smile before retreating to his room, leaving everyone shocked. Scene change. Meanwhile, Ingvild was in her room, her cheeks dry from tears. The truth had shattered her, and she felt no one would believe her if she shared what she had witnessed. She had no longing to go to Kuo Academy, especially in her current state. Her fighting spirit had vanished, and dark circles under her eyes showed. Her lack of sleep. "He loved me, and I treated him poorly. What kind of person am I? He was a gem and I threw him away. I don't deserve to be with him." Ingvild sobbed. Suddenly, a knock interrupted her thoughts. "Go away. I don't want to talk to anyone," she shouted angrily at the door. Chapter end. Previously, Issei had disappeared for 2 days while factions searched for him. Things worsened with Malik's attacks. Akino decided to teach Issei a lesson, but he stood his ground, teaching her a lesson she wouldn't forget. Akino left with a lost look, and Dai tried to help but was unable to. Ingvild sensed something was wrong and realized her sickness had returned. She overheard Issei speaking to someone and discovered a terrible truth about Dai, initially in disbelief until Malik revealed the reality to her. In despair, she refused to talk to anyone, but when Issei appeared, she tried to stop him. However, he had no intention of helping her. He wanted her to face the consequences of her actions. He left her with medicine, walking away as she cried, while Drake urged him to control his temper. In the afternoon, Issei was confronted by the ORC and the Valley team, demanding his help. They interrupted his match, pleading for assistance. He stubbornly refused, angering Valley, who then attacked Issei. This proves to be a critical mistake as he takes down Valerie with a Dragon Slayer weapon, knocking her out completely. Kiba tries to intervene, but he is met with a hallucination. Meanwhile, Rias attempts to stop Issei, only for him to demonstrate her powerlessness. He walks away, issuing a stern warning that he is not to be trifled with. The factions are now fully aware of Issei's willingness to inflict pain, leaving them with one realistic choice: to release Nyx. However, they worry that Zeus may not agree, and their only option is to convince him. As this unfolds, Issei decides to target someone close to Valley Lucifer, Villainy. He uses Illusion Make, a sacred gear that transforms him into Malik, leaving no trace of his former self or aura. He knows that Lavinia, Mstr magician, would quickly recognize him as the Red Dragon Emperor, and he cannot risk being discovered. Issei reflects on the implications of his actions. If Lavinia realizes he attacked her, everything he has done will be in vain. He wields a red blade, a sacred gear capable of cutting through any magic effortlessly. "Buddy, are you sure you want to take down Villainy?" Drake asks, concerned for his friend. "Don't worry, this will hurt Valley the most. I'm definitely going to leave a lasting impression," Issei replies coldly, spite evident in his voice. "But is that the only reason you want to eliminate her?" Drake questions. "So you figured it out, huh?" "It's simple. Villainy is one of the few who can use investigation magic, which could jeopardize my plans. She's a prodigy, on par with Augusta, the former wielder of Incinerate Anthem, who is imprisoned in the underworld. If she tracks Malik down, I can't risk the factions discovering his identity, at least not yet," Issei explains thoughtfully. Drake is surprised by Issei's cunning strategy, realizing he is hitting two birds with one stone. However, he still has concerns. "How will you manage without using the boosted gear?" Drake asks. "Don't worry, I will be fine, I promise you that," Issei assures him as he prepares for the encounter. If his investigations are correct, Lavinia is heading toward Kyoto, where her friend lives. "Right on the mark, we will begin our attack soon," Issei states, attaching a voice modulator to mimic Malik's voice, ensuring Lavinia cannot detect him. Issei leaps into action as Lavinia approaches the Himejima residence to meet her friend, Suzuka Himejima. "Such a shame, someone like you will fall tonight," he says in a metallic, raspy voice, mimicking Malik. Lavinia, dressed in a white sleeveless shirt with frills and red tight breathes, walks confidently toward the house. Suddenly, the dimension around her shifts, and she is taken aback, wondering who is responsible for this change. The new dimension resembles the Longinus dimension lost, but she can still see the people around her, who seem to ignore her or walk above and below her. She realizes she is in a parallel reality, and had she not noticed the strange anomalies, she might not have recognized the shift. As she scans her surroundings, she spots him, a bald man with metal plating on his face. Recognizing him, she narrows her eyes, her expression neutral. "I presume you must be Malik, right?" Lavinia asks coldly. Issei laughs in response, pleased that his disguise is effective. "Good afternoon, Miss Rennie. Let's just say today I have decided to eliminate you, as you pose quite a problem to my plans," he says with a sly grin. "Courteous, I wasn't expecting that from someone who has taken many innocent lives," Lavinia retorts, venom lacing her voice. "Oh, don't be like that. They were too easy to kill, and the best part was watching their leader's pride crumble. You should have seen their faces," Issei boasts, recalling the despair and fury he witnessed. Lavinia's anger flares at his words. "You bstd. Didn't you have any empathy for their families?" she shouts, radiating mana. "That's not my problem. They were fools to defend their factions," Issei replies, narrowing his eyes. "Blind loyalty can be a dangerous flaw. One must discern right from wrong." "You really are a monster," Lavinia growled in rage. I mean, I'm not even close to being a monster." Issei replied with a smile, continuing, "The only way to escape is by defeating me. Or me defeating you, but we all know what will happen." His tone was mocking. "Don't underestimate me. I won't fall without a fight, and if possible, I will take you to the leaders," Lavinia declared, ice starting to form around her as she tried to intimidate Malik, who only chuckled. "We will see about that, Lavinia Rennie." Issei shot back, ready to face the strongest ice princess. Lavinia knew that the man in front of her was not to be taken lightly. She remembered how Malik had humiliated Zeus and dared the king of Olympus to act. Looking at her arms, she felt uncertain about her survival in this fight, but she was determined to go down fighting. Absolute demise. Lavinia muttered, and moments later, a 3-meter ice doll formed behind her. She locked eyes with Malik, scanning his movements, wondering what he would do next. "You think that a huge ice block will intimidate me?" Issei said arrogantly. Lavinia glared at him, but she held back her anger. "Then come and fight me if you think it's just a huge ice block, Malik," she shouted defiantly. "As you wish, Ice Princess," Issei replied, rushing forward with his ignited red blade. "Fool," Lavinia whispered, instantly freezing Malik inside her ice prison. "You will be questioned for what you have done, Malik, and your fate will be decided by the factions," she said coldly as she approached him. Unbeknownst to Lavinia, Issei was waiting for her to come closer. He smirked internally, thinking, all according to plan. As she neared, she raised her hand to transport the frozen block to another dimension. Once that was done, Issei broke the ice and grabbed Lavinia by the throat. "Did you really think a mere ice block would stop me?" he taunted as she struggled to breathe. "How?" she managed to mutter. "I don't think I need to tell you my abilities. Besides, a magician doesn't reveal his tricks, does he?" Issei said mockingly, flinging Lavinia away. To manage to recover, realizing her plan to subdue Malik had failed. Lavinia unleashed a storm of elemental spells, summoning several magic circles. "Take this," she shouted, releasing flames, lightning strikes, ice spears, squalls, arrows of light, and ball of darkness toward Issei. Before they could hit him, Issei raised his hand, stopping every last one. "Impossible! How can you stop all these spells?" Lavinia shouted in disbelief and anger. "Like I said before, a magician never reveals his secrets." Issei replied, using telekinesis to redirect the spells back at her. Lavinia struggled to block the attack, even with several barriers for protection. Once the dust settled, she was breathing heavily, several wounds on her body from the spells that had struck her. "Damn it! He blocked my attacks with one spell. I need to be careful," she thought, feeling worry and fear creeping in. "My mana is close to running out due to that attack. I seem to have only one choice," Lavinia thought, glancing at the ice doll awaiting her command. The ground beneath her froze as Issei taunted her, maintaining his balance on the icy surface. "What's the matter, ran out of spells, Ice Princess?" he mocked. "I am not done yet. Balance break, assoluto argento mondo," Lavinia chanted. Before anyone could react, the entire dimension transformed, unleashing a furious blizzard across the battlefield, with innumerable giant sharp ice pillars turning the world into a realm of ice at full strength. "Sheet! I never thought she would use Balance Breaker. I need to eliminate her quickly before revealing myself by using more of my powers." Issei thought anxiously when he noticed Lavinia was missing. He couldn't reveal more of his abilities. He could create a sacred gear that could burn the ice around him or use Draig's flames to incinerate everything, but that would expose his identity. Suddenly, the ice he was standing on began to rise. "What the?" Issei exclaimed in surprise as 2 additional ice blocks rushed toward him, attempting to crush him. He reacted by blocking the ice pillars with his telekinesis, crushing them as a voice boomed across the dimension. "What's the matter, Malik? Did you get ice across your feet?" Lavinia's mocking tone filled the air. Issei felt a surge of annoyance. Once inside her ice world, Lavinia was like a pseudo-goddess. He needed to find her to eliminate this world. "You will never locate me," Lavinia taunted, and Issei responded, "Don't worry, you are somewhere in this world, controlling the ice." He analyzed her sacred gear, identifying its weaknesses. He knew Lavinia was hidden, trying to recover her mana while her sacred gear controlled the ice. Taking a deep breath as more ice pillars and spikes charged at him, Issei closed his eyes and generated a telekinetic barrier to protect himself. He concentrated his telekinetic power within his body, focusing intently. The ice bombarded the barrier as Lavinia shouted, "Damn it! Get out of that prison, Malik, and face me." With a smile, Issei finished gathering the telekinetic energy he needed. It was exhausting, but he had no choice. He had to end this fight quickly. "Call," he spoke in a neutral tone, opening his eyes to reveal a small, glowing ball of white light in front of him. He absorbed it into his body and began to levitate. Repulse. Issei curled into a ball and exploded, sending a stream of telekinetic energy throughout the dimension, destroying every piece of ice in sight. He landed on solid ground, now made of regular concrete. The ice was completely obliterated, leaving behind a doll representing absolute demise. Lavinia looked on in horror, attempting to make her doll regenerate the ice, but Issei exclaimed, "I won't let you." He rushed toward Lavinia, and before she could react, he stabbed her in the chest with his red blade. "No," were her last words as the dimension returned to the one Issei had created. She fell to her knees, looking up into Malik's soulless yellow eyes, which filled her with dread. "Where is all that bravado you once had? Seems like the Ice Princess has fallen," Issei taunted mockingly. Instead of anger, Lavinia felt fear. Her wound was too severe, and she was out of mana. She could only feel helpless in the face of her enemy, her death seeming inevitable. "I'm sorry guys, I don't think I will come back from this one," Lavinia thought sadly as a tear fell from her eye. Issei looked at her with cold apathy, thinking, "You are right. You will not live through this." He removed his hand and began to drain the life energy from her body. With her magic gone, she could do nothing to stop it. Issei walked away, speaking in a low tone, "I hope this news finds you well, Valerie." He left, restoring the dimensions back to normal as another person arrived to check on Lavinia. Scene change. Kyoto, a few minutes earlier, Suza Himejima, a close friend of Lavinia's, was worried that it had been too long since she had seen her. She called others for help, but no one knew where Lavinia was. Described as resembling her cousin Akino, Suzuka was an appealing young woman with long black hair and red eyes, wearing a red school uniform from Kyoto. As she crossed the streets, she noticed a barrier that regular people failed to see. Rushing to the location, she covered her mouth in horror upon seeing her friend unconscious with a chest injury. "Lavinia!" Suzaku's heart-wrenching scream echoed as she cried endlessly, trying to wake her friend and searching for anything that could help, but she found nothing. Scene change. Issei watched the scene unfold through his drones, observing Suza calling for help in the dire situation. "I seem to have underestimated her usage of her sacred gear. This was an unknown variable. I never thought she could hide herself." Issei spoke with a cold tone, tinged with anger. His underestimation of her could have potentially exposed him. He walked away, recalling his drones, and teleported back to his room to avoid suspicion. Scene change. A few days later, at the Hyudu residence, the factions received news of Lavinia's condition, which put them in a critical state. Many dreaded what Malik would do next, especially the Gregori, who began to initiate even more defenses. Lavinia was in a comatose state due to magical exhaustion and a drain on her life force. Doctors estimated she had only a few years to live, at most 5. This was a huge blow to Team Slashdog, particularly for Tobio and Suzuka, who cared for her deeply. Suzuka blamed herself for not protecting her friend from Malik. However, no one could imagine who was affected the most: Valerie Lucifer. She saw Lavinia as an older sister and mentor, and she was shattered by the news of Lavinia's condition. Overcome with grief, she struggled to accept that her sister might be gone in just 5 years. Yet, one person remained unaffected by the news: Issei Haidu. "Damn it! I hate Grom. Always hides behind a wall and takes my brawler down," he exclaimed as he got up and walked outside the room. Suddenly, the door exploded due to a magic attack. "What the?" Issei looked in the direction of the attack, but before he could continue, someone began to attack him. He dodged and recognized his attacker as Valley. "What's your deal?" Issei shouted angrily, but Valley ignored him, continuing her relentless assault. "Stop attacking me," he pleaded, annoyance creeping into his voice. "If you had given us the information about Malik, Lavinia wouldn't be in this condition." Valerie shouted, tears streaming down her face. continued to dodge her attacks while responding, "Like I said, not my monkeys, not my circus. You are on your own in this fight. You have a book that can recreate any sacred gear. You should use this power to save innocent lives." Valerie shouted in pure fury, her tears falling as she kept attacking. "I've had enough," Issei declared, grabbing both of Valerie's hands, shocking her. He flung her into the air and began striking her with his lightning slayer gloves, each blow landing with tremendous force. Valerie coughed as she was hit, and Issei followed up with a roundhouse kick to her face, sending her flying across the residence and knocking her out cold. People change for two reasons. Issei surveyed the room, noting the unpleasant expressions on the faces of his friends, many of whom showed fear. One is by a change of heart or mind, and the main trigger is that all it takes is one bad experience to do so. Ingvild listened intently, recalling his words about burning everything she held dear. She had lost so much, her parents, her home, and even her king, Dai, who had turned out to be a fraud. She hated him for fooling her but also mourned the loss of the only person who had ever loved her. Despite her pain, she made a mental vow. She would let Issei accept her one day, no matter what. "Is it perhaps you want to stay with your arms crossed and let us all suffer while watching from the sidelines?" Azazel spoke seriously. "When you can do so much good while helping us." Before Azazel could finish, Issei stabbed him in the chest. Looking down, Azazel saw fury in Issei's eyes. "Do you take me for a weapon, Azazel? Something you can use and discard whenever you feel like it? I'm not some sort of tool. I know of your dislike toward me, especially considering your own fall due to your desires." Issei shouted, anger evident in his voice. He removed the blade, revealing it to be the mortis blade, and Azazel coughed up blood, shocked by the severity of the wound. But Azazel attempted to retort, but Issei cut him off. "I have been saying this time and time again, hand over Nyx to me, and I will gladly provide the information. But no. You believe you are entitled to my help just because I know about the supernatural. I'm the Red Dragon Emperor, so you think I should help you? But no. I won't help you unless I expect something in return," Issei declared, releasing Azazel, who clutched his wound, gritting his teeth in anger. He glared at Issei, contemplating whether to attack, but he feared meeting the same fate as Valerie. "You just don't want to help even with that power of yours," Dai said coldly, earning a glare from Ingvild. Dai smirked in response. "Indeed, I don't longing to do so." Issei turned to leave as Mickey and Goru spoke up. "We did not raise a monster," Mickey exclaimed. "You should help others, Issei. That was the son we raised." Issei laughed, shocking and angering his parents. "Yes, I am a monster, and you know what monsters do? They do this." He dashed toward Azazel and Valerie, grabbing them by their necks and choking them. Azazel struggled to free himself, attempting to summon a light spear, but Issei tightened his grip. "This is what a monster will do. I will kill these two right here and now." His words horrified everyone present. Aika and Rias shouted, "Let them go, brother." "Issei, you better let go or else I will call my big brother." Issei turned his attention to them, activating a sacred gear that disrupted all communications, calling it the short circuit. "Go ahead, I dare you to do something about this." "It won't take me a minute to kill them," he taunted, his tone mocking. Rias tried to reach her brother but was horrified when she couldn't. "The person you are trying to reach is currently busy," Issei said with a smirk. It seems like your older brother doesn't have time for you, Riatan." Rias looked at him in fear, trembling on the verge of passing out. She felt helpless. Issei could eliminate them without a trace, and her peerage shared her dread. "Aika, you were saying to release them, but you can't do anything to stop me, can you?" Issei taunted. "After all, you're all bark and no bite. Such a shame." Aika gritted her teeth in fury, while Dai was equally angry but fearful of Issei's next move. "Attack me again, and I will join Malik myself." Issei's declaration sent shockwaves through the room. "I can destroy Malik like an ant if I wanted to, and I'm your last hope in defeating him. Just imagine your only hope turning into your worst enemy." His words instilled even more fear, causing some, including his parents, to faint. He dropped Azazel and Valerie, who gasped for breath as Issei left the room, uninterested in dealing with them. Many rushed to help Valerie, relieved she was still breathing. Azazel, catching his breath, spoke seriously, "We need to tell your brother that Issei won't hesitate to become our enemy if we attack him. But first, we need to get Valerie somewhere safe. She needs treatment." Many nodded and began to work, with Aika and Dai assisting their parents. Dai vowed to one day take Issei's power and make him pay. Scene change. On the rooftop of the Hayadu residence at 2 a.m., Issei sipped a bottle of Diet Coke, seething with anger. He relished the fear he had instilled in them, contemplating his next move. Although Malik was strong enough to take on a single faction, Issei knew that multiple factions attacking together could overwhelm him. With security tightening after the attack on Lavinia, he realized it would be harder to strike. Issei decided to change tactics. He needed more information on the security systems of each faction. He also needed to gather intelligence on the Greek and Hindu factions, two of the biggest threats he faced. Though not as powerful as Great Red or Ophis, he recognized that Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu were formidable opponents, their strength surpassing Surzek's by a long shot. He also had to consider other gods like Indra, who was as strong as Surzek's. As for the Greek faction, he needed to contend with Zeus and Poseidon, who, while not as strong as Hades, were still significant threats. Finally, there was the Norse faction, featuring Thor, Odin, and Vidar, three individuals who could pose a serious challenge. "Hey Drake," Issei called out to his best friend, the boosted gear responding. "You better give me a good reason. You ruined my sleep. I was finally going to get some rest." Drake complained dramatically, causing Issei to sweat drop. He decided to give his friend a moment before speaking. "I was wondering, since our fight is tougher, how are we going to gather information?" "Well, you could infiltrate the factions. Or have others do the job for you." "Now let me go to sleep," Drake replied, showing little concern for the factions, especially since they looked down on Issei. Issei considered the proposal. "I see. So they will act as our eyes and ears, huh? Not bad." "Thanks, Drake," he said, earning a sleepy response from his friend. "Zzz." Drake snored, leaving Issei to ponder who his targets would be. "Oh yes, I can go for those three," he thought with a mischievous grin, recalling three individuals who could be perfect infiltrators. Suddenly his phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. An unknown voice interrupted his thoughts. He glanced at the caller ID and started to sweat. "Hi," Issei said nervously as a woman's voice came through the speaker. "Issei, where have you been? You haven't contacted me and my husband in a long time," the woman exclaimed, feigning sadness. "I am so sorry, I just had a lot of work to do," Issei replied, trying to explain himself. "Well, I'm happy you finally decided to take some time off from your busy schedule," she said, her tone lightening. I know, I really am sorry," Issei said, sounding genuinely remorseful. "Either way, when are you coming to visit us?" she asked. "I can come right away if you want me to," Issei responded, a smile breaking through. "That's good. I will definitely prepare you a feast, young man," she beamed. "I am looking forward to that," Issei replied. "So how long will you stay?" she inquired. "A week, and besides, my family doesn't mind if I'm away for a year," Issei said. "But we do, both my husband and I do, so you can come here whenever you can, okay?" she assured him. "I will," Issei said, a genuine smile on his face, one that hadn't been seen in a long time. "Well, see you at your place, Persephone." "Bye, Issei," Persephone said cheerfully before disconnecting the call. Feeling at ease, Issei headed back inside to pack. Drake chimed in, "It feels nice to hear from her, partner." "Yeah. Well, let's not keep her waiting and prepare ourselves," Issei replied. "It's nice to see you smile," Drake noted cheerfully as he deactivated his gear and began packing. Just as Issei was about to leave, a voice called from outside his door. Where are you going?" Asia asked, her tone hinting at concern. "Where I go is none of your concern. You can leave if you want," Issei said, annoyance creeping into his voice. Issei, wait, your mom, Asia started, but Issei had already left for the realm of the undead. Asia was left flabbergasted, knowing that Issei wouldn't be back for a while. No one knew where he was going except for Issei and Drake. As Issei was teleported to the realm of the dead, he felt excitement at the thought of visiting Persephone and Hades again. I can't wait to see what they have in store for me, he thought eagerly. Scene break. Previously, Issei had dealt with Lavinia as she headed to Suzaku's place, where she was ambushed by Malik, Issei in disguise. Recognizing him, Lavinia was furious and decided to fight back. She first froze Issei with a magic spell, but he waited for her to come closer before countering her attack, sending her flying and reflecting her magical assaults back at her, much to her shock and anger. Seeing that she has no choice to stop him, she activates her balance breaker, transforming the dimension into an icy world that belongs to her. At first, Malik is caught off guard, but he quickly recovers and uses a new technique that shatters all of the surrounding ice in an instant, leaving Lavinia helpless. She falls to her knees, and before she can react, Issei stabs her, ending her balance breaker. Fear grips her as Issei decides to drain her life energy, leaving her to die. Suzaku, who has been searching for her, arrives and is horrified to see Lavinia in such a condition. Issei watches the scene unfold, angered at himself for underestimating her, a mistake that has cost him dearly. He walks away, and a few days later, the news of what happened spreads. It is estimated that Lavinia has only 5 years left and is in a coma. This news is a heavy blow to Team Slashdog and Valerie Lucifer, who attacks Issei out of spite for not helping them. After dodging her attacks for a while, Issei decides to strike back, quickly knocking her out cold. He then taunts the others, refusing to help them no matter what happens. Even after being admonished by Dai, he remains defiant. When Azazel demands his help, Issei makes an example of him, bringing the former governor-general to his knees and choking him, showing that he won't hesitate to kill if provoked. He drops Azazel, causing many to faint from fear, while Dai vows to take his power one day. Issei then begins planning his next move when he receives a call from Persephone, who asks when he will visit them. They hope he will come soon, and he agrees to head there that very day. As he packs, Asia tries to stop him, but he ignores her and leaves. At the Haidu residence, Goro expresses surprise at Asia's account of Issei leaving with 2 duffel bags. Asia explains that he didn't tell her where he was going, believing they didn't deserve to know. Rias, filled with fear, remarks that it's good he is gone and should stay away, recalling how helpless she felt when he easily defeated Azazel and Valerie. Most of her peerage agrees with her, and Akino shivers at the memory of the hallucinations Issei put her through after she attacked him. Despite their fear, Aika feels anger towards Issei for his actions. Mickey suggests they have dinner, stating that there is nothing they can do. The atmosphere is tense, and the house has not been the same since Akino's change in nature. After dinner, they head back to their rooms, and Dai attempts to speak to Ingvild, but she ignores him again. Confused, he wonders why she is avoiding him, hoping she hasn't learned the truth about him. Crom thinks about Issei and feels a chill, sensing that something is going to happen to him in the future. Issei walks across the fields, with Malik surrounded by the burning remains of Gregori. Issei and Nick stand side by side, looking at a screen. A book appears as Issei dons his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu smirks sinisterly, with Rias beside him. Asia and the other girls fight against Malik using magic. Aika walks through a puddle, while the ORC, Student Council, Valid Team, and Team Slashdog are shown, all under the glare of angry eyes. Issei reflects on his past, envisioning the factions falling apart. Ingvild crushes a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face, filled with anger. A white-haired female angel and a silver-haired woman watch their factions with disdain. Ingvild closes her eyes, looking at Dai with determination. Issei kneels, haunted by his past, as a family photo with a slash through it appears, symbolizing his separation from his family. He locks eyes with his brother as they clash swords. In the River of Styx, Hades' domain, Issei stands on a boat as Sharon, the boatman, stops. Issei offers a gold coin from the Greek era as payment, but Sharon refuses it. That won't be necessary, young man. After all, Lady Persephone has personally asked you to visit her, Sharon spoke with a smile, though Issei, cloaked in his dark robe, did not notice. No, I insist. I am a traveler after all, Issei insisted, offering the coin. Sighing, Sharon reluctantly accepted it and wished Issei safe travels as he walked toward the underworld throne room of Hades. The mansion was grand, almost like a model house. Issei smiled as he recalled the many changes in Hades's domain since Persephone returned to his life. It had become much more cheerful and vibrant, as Persephone was truly the light of Hades's existence. Rubbing his head to shake off memories of the past, he walked inside. The interior was warm and beautifully decorated with various flowers, and he sensed the aroma of home-cooked meals. Inside, he saw an appealing young woman in her 20s, with flawless skin and a graceful figure. She had long dark brown hair and stormy blue eyes, reminiscent of a thunderstorm. Her calm and serene aura was complemented by a noble black and red dress adorned with roses, black fishnet stockings, and designer high-heeled shoes. A crown of roses rested on her head, and a golden necklace with a bright red jewel hung around her neck, though she wore an apron at that moment. "Persephone!" Issei happily exclaimed. Turned around, beaming with joy at seeing him after such a long time. "Issei-chan," Persephone replied, embracing him warmly. They held each other for a while, and Issei melted into the hug, feeling warmth he hadn't experienced in a long time. Reluctantly, he let her go as she placed her hand on his shoulder, her actions maternal. "How have you been?" she asked, her happiness evident. "I'm not going to lie, my life has been getting better these past 2 days, Issei responded with a smile. "That's good," Persephone beamed, recalling how sad he had been the last time he visited, over a year ago. Flashback begins. "It's okay, Issei-chan, it's going to be okay," Persephone said, rubbing Issei's back during a difficult moment. "How can it be okay, Persephone? She chose that other guy over me again. Nobody believes that I saved her from Nyx. Even she thinks I'm a liar." Issei cried, frustration evident in his voice. Persephone felt sadness for him, but inside she was furious, especially towards the other man for hurting Issei. Hades stood nearby, his voice heavy with sorrow. "See, I have no words to say. But there is nothing you can do. You have no proof to prove your innocence. It's time to let go," he said, his heart aching for Issei. "But I can't. My heart still loves her. It pains me to see her with him." Issei replied, tears in his eyes. "I think you should rest in the room. You need to sleep," Hades suggested gently. Issei nodded and walked away, showing little emotion. Persephone wanted to go after him, her maternal instincts urging her to comfort him, but Hades stopped her. "Darling, he needs time," he said sadly. "I know, but his heart is broken. We can't do anything about it." "I can't believe his brother would do this to him again," Persephone replied, her voice filled with frustration. They watched as Issei entered the room assigned to him. Later that night, Persephone came in to find him crying in his sleep. Her heart ached for him, and she embraced him, wanting him to know he was not alone. Flashback ends. "Issei-chan?" "Sorry, I was just remembering something," Persephone said, snapping back to the present with a wry smile. "Oh right. Hades doesn't know you are visiting," she added. "Wait, Hades doesn't know I'm here?" Issei asked, and Persephone shook her head. "Nope. I kept it a surprise. He's been overwhelmed with paperwork, so I thought I could surprise him." "I hope you don't mind," she said, looking slightly sad. "No, I understand. I would love to meet him," Issei replied, and Persephone beamed. "Great. Then let's go, we can eat later," she said, pulling him toward Hades's study room. Scene change. A man sat at the desk, Hades in his human form. He appeared tall and handsome, with a specially designed eye patch over his right eye and long, stylish silver hair that spiked up at various spots on his head. He had a leaf-like pattern tattooed across his forehead, a spiked choker necklace, and a bead-like earring on his left ear, accompanied by many smaller piercings. His attire was formal and extravagant, featuring a collar that extended to his upper chest and badges decorated on both sides of his coat. He wore long white jeans and shoes adorned with square patterns. Hades was working in his study, trying to complete his paperwork, which had been dumped on him by Zeus as a form of punishment for helping the Cows Brigade. Zeus and this paperwork, I can't believe I have to do this. Hades exclaimed angrily, slamming his fist on the desk. Mountains of paperwork were piled on the sides of his desk, and he still had 1,000 more to complete. He wished he could have his Grim Reapers help him, but they were busy managing the rest of the underworld. I hate my life. Hades sighed, resting his head on the desk, feeling overwhelmed and wishing for someone to rescue him from this situation. Then an idea struck him. Why should he do Zeus's work? It wasn't his domain was the underworld. A smirk appeared on his face as he decided to embrace his role as the god of the underworld. Using a small fire magic, he burned the stack of papers that belonged to Zeus, leaving no trace behind. He had even placed a protective barrier around his own stack of papers beforehand. Let's see what happens next, Zeus, he thought with a sinister grin. Just as he watched the papers burn, someone knocked on the door. Darling, someone is here to see you. Persephone's voice called out. Hades quickly extinguished the flames, gritting his teeth in annoyance as the fire was difficult to control. Wait, I'm just, well, doing stuff, he replied, worried that his wife would be upset if she found out. Once the flames were out, he breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door, surprised to see who it was. Look who is here to visit. Persephone exclaimed happily, and Hades smiled warmly. I'll be surprised. How have you been, Issei? He asked, pulling Issei into a bear hug, though Issei remained unfazed by Hades' strength. After they separated, Issei inquired, been better. Speaking of which, where are Melano and Macaria? Oh, them? We decided to enroll them in a college in the human world. I thought it would be best for them to learn about human culture and customs, Hades replied with a smile, recalling how he had convinced his daughters to spend a few years there. Which one? Issei asked with interest. We were planning to send them to Kuo Academy at first since you were there and could keep them company, but then we realized your brother might try to flirt with them. So, they are studying at Stafford University in England, Hades explained, and Issei sighed in relief. Persephone remembered how close they had come to making a mistake and felt grateful they had sent them to England, ensuring the angel faction wouldn't bother them. That's good, otherwise, they might have been charmed by Dai, Issei said, a hint of fear in his voice. Hades reassured him, I swear on the river Styx, I won't let that happen. I won't let anyone I don't trust near my daughters. Anyways, enough about that. The food is getting cold, let's go eat, Persephone suggested, successfully changing the subject. Both men nodded and headed toward the dining table. Scene change. At the dinner table in Hades' domain, Issei recounted a time he confronted Zeus at a faction meeting, making Hades laugh in agreement, even bringing a smile to Persephone's face. To say that to Zeus's face requires some real courage. You really are something, Hades said, calming his laughter. They expected me to help them after they humiliated me. They really thought I would accept that. Issei replied neutrally, while Persephone shook her head. Entitlement at its finest. I expected this from Zeus, but I didn't think people like Cersex, Shiva, or even Odin would act this way. Power seems to corrupt people, Persephone remarked, disappointment in her tone. Then again, power corrupts. I was also corrupted by the longing for more power, especially after you were killed. Hades said grimly. Persephone placed her hand on his reassuringly. I won't go anywhere, darling. I won't leave you ever again, she promised with a solemn smile, knowing how much her death had affected him. Hades had been alone for centuries after losing her, consumed by darkness and hatred towards devils, angels, and fallen angels, blaming them for her death. His hatred even extended to Longinus users, leading him to give up his human form and become the skeleton god many recognized for a long time. Issei had felt the weight of Hades' disdain when they first met during a raiding game, back when Dai was still a low-class devil in Rias's peerage. Issei was merely a spectator during the fight, having never encountered Rias's cousin. However, he later visited him, as he was the one who had given the Cows Brigade Samuel's poison. Upon his arrival, he was met by the angry god, who demanded Issei's presence in his domain. A confrontation nearly erupted, but Issei requested peace, not wanting to engage in battle. He had always been curious about why the god looked down upon Longinus wielders and the races from the three factions. Initially, the god kept his reasons to himself, but after Issei's persistent questioning, he finally revealed the story of Persephone. Issei empathized with his pain, and by that time he had discovered the book of conceptual creations. He decided to help the god, who was known as Hades. Hades was skeptical, believing that his wife's soul was lost forever. However, Issei had managed to clone the Holy Grail and was aware of heroism unsealing the biblical god's power. His plan was to clone all the sacred gears used by the biblical god to seal the beast trihexa, creating a seal strong enough to prevent its release. As he worked, Issei realized that he only needed to use 3 sacred gears: the Holy Grail, Sephiroth Graal, the Holy Cross, Incinerate Anthem, and the Holy Nail, Alpheka Tyrant, the last of which had yet to be found by the factions. Using the Holy Grail, he sought out Persephone's soul, discovering that souls destroyed in battle ended up in an alternate dimension Issei referred to as Purgatory. In this void, souls could do as they pleased, but there was no escape. This was why the original Holy Grail wielded by Villainy had failed to resurrect those lost souls. However, this version of the Holy Grail had removed its limitations, allowing it to traverse dimensions and retrieve souls trapped in purgatory. Issei encountered Rainier and her group but ignored them, focusing solely on finding Persephone. He discovered her curled up on the ground, crying, having been trapped for centuries. Although she was initially reluctant, Issei convinced her to return to Hades, her true love. Issei described purgatory as a true afterlife, or more accurately, a hell where revival was impossible after a soul's destruction. He explained that even in hell, there were ways to escape, but not from purgatory. This was how the Chaos Brigade had managed to revive beings like Grendel and Layton, who had been slain. Issei had to leave purgatory quickly, as his soul was being drawn into that dimension. He escaped before any permanent damage could occur. After retrieving Persephone's soul, he contained it within the Grail. Hades was overjoyed to reunite with her, but they needed a body. Fortunately, Hades had preserved her body as a memory of her unjust death, allowing Issei to transfer her soul back. It took some time for Persephone to awaken and adjust to her old body, which had remained untouched for centuries. However, upon learning of Hades's actions during her absence, she was furious and made sure to teach him a lesson he would never forget. After enduring her wrath, Hades begged for forgiveness, which surprised both of them. Persephone ensured that Hades changed for the better, and he did so willingly. Issei was amazed to see this new side of Hades and felt happy for them. Both Persephone and Hades were eternally grateful to Issei, and Persephone was finally able to reunite with her daughters after a long separation. They invited Issei to visit often, and over time he grew closer to them, sharing secrets and trusting them more than his biological family and friends. Persephone remembered everything, holding Hades's hand as he looked at her with a solemn smile. Issei had risked his own soul to rescue hers, and he was determined never to lose her again. As they enjoyed their time together, Issei decided to eat in silence, but the sound of crockery snapped them back to reality. No, carry on, don't mind me, Issei said with a smile, noticing the steam rising from Persephone's ears while Hades looked away, both flustered. Speaking of which, how is Nyx doing? Issei asked with concern, prompting both the god and goddess to smile at each other and tease him. So the lover boy has decided to go to his girl, Persephone teased with a smile, causing Issei to stutter and blush. Issei stammered, prompting a chuckle from Persephone. Oh, don't worry, you can visit her tomorrow. Hades added with a smile, even she was asking where you've been. You know I've told my guards that you can visit her whenever you want, right? He was aware of Issei's feelings for the primordial goddess, and though they were surprised by his frequent visits, they chose to overlook it. Yeah. But you know I've been busy, right? Issei replied, rubbing his temples, while both gods were well aware of his plans and actions. Yeah. You and Malik doing all those things, but Issei, You know we're worried. Persephone said, her tone filled with concern. You know I will be fine, right? Issei reassured her. But even then, at least don't do anything at night, Issei, Persephone requested. Issei sighed and said, all right, only for you. And I am tired as well. Persephone and Hades exchanged happy glances as they began discussing their future plans. To an outside observer, it seemed like a normal family dinner, aside from two people heading to college. Scene change. A time skip revealed Chibi Issei teaching Chibi Hades how to flirt with Chibi Persephone. At the Hyudu residence, 11 p.m., the factions were starting to suspect that Dai might not be the hero they believed him to be, though many still viewed him as their true savior. I told you, you will suffer the consequences of your actions, Crum declared as he manifested from the gauntlets. Demented. How can he get this powerful? Dai exclaimed, frustrated by Crum's words. He trained himself, unlike you, who only took credit for the work he did. After all, we both know he was the one to seal the Beast of Apocalypse Trihexa when you and Valerie failed. Crum mocked, emphasizing, and Dai gritted his teeth and shouted, punching a nearby wall. Damn it. I should have eliminated him before he could have become this strong. Crum laughed, further angering Dai. What's so funny, Crum? The fact that you think you can eliminate him after he humiliated you in front of your lackeys and refused to help you is the funny part, my foolish host, Crum replied mockingly before cutting off the connection, leaving Dai frustrated and screaming. Ingvild, watching from a distance, shook her head in disappointment. And to think I loved you. You really are scum, aren't you, Dai? She said coldly as she walked away to her room. Scene change. Ingvild's nightmare, 12 a.m. Ingvild found herself in a dark void, wearing her Kuro Academy uniform. Where am I? She asked. Suddenly, Graphia appeared before her, surprising Ingvild. Graphia? What are you doing here? Ingvild asked, taken aback. Don't you know? Graphia replied with a loving smile. Know what exactly? Ingvild asked, confused. Well, you are getting married to Dai, Ingvild, Graphia said with a smile. Suddenly, Ingvild's clothing changed into a purple gown, and horror filled her face. No. This cannot be happening. Ingvild shouted, while Graphia looked on in confusion. What do you mean? This is what you always wanted, Graphia said, her smile fading as she disappeared, leaving Ingvild in despair. The scene shifted to Dai in a wedding tuxedo. Ingvild felt horrified inside, though her body smiled. No. Please be a nightmare, she thought. I am so happy that this day has come, my love Ingvild, Dai said, radiating happiness. Ingvild smiled on the outside but screamed internally, unable to move or escape. God, please, if you are listening, help me, she thought, disregarding the headache that would follow. But no one came. She saw Issei's parents, his sister, and her friends clapping joyfully, and her body was pulled toward Dai as they kissed. Though Ingvild's expression was happy, tears streamed down her face. She was trapped, unable to change her fate. The scene changed again, and Ingvild wore the gown she had on when she first met Dai. There was another Ingvild beside her, wearing the same clothing and smiling at her condition. Ingvild noticed an engagement ring on her hand and a dragon mark, signifying her marriage to Dai. She wept for her fate, chained and unable to move, forced to watch what happened next. To her surprise, Issei appeared, calling out to her. Ingvild, listen. Issei began, but the free Ingvild slapped him in response. Issei rubbed his cheek as she coldly said, I told you to address me as sister-in-law or Lady Leviathan, and I told you not to bother me. I am already married, so I will not go out with you. Issei clenched his fists in anger, responding. You know what, screw you. You can do whatever you feel like. After all, the apple does not fall far from the tree. You are no better than your ancestor Leviathan, almost as bad as my brother Dai. Issei spoke with pure fury, his voice filled with hate, while Ingvild, Nightmare, only scoffed in return. Yeah, I don't need to listen to you, you low-class being and deceiver, Ingvild, Nightmare, replied coldly, turning away. No. Don't listen to her, Issei. You are my hero. Not Dai. Invild shouted, but her voice went unheard. The nightmare version then saw Issei walking away, an evil smirk growing on her face. She turned her attention to her real self and said, "You see, all of this is happening because you turned away the real hero. Now you will stay with the one who only sees you as an object." Invild, nightmare, spoke with mockery, while the real Invild was horrified. "No, this can't be happening," Invild said, fear and guilt evident in her voice. "It is, and I am afraid you can do nothing but live your life with the man who never loved you," Invild, nightmare, cackled, leaving the other Invild to weep in despair. "I wonder what would have happened if you actually heard Issei out even once." With that, Invild, nightmare, disappeared, and everything changed back to normal. Scene change. Invild's room, 2:30 a.m. Invild shouted as she woke up from her dream, sweat dripping from her face. She realized it was all just a nightmare, but it felt all too real. "If only I could have realized the truth, maybe things would have been different," she lamented, recalling Issei's words. "I do not care for you, my dear Invild. I want you to live because I want you to see the consequences of your actions. I can't allow you to fall asleep now, can I? That would be mercy, and I won't let that happen." Deciding to get some water, she noticed her bottle was empty and prepared to leave, remembering Issei's refusal to help the factions. She didn't blame him. Why should she? His lack of affiliation with any faction justified his actions. Issei was not a devil, nor was he part of the church or any human teams. They had looked down on him, dismissing him as a pervert or a weakling. There was no reason for him to help them, as they only viewed him as a tool to be used and discarded. "So you have finally realized the truth, huh? I never expected him to reveal it to you." Invild was startled by the voice and exclaimed, "Eep. Relax, it's me." The voice belonged to a girl with long black hair down to her hips and dark gray eyes with reptilian slitted pupils. "Ophis?" Invild spoke with surprise. "Indeed, it's me. So your eyes have been opened, haven't they?" Ophis said in an emotionless tone. Invild looked down in shame. Who Dai Hyuda really is, a fraud, an imposter, an attention seeker for something he didn't do? Ophis continued, munching on a chocolate. "Yes, I saw the cruel truth of who saved me," Invild responded, but Ophis shook her head. "But the question remains, what truth did you see?" Ophis asked, surprising Invild. "I don't understand." Invild said, confused. "Is there something else I need to know? I know that Issei protected someone like me." "I understand," Ophis nodded. "Let's just say that Dai was not the only one who had a hand in ruining his reputation." Invild's eyes widened. "But who would do this?" she asked, sadness and confusion evident. "I will tell you another time. And besides, I will reveal the truth about Malik and why he is destroying the factions," Ophis said, catching Invild's attention. "Wait, you can help us find out who Malik really is?" Invild asked eagerly. "Just you. The factions and the others have lost my trust a long time ago," Ophis replied coldly. "Great Red will be the one to show you this. He has agreed to meet you in 5 days at the fountain." "But why are you helping me?" Invild asked, her tone sad. "He was my first friend, and he showed me how to understand feelings," Ophis said with a hint of a smile. Many underestimated him because of the lies spread by the factions or his appearance. But despite this, he still helped them time after time. "Remember, our conversation must stay between us." Invild nodded, her head down in shame. "I guess. Well, I think I should take my water and go to sleep." Ophis nodded at Invild's words and left, but unbeknownst to her, she left one of her snakes beneath Invild's shadow, ready to strike if she ever revealed what happened that night. "I hope you listen to me," Ophis muttered, shaking her head as she finished her chocolate, missing the time spent with Issei. "Please come back, Issei." Ophis headed to the fridge to take another Cadbury's chocolate. She wanted to try Diet Coke, but understanding that this was one of Issei's favorites, she decided against it. Unbeknownst to them, someone else was watching their conversation, Valerie, who had teleported to the Hyudu residence. She was covered in bandages from the blisters and bruises she had sustained from Issei. "You are making a mistake, Valerie. Let's see how you react to the cruel truth, Albion warned her host. Valley mentally retorted, I don't care. I want to see the weakness of Malik and who he really is. He hurt the people close to me. Albion could only cut off the connection. Scene change. 2 days later, in Hades's domain, Issei woke up in the room reserved for him by Hades and Persephone. I have never felt a proper sleep. Whenever I come here, I know there are people who care for me. Issei felt happiness and warmth, but he also felt sad that he couldn't stay long. The factions would suspect him, and he couldn't reveal anything until the time was right. Good morning to you too, partner, Drake greeted him. Issei returned the greeting. So what plan do we have for today? Drake asked. Issei smiled and replied, we should go after our first target and make him our informant. I have 3 candidates in mind. Our first target will be Elizabeth Lyonesse, who is the heart of Seraph Gabriel. But how do you plan on bringing her to your side? Drake inquired. Issei manifested the Iron Crown of Lombardy, a circlet of gold and jewels, fitted around a central silver band. Say hello to Alpheka Tyrant, also considered the 4th holy relic, said to be made of iron beaten out of the holy nails that were embedded in the true cross when Jesus was crucified, Issei declared with a smile. Drake was surprised and wondered how it was possible to have 4 holy relics. But how is this possible? Drake asked in wonder. Issei explained, it turns out the book knew there were more than 3 holy relics. The biblical God only used 3 to seal the beast, the Holy Spear, the Holy Grail, and the Holy Cross. But those 3 weren't the only ones. There are more that the book has informed me about, all related to Christ. One is the crown of thorns, which allows the user to see into the future. Another is the Shroud of Turin, which can change into any gender the user desires. Drake was astonished by this insight. So anything related to Christ can? Potentially turn into a Longinus, yes. One of them being the Holy Nail, Issei completed. Drake then asked, I see. But do the factions know about this? Issei shook his head. So far, they only know about the holy relics. They don't know that something has manifested into an additional Longinus. They assume there are only 3 based on the holy relics, but there could be so much more to explore. And using this, we can rewrite the memories and personality of a target. The old one will be gone, and we can choose what memories to insert. It uses nails made of holy energy to attack a target, allowing us to control them completely. Drake asked, but how will we infiltrate the heaven system? Issei replied, I have the halo that Griselda and Vasco gave me when I visited heaven to see the interdimensional room that Michael created for my brother and Irina. He remembered his past with Irina, who had once told him, I will never be with a pervert like you. You should change yourself, or you will be all alone. Her words echoed in his mind, and he clenched his fist, recalling the hurtful rumors spread by Rias and others. Partner. Drake spoke with concern. Right, sorry. Issei apologized, realizing he shouldn't let anger consume him. He needed to channel it against his enemies at the right time. Just then, his phone rang with a message from Malik, enchanted to prevent hacking attempts from Majuka or Azazel. The attack will begin today. You can enjoy your vacation with Persephone and Hades while I carry out the plan. Issei smiled at the message. He remembered he could have created mayhem and said, wait for me, I have something to give you. Trust me, you will love it, Malik. Just wait for a few hours. A moment later, Malik replied, I can't wait for what you have got for me. Issei was ready to go but needed to inform Persephone and Hades first. A voice called from downstairs, Anne, come downstairs, your breakfast is ready. I'm coming, Issei exclaimed. He got up, preparing himself as he headed down, not wanting to upset Persephone, one of the few who truly cared for him. As he descended the stairs, he muttered with a sinister smile, I hope you are ready for what comes next. Scene break. Previously, Goru and the others had discovered Issei leaving for a while, deciding to let him be. However, Dai felt a chill. Meanwhile, Issei reached the underworld, bidding farewell to Sharon. He happily greeted Persephone, who embraced him warmly, making him feel at ease. After a while, they separated, and Persephone asked him how his time was. Seeing him much happier made her smile, especially recalling how troubled he had been during his last visit. Hades and Persephone had consoled him then, and Hades suggested he take some time alone. Persephone later joined him, ensuring he was not alone. When Issei called her, she snapped out of her thoughts and revealed that Hades didn't know he was there. They decided to surprise him. Hades was buried in paperwork when he sensed Persephone calling him from outside. He stepped out to find Issei, and his face lit up with happiness. They all shared dinner outside, where Issei recounted his experiences with the factions, filling the air with laughter. As they reminisced, Hades feared losing Persephone again, but she reassured him that nothing would happen. Issei recalled the impact of her death on Hades and the struggle to bring her soul back. Hades was overjoyed to see her again, and they both drifted into their own memories. Issei, watching them, reminded them they weren't alone. Persephone asked about Nyx, causing Issei to blush, but they continued their happy family dinner. Meanwhile, Dai faced challenges as the factions began to see him differently. Crom's mockery only fueled his anger. Ingvild suffered from nightmares of being engaged to Crom and attacking Issei, waking up in distress. She encountered Ophis, who offered to tell her about Malik, and they agreed to discuss it, unaware they were being watched by Valerie, who vowed to uncover the truth. 2 days later, Issei woke up feeling warm and ready to initiate his first target, Elizabeth Lyonesse. He planned to use Alpheka Tyrant, a sacred gear capable of controlling minds. As he prepared to head down, he grinned at Malik's message that Gregori would fall that night. In Azazel's office at Gregori, he reviewed footage of the fight between Malik and Lavinia, his eyes widening at the legendary power of telekinesis displayed. He remembered that Malik seemed like one of those bad guys from video games, particularly from the sci-fi genre. He wondered whether there was a robed masked figure, but either way, that was not the time to think about it. He needed to find anything that could expose Malik's weakness. Damn it! Things are getting too complicated. Azazel shouted as he slammed his desk. He couldn't find anything that would expose Malik. The only time Malik had been vulnerable was when Lavinia used her balance breaker, but even then he managed to break free and eliminate her before she could regenerate. There is only one thing we can do, and there is no turning back. Azazel thought with utter seriousness. He then summoned a magic circle, recalling how Issei had brought him to his knees without even trying. Not many could do that, especially not Issei, until he showed it to him. His eyes were merciless, revealing that he wouldn't hesitate to get his hands dirty if necessary. "Hey, I need you to help me with something," Azazel spoke in a serious tone, and the voice on the other side agreed. Azazel was worried. Malik had not attacked in the last 2 days, and with his previous aggressive strikes, the silence felt ominous. He had a bad feeling about what would happen next. Scene change. On the other side of Gregori, the remaining members of Team /Dog wore expressions of frustration and resentment toward Malik. None felt this hatred more than Sekiruuyetei, a young man with short black hair and pale gray eyes. "We can't sit here and do nothing," Natsum Minagawa said sadly, her brown hair tied back, dressed in an agent uniform. Tobio could only think of when Malik would emerge from the shadows to strike. "There is only one thing we can do, ask Zeus to release Nyx." "It's the only way," Shigyon Nanadaru suggested. She was an appealing young woman with dark blonde hair styled in double ponytails and heterochromatic eyes, one light blue, the other pure black. Shigyon recalled how Issei had previously requested Nyx's release, only to be denied by the Greek god. "Then all we have to do is lure Issei out and attract the two to fight," Cookie Samejima proposed. Haughtily, but Tobio shook his head in disagreement. Cookie, with spiked brown hair and gray eyes, seemed oblivious to the danger. "You're crazy, Cookie. Issei has shown he won't hesitate to use brutal force to make his point. He mentally tortured Kiba and nearly killed both her and Azazel," Tobio warned, fear creeping into his voice. Cookie's eyes widened in terror as he recalled how Valerie had been treated. "So how is Suzaku?" Esitaju asked Shigyon, concern evident in her voice. Essie was a young girl with brown hair and light brown eyes, dressed in a school uniform. Tobio clenched his fists in frustration over the situation. Suzaku is frustrated. She blames herself. Shigyun replied, and Tobio's anger grew as he remembered his second cousin's state. The discussion continued on how they could convince Issei to help them, but none considered their past relationship with him significant. They knew that in order to gain his assistance, they would need to offer something in return. Opening start. Issei walked across the fields, while Malik stood surrounded by the burning remains of Gregori. Issei and Nyx were side by side, observing the scene. A book appeared as Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu smirked sinisterly beside Rias, while Asia and the other girls fought against Malik with magic. Aika walked through a puddle, and the ORC, Student Council, Valid Team, and Team Slashdog were all shown, their angry eyes glaring at them. Issei looked at the book, haunted by memories of his past and the factions falling apart. Ingvild crushed a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face in anger. A white-haired female angel and a silver-haired woman watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes, determined as Issei knelt, his past haunting him, a family photo slashed in front of him, symbolizing his separation from them. He locked eyes with his brother as they clashed their swords. Opening end. Near Gregori, at 11 a.m., Malik awaited Issei's arrival. He wondered what Issei would do as he teleported using his ring. "Took you long enough. I thought you were going to ask me to not attack," Malik said. "Sorry. Persephone and Hades wanted to spend some more time." Issei replied with a sly smile, rubbing his head, to which Malik laughed heartily. "No worries, I'm not mad at you in the slightest." "So, what are you going to give me?" Malik asked, and Issei responded, "This is Annihilation Maker." "You know I can't see that, right?" Issei rubbed his head and chuckled before shifting to a more serious demeanor. "What I'm going to give you is an army. Have you heard of a certain robot army?" As he spoke, his hands glowed with crimson magic and a magic circle formed beneath them, generating several beings that made Malik widen his eyes. "Oh dear! This is great! Gregori doesn't stand a chance now," Malik exclaimed with excitement. "And I am not even done." Issei continued. Once the army was generated, he gave Malik control of 2 generals, which Malik accepted with enthusiasm. "Oh, this is going to be much easier. So what will you do now?" Malik asked eagerly. "I will go after my first target to corrupt." "I hope you don't mind," Issei replied. "No, I wouldn't mind." "So who is your target this time?" Malik inquired, curious. "Elizabeth Lioness. It's time we start changing our tactics a bit. We need to gather some information before planning our next attack," Issei said, turning to Malik with a sinister smile. Malik nodded in agreement. "Very well, have fun," he said as Issei teleported to the Vatican, where he could enter heaven to begin his plan. Scene change. A time skip brought them to 3:30 p.m., where Issei stood before Gabriel. "Well, Gabriel, it was easy to deal with you and the rest of your brave saints," he said with a mocking smile. He touched the seraph's frozen body, sensing her soul was completely gone. Gabriel was unable to move, her face resembling Aquino's, but unlike Aquino, hers was frozen in place, her eyes wide open, devoid of the will to fight. As Issei moved ahead, pretending to take things from heaven to lure his true target, a voice shouted, You are going to pay for what you have done." Issei turned to see Elizabeth Lioness, just as he had planned. She was an appealing young woman with a slender yet curvaceous physique, pale skin, and long silver hair. Dressed in a white dress with purple accents, she wore white heels and golden leg ornaments. A murderous look crossed her face as she recognized him. "You are Issei Dai's older brother," she said, her fury palpable. "Oh please don't act like that. All I am doing is judging your boss for her crimes," Issei replied sweetly. "Besides, wrath is a sin, and you may fall." Elizabeth gritted her teeth in fury. "You are a vile monster for doing this. Don't you have a heart?" "You're right. I have no heart. I think I left it in my other shirt," Issei joked, only to lose his smile and turn serious. "In that case, shall we begin?" He summoned his boosted gear, and Elizabeth felt a wave of worry wash over her. She needed to secure Gabriel and escape. "Let's spice things up." Shall we? Issei said with a smile as two wings emerged from his back. Fusion balance break. Vanishing Welsh dragon balance breaker. Draig's voice boomed across heaven. Issei carefully applied a barrier to prevent his aura from leaking outside and to block Elizabeth's escape. His armor combined elements from both gears, adorned with green and blue gems. This armor will not stop me from saving Lady Gabriel, Elizabeth declared, summoning two light spears. Issei raised his hand, and Draig chanted, "Divide! Divide! Divide!" Elizabeth's spears disintegrated, but she refused to give in. "Let there be light," she shouted, unleashing drill-shaped projectiles at Issei. "It's useless," he replied, and Draig echoed, "Divide! Divide! Divide!" The projectiles vanished. Furious, Elizabeth realized her strongest spell had been nullified. Issei, bored, dashed toward her, grabbing her by the head and slamming her to the ground. "Had enough," he taunted. "I am not done yet." "Light explosion," she shouted, surrounding Issei with beams of light. Understanding what he had to do, Issei's wings glowed as Draig announced, "Half dimension." The light beams shrank, and Elizabeth was horrified as Issei prepared to fire a dragon shot at her, jumping away from the impending explosion. Once the dust settled, Issei saw Elizabeth groaning in pain, some of her feathers scattered on the ground, and bruises marking her skin. As he approached her, he noticed that some of her clothes were torn. "You put up quite a fight. You have potential," Issei said in amazement, impressed that a mid-rank angel could challenge him. "Kill me then. You have one." Elizabeth spoke weakly, her voice filled with despair. Issei chuckled, surprising her. "Now why would I do that when I have some use for you?" he replied with a smile. Elizabeth's horror grew as she feared he would torment her. "I would like you to join me in my goals. You will be useful to me after all." Internally relieved that there would be no torture, Elizabeth still refused to cooperate. "I won't join someone like you. Nothing in this world will make me do that." "In that case, I guess you need some motivation," Issei said, deactivating his balance breaker and revealing Alpheka Tyrant. What is that?" Elizabeth asked, fear creeping into her voice. "This is Alpheka Tyrant, one of the holy relics, also known as the Holy Nail," Issei explained. Elizabeth's eyes widened. The implications of him possessing a holy relic were dire. And yes, it is a Longinus that has been undiscovered by the factions. It can allow me to control anyone by rewriting their memories and personality. Elizabeth's fear deepened. "And no, please keep that away from me. I beg you." "Don't worry, it will only hurt you a little," Issei said with a smile as two nails of light pierced her arm. The last thing she heard were her pleas before she passed out. Scene change. Inside Elizabeth's mindscape, she curled into a ball as her memories and personality were rewritten by Issei's desires. Helpless, she could only watch. When Issei approached her, she asked, "What do you want?" "You have already beaten me, and now you will use me to destroy my loved ones." Tears fell from her eyes as she felt utterly defeated. Issei shook his head. "You are not wrong. I will use you to destroy your loved ones," he admitted, choosing honesty. "But do you want to know why I am doing this? You hate someone for a reason, right?" Elizabeth looked at him, teary-eyed. "Why? How about I let you see my memories, and you can be the judge?" Issei suggested. With no other choice, Elizabeth agreed. He used his gear to project his memories onto her, bringing her to her knees as she witnessed everything. "So Dai Haidu is a liar?" she whispered, tears streaming down her face as she realized Gabriel loved someone who was not what he seemed. "Not only is he a liar, but he has always hated me. He took credit for everything I did and became spoiled, always wanting more. That is what made him the man he is today," Issei said, his voice a mix of sadness and anger as he recalled his past. Elizabeth looked away, ashamed that many, including Gabriel, had looked up to her. "But wait, why don't we talk to Lady Gabriel and the other faction leaders?" "You don't need to do this," she suggested, hoping to bring back the hero. Issei sighed at her naivety. "Do you honestly think I haven't tried that before, Elizabeth?" he replied, a hint of anger in his voice. Why do you think I asked Malik to put the hallucinations on her? It was to show her the error of her ways, but did that work? No. She is in disbelief, convinced that angels, especially seraphs like her, are incapable of evil. Elizabeth looked down, realizing he was right. You know, I used to think like you, that people could change. Issei continued, shrugging. But that day never came. They still see me as a tool to use and discard whenever they please. Isn't there anything we can do? Elizabeth asked, sadness filling her voice. That is why I need your help, Elizabeth. The factions are on a downward spiral, failing to see their mistakes. They still see Dai as their hero, even though he shows fear in front of me whenever I reveal a fraction of my power, Issei explained, disappointment heavy in his tone. So will you help me, Elizabeth? As Elizabeth looked at Issei in surprise, she felt the alteration of her memories and personality progressing steadily. His words were genuine, devoid of deceit. He had shown her his memories, revealing the truth. She began to see him as a potential savior, realizing that Dai was never the hero to begin with. Yet, she struggled with the knowledge that her own identity was being reshaped. I accept to serve the real savior of this world, but then I would be gone. Our conversation, everything we talked about, will be for nothing, Elizabeth said. Issei replied, you see, the holy nails control the personality and merge I chose, so I can merge both of the personalities, the old and the new one, that I am creating. This way, you can willingly serve me without hesitation. I will convert you into a dark angel, allowing you to stay in heaven and help me in my quest. So, do you accept? I accept. Elizabeth responded without hesitation. Issei nodded and teleported outside, smiling as he said, see you on the other side, new Elizabeth. Scene change. 6th heaven, 4:30 p.m. Elizabeth woke up to find Issei looking at her. Oh, so you're finally awake. How do you feel? He asked. I feel like I am reborn. Thank you for making me see the truth, Lord Issei. Elizabeth replied with admiration. Issei, however, spoke with a serious tone. As much as I would like to receive gratitude, get up. We have work to do. Elizabeth nodded. So how can I help? Simple. I need you to gather information on the holy relics and the heaven system. I will check on Malik and see how the Gregori attack is going, Issei instructed, creating a ring as he spoke. I won't disappoint you, Lord Issei. Elizabeth exclaimed. Issei then remembered something. Oh, I forgot. Here. He brought out a glove that resembled his Lightning Slayer gloves and created a special gem using Annihilation Maker. He enchanted the crystal with Dark Light, a special metal that enhances the user's strength and abilities while making them undetectable to any detection abilities of heaven. What is this, Lord Issei? Elizabeth asked, surprised. This is a Dark Light gem. When you absorb it, it will give you a burst of power, and you can hide yourself in heaven without anyone sensing something is wrong, unless you choose to reveal yourself. Oh, and it also prevents you from falling, no matter what sin you perform, Issei explained proudly. Without hesitation, Elizabeth took the stone and absorbed it. She began to glow with a dark purple light, and Issei watched in awe and happiness as his creation worked perfectly. For a moment, Elizabeth's wings changed to purple before reverting back to white, and she grew 2 additional pairs of wings, enhancing her strength. Oh, and one more thing, you can hide your wings, Issei added. Elizabeth nodded and he concluded, I will take my leave. You know what you have to do, right? Elizabeth nodded, and Issei teleported away. She looked at Gabriel with disdain, questioning why she had served her so blindly before. Scene change. Gregori, 5 p.m. The faction of the fallen angels was in chaos, being decimated by Malik and his forces. Many were being killed without mercy. The attackers were primarily B-1 battle droids, humanoid droids standing 1.93 meters tall with yellow body armor. Individually, they were no better than a low-class fallen, but their numbers were overwhelming with thousands, if not tens of thousands, in their ranks. Accompanying the B-1s were OM Command battle droids, which looked similar but had slight alterations in their plating. These droids were much smarter, each commanding a legion of 500 B-1 battle droids and B-2 super battle droids. Fire in the hole. Show no mercy to these crows, the droid officer commanded, and the battle droids responded, Roger. Roger. They fired their weapons, defeating several fallen angels. They are too strong, one fallen angel shouted, realizing their light spears had little effect on the droids, which were made of anti-light material. Many fled, but they were mercilessly gunned down. Some who tried to survive begged for divine intervention, only to see a massive droid looming over them. The droid fired its hand lasers at the fleeing fallen angels. Filled with fear, they ran as fast as possible while the commanding droids ordered relentless attacks. However, hope appeared in the form of Penemu, a fallen cadre. Described as a purple-haired woman with strong eyes, she was furious. You droids will pay for what you have done. Penemu shouted, glaring at the battle droids. Another voice interrupted, declaring, I believe I am the one you will fight, fallen scum. Penemu turned to see robotic figure approaching her. The being was mechanical like the other droids but wore a metal mask with side platings resembling a ship, white in color, with 4 arms and cybernetic legs. Its yellow eyes glared at Penemu. His hands were metallic, just like the rest of his battle droids. He had a metal endoskeleton that covered almost his entire body, leaving no traces of his original form. General Grievous. You came? The commanding officer exclaimed in surprise. Grievous looked at Penemu and responded, Back off, Commander. I will deal with this fallen slime myself. Keep pressing on the attack. With that, the general removed his cloak and twirled his hands, revealing 2 green blades and 2 red blades. The fallen gritted her teeth in fury and shouted, You will pay for what you have done, Grievous, and then Malik will be next. Grievous chuckled in response. Then by all means, Cadre, come and try, he taunted, twirling his blades at an extremely high frequency, destroying the ground as he approached. Penemu took to the skies and fired light spears, which Grievous easily dodged by skittering through the corridor, while his droids continued firing to limit her movement. Damn it! Penemu gritted her teeth in frustration as several blaster bolts struck her. Seizing the opportunity, Grievous dashed in front of her. The cadre unleashed a barrage of light spears at him, but he dodged every single one. Once he closed the distance, he used all 4 of his light blades to unleash devastating strikes aimed at her, causing damage to her vital organs and leaving several scars on her skin. She also suffered from internal injuries. Ahaha! Penemu shouted in pain, glaring at the general. You demon cheater! Grievous laughed in response. I believe that in a war, there are no rules. He towered over her as she fell unconscious, not bothering to check if she was dead or alive. His orders were to bring the fallen faction to its knees. The commanding officer then asked, What should we do now? One of the cadres has been defeated. Grievous replied, Keep pushing. I want to see this place decimated. The droid accepted the command, responding, Roger, Roger. He informed the rest of the command droids, who ordered their legions to begin a full-scale assault. Meanwhile, on the other side, Malik faced the cadres Baraquil and Azazel, who were furious about the attack on their faction. Shemizai, Tamiel, Sahariel, and Amaros were dealing with the rest of the battle droids, struggling against the overwhelming numbers, especially the new roller droids known as droidekas. The droidekas' barriers were nearly impenetrable, and Amaros and Sahariel had already fallen to the droids' barrage. Shemizai gritted his teeth in frustration, unleashing several barrages of light spears, trying his best to keep up with the droids, but their numbers were too high. As this unfolded, Baraquil unleashed a stream of holy lightning at Malik, who blocked it effortlessly, absorbing the energy and countering with a lightning barrage, a byproduct of his telekinetic powers. Azazel feared this outcome, recalling his previous fight against Lavinia where magic had little effect. He unleashed a combined electric assault on Baraquil, who screamed in pain. Ahaha! Baraquil shouted, collapsing to the ground, groaning in agony from the electric wounds he had sustained. Baraquil! Azazel cried out in worry. Malik taunted, How does it feel to have a taste of your own medicine? He watched as Barakwil twitched in pain from his own electric current. You be a sturdy? Azazel shouted, only to be pushed away by Malik's telekinesis. No. Stay away from him. Azazel begged, fearing for Barakwil's life. A fallen's life energy, I wonder how that would taste, Malik mused as he began to drain Barakwil's life energy. Unlike Lavinia, whose life energy was predictable due to her human biology, the longevity of fallen angels was uncertain, many having existed since the beginning of the Great War. As Malik drained Barakwil's energy, he struggled to escape. Team Slashdog and the others attempted to intervene, but they were ambushed by more droids, thwarting their efforts. Tobio and Shizuku were particularly frustrated, eager to confront Malik to save Barakwil. Moments later, Barakwil was left a husk of his former self, barely alive, with only a flicker of life force remaining. He looked at Malik in fear, realizing his time had come. Barakwil. Azazel spoke weakly, struggling to fend off some of the battle droids. You fought well. Now, if you may, we will deal with the others. Malik turned his attention to Azazel, who was readying multiple light spears, lamenting that he did not have the downfall dragon spear with him, as it was with Asia. However, Malik was suddenly ambushed by Tobio, who attacked him from the left side, tears streaming down his face. You monster! How many more will you kill? Tobio summoned a scythe using Jean, the avatar version of Canis Lycon. Proficient in scythe usage, he flung the weapon toward Malik, who blocked it with his telekinesis, the blade narrowly missing his face. I must admit, you are skilled with the scythe, unfortunately. Malik stepped closer to Tobio, who glared defiantly at him. You are weak if your body cannot move. Just then, Jean bit into Malik's arm, causing him to grunt in pain. Tobio seized the opportunity, breaking free from his restraints and attacking with his shadow scythe, despite one hand being immobilized. Malik, an excellent duelist, managed to block most of Tobio's strikes, but without the use of his second hand he was vulnerable. Tobio disarmed him, bringing Malik to his knees. Azazel approached after dealing with the battle droids, ready to avenge Barakwil's defeat at Malik's hands. Any last words? Azazel asked coldly. Malik smirked. Just a few. Pull it out of the sky, he shouted as several bombs dropped from above. Shocked, Azazel and Tobio tried to eliminate him, but it was too late. Malik glowed a bright blue and vanished along with the droid army and his weapon. The bombs exploded throughout Gregori, resulting in massive destruction and loss of life. No. Cookie. Shigyun whispered, tears streaming down her face before she collapsed from her injuries. Cookie lay still, his pulse gone, a victim of the chaos. Azazel and Tobio were knocked unconscious, critically injured, while most of the Slashdog members were also severely hurt. Only a few remained conscious. Doctors rushed to the scene, horrified by the devastation. Don't just stand there, help us. Shemhazai shouted, urging the medical team into action. They prioritized the critically injured, but it was too late for Barakwil, who succumbed to his injuries. The doctors sighed in defeat. Both Barakwil and Cookie had perished. It was a grim day for the fallen angels, as Gregori lay in ruins, and Malik's forces seemed unstoppable. We have no choice, Shemhazai said angrily. Recovering Gregori would take decades, if not longer. He had no option but to accept Issei's offer. Negotiation was no longer viable. Scene change. Unknown location, 8 p.m. Malik, Grievous, and the droid army teleported to an unknown location. A voice emerged from the shadows. It's a good thing you signaled me before it was too late. The two looked at the figure. Those bombs were effective. I doubt Gregori will recover from this, Malik remarked with a smile. And it is all thanks to you, General Kalani. A tactical droid appeared, dark silver with light silver accents and yellow markings, its light red eyes gleaming. Even without the bombs, our chances of winning against the fallen angels were 90%. I increased that to 99.9%, Kalani stated confidently. He was the tactical general Issei had created to help Malik win the war. General Grievous, known for his ruthlessness and aggression, added, our attack was a success. Penemu was barely a challenge. Now we just need to inform Issei, Malik said, and both generals nodded in agreement. Scene change. A few kilometers away from Gregori, 8:15 p.m. So they did it, huh? Issei spoke coldly, observing the remnants of the fallen faction. He felt apathetic, knowing who his next targets would be. Goddess Artemis and Gondel, the Valkyrie of Asgard, will be my next targets. He believed having both by his side would be advantageous. Artemis was the best choice for infiltration, able to move without a trace and an excellent huntress, being the goddess of hunting. Additionally, the Greek faction was one of the strongest allies, capable of standing firm against their enemies. Gondel was also an austere magician and a skilled hand-to-hand combatant, making her a valuable asset. She would definitely help in the future war if he could get her assistance. Not to mention, she was Roswi's grandmother, one of the girls with Dai. It would be intriguing to turn her against her own granddaughter. When Issei saw her from the shadows, he was surprised by how young she appeared, not what he had expected from someone referred to as a grandmother. Even though Roswi's looked at him with disgust due to the rumors, her grandmother was one of the few who did not overreact, unlike Rias or Aquino. The fact that her grandmother might turn against her would shatter Roswi's completely. Issei watched as the doctors took the injured to the hospital for care. He then received a message from Malik and decided to teleport to an unknown location. Scene change. 6th Heaven, 9 p.m. Elizabeth was following Issei's instructions. He had already disabled the alarms upon entering and dealt with most of the brave saints under Gabriel to infiltrate. She was tasked with finding the holy relics that belonged to the church. Frustrated, she muttered, "This is harder than I thought. I need to find more information to help Lord Issei." Gabriel could barely respond as she looked at Elizabeth. "This isn't you, Elizabeth," she said, glancing at one of her brave saints. "I know you lied to me about Dai being the hero. I was a fool to listen to you. We angels are weak because of the power Lord Issei showed me," Elizabeth replied with a sweet smile, caressing the seraph's cheek. Gabriel could only watch, tears of frustration streaming down her face. The alarms in heaven had been disabled, and no one realized what had happened. "I hope Malik and the others can perform their mission well. Lord Issei won't like it if I remain useless to him," Elizabeth said with a smile as she continued reviewing the information. Her eyes turned deep purple, indicating that the power had integrated well into her body. Once she found the information, she took one last look at Gabriel and said, "Lord Issei will lead us to a new world, old friend." She walked away with the needed information, leaving Gabriel alone. As Elizabeth reached the door, Gabriel felt guilt wash over her, her wings flickering from white to black. "I am so sorry, Elizabeth. This is all my fault. This wouldn't have happened if I had used my ability on Issei," Gabriel thought, recalling her encounter with Malik and the shocking truth about him. Scene break. Previously, Tobio and the rest of Team /Dog discussed the current situation with Azazel, trying to find any weaknesses but failing. The team debated their next steps as Issei refused to help, leaving them with no choice but to hand over Nyx to him. They had never considered Issei's feelings before. Meanwhile, Issei reunited with Malik and accepted the promised army he needed. As he prepared to deal with Elizabeth, he easily infiltrated heaven, eliminating the brave saints and focusing on Gabriel, mocking her for her weakness. Elizabeth ambushed him, attempting to fight back, but he overwhelmed her. On her knees, she was then corrupted by the holy nail. Once Issei entered, he revealed the truth, and through memory and personality overriding, she became his ally. He instructed her to search for the other holy relics, which had the potential to become powerful artifacts. Elizabeth agreed and received a gem that allowed her to transform into the first Dark Angel. She watched Issei leave, looking at Gabriel with disdain as she began her task. Meanwhile, Gregori was under full assault as Malik and his forces tore through them. B-1, B-2, and commando droids devastated the population. Penemu decided to join the fight to save her kind, but it was too late. A general named Grievous appeared and defeated Penemu effortlessly. As the fallen cadre fell, they proceeded to dismantle Gregori, while Malik continued to decimate the remaining forces with his army. He confronts Baraquil and, after bringing him to his knees, drains his life force, leaving him for dead. Tobio is the next to confront him, surrounded by many people. He manages to subdue Malik, who appears to be on his knees, but unbeknownst to them, Malik is only pretending. Several bombs are unleashed, resulting in the deaths of thousands, including Cookie Sanjima. As 2 people die and many are injured, doctors rush to assist the wounded. Meanwhile, Malik and the others teleport back to their hidden base, where they are greeted by General Kalani, who believes they have the highest chance of winning. Issei watches this unfold with a cold smile, continuing the next phase of his plan to go after Gondal and Artemis. During this chaos, Elizabeth gathers information from the 6th heaven, with Gabriel watching in despair. Had I read Issei's heart, none of this would have happened. Gabriel murmurs, tears streaming down her face. She recalls her first encounter with Malik. Scene change. Flashback. The 6th heaven is engulfed in flames. Many angels, mostly low-class, have been killed. Gabriel is on her knees, an intimidating figure looming over her. His red blade and yellow eyes instill immense fear, as her holy light attacks are effortlessly deflected. She realizes she might die at his hands, as he mercilessly eliminates anyone who stands in his way. However, his intention is not to kill her. Instead, he uses his telekinesis to inflict traumatic memories upon her. Please make it stop. I beg you. Gabriel cries out in despair, but the man before her shows no sympathy, looking at her with apathy. Eventually, she passes out from the trauma. The man observes her and speaks coldly, I believe he would love to see you in this state. He lifts her and takes her to his hideout. When Gabriel awakens, she sees the same man in front of her. She tries to read his heart but finds only emptiness. Concern flickers across her face. Welcome to my humble abode. My name is Malik. It is not a pleasure to meet you, he says mockingly. Gabriel attempts to rise but finds herself bound by chains that seal her magic. Helpless, she fears what he might do to her, her mind racing with scenarios. Malik speaks again. I have heard from an old friend that you are considered one of the most appealing ladies in heaven, if not the most appealing in the entire supernatural realm. His tone shifts to serious, but your actions tell a different story, an ugly one. Who exactly are you? I don't understand what you're talking about. Gabriel replies, her voice filled with innocence. Malik shakes his head. Oh, Gabriel. Sweet Gabriel. You are so naive. He continues, you fail to see the horrors of this world that I and my old friend have witnessed, and how people like you play God. I don't understand, all we did was help people. Gabriel retorts, her face showing pure anger. Malik wags his finger, responding, yet, you fail to see the injustices happening in your own organization. His voice turns cold, then disgusted. My old friend told me about several crimes committed by your popes in the Vatican, the Holy Sword Project. The suffering of innocent people. All in the name of your beloved God. Gabriel falls silent, realizing he is not wrong. Even after the perpetrators were excommunicated, the damage was done. And that's not even the worst crime you commit. There was one you failed to see right in front of your eyes, Malik says coldly. Gabriel protests, that has never happened. We have never ignored any crime. You lie. Malik shouts, making Gabriel flinch. Stop pretending to be the good guys. History shows that even God has made mistakes and has flaws. Nobody is perfect, yet you act as if you are. It is time to end this, he declares, raising his hand. Wait, we can talk about this, please. Like civilized people. Gabriel pleads, fear creeping into her voice. Sensing the same technique he used earlier, Malik angrily retorts, no. People like you have fooled us for too long. It is time I make you see your mistakes by force. Gabriel screams in pain, but soon her cries fade into disbelief, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, a new emotion brews within her, hatred for a certain person she once loved. This is not true, tell me this is a lie. Gabriel spoke with tears in her eyes, disbelief etched on her face. You think this is a joke? Why would we lie to you? After all, this is his memories. Malik's voice was filled with fury, but he calmed himself before continuing, You know what, I will let him talk to you. As Gabriel watched someone approach from the shadows, her expression shifted to horror. No, it can't be. You are the one who initiated the assault. Gabriel gasped, recognizing Issei Hayadu. Long time no see, Seraph Gabriel. I pity that you are in this condition. Issei's tone was sad, but it quickly morphed into a mocking smile as he crouched down to her level. So how does it feel to know your beloved's true identity? He exclaimed, pulling her chin closer. It hurts, doesn't it? That the one you loved is a piece of work. Everything is a lie. It has to be a lie. Please tell me it is, Gabriel pleaded desperately. Issei only smiled innocently, his mocking tone returning. Oh sweet Gabriel, naive Gabriel. Nothing was a lie, you know it well. If anything, these memories Malik gave you were mine. Your ability was created so you would not be deceived by such lies. It was ironic, he thought, to see her deceived by her own brother and Rias. No, that's not true. Gabriel shouted, her heart breaking. Dai was her first love, and she refused to believe he could betray her. But tears streamed down her face as she realized the truth of the memories. Now I will show you your biggest mistake. I will ensure the factions fall. Issei declared, and Gabriel struggled to rise. Then I will do what I must, she said sadly, tears still in her eyes. I will stop you from destroying the lives of the innocents. That's a shame. You have turned your back on me, and I will destroy everything you have created, Issei replied coldly, his tone chilling. I have to stop you. I must, otherwise you will destroy this piece, and I can't let you do that. I am sorry. Gabriel struggled against her chains. And why should I not do that? You have already destroyed my life, Issei retorted, releasing her and using his telekinesis to choke her. It's a shame that you need to be silenced. He unleashed a spell called Insanity, developed from his own painful memories. Issei, please, we can talk about this. Let me help you. There is still good left in you. Gabriel gasped, tears falling. You can still be a hero. I am sorry, but the hero you once knew is dead. Killed by the very people he once protected. Issei shouted. But don't worry, I don't intend to kill you. I intend to make you suffer. Killing you would be mercy. I want to see you suffer the consequences of your mistakes, your mistake of trusting and loving the wrong person. He sent the insanity spell into her mind, ensuring she would be haunted by her memories of him. You won't say a thing, I give you my word. And if you die, oh well. I pray for your survival, he feigned pity. Nah, just kidding. I pray for your suffering, Lady Gabriel. With that, he and Malik left, leaving Gabriel crying endlessly from the betrayal she felt. Scene change. I am so sorry, this wouldn't have happened if I had used my ability on Issei long ago, Gabriel muttered, a tear falling. Unbeknownst to her, Elizabeth was almost finished gathering the information needed for Issei's sacred gear recreation. This would not only help him create Longinus gears based on other holy relics but would also allow him to recreate the true Longinus. Elizabeth turned her attention to Gabriel, a cold look on her face. Don't forget that all of this is due to the actions of naive people like you, she said with a smile that concealed her disgust. Her eyes shifted back to their normal baby blue, signaling that her transformation into a dark angel was complete. After this, the world will be a much better place. With that same smile, Elizabeth left heaven to inform Issei. Opening start. Issei walked across the fields. Malik stood surrounded by the burning remains of Gregori. Issei and Nyx were seen side by side, looking at the screen. A book appeared as Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu wore a sinister smirk, with Rias beside him. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik using magic. Aika walked through a puddle, and the ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team/Dog were shown, all under the glare of angry eyes. Issei looks at the book, remembering his past vividly, envisioning the factions falling apart. Invild gazes at a figurine of Dai, crushing it in her hand as tears stream down her face, anger etched on her features. A white-haired female angel and a silver-haired woman observe their factions with disdain. Invild closes her eyes, looking at Dai with a determined expression. Issei kneels, haunted by his past, a family photo appearing before him, marred by a slash. He feels the weight of separation from his family as he locks eyes with his brother, their swords clashing. Opening end. 4 days later, Hyudu residence, 12:30 p.m. Valerie Lucifer stands with tears in her eyes, recalling the painful events that transpired. She had already lost Lavinia, and now Cookie was gone as well. Unbeknownst to her, the doctors and her friends chose not to tell her while she was recovering from her wounds. Her injuries had worsened after she woke up and spied on Ingvild, despite the doctor's warnings. They had placed her in an anesthesia-induced coma to aid her recovery, as the Dragon Slayer magic infused in Issei's punches lingered. The anesthesia dulled her pain, and once the magic was removed, she was able to heal. After her surgery, she returned home, able to walk again. "Tell me this isn't true, Kuroka." Valerie spoke, sadness lacing her voice as tears fell. "Please tell me Cookie is all right." Her voice rose in desperation, refusing to accept that Cookie was gone. "I'm sorry, Valley," Kuroka replied, her tone heavy with sorrow. Without her usual verbal tick, Valerie's hair fell over her face as she ran away. Kuroka called after her, "Valley, wait." Many were concerned for Valerie, feeling helpless in the situation. However, Valerie was too quick, leaving Kuroka behind, who could only watch her go. The situation for Gregori was dire. Barakwil had died shortly after Malik drained his life energy. Unlike Lavinia, who remained in a comatose state, others like Sahariel and Amaros had also been induced into comas to recover from their injuries. The attack had devastated the fallen angels, with over 50% wiped out and many of the injured succumbing to their wounds. Among the remaining, half had a low chance of recovery, including Cadre Penemu, whose injuries inflicted by Grievous were severe. The fallen angels were already the least populated faction in the Great War, and many top-level members had defected to the Cow's Brigade, leaking secrets. The evil dragon war further diminished their numbers, leaving them in a precarious position. In contrast to devils, who had the evil peace system, and angels with the brave saints, fallen angels lacked such support. Their former leader, Azazel, had not intended to continue their race, wishing for it to end with him. Ironically, his wish had come true in the worst way possible. Meanwhile, Ingvild, having left her room, approached downstairs, having heard the news about Gregori. She felt sadness wash over her, wondering why everyone was gathered. "Did something happen?" she asked with concern, relieved that Dai was not present, though she often wondered where Issei was. "No, it's just Valerie came back, and she didn't take the news well," Rias replied, observing the grim atmosphere. Rias had been the first to learn of the situation and had informed the others, who were horrified by the news of Gregori's fall and the loss of life. The one who did not react was Aquino, surprising many. Her father had died, leaving her alone except for her friends. She remained in a catatonic state, lost in her own world, affected deeply by Malik's hallucinations and Barakwil's death. Several others had also been placed in comas, and everyone hoped for Valerie's recovery. Ingvild felt a heavy sadness, realizing the gravity of the situation. The worst part was that Malik was not alone. He had an entire army with him, leading the other factions to believe he was their leader, dubbing it the Droid faction. "Damn it. We were confident that Malik wouldn't attack for months, but it turns out he planned this attack to destroy one of the biblical factions." Arthur exclaimed angrily, feeling powerless as Lu Fei consoled him. "What do we do now?" Asia asked sadly. Rias responded, "We should go and help the others. Your sacred gear will be useful." Asia agreed, while Kuroka contemplated her own plans. "I should stay with Vale," Kuroka said with concern. "I doubt she wants to see anyone else." "In that case, even Lu Fei should stay with her as well," Arthur agreed, though Lu Fei looked confused by their decision. Meanwhile, Malik observed the scene, not with amusement but with contemplation. He was pleased to see their despair, but his thoughts were elsewhere. "If my hunch is correct, there must be other hybrids between humans and demons," he muttered thoughtfully. "There could be descendants of Asmodeus and Beelzebub as well." He pondered whether those two might possess Longinus. "I'm sorry, But I have some appointments, so I cannot join you, Ingvild said sadly, remembering that today was the day she would meet Ophis and Great Red. Many shared her sadness, but they agreed nonetheless. Malik, seemingly amused by the situation, teleported away to meet up with the others. Scene change. Unknown location, 12:30 p.m. Issei was reviewing the information that Elizabeth had gathered from heaven and was amazed. Most of the relics were impressive, but 3 caught his eye: the Shroud of Turin, the Sidarium of Oviedo, and the Crown of Thorns. He had little information on them before, but now things were looking promising. "This is marvelous," Issei exclaimed. "Good job, Elizabeth." He rubbed her head, and she smiled in response. "I'm glad the information helped you, Lord Issei," Elizabeth replied. "No, this helped me more than enough," Issei said happily. "Not to mention, I can recreate the true Longinus with this information. I struggled to recreate it before, but now I can, along with Longinus' sacred gears that may not have been discovered by the factions. I can only thank you for that, Elizabeth." He smiled genuinely, and Elizabeth nodded in happiness. "So what will you do now? And what do you want us to do?" Grievous asked. Issei stored the information in a crystal orb, similar to a recording orb. "I will focus on the gears for now. Stand by until I give the order," he commanded seriously. Both Grievous and Kalani nodded in understanding. "What do you want me to do?" Elizabeth asked. "Elizabeth, I want you to stay with the angels. This may be difficult, but you need to ensure that when I deal with heaven, there are no interruptions or problems when heaven falls, all right?" Issei spoke in a serious tone. "Any mission for your sake will not disgust me by any means. I shall fulfill it for your sake," Elizabeth replied with a smile before teleporting to the angels to blend in. Issei turned his attention to 2 figures in the shadows. "You 2 will also do as I ordered, Elizabeth. Stay with your factions and act normally," he commanded seriously. They responded, "Yes, Lord Issei," and both teleported away. Issei then began to recreate the true Longinus and work on the Longinus based on the information he had received from the Heaven faction. Scene change. The park, 1 p.m. Ingvild arrived at the park, looking around for Ophis. Unbeknownst to her, Valerie was tracking her down, her expression impatient as she sought answers about Ophis and Malik, driven by a longing for revenge for Cookie and Lavinia. "Valley, I'm telling you, what you will see will change you completely," Albion tried to reason with Valerie, but she was adamant. "No, I want to see the real identity of Malik. He will pay for what he did to Lavinia and Cookie." Vale mentally exclaimed, cutting off her connection with Albion, who feared something terrible would happen. Meanwhile, Ingvild continued her search for Ophis when suddenly the dimensions of the park shifted into the dimension gap. Valerie followed them, determined to uncover the truth about Malik. "We are here," Ophis said in an emotionless tone, pointing straight ahead. A massive red western dragon, Great Red, loomed before them, measuring around 100 meters in length. He was once a rival of Ophis and a good friend of Issei. "So she is the one, right, Ophis?" Great Red's voice boomed as Ophis nodded. Hello." Ingvild spoke in awe, feeling slightly nervous. Great Red regarded her for a moment before giving a neutral look to Ophis. "I would appreciate it if you don't stare at him. He doesn't like it," Ophis advised, and Ingvild quickly apologized. "I am so sorry." Great Red's voice boomed again. "It seems like you broke our word, Ophis." His tone was serious, causing confusion for both Ophis and Ingvild. Ophis looked at her snake, which had not activated, offering an assuring smile to Ingvild. Great Red continued, "I sense your confusion, but it seems someone followed you too without your detection." Anger seeped into his voice. Understanding this, Ophis looked around, sensing the presence of another. "Come out, Valerie. I know you are there." Ophis spoke, her voice laced with anger, an unusual display of emotion for her. The sound echoed throughout the dimension, leaving Valerie no choice but to fly towards her in her balance breaker state. "Great Red is not happy with your presence, and because of you, my world is broken. I never asked you to follow me," Ophis stated emotionlessly, though her anger was palpable. "I want to know who Malik is, And I will find out about him, even if I have to see the past of that useless, Valerie began, but was cut off as two powerful auras emerged, one belonging to Ingvild and the other to Great Red himself, who boomed in an angry yet mocking tone. Useless? This is the same guy who defeated you twice in a row and could end you if he wanted to. You are an idiot if you think he is useless. Valerie seethed. And if anyone is useless, it is you, not him. Ophis retorted, intensifying Valerie's fury. He does not want to help because you refuse to learn from your mistakes, Ophis concluded, prompting Valerie to respond. Everyone knows he is useless. I am only telling the truth, even the factions consider him as such. In that case, feast your eyes on this. Great Red boomed, and several images appeared, all showing Issei saving Valerie from having her sacred gear extracted by Rizavim nearly a year ago. Draig, how much time do we have for this to work? Issei asked from the images. Only 20 minutes, and if we cannot figure out the sequence, then Valerie is done for, Draig replied neutrally, concealing his annoyance at having to help her despite her attitude. No, those are all lies, Valerie responded in disbelief, anger creeping into her voice. Albion countered, none of them are lies, every memory is real. He saved you from Euclid and Rizavim when they intended to steal your gear. I was unable to move or tell you because they managed to seal me. Valerie widened her eyes in shock. That is not even the closest part here. Great Red's voice boomed as a pillar of light suddenly appeared, engulfing the two girls before they could react. Why didn't you wait for them to recover? Ophis asked neutrally. It's best they see the real truth of Crouch's bearer's personality for themselves. This will shatter the White Dragon completely, and I will also show them how outclassed they and the factions really are, Great Red declared. Scene change. Valerie and Ingvild found themselves in what seemed to be a pocket dimension. The descendants of Lucifer and Leviathan looked around, noticing Issei walking across the street. Issei! Ingvild muttered in surprise, seeing two people following him. She tried to stop him, but to her shock, he walked right past her, as if she were not even there. All things that have happened, nothing new has happened, Issei spoke with a bored tone. The two followers were Matsuda and Motohama, the infamous former perverted duo. You know them? Valerie asked. Yeah, they are Dai's friends, and from what I have seen, they often talk with him, Ingvild replied, nodding. And all that remains is to continue with life, they heard Issei say as he walked ahead, only for the boys to tap his shoulder. So, Issei, you like the rumors we have spread about you, you little pervert, Matsuda mocked, with Motohama joining in. Ingvild was shocked, having assumed they were good people. Matsuda, it seems like the cat ate his tongue. He looks like he's in disbelief, Motohama added, but Issei remained still, sensing someone and waiting for the right moment to act. Now it makes sense. Ingvild said, prompting Valerie to ask, I don't understand. What are you talking about? I think you are familiar with Issei's reputation in school, right? Ingvild replied. Valerie nodded, recalling her own terrible reputation. I believe these two spread the rumors that caused most of the students, if not all of them, to hate and look down upon him, Ingvild explained with disgust, realizing this was Dai's doing since they were his friends. I see. Valerie nodded. But who would ask them to do this? Ingvild fell silent, knowing that if she told the truth, Valerie might not believe her. I told you to leave the house, but you didn't want to listen to me, a man's voice emerged from the shadows, causing Valerie to widen her eyes. Ingvild wondered what Dai was doing there. Dai approached Issei with a mocking smile, closing the distance between them. Issei stayed in his position, gritting his teeth. He flipped Dai around and punched him in the stomach, making him cough. Dai fell to the ground, holding his stomach in pain. Issei glared at his brother, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Dai spoke with a mocking grin. Nobody thinks to even hear you out or believe you. Good guys winning is just a fantasy, and you are just naive. Valerie was shocked at Dai's rotten nature. That demon, she muttered in horror, having thought he was a good person. Issei, however, got up, surprising Dai, who gritted his teeth in fury. Don't act so brave, it doesn't fit you. Dai shouted as he aimed a punch at Issei. Once Dai got closer, Issei blocked the punch with his left hand. What? Dai was surprised as he struggled to free himself. Let go of me, he shouted. Nope, I am just tired of pretending to be weak, Issei said with a grin. It's about time I show you why I am the older brother. He twisted Dai's hand, making him yelp in pain. Matsuda and Motohama were shocked. Someone they assumed to be weak was overwhelming their boss, and now they were afraid. Let go of me or you will regret it, Dai threatened. Issei grinned, and Valerie was heartbroken seeing what kind of man Dai really was. Sure, why not? Issei twisted the arm further. Snap, H. Dai shouted in pain, tears in his eyes as he looked at his broken arm. Issei glared at Dai, Matsuda, and Motohama. You have been living a life that was never yours, Dai. I should have put you in your place a long time ago. Issei spoke with spite, hating what his brother had become, all thanks to their parents spoiling him and believing his lies. He turned his attention to the two boys, holding them by their necks. If you two ever mess with me, you will meet a far worse fate than him, is that clear? The boys struggled but nodded in fear before Issei threw them, causing them to pass out. Valerie did not expect Dai to be this weak. It made sense since Issei did all the fighting while Dai took the credit. Flashes of memories revealed how Dai had taken credit for everything Issei did, corrupting those around him. One scene in particular made Valerie's heart ache. This is something you will never enjoy, Dai said with a twisted smile, as Issei watched helplessly while medics helped him. Valerie watched the scenes in tears, shouting, Tell me Albion, you knew this, didn't you? Albion gave her no response, while Ingvild looked on in sadness, remembering how Issei had nearly died for her. The scene changed again, revealing a white-haired man with Issei and a brown-haired woman. Valerie wiped her tears and recognized one of them. It can't be, she said, surprised. Persephone? Ingvild looked at her in shock. Persephone? But wasn't she dead? By a Longinus user. Valerie nodded, explaining, if I am correct, her soul was destroyed by the Longinus user, causing Hades to despise us. Ingvild asked, but how is she alive? I don't know, but we are about to find out, Valerie replied seriously. And I think that white-haired man is Hades. I've never seen him in human form. They looked at the vision as Hades opened the seal, smiling. We are here, eh? He said happily. Issei entered and saw Nyx, who exclaimed, Hey, you came to see me. She jumped towards him and hugged him. I have missed you. I missed you too, Nyx. Issei replied, returning the hug, while Persephone and Hades smiled. After splitting up, Nyx asked, Why don't you visit me often? Well, I have commitments, so I can't, Issei said, rubbing his head. But I promise you, I will free you from your prison. I will slice down anyone that stands in my way. Issei declared, making Nyx blush with happiness. Persephone and Hades knew of his nature to do anything for those he cared about. See, nothing went wrong. It seems like he is in love, Persephone muttered to Hades, who chuckled in agreement. Nyx spoke with worry, but they will try to find you if you try to release me. I can't risk losing you. If I stay here, you will be safe. I am strong enough to hold my own. You know I am not weak. I will destroy anyone for even laying a finger on you, Issei said coldly while hugging Nyx. Ingvild and Valerie shivered at Issei's tone, sensing the intensity of his resolve. You shouldn't worry, I will be here, Nyx spoke with a smile. Besides, promise me this, I want you to stay happy even without me. Both Persephone and Hades were concerned by this. Issei shook his head in response. I refuse. I will find a way to rescue you without those factions getting in my way, he said coldly. Anyone that stands in my way will be eliminated. His words sent shivers of pain through Valerie and Ingvild as they realized that the one they considered the true hero would not hesitate to become their enemy. The scene shifted to Issei, Hades, and Persephone. But how will you fight? You can't take them all at once, Hades said seriously, worry evident in his voice. Issei looked at him and summoned a magic circle. Hades recognized it as the result of Annihilation Maker, one of the sacred gears he had copied. They saw the body of someone who would become the face of their new enemy. No. Valerie spoke in disbelief. This can't be. Ingvild exclaimed in surprise, remembering the unconscious figure on the ground, none other than Malik. Issei removed a knife and stabbed his hand, blood dripping onto Malik, whose body absorbed it. Issei-chan. Persephone shouted in worry, looking at his hand. Issei assured her, I am fine, Persephone. Just a small wound. Besides, I need someone to be the face of this new enemy. He smiled as his wounds healed, thanks to a copy of Twilight Healing, his foster sister's sacred gear. Issei looked at Malik, who was a clone of the original. As the clone woke up, he stood beside Issei. This cannot be true. Ingvild screamed, unable to believe what she saw. Valerie also refused to accept it. The enemy was the same person who had once helped them, all with the goal of freeing Nyx. Little did they know that Issei's current goals were far from that. I presume you must be my progenitor, right? What do you ask me to do? Malik asked, to which Issei nodded. Now we will show the factions the wrath of the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei declared, with Malik agreeing. Indeed, we are going to correct the errors caused by their own decisions, Malik responded. But the most detestable beings will suffer the most. Issei spoke coldly. They take what they want by force and use humanity as a means to fight their wars, sending them to the slaughterhouse. Malik added, the supernatural world is a depressing sight right now, but with those beings gone, the world will be a much better place. Issei smiled, not hesitating to wipe out anyone in his way. The supernatural is afraid of only losing their way of life, Malik said with a smile. I am you, Issei said, smiling. And you are me, Malik replied, also smiling. Together, we shall use our power to bring despair onto those who have made us who we are. They spoke in unison as everyone watched them. And I shall use this power to impart the rage I carry inside for all I have suffered, making them suffer one by one, Issei declared coldly, hugging his duplicate before they split apart. Ingvild and Valerie watched in horror, realizing that Issei was now the leader of the faction trying to destroy them. They were uncertain of what to do next, unaware that this was only the beginning of Issei's transformation. Scene break. Previously, Gabriel had remembered and regretted what had happened with Issei, as she was the first victim of Malik, who had ravaged her faction. After knocking her out and taking her to a hidden location, he forced her to confront a harsh reality. When she tried to reason with him, she found herself powerless to stop him, left crying until the angels eventually found her. Gabriel later apologized to Issei, but it was too late. Elizabeth, now one with Issei, revealed that her naivety had caused this situation. 4 days later, news of Gregori's fall reached Vale, leaving her completely broken. As she ran away, the others discussed their next steps, with Rhea suggesting they should heal the wounded, a proposal Asia agreed with. They all leave to heal, with Ingvild refusing to join them. Malik contemplates the need for the descendants of Asmodeus and Beelzebub and wonders if he can locate them. Meanwhile, Issei praises Elizabeth for making the Dark Angel happy, and she feels pleased to have pleased him. Grievous asks what needs to be done, and Issei commands the two to stay on standby, asking Elizabeth to do the same while he heads to the Angel faction, ensuring that no one senses her involvement. Elizabeth nods in agreement, and he receives the same affirmation from the two ladies. His next goal is to recreate the true spear and the other holy type Longinus as he heads inside to plan his next move. At the park, Ingvild is followed by Valerie. Ophis appears and takes them both to the dimensional gap, where Great Red greets them. However, when he senses another presence, Ophis confronts Valerie, who refuses to acknowledge Issei. As a result, Great Red reveals part of the past, and the horror of Dai's deceit becomes apparent. His relationship with Nyx is unveiled, and it is revealed that he is the leader of a new faction that ruthlessly destroys others, leaving Ingvild and Valerie in shock. The disbelief and terror on their faces are evident as Ingvild voices her concerns about Malik being a clone of Issei and Issei leading the faction that has mercilessly attacked Gregori. Valerie expresses her fear, realizing that they have yet to see Issei's full strength. Both girls understand why Seraph Gabriel could not reveal the truth, knowing Issei's leadership would shatter any hope the factions had. The thought of facing an enemy of that caliber is daunting. The scene shifts to Issei, who is not in disguise, wearing a mocking grin as he confronts Gabriel, who is in a weakened state. Valerie gasps, horrified that Issei must have used his abilities to undermine her morale. Issei taunts Gabriel, claiming it was easy to deal with her and the brave saints. As he touches Gabriel's frozen body, it feels as if her soul is gone. He walks ahead, pretending to take items from heaven to lure his real target. Suddenly, a voice shouts, and Issei turns to see Elizabeth Lioness, who recognizes him as Dai's older brother. With a cold smile, Issei responds to her anger, claiming he is merely judging her boss for her crimes. Elizabeth, furious, accuses him of being a monster for his actions. Issei jokingly replies that he has no heart, which only angers her further. Then he becomes serious. "In that case, shall we begin?" he says, summoning his boosted gear. Elizabeth worries about her chances of survival and the need to secure Gabriel. Issei's demeanor shifts as he declares, "Let's spice things up," and two wings emerge from his back, revealing his divine dividing. Elizabeth is frightened as Issei announces, "Fusion balance break," and "Vanishing Welsh Dragon balance breaker." Drake's voice booms across heaven as Issei carefully applies a barrier to contain his aura and prevent Elizabeth's escape. His armor combines elements from both gears, adorned with green and blue gems. Valerie watches in surprise, fear building in her heart as she realizes Issei can wield both heavenly dragon powers effortlessly. "I think so. I doubt Elizabeth would survive this. She is outclassed," Ingvild remarks, sharing Valerie's concern for Elizabeth's fate. As the vision continued, Elizabeth declared, "This armor will not stop me from saving Lady Gabriel." She summoned two light spears, but Issei merely raised his hand. Drake then chanted, "Divide! Divide! 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 Divide!" The spears were reduced to nothingness, yet Elizabeth refused to give in. "Let there be light," she shouted, unleashing one of her strongest spells to subdue Issei Haidu. Issei responded, "It's useless," as Drake repeated, "Divide! Divide! 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 Divide!" The drill-shaped projectiles Elizabeth fired were also nullified. Gritting her teeth in fury, Elizabeth realized her strongest spell had been rendered ineffective. Issei, seemingly bored, dashed toward her before she could react, grabbing her by the head and slamming her to the ground. "Had enough?" he mocked. "I am not done yet." Light explosion. Elizabeth shouted, summoning several beams of light around Issei. Understanding what he needed to do, Issei's wings glowed as Drake announced, "Half dimension." The light beams shrank in size, including Elizabeth's attack. Horrified, she watched as Issei prepared to fire a dragon shot at her before jumping away from the explosion. Vale was speechless, witnessing Issei's ability to use both dragons' powers seamlessly. Albion remained silent, amazed at how Issei incorporated two opposing gears without any repercussions. This is really something," Ingvild remarked, noting Issei's resilience against Elizabeth's attacks. Once the dust settled, Issei approached Elizabeth, who groaned in pain, her feathers scattered on the ground, and her clothes torn. "You put up quite a fight. You have potential," Issei said, genuinely impressed by her strength. "Kill me then. You have one." Elizabeth spoke weakly. Issei chuckled, surprising her. Both Valerie and Ingvild hoped he wouldn't kill her, especially Valerie, who feared she might meet the same fate as Lavinia. "Now why would I do that when I have some use for you?" Issei replied with a smile. Elizabeth's horror grew as she feared he would torture her. "I would like you to join me in my goals. You will be useful to me." Internally relieved that there would be no torture, Elizabeth still refused, speaking defiantly, "I won't cooperate with people like you. Nothing in this world will make me join you." "In that case, I guess you need some motivation," Issei said, deactivating his balance breaker and revealing Alpheka Tyrant. What is that?" Elizabeth asked, fear creeping into her voice. "This is Alpheka Tyrant, one of the holy relics, Also known as the Holy Nail, Issei explained. Elizabeth's eyes widened. The implications of him possessing a holy relic were significant. And yes, it is a Longinus that has been undiscovered by the factions, allowing me to control anyone by rewriting their memories and personality. Valerie and Ingvild exchanged glances, astonished at the revelation of an additional holy relic. For holy relics? But I thought there were 3. Ingvild asked, confused. Valerie quickly connected the dots. No way, she muttered. What do you mean? Ingvild pressed. What were the true Longinus, Incinerate Anthem, and Sephiroth Graal made of? Valerie replied, her voice filled with dread. The Holy Spear, Holy Cross, and Holy Grail? Ingvild answered, realization dawning on her. Don't tell me he? Indeed, he not only discovered the nails used in Christ's crucifixion but also managed to create a Longinus based on that. Valerie said, fear evident in her tone. If Issei had access to the other holy relics, he could unleash Trihexa if he wanted to. As Issei prepared to use the holy nail to control Elizabeth's mind, she pleaded, no, please keep that away from me. I beg you. Don't worry, it will only hurt you a little. Issei said with a smile, as 2 nails of light were lodged into her arm. Her last words were desperate pleas before she passed out. No! Valerie exclaimed in horror, terrified that Issei could control anyone with Alpheka Tyrant. She exchanged worried glances with Ingvild, who shared her fears. The scene shifted to Issei, holding what appeared to be a mobile device. With a grin, he said cheerfully, say hello to unknown dictator. He activated the smartphone, explaining, this allows me to control metal and even hack into electronic devices, extending to those that use magic. An aura radiated from the Longinus, capable of controlling technology on a global scale. Valerie gritted her teeth, realizing the implications. That is why no one knew of the attack until it was too late, she said, frustration evident in her voice. So this gear can hack into anything technological? How is that possible? Ingvild asked, astonished, knowing that the biblical God could never create something like this, even in dire times. I don't know, only Issei knows, but he is not going to tell us, Valerie said, shaking her head. They then noticed Elizabeth waking up. She saw Issei looking at her and asked, oh, so you're finally awake. How do you feel? I feel like I am reborn. Thank you for making me see the truth, Lord Issei. Elizabeth replied with admiration. Issei, however, spoke with a serious tone. As much as I would like to receive gratitude, get up. We have work to do. Elizabeth nodded eagerly. So how can I help? Simple. I need you to gather information on the holy relics and the heaven system. I will check on Malik and see how the Gregori attack is progressing, Issei instructed. I won't disappoint you, Lord Issei. Elizabeth exclaimed, her admiration evident. Issei then remembered something. Oh, I forgot. Here. He produced a glove that resembled his Lightning Slayer gloves and created a special gem using Annihilation Maker. He enchanted the crystal with Dark Light, a unique metal that enhances strength and abilities while making the user undetectable to Heaven's detection abilities. What is this, Lord Issei? Elizabeth asked, surprised. This is a Dark Light gem. When you absorb it, it will give you a burst of power, and you can hide yourself in heaven. No one will sense anything wrong unless you choose to reveal yourself. Oh, and it also prevents you from falling, no matter what you do, Issei explained proudly. Without hesitation, Elizabeth took the stone and absorbed it. She began to glow with a dark purple light, and Issei watched in awe as her wings briefly changed color before returning to white. She also grew 2 additional pairs of wings, enhancing her strength. Oh, and one more thing, you can hide your wings, Issei added. Elizabeth nodded and he concluded, I will take my leave. You know what you have to do, right? Elizabeth confirmed with a nod as Issei teleported away. She looked at Gabriel with disdain, questioning why she had served her so blindly before. Valerie and Ingvild were shocked that Elizabeth had joined willingly, wondering what Issei had told her. What kind of gear is that? He was capable of convincing her to join him, Valerie said, fear creeping into her voice. Ingvild agreed, her tone nervous. I don't know, but if that nail hits us, we might get rewritten. Before their conversation could continue, the scene shifted to Olympus. Issei walked across the fields, while Malik was surrounded by the burning remains of Gregori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, observing a book that appeared. Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor, and Dai Hyadu was seen with a sinister smirk beside Rias. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik using magic. Aika walked through a puddle, and the ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team/Dog were shown, all under the glare of angry eyes. Issei looked at the book, haunted by memories of factions falling apart. Ingvild crushed a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face in anger. A white-haired Elizabeth and a silver-haired woman watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes, determined as she looked at Dai. Issei knelt, his past haunting him, as a family photo with a slash appeared, symbolizing his separation from them. He locked eyes with his brother, and they clashed swords. The scene shifted to a appealing place, once recognized as Olympus, now under attack by Malik and his droid army. Don't tell me that? Valerie asked, realizing the gravity of the situation. Malik charged in with his droid battalion, accompanied by Grievous and several Magna Guards, who were humanoid with glowing red eyes and exoskeletons. They wielded double-bladed electrical staffs infused with dark light and God-Slayer magic, capable of taking out Greek soldiers effortlessly. I will go and deal with our target. Can you handle the incoming cavalry? Malik asked Grievous, who nodded. It will be my pleasure to deal with these divine scum. Grievous said with a grin. Malik teleported further inside the castle as Grievous prepared for the arriving cavalry. Seeing they were outnumbered, he smirked. I was expecting your boss to send tens of thousands, and here you are with only a mere 100. Disappointing as always, divine scum. Don't think so highly of yourself, you metalloid monstrosity. We are more than enough for you and your army, the commander retorted with pride, to which Grievous only laughed. Or it is because the gods are afraid of us. Grievous spoke with a mocking tone, causing the commander to grow even angrier. They are not. They don't need to because we can kill you, the commander retorted arrogantly. Grievous shook his head and turned to the OM commanders. Show no mercy. The commanders nodded and signaled their battalions. They began firing rocket launchers, blasters, and machine turrets, with their ammo infused with God-Slayer magic, wiping out the battalion in mere minutes. These men could easily take on a high-class devil without a problem. The people were either burned, disintegrated, or destroyed by the onslaught, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The commander was left alone, crawling backwards in fear as Grievous approached him menacingly. Why, you monster? The commander stammered. Grievous merely scoffed. What's the matter? Where is all your pride? All gone in just one blow, he mocked. The commander gritted his teeth in fury. This is not over. The gods will kill you, he exclaimed. Grievous chuckled. Your gods will not come. Wanna know why? He grinned. It's because they don't care for you. To them, you are nothing but cannon fodder. Grievous drew his 2 light blades and swiftly ended the commander's life. He scoffed in disappointment, as he was instructed by Issei to continue pressing the attack. The streets became littered with the aftermath of the battle, resembling a natural disaster. Building rubble, shattered glass, and the remnants of Greek soldiers from the Olympian faction filled the scene. Both Valerie and Ingvild were horrified by what they witnessed. Valerie nearly vomited, while Ingvild struggled to stay conscious, prompting Valerie to catch her. Handle yourself. I know it is disturbing, but please. Valerie pleaded. Ingvild looked at her weakly and nodded. They recalled Zeus's reaction to the assault. Instead of sadness, he was furious at Grievous' mockery. He vowed to destroy the cyborg general at all costs, and the attack on his faction only fueled his anger. They remembered the state of Olympus, littered with bodies, dismembered and destroyed. The scene shifted to Artemis, described as a woman with round blue eyes and long white hair, adorned in a short red dress and wielding a large bow capable of firing arrows made of pure energy. She faced off against Malik, fully aware of the danger he posed. "Damn it! You have made a big mistake attacking us, Malik." Artemis shouted in fury, but Malik only laughed. "What's the matter, version goddess? Can't get a single shot in?" he taunted. Despite the banter, Malik acknowledged her power. Her magic was strong enough to withstand his electric attacks, a feat that had challenged others. Artemis fired more arrows, but Malik used telekinesis to deflect them. He charged at her with his red blade, forcing her to block with her bow. She gritted her teeth, realizing he was stronger than she had anticipated. "Not bad. You are the first to push me this far, version goddess of hunt. Such a shame you will get no one to be with," Malik mocked. Artemis retorted, All you men are nothing but rotten vermin. People like you are the reason for the chaos in this world." Malik scoffed. "Such hypocrisy, men are not the only problem. Women can be equally rotten." He used his telekinesis to push her back. Recovering, Artemis fired more arrows, but Malik deflected them, causing an explosion that damaged her clothing. "Is that all you have got now, goddess?" Malik taunted. In response, Artemis gathered solar energy and converted it into a beam of moonlight, a technique she shared with her brother Apollo. This ability allowed her to fight during the day, as sunlight and moonlight were fundamentally the same, emanating from the same source. Using this, she fired a beam at Malik, who blocked it with his light blade. Seizing the opportunity, Artemis shot arrows at him, causing a burst of light. Malik took some damage from the attack, having underestimated her. "Had enough," Artemis shouted, knowing that the attack had taken time to generate. Fortunately, she didn't need her arms to control her bow and arrows. However, when the dust settled, Malik appeared unfazed. He cracked his neck, and Artemis widened her eyes as she looked at him. He met her gaze with a menacing grin and said, "I am bored now." Malik unleashed a barrage of lightning at the goddess, causing her to squirm in pain. She struggled to recover, electricity coursing through her body. Artemis screamed, the pain reigniting as the god-slaying magic he used took its toll. Artemis glared at Malik, her voice weak but defiant. "You bastard." Despite her condition, she refused to give up. Gathering her remaining strength, she charged her bow and fired arrows at Malik. Some struck him, causing explosions that brought him to his knees. "Is he allowing himself to be attacked?" Inviled asked Valerie, who nodded. Indeed. When Artemis's condition was reported to be severely bad, there were signs of an electrical attack, but no indication of god-slaying magic used. This left the spectators questioning Malik's intentions. With whatever strength she had left, Artemis approached Malik, aiming her bow at him. "Any last words?" she asked coldly, her determination unwavering. Malik smiled. "Just a few. Never let your prey speak. I assumed you, as the goddess of hunt, would know that." His mocking words only fueled her anger. She was ready to fire, but before she could react, a piercing pain shot through her stomach. "You!" Artemis gasped, looking down in horror as Malik's red blade pierced her. She coughed up blood, which fell to the ground. Gritting her teeth in pain and anger, she was unable to defend herself as Malik unleashed god-slaying lightning at her. "Aya!" The electricity caused her to drop her bow, collapsing to the ground in agony. Malik held a holy nail in his hands, smiling as he said, "You fought well. Now you will serve man, the very being you hate." He flung the holy nail, and darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. Ingvild and Valerie understood that she would become subservient, as Malik was altering her personality to make her more accepting of men and changing some of her memories. The scene shifted to Issei, who looked at the unconscious Artemis. When she awoke, the nail's effects were evident as she gazed at him with adoring eyes. "Oh Lord Issei, I'm sorry for attacking your allies. I will never do it again." Artemis fell at Issei's feet. He commanded her coldly, "Get up." She jumped to her feet, eager to please. "What is it you ask of this humble servant of yours, Lord Issei?" Issei spoke in a serious tone. "Let me make one thing clear. You are a pawn, and I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate you if you betray me. Artemis nodded, understanding the gravity of his words. Issei secretly summoned a specialized gear that would ensure her loyalty. You will stay here and report everything that Zeus and the Olympians do. I want a proper and concise report, is that clear? As you wish. Artemis replied eagerly. Valerie and Ingvild were shocked by her current attitude. The woman who once refused to bow to any man was now esping Issei. The scene changed again, revealing Artemis chained as Issei approached her. Valerie looked at Ingvild in disbelief. What is going on? She asked, but Ingvild could only watch as Artemis displayed disgust in her eyes, realizing the extent of Issei's control over her. Previously, Valerie and Ingvild had witnessed Issei's confrontation with Elizabeth, where he overwhelmed her with the powers of the Dragon Emperors. The scene shifted to Malik, Grievous, and the droid army wreaking havoc in Olympus, easily dispatching a squad sent to stop them. Grievous taunted that the gods wouldn't come to save them, proving his point by eliminating them without mercy. The focus returned to Malik facing off against Artemis. The goddess held her own against him, nearly pushing him to his limits. However, her mistake of asking for his last words allowed Malik to take advantage, shocking her and leaving her vulnerable. The scene then shifted to Issei and Artemis, who now regarded him with admiration, as he coldly commanded her to keep an eye on the Olympian faction. The narrative shifted once more to reveal the real Artemis glaring at Issei. He showed her his memories, rebuffing her angrily, calling her a quitter and telling her she would destroy her own faction. She begged him to reconsider, but he ignored her, knowing her family was all she had left. He also tells her to see the reality of the factions. The scene shifts to Asgard, where Issei successfully infiltrates. He takes down the Valkyries with the BX commando droids and faces Gondel. In a surprising ambush, he manages to subdue her and uses one of her nails to imprison her. Entering Gondel's mind, he reveals the truth about her grandson-in-law, causing her to break down in fear of what might happen. Issei taunts her, suggesting she will ruin her faction on her own accord. As she pleads with him not to do so, he leaves her in tears. When Gondel awakens in the real world, she agrees to help Issei, becoming his weapon. He instructs her to work on it. Drake warns Issei to be cautious and not underestimate their opponents as they prepare to return. As the illusion fades, the girls express a longing to inform the factions but ask Issei to do so. Valerie confronts him, but Issei overwhelms her, forcing her into SBMsen. The next day at the Hyadu residence, Issei finds himself surrounded by the gregori peerage, his parents, and his siblings, with Dai's peerage present. For the last time, I see no reason to tell you where I am. Issei exclaims in annoyance. Guru responds angrily, you disappeared for a week and didn't bother to call us. Of course we want to know where you are. Mickey, Aika, and Dai echo his sentiments. Issei takes a sip of his Diet Coke, unfazed. Like I said before, I see no reason to call you or even tell you where I am. His words provoke anger among the group. And besides, you didn't care before where I went, so why do you care now? Issei's statement surprises them, prompting Mickey to respond, we care for you, that is why we asked where you were. Issei scoffs, you only care for me because now the factions are in danger. Mickey and Guru protest, insisting they care for him, but Issei stands firm. If anything, you only looked at me now because Malik has made short work of Gregori and nearly wrecked Olympus. Issei prepares to leave when Rias demands, stop right there, Issei. He turns to her, annoyance etched on his face, his glare sending shivers through the gregori peerage. What? He commands. Rias stammers, struggling to find her words. We just want to know where you were, that's all. After that, we won't bother you. Issei scans the room, noting the fear in their expressions, which oddly pleases him. Like I said before, you didn't care where I went, so why do you care now? Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to do some work. He begins to walk deeper into the residence toward his room. Aika's voice calls out, do you even know about the attack on the factions? People are dying because of you. Does it not concern you even a little bit? Issei turns to Aika, his eyes glowing with rage. And do you think I care? Tell me something, Aika. You have the nerve to demand my help, especially after everything you did to me. His voice rises, intimidating his family and the gregori peerage. He strides toward Aika, who begins to regret her words. Before anyone can react, Issei pulls Aika by the hair, causing her to shout in surprise. Guru and Miki demand, "Let her go, Issei." Issei looks at them fiercely and screams, "Shut up." His words silence them, and they worry about what he might do next. He turns his attention back to Aika, his voice escalating. "I am sick and tired of your entitlement, Aika. You don't command or control me. Let me make this very clear right here and right now." Issei's voice thundered through the room, filled with rage as he confronted Aika. "If I ever see you demand my help for the factions or their people again, I will ensure you face consequences far worse than what I did to Valerie. Do I make myself clear?" His words struck Aika deeply, nearly bringing her to tears from fear. He turned his gaze to the others present, scanning the audience with a cold smirk. Asia lay unconscious, while Dai trembled in fear. Even his parents appeared terrified, and the rest of the peerage stood frozen, unable to speak or move. To them, Issei had become a figure more frightening than any monster. After all, he had threatened his own sister. Issei dropped Aika, who scurried away, tears streaming down her face as her parents shielded her from him. His anger flared further. "You defend her when you never defended me. You dare ask where I was when you never came for me? Let me make one thing clear, never ask me again where I am. Or you will meet the same fate as Aika." As he stormed deeper into the residence, Issei felt a mix of hatred and determination. He had released some of the pent-up anger he harbored for his parents, but this was only the beginning. The suffering he had endured for so long paled in comparison to the fury he had just unleashed. Aika, her voice shaky and filled with desperation, spoke up. "We need to release Nyx. That is our only option to ask for our brother's help." Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at her parents and friends, most of whom remained paralyzed by Issei's outburst. In a different scene, Issei walked across fields, the remnants of gregori burning around him. He stood side by side with Nyx, staring at a screen that displayed a book. In his strongest red dragon armor, he faced Dai, who wore a sinister smirk alongside Rias. Asia and the other girls fought valiantly against Malik, using their magic. Ingvild, watching from a distance, crushed a figurine of Dai in her hand, tears streaming down her face as anger filled her heart. A white-haired woman and a silver-haired woman observed the factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes, determination etched on her face as she looked at Dai. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, a family photo appearing before him, marred by a slash. He locked eyes with his brother, their swords clashing in a fierce battle. Ingvild sat in her room, grappling with the reality of who Issei had become. Ophis had asked her to remain silent, and though she was initially reluctant, she now understood the truth about Dai and Issei. She felt a mix of gratitude and disgust for her former self, recalling a nightmare of a loveless marriage that still sent shivers down her spine. "I can't say anything to anyone because my hands are tied," Ingvild lamented, imagining the chaos Issei would unleash upon his enemies. His earlier words echoed in her mind, chilling her to the core. As the attacks began, she realized the gravity of the situation. Malik and his army were relentless, their droid forces impervious to magic. Now those words make sense. "He is going to wipe them all out," she whispered, fear gripping her heart. Determined to reach out to Issei, Ingvild decided to freshen up. After a shower, she stood before her wardrobe, contemplating what to wear. As she scanned the dresses, her expression shifted to one of anger and disgust, realizing the weight of the choices before her. So that's what his intentions were. Ingvild growled, gritting her teeth as she looked at the revealing dress. It had been given to her when Dai introduced her as the queen of his peerage a year ago, but to her, it felt like nothing more than a way to show her off. "I was nothing but a trophy to him," she shouted, flames igniting in her hands. Moments later, a small explosion erupted as the dress caught fire. Turning her attention to the other gifts Dai had given her, jewelry, perfumes, and cosmetics, she destroyed them all in her fury. She only had one outfit left, the one she wore when she met the brothers in the park, where only one truly loved her while the other saw her as a trophy. She regretted choosing the wrong one, and that incident would haunt her. The remaining clothing was a white dress typical of noble female devils, which exposed much of her figure, along with a black miniskirt and a kuo female school dress. I will settle for my school dress for now. I really need to go shopping, Ingvild said with a satisfied smile. She opened a pocket dimension containing the money she had earned, which was not under Dai's control, allowing her to use it whenever she wanted. It wasn't much, but it would be enough for some new clothes. After changing into her school uniform, she left the mess of burnt items behind and set off to shop. Scene change. Issei and Ophis were watching some shows when a magic circle appeared, revealing Artemis. So what brings you here? Issei asked seriously. I have some news, Artemis replied. Your staged fight has raised some suspicion in our faction. Issei understood and used his dimension loss to ensure their conversation remained private. Once the dimensions were altered, Artemis spoke coldly. My sister Athena suspects you, Lord Issei. She has been watching your battle with Malik and is trying to find something to support her claims. Issei gritted his teeth in frustration. Athena was not the goddess of wisdom for nothing. So what will you do? Ophis asked emotionlessly. We have two choices, eliminate her or make her join us, Issei said thoughtfully. Besides, her intelligence could be a useful asset. He produced a dark cloth, the same material he had used to create the dark light gem. Is that the dark hand? Ophis asked, recognizing the gear. Indeed, Issei replied with a smile. It's what allowed me to turn Elizabeth into a dark angel. Dark light is similar to the power that Lucifer created and wielded. Issei explained, a certain amount of exposure can turn an angel into a dark angel, allowing them to remain in heaven while becoming much stronger. Lucifer aimed to turn as many angels and fallen into dark angels as possible, and you know how much stronger a dark angel is, right? Artemis and Ophis nodded in agreement. However, the dark light that Lucifer created had flaws. One was that if an angel or fallen angel had a lot of holy power, it could counter it, much like how our immune system fights off foreign bacteria. The second flaw was the difficulty in generating this type of magic. But I must say, Lucifer was a genius. Without him, I would have never created the dark angels, Issei said with a grin, surprising both Artemis and Ophis. But how did you know this? Even I was unaware, Ophis asked. During Malik's attack a year ago, he had two intentions: to crumble the morale of the factions and to gather information from Lucifer's castle. While most teams faced Malik, I entered the castle and learned more about the devils. I found out about the existence of dark light, which Lucifer had hidden from his descendants, likely due to his pride, Issei explained. Artemis asked, is that why Rizavim or Euclid didn't know about this? Issei nodded. Exactly. I'm sure they would have perfected dark light, especially Euclid. He's one of the smartest devils out there. Ophis gritted her teeth in anger, recalling their intentions of attacking her to take her power. She reined in her anger and asked, so dark light can turn an angel into a dark angel, but how will it work against someone like Athena? Issei activated Alpheka Tyrant, signaling that he had a plan. Issei generated a nail from the Alpheka Tyrant and inserted it into the gem. He then crafted a gold chain with a purple gem at the center. The effect will be slower than usual, but that is what I intend to do, Issei muttered, catching Ophis's attention. Turning to Artemis, he said, I have a gift for your sister Athena. After all, gems are a woman's best friend. He explained what she needed to do, and Artemis nodded in agreement. Inside her mindscape, the other Artemis pleaded with Issei not to proceed, fearful of what would happen to Athena. However, neither Issei nor the other. Artemis acknowledged her distress, leaving her in tears. Issei then teleported everyone back to the real world, and Artemis headed to Olympus to fulfill her task. Issei and Ophis resumed watching the anime until Kuroka entered the room, prompting Issei to pause the show and look at her with annoyance. What do you want, Kuroka? He asked. Ophis shared his irritation as Kuroka, visibly angry, asked, Have you seen Vala anywhere? Issei replied, his tone sharp, She is not my responsibility, so you can leave. Kuroka's fury escalated and she shouted, "You are so hateful, Naya," before storming out. Issei watched her leave, continuing the show, concealing the fact that Valley was now on his side. Let's see how you react when your leader betrays you, he thought with a sinister grin. Scene change. Olympus, 11 a.m. Zeus and Hermes sat at the table, discussing their next steps. They had been unable to sleep due to the recent assault, and many factions were also on edge. It seems like the kid has us in his hands, Zeus said with a bitter laugh. We don't have many options. Hermes inquired, so Nyx will be released, right? Zeus confirmed, indeed. I want you to gather some soldiers to ensure Nyx is guarded. It will be done, father, Hermes replied, getting up to leave. Zeus sighed, I hope I am not making a mistake. Scene change. Elsewhere, in the Temple of Athena, she was reviewing the fight between Issei and Malik, trying to identify anything unusual. Darn it, I can't find anything in this video, she said in frustration, rubbing her nose. Hearing footsteps, she closed her work and turned to the door, where Artemis stood knocking. Sis, I need to talk to you. Are you available? Artemis asked. Yes, just give me a minute. Athena replied, moving to open the door. Upon seeing her sister, Artemis exclaimed, Sister, I don't understand how you can be with these monsters. Athena, understanding her sister's feelings, suggested, You should probably get a partner. Being single won't help. Not even in my worst nightmare, but I have some things to ask you. Artemis said seriously. Go ahead. Athena responded neutrally. Even if you are trying to find the truth, what would happen if the Red Dragon Emperor is one of our enemies? Artemis asked, feigning curiosity. Athena gulped, realizing the implications. We are talking about someone who can take on Azazel and Malik without using his boosted gear, defeated the White Dragon Emperor twice with ease, has access to Dragon Slayer, and possesses a book that can replicate any sacred gear, she said, terror in her eyes. Don't even ask a question like that, big sis. If he is our enemy, then we are done for. Artemis nodded, agreeing with her sister to avoid raising suspicion. Well, I have something to give you, she said, producing a necklace that Issei had given her. Athena recognized its value. Sis, that wasn't necessary, she said, a hint of sadness in her voice. It's not a big deal, I think it would look good on you, Artemis replied with a smile. As Athena took the necklace, she said, Thank you, it is really appealing. She tried to put it on, and Artemis offered to help. As she fastened the necklace around Athena's neck, it glowed briefly, and for a moment, Artemis's eyes turned purple before returning to their normal pale green. Athena's fate was sealed, unbeknownst to her. The dark light, mixed with the holy nails from Alpheka Tyrant, would seep into her body over time. Soon, sister, you will regret your actions. Artemis thought with a smile that soon turned sinister. Well, I think I should take my leave then, Artemis said, and Athena nodded as she left the room, returning to her work. Yes, it's hard to blame the Red Dragon without any evidence. After all, it's hard to hide this, Athena said seriously, remembering that Artemis was the only one who knew about it. She continued to review the video that Tobio Accuse had shown them. At the temple's entrance, Artemis wore a smile as she spoke. Things will be good. She was pleased that she could assist Issei. However, inner Artemis felt helpless, knowing her sister would soon fall under Issei's control. No. Issei. She thought sadly, torn between relief that Issei chose not to eliminate her and the knowledge that she would also become a pawn. Scene change. A few moments later, all the gods had gathered. Some opposed Issei's demand to release Nyx from her prison, fearing she would cause harm. But in reality, their pride had been shattered by the Red Dragon Emperor. Tell me, Zeus, you are joking, right? Hera asked, looking at her husband. He shook his head and replied, No, I am afraid not. It's either that or Malik and his robot army wipe us out. Zeus declared, Nyx will be released soon. You are just going to fall for the Red Dragon's blackmail because we are unable to defeat this enemy. Hera exclaimed incredulously, and she was not alone in her opinion. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Besides, it's either this or face extinction. You have seen what the robot army is capable of, Zeus said seriously. Hephaestus retorted, you plan to hand it over just like that, as if nothing ever happened? Zeus looked at his fellow Olympians and asked coldly, in that case, does anyone want to watch over Nyx? Many looked away, except for Athena, who raised her hand. So, you agree to watch over Nyx? Zeus asked. Indeed I do. I agree to watch the primordial goddess of darkness, Athena replied with a nod. Artemis also raised her hand, causing doubt among many due to her known disdain for men. In that case I will join you as well. I won't let you be alone with that being, Artemis said seriously, wanting to dispel any doubts. Besides, I can't leave you alone with my teacher, she thought, needing to be cautious of Athena's intelligence. In that case, I ask you both to look after Nyx, Zeus commanded. The goddesses nodded, and Athena said, we won't let you down, father. Artemis agreed with her words. Scene change. In the underworld at 12 p.m., the Gregori peerage, Dai's peerage, and several others were healing the survivors of Malik's attack. They had been working tirelessly for days, but many wounds were too severe for survival. I can't believe that monster would do such things, killing innocent people, Roswee said sadly, feeling helpless. I know, Ross, I know. Gondal consoled her, but internally she was angry that her granddaughter insulted her teacher. Meanwhile, Serzex oversaw the situation with a sigh. He was unhappy with the ongoing attacks from Malik and his army, which had severely damaged the factions. We need to increase security, Serzex muttered, recalling that other factions were doing the same. Reports indicated that Yasaka, Odin, Elmenhild Karnstein, and Michael were also increasing their defenses, but there was no trace of Malik. Moments later, Graphia arrived beside Serzex. He was glad to see her, but her concerned expression worried him. She seemed anxious for their son, Milikas, fearing Malik might target him due to his merciless attacks on innocent people, including children. Something wrong, Graphia? Serzex asked with concern. I am worried, Lord Serzex. What if we are unable to stop Malik? She said, her voice trembling. Serzex understood her fears. She had lost most of her family, and her only remaining loved ones were the Gregori family, including Milikas and himself. We have to find a way soon. At this rate, we won't escape his attacks, he said seriously. Graphia asked, and what do we do? We have to give in to Issei Hayudu's demand, Serzex replied. Graphia's eyes widened in shock. She had not expected him to resort to blackmail. She was speechless. To her, Dai Hayudu had always been the solution to her problems, but now doubt was starting to brew. Even Serzex was beginning to question Dai, a sentiment shared by Ajuka, Shiva, and even Odin. They were starting to question the validity of Dai's actions, especially since Issei had managed to take on a cadre class when they had previously deemed him weak and worthless because of Dai. However, it was too late for them to make amends or even realize their mistakes. Scene change. On the other side, Elizabeth was experiencing similar doubts, though she had to pretend otherwise to avoid raising suspicion. She wore a sad expression, but internally, she felt a sense of satisfaction. They were all misguided, clinging to the belief that Dai would save the day once again. Just then, Griselda Corda, a member of Gabriel's peerage and the legal guardian of Zenobia, approached with a look of concern. Take a rest, Elizabeth. The people will recover. Griselda said, her tone filled with worry. I am fine, I can handle this, not a problem, Elizabeth replied with a smile, though internally she thought in annoyance, what do I have to say to ensure no one suspects me? Meanwhile, Shemhazai felt helpless as he witnessed the devastation within his faction, which had been reduced to near non-existence. He had no choice but to agree to Nyx's release. The soldiers were demoralized, both mentally and physically, fearing they would be next. Their only option was to accept Issei's request. Scene change. At the Hayudu residence, Issei was focused on recreating the sacred gears based on holy artifacts. He had information on the true Longinus, but it was challenging to write down. This must be the most complicated gear God made. After all, it is said that his will is present in it. The first thing I need to do is remove. Issei muttered, concentrating hard. After 50 attempts, he finally succeeded in recreating the true Longinus. Thus, I did it. Now nobody can stop me, he exclaimed, filled with happiness. He closed his book and placed the true Longinus inside. To celebrate, he decided to have 2 cans of Diet Coke, thrilled that he had finally achieved his goal. Issei. He turned around, and his joyful mood shifted to one of sadness. It was Ingvild, wearing her Kuo Academy uniform, which surprised him. She usually wore clothes chosen by Dai, and their last interaction had ended on a sour note. What do you want, Leviathan? Issei asked, annoyance creeping into his voice. See, can I talk to you? Ingvild replied, her voice trembling with worry. Issei rubbed the bridge of his nose. Make it quick, I have work to do, he commanded, and Ingvild gulped nervously. If I ask you to stop your actions, will you do it? She asked, looking at him earnestly. Issei stared at her in disbelief, then began to chuckle, which only made her more anxious. You really think I will stop everything? He said, stepping closer to her. They took my life. My own parents chose my pathetic siblings over me just because they were younger and better behaved. Issei's voice rose with each word, and Ingvild felt a chill. All my life, I have remained in my siblings' shadows, the disgraceful child, the black sheep of the Hayudu family. I was always looked down upon and humiliated, whether in the supernatural world or the real world. And you have the guts to ask me to stop? Never. It took me a long time to bring the factions to their knees, and I won't stop until they are wiped out completely. Issei shouted, his aura radiating power. Ingvild, however, was not going to back down. And what? After that, what will you do? You wipe out everyone, fine. I won't stop you, not that I can even if I wanted to. But know this, you will not look down upon me. I am sick and tired of being treated as an object, first by Dai and now by you, Issei. You may hate me, but you will not disrespect me. Let me make this clear. Issei was taken aback, not just by her words but by the strength she displayed. He couldn't help but grin, which made Ingvild shiver, but she stood her ground. Her fear was something Issei could sense, but she had grown stronger now. However, a few things had annoyed him, causing his expression to shift. When did I treat you as an object? Issei asked seriously, surprising Ingvild. You talk to me so harshly, even now, you think of me as an object, she retorted. Issei interrupted her, his tone cold and stern. I never treated you as an object, Ingvild. Keep that in mind. It was Dai who treated you as such. He always wanted whatever I had, he was entitled to the core from day one. Issei's words resonated with Ingvild. There was a time I would have given everything for you. I loved you more than anyone else, but you chose someone who would treat you as an object and wouldn't care if you died. Trust me, I know him well. His voice turned bitter. What I feel for you now is nothing but hatred. Unlike Dai, I'm not hiding it. I see you as you saw me, nothing but absolute trash. Issei's declaration shattered Ingvild's confidence, and she nearly fell to her knees in tears. Yet she steadied herself, showing a newfound strength. I'm honestly surprised. You finally grew a spine. At least you defend yourself now instead of defending my brother, he remarked as he walked away, viewing her in a slightly better light. But the factions will fall, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know what will happen if you speak up, right? So stay quiet and watch. I will fulfill my promise from our last conversation. Issei said with a mocking grin as he left Ingvild alone. She fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face, terrified of what Issei might do next. It was a miracle she was even alive. Scene change. Underworld, 2:30 p.m. The leaders had gathered to discuss their next steps. Present were Serzex Lucifer, Serafal Leviathan, Falbium Asmodeus, Ajuka Beelzebub from the devils, Michael from the angels, Shemhazai from the fallen angels, Odin from the Norse faction, and Zeus, along with Artemis and Athena from the Greek faction, Yasaka from the Yukai, and Elmenhild Karnstein from the vampires. The DXD group was not yet informed due to ongoing issues. I didn't want to come to this, but it seems we have to give in to his demands, Zeus said regretfully, and many leaders nodded in agreement. Are you just going to let her go like that? Yasaka asked incredulously, awaiting Zeus's response. I had planned to at first, he began, prompting protests from several leaders. However, Athena and Artemis will accompany her to keep an eye on her. This reassurance satisfied many, and Seraphol added, it would be best, but the DXD group will notice Nyx's presence. Although I won't let her go, her divinity will be sealed to prevent any issues, Zeus concluded, and the group agreed. Now all that remains is to locate Hayato. The good news is that he returned a week earlier, Serzek said with a smile, though he was aware of the underlying tensions. He intended to warn the factions to be cautious in their next moves. However, I see flaws in the plan, Elmenhild spoke seriously. How can we ensure the Red Dragon won't find out or help her escape? Many leaders shared her concern. I have an idea, but it's risky, Ajuka said, drawing everyone's attention. Like his brother Dai, we should assign several girls to him. His suggestion surprised many. That way we can monitor him. But I doubt they would agree to this, Odin replied with concern. It also allows us to maintain an alliance with him while keeping track of his actions, Ajuka added with a heavy sigh. Many agreed, but some were opposed. What kind of people are they? They are hypocrites for coming up with such plans. Artemis thought angrily, noticing the shock on the faces around her. Inner Artemis, trapped in her mindscape, struggled against her chains, believing her father would understand her disdain for such actions. But that plan has its flaws. Which girls do you plan to assign? Zeus asked seriously, pointing to the faction leaders. We need someone close to each faction, one for the 4 Maus, 1 angel, 1 Yukai, 1 Valkyrie and 1 vampire. Inner Artemis felt a pang of sadness for Issei but resolutely refused to accept being committed to him. That way we can control him, but it would be safe if there are spies to keep an eye on the Red Dragon. Ajuka spoke seriously. Many refused to believe they were hearing this, thinking it was a bad joke, but his serious demeanor made them understand he was not joking. That's not happening, Seraphol interjected, opposing the idea as it went against everything she stood for. I agree, that's a terrible idea, Ajuka. And before you say anything, I know what he did when he came back, Serzex added. Many looked at him in confusion, prompting Serzex to relay everything his sister had told him. This revelation horrified many, and Ajuka clenched his fist in sadness, knowing that if Issei even got wind of this, he would destroy them. Fear overtook many of the faction leaders, especially Seraphol, Falbium, Yasaka, Elmenhild, and Michael, as Serzex spoke with concern. They knew what Issei was capable of, and they couldn't risk turning him into their enemy. First, we prioritize a good relationship with him. We need his support as an ally, not as a threat. If he even suspects us of spying on him, we can say goodbye to our only hope of defeating Malik, Serzex said seriously. His words made everyone realize the gravity of the situation, leading Ajuka and a reluctant Seraphol to agree, recognizing they had no other choice. I accept Mao Lucifer's plan. It is the best outcome we can come up with, given his violent and ruthless nature toward anyone who tries to control him, Athena said in agreement, understanding that dragons despise being subjugated. Inner Artemis was surprised and horrified by her sister's agreement, beginning to think Issei knew something about the Greeks that she did not after all these years. The draft was then procured, and one by one, all leaders signed the document. Athena was the last to sign, noticing her sister's sadness as she saw both their names on it. Don't worry, sister, you are not alone in this, Artemis said, feigning sadness while feeling anger inside. After all, you are no different from these demons, she thought angrily, shocking Inner Artemis. It was concluded that these would be the girls engaged to Issei. From the devils, it would be Sikvaria Agars and Latia Astroth. From the angels, Marana Sharatova and Elizabeth Leoness. From the vampires, Valerie Teeps of the Teeps faction. From the Greeks, it would be Artemis, Athena, and finally Nyx. The fallen angels, Yukais, and Norse were still to be discussed, but for now, the pressing issue was convincing Issei to sign the treaty. We need to talk to the girls about this. Tomorrow evening will be crucial in determining whether he joins us, Serzex stated seriously, and the factions agreed. As they began to leave one by one, Athena spoke with an apologetic tone, "I am so sorry for this." Artemis shook her head and smiled, "We have no choice but to accept, and don't expect me to tolerate men. I don't like being close to them," she said, though she was not referring to Issei, but to the men of the DXD group. Athena nodded and left, leaving Artemis alone with her inner counterpart, who was now angry. "Can I ask you something?" Inner Artemis gritted her teeth. "Oh, what is it? Did your eyes finally open?" Artemis replied mentally. Inner Artemis nodded and asked, "Can you arrange for me to talk to Lord Issei? It's important. I want to willingly join him." Artemis grinned with happiness. "It shall be done, today itself." She was done with working for the Greek faction if they were just willing to give her to someone she barely knew. Scene break. Previously, Issei had returned to find himself bombarded with questions from his parents and others, who were not getting any answers. Aika made the mistake of demanding his help, prompting Issei to show he was not to be trifled with. He brought her close and yelled at her, nearly bringing her to tears from fear. When he saw his parents defend her, his anger intensified, and he berated them all, warning that the next time they bothered him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. He then walks inside, leaving them in fear. Ingvild wonders how she will convince Issei to give up his attack when she finds several pieces of clothing. After taking a bath and realizing she was nothing but a pawn for him, she burns them all. She then wears her Kuo clothing as she goes to shop. Meanwhile, Issei and Ophis are watching anime when Artemis comes in to discuss her state of approval. Issei understands this and gives her a necklace that she will make Athena wear to deal with her, knowing it will lead to her corruption. After Artemis leaves, Kuroka demands to know where Valerie is, but Issei has no idea. Meanwhile, the gods of Greek mythology discuss their options, and Zeus agrees to release Nyx. Athena and Artemis meet, with Athena checking videos on Issei and Malik. Artemis gives her a necklace that begins to corrupt her slowly. Moments later, all the gods and goddesses gather, some against the release of Nyx, but they have no choice but to accept Issei's deal. They agree to leave Artemis and Athena to guard Nyx while sealing away her divinity. Afterward, Issei successfully recreates the true Longinus. As this unfolds, Issei encounters Ingvild, who tries to convince him, but he refuses. Ingvild, feeling angry about how Issei treats her, retorts back. Issei responds with points that break her down, but she remains resilient. Surprised by her determination, Issei does not change his goals and walks away, planning his next move. The factions then decide what to do next, with Ajuka suggesting putting some girls up for engagement, including Artemis, which shocks her. She did not expect her father to agree without hesitation. In the underworld at 6 p.m., the DXD group appears tired, struggling to find leads on the droid army and Malik. Among them, Sikveria Agars, Asia Argento, and Ravel Phoenix stand out with their exhaustion. "Demen!" Biko exclaims in frustration. "We couldn't find anything on that yesterday. It's like the earth swallowed him whole." "I'm not surprised," Arthur replies. "He hides himself and attacks when we least expect it." Rias, fearful of an attack, asks, "You're kidding, right?" Arthur shakes his head. "The attacks are meant to destroy the factions," Sona adds worriedly. "If we look at the video, Malik and Issei are leagues above us," Tsubaki states, causing many to grimace at Malik's name. "That idiot is just a joke," Genshiro Saji says with disgust. "He's just a human with nothing special." "That human was the only one known to go toe-to-toe with Malik and win," Sona counters, making Genshiro clench his fists in annoyance. "And he's the Red Dragon Emperor? Who took down Azazel without his gear," she continues, further angering him. "How did this happen under our noses? When did he grow up?" Aika thinks with sadness and fear, imagining her brother at the top. "Then how can we ask for his help?" Sayord Bale asks. Tsubaki responds, "We have to release Nyx." Her words shock many. "We have no other choice." He doesn't understand that her return will bring bad memories for Ingvild, Dai speaks coldly, but Sona shakes her head. "Sorry, we have no other choice. It's either we release her or face extinction." Her words silence Dai. Innocent lives are in danger, we either do this or they suffer. Elizabeth watches everything with confusion but secretly laughs at their desperation. I can't believe I was so blind in thinking they are our saviors. I should thank Lord Issei for opening my eyes, she thinks with disgust and gratitude directed at Issei. The looks she receives from the boys are anything but holy. She flies off using her wings to a different location in the underworld where Griselda is. Griselda, I will be leaving, I have some appointments, Elizabeth says. Griselda responds, don't you want someone to accompany you? Elizabeth shakes her head. Very well, you may leave, Griselda replies with a smile. Elizabeth flies off, needing to report to Lord Issei about what is going on. She wanted to get away from them as soon as possible. The girl understood your gaze, my dear host, and even your friends as well. Vitra spoke with a mocking tone, mentally to Issei, which annoyed him. Issei was walking across the fields. Malik was surrounded by the burning remains of Gregori. Issei and Nyx were seen side by side, looking at a screen. A book appeared as Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu wore a sinister smirk, with Rias standing next to him. Asia and the other girls were fighting against Malik, using magic. Aika walked through a puddle looking up. The ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team Slashdog were all present, their expressions filled with anger. Issei glanced at the book, remembering his past and envisioning the factions falling apart. Ingvild looked at a figurine of Dai, crushing it with tears in her eyes and anger on her face. A white-haired woman and a silver-haired woman watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes and looked at Dai with determination. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, as a family photo appeared, slashed through the middle. He locked eyes with his brother as they clashed their swords. Haidu residence, 7 p.m. Issei sat on his couch, bored as always. He had enjoyed his time in Hades's domain, where he could talk to Persephone and Hades. Hey Drake, any ideas to cut the boredom? Issei asked his best friend. Drake replied, nothing. Ever since you succeeded in recreating the true Longinus, the other holy artifacts have been easy. I would suggest training, but you know all the ways to activate the full power of any sacred gear. Honestly, you could even take on the gods at this point, so even I am out of ideas. They both sighed, feeling the weight of their inactivity. Moments later, a magic circle opened up. Maybe this day will get interesting, Issei said, with Drake nodding in agreement. However, before Issei could move, he felt something smothering him. When he realized what it was, he blushed. A voice said, I shouldn't have been in a rush. Issei recognized it as Artemis. She looked down at him, her expression not pleasant. I am only going to give you 3 seconds to get up before I shock you with lightning slayer gloves, Issei said coldly. Artemis blushed, jumped off, and apologized profusely, bowing repeatedly. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to do it. I won't repeat it again, Lord Issei. Drake laughed, which annoyed Issei. He composed himself and asked, what are you even doing here? Artemis took a moment to gather herself and spoke seriously. I have good news, bad news, and a request. Issei understood why she had been in a rush. He sighed and activated Dimension Lost to ensure no one could hear their conversation. The dimensions shifted. Speak, Issei commanded. The good news is that the goddess Nyx will be released soon. Issei's mood shifted from neutral to happy. Good, very good. Everything is going as I have foreseen, he said, pleased. He remembered the bad news and request. Go ahead with the bad news, he commanded seriously. You may not like this one. Are you sure? Artemis asked. Issei sighed. Look, I know the factions won't release her without some restrictions. Anger tinged his voice. Just get on with it, I can handle it. Very well then, they plan on sending myself and Athena to guard her, as well as sealing her divinity. Artemis said, her tone serious and disgusted. Issei nodded, expecting this. Of course they were going to do that. Artemis shook her head, surprising him. That's not all. The factions are planning to engage you with several girls. Issei's eyes widened. What? Explain. Artemis nodded, unaffected by his command, and explained everything that had happened in the meeting. Issei was not happy. They thought of controlling him and spying on him with the girls. He was disgusted by the fact that they didn't care about using their own family for this. For someone who barely had any family or friends, I understand the value of loved ones more than most people, Issei said, anger rising. Those idiots? He shouted, releasing some of his aura. Artemis fell back in fear, worried about what her lord would do. Understanding this, Issei sighed and apologized. Sorry. It's just that when they do such things, I get angry too. Artemis composed herself and shook her head. No, even I am angry. The fact that they think this way, such hypocrites. This brings me to the third reason I am here, the request. Inner Artemis is ready to join us. Artemis said happily, surprising Issei, who smiled. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Issei spoke as he activated Alpheka Tyrant and entered Artemis's mindscape. The other Artemis was happy that she would finally be whole. Scene change. Artemis's mindscape, 7:30 p.m. Issei looked at Artemis, who had tears in her eyes. You came, she said, her voice filled with emotion. Issei nodded. I did. Are you sure about this? Once you do, there is no turning back. You will lose your father, mother, sister, everyone. You can still back out now. Artemis shook her head, her anger evident. Zeus engaged me to someone I barely knew. If he was willing to sacrifice me and my sister, then I was only meant as a means to an end. She took a deep breath, determination filling her voice. I'm in. I don't want to be near those men from my faction or the DXD group. I want to be by your side. Issei nodded in response. In that case, I will remove the nail. You will return to your original body. Betray me and you die, all right? Artemis nodded without hesitation. I would rather take my own life than turn on someone like you. I will do anything you ask. Welcome to the team, Artemis. Issei declared, and everything faded to white as the merging was completed. Both Artemis were now one. Scene change. Hyadu residence, 7:50 p.m. Issei and Artemis returned to the real world, or the one in the dimensional gap. Artemis looked at her body, relieved to be back in her own form. Issei held the holy nail in his hand, which then disappeared. Thank you, Lord Issei. What do you ask me to do? Artemis asked with admiration. Keep an eye on the Greek faction and the others. Pretend like you are still a part of them. Make sure they don't find out about you, Issei instructed. Artemis's smile faded slightly. She was not pleased with the command. Sensing her discomfort, Issei spoke seriously. Look, you will have to tolerate men for a while. I know this may not make you happy, but you must do it. Artemis nodded, understanding that her feelings were affecting her lord. Very well, I will keep my hatred in check. If there is anyone I can trust, it is you. Because you never lied to me. With a smile, she teleported to Olympus to act as his spy. Issei felt a sense of satisfaction. Artemis had willingly joined him, just like Elizabeth. Now, all that remained was Gondel, which would happen soon. Scene change. Astaroth territory, underworld, 8:15 p.m. Ajuka Beelzebub sat with a tired expression, unsure how to explain the engagement to his niece, Latia Astaroth. Moments later, a servant announced her arrival. Latia entered, a appealing girl with almond eyes and long blonde hair tipped with blue, dressed in a noble-like gown and holding an elegant folding fan. Is something the matter, Lord Beelzebub? Latia asked, surprised to see her uncle. Latia, I have something to tell you. Ajuka spoke with a serious tone that made her shiver. Uncle, you are making me concerned. Did something happen? She asked, worry creeping into her voice. I am sorry for this, Ajuka said, sadness evident in his tone. But I had to arrange your engagement to someone. Latia's eyes widened in shock. Please tell me you are joking, she said, disbelief etched on her face. How could you? She asked, her voice trembling. Look, Latia, Ajuka began, but Latia interrupted him. Save it. I don't want your apology. Who is it? Ajuka hesitated, realizing he hadn't considered her feelings in this decision. It's the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei Haidu. I see, Latia replied, her tone devoid of emotion. She knew of him through stories from Rias and the others, but she had never met him. Latia, please Ajuka tried to explain, but she cut him off. You should have told me before making this decision. Latia glared at her uncle. Now, if you will excuse me, I need some time alone to prepare for the engagement. Her tone held a hint of mockery, disappointment evident in her expression. But she knew sooner or later she would be engaged to someone. That was a lady's fate in the Devil Society, and there was nothing she could do. Her uncle had protected her for a long time. Ajuka felt helpless seeing this situation unfold, as he was the one who had proposed pairing the girls with the Red Dragon Emperor. Scene change. Second heaven, 8 p.m. Are you serious? A woman shouted in the corridor. This was Marana Sharatova, a girl with cyan hair and amethyst eyes, wearing a flower in her hair and carrying a parasol. Her expression was one of discontent. She wore a dark-colored skirt and leggings that reached her calves, along with a covering around her chest area. I am sorry, Marana, but both you and Elizabeth are engaged. Michael spoke with a tone of sadness. Elizabeth was shocked by this revelation, though she feigned disbelief. Deep down, she was horrified that Michael would sacrifice her and Marana. She lost any remaining faith she had in the Angel faction. No, I refuse. This is unacceptable. Elizabeth shouted in anger. She was furious about what had just happened, but even that was a facade to avoid raising suspicion. At this point, she would rather be with Issei than with these hypocrites. You have no choice in the matter, the same goes for both of you. Michael said seriously, though he too was unhappy with the situation. Elizabeth stormed off, pretending to be furious as Marana called after her, Elizabeth, wait. Marana shot a side glare before following her friend. Both girls despised the engagement, and Michael felt ashamed of what he had done. Once Elizabeth was out of sight, she longed to go to Lord Issei. She remembered that a part of her consciousness still believed what Issei was doing was wrong, but unlike Artemis or Gondel, hers was sealed away, leaving her unable to interact. That was until now, when she sensed someone was in her body. To her shock, it was Elizabeth. In reality, a small portion of her original personality and memories remained, an oversight that even Issei could not have predicted. In his rush to merge dark light with her, he had forced even her inner personality to accept him, since her holy light would reject the dark light. This was necessary to prevent heaven from detecting her fall and casting her out, as they wanted to keep her as a spy for Issei. He had to act quickly, using more holy nails than intended, which nearly erased her original personality. Detecting her now sensible presence, Elizabeth spoke to her inner self. So you see it now, Elizabeth. Michael only sees our Lord as a greedy and jealous man. I hope you are watching because soon you will realize how far the angels have fallen. Even Gabriel failed to see the truth about our Lord. Elizabeth flew towards Issei with her inner consciousness. Although weak, she was able to see the true nature of the angels and wanted to talk to Issei about willingly joining him. However, unbeknownst to anyone, even Issei himself, he had found a way to create mindless spies meant to gather information on the factions. Scene change. Hayadu residence, 8:15 p.m. Issei was pleased with the developments. He was contemplating how to free Nyx, as he refused to allow those girls to build relationships with the factions. He pitted them. Issei was surprised to see a magic circle open up, revealing Elizabeth. Lord Issei, I am sorry for coming in unannounced. Elizabeth spoke with a guilty tone. Issei shook his head, relieved that, unlike Artemis, she did not impose her presence on him. No, it's fine. Tell me what you wanted to say. And before you ask, I am aware of what happened in the meeting. Artemis told me about it. Issei said. Elizabeth shook her head and explained that some of her personality remained in her original body due to Issei using too many holy nails, which typically would completely separate the original from the copy. Issei was left bewildered. I was not expecting this. An unknown variable. I should have known angels were known for their blind loyalty, but this is not what I anticipated. He looked at Elizabeth and asked, so I need to talk to her true personality, is that it? Elizabeth nodded in agreement, and Issei sighed, activating Alpheka Tyrant to enter her mind. Scene change. Elizabeth's mindscape, 8:30 p.m. Hello, Elizabeth. What happened? Issei spoke with surprise, seeing Elizabeth in tears, constantly rubbing her eyes. What she had seen and heard had shattered her. She was not chained, unlike Artemis or Gondel. I believed them. I trusted them. I always thought serving God was right, and those who served God were right, Elizabeth sobbed. But I was wrong. They only saw him as a pawn, that's all. That demon Michael. Issei thought in anger. He now understood that the other girls must be going through similar turmoil, and he hated Ajuka for coming up with this idea. Despite this, he couldn't feel sympathy for her due to his past. So what do you want to do? Issei asked Elizabeth. She cried for a moment, then composed herself and said, I want to serve you. You have never lied to me or done anything behind my back. I longing to serve you, not heaven anymore. Her voice was determined. Issei sighed and replied, Very well, I will remove the nail too. Undo the merging, but you must be completely loyal to me. Betray me in any way, Elizabeth, and you will face the consequences. Elizabeth nodded without hesitation. I am yours to command. You never lied to me, I am ready to join you on my own accord. Issei nodded and decided to remove the nail. Elizabeth smiled genuinely before the mindscape faded away. Scene change. Haidu residence, 8:45 p.m. Issei held a holy nail in his hands as he looked at Elizabeth, who had woken up in the real world. She examined her hands, relieved to be back in her own body. The holy nail disappeared, and Elizabeth bowed before him, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for this, Lord Issei. He nodded in response before she left to continue gathering information for him within the Heaven faction. She still needed to explain herself to Marana Sharatova to avoid raising suspicion about her actions. Life is good, Issei said with a smile, pleased that two allies, Elizabeth and Artemis, had willingly joined him. Now he just had to wait for the factions to send someone his way so he could play along with their plans. He also needed to research the phenomenon that had occurred with Elizabeth, knowing it could be advantageous for him. Scene change. The next day, Haidu residence, 4 p.m. Issei sat on a chair, waiting for the leaders to arrive. He was on edge not because of the faction leaders, but because he was eager to see Nyx. He felt love for her but wasn't ready to confess yet. A magic circle opened, indicating that Surzex had come personally to him to the meeting. Issei, you need to come for, Surzex began, but Issei interrupted, Yeah, I'm aware. Let's get this over with. His uninterested tone surprised Surzex, but he maintained his composure as they teleported to the meeting location. Underworld, 4:30 p.m. Welcome, Issei Haidu. Surzex declared in a seemingly friendly manner. Issei scanned the room, noting the leaders of the devils, along with Graphia, and representatives from the Fallen, Norse, Greek, Yukai, and Vampire factions. He noticed Artemis and Elizabeth smiling at him, which made him internally grin. His allies had adjusted well to the situation. He observed the girls who were to be engaged, noticing their displeasure, particularly Sekiruuyetei and Latia, who glared at him for being one of the reasons for their predicament. I assumed it was only between the faction leaders, so what are these ladies doing here? Issei asked, feigning ignorance. Latia was about to shout, but Sekiruuyetei stopped her. Surzex spoke seriously on behalf of the leaders. We have come to a decision regarding Nyx's release. He looked at Issei, who took his seat, checking for any seals before sitting down. So you took my request, huh? Not bad. Issei said, pretending to be surprised and pleased. Then he added with a serious tone, but I feel like there's a big but here. This caught the leaders off guard. Shemhazai spoke seriously, but we want your cooperation and alliance in return. Issei replied neutrally, well, I did promise you that. This caused a wave of relief among the leaders. However, Issei then smirked internally, ready to make the factions play his game. May I look at the draft? He asked. Shemhazai nodded, and as Issei read the draft, his displeasure became evident. He noticed many discrepancies, particularly that he was expected to marry all these girls, which he was not willing to do. He also realized that Nyx's divinity being sealed was not mentioned, which infuriated him. When he requested her release, he made it clear she should be freed in one piece. Stripping away someone's essence was unacceptable, especially for those he cared about. Really? I wouldn't notice. Issei exclaimed, shocking the leaders. You want me to engage with these girls to become your ally? Is that what you have become? Have you become that desperate? Issei shouted angrily at the leaders. The leaders, along with several of the engagement girls, were angered by his words. However, Artemis and Elizabeth felt a sense of satisfaction, especially Artemis, who knew how furious Issei was when he learned of this the day before. The fact that you engage them within a day means that most of them wouldn't even have time to prepare. You faction leaders disgust me to the very core. Issei's voice was filled with anger, and his aura radiated power, though he kept his true identity hidden for now. But how did you know about the meeting yesterday? Seraphal asked, shocked. She feared that if Issei discovered the truth, they could forget about his assistance. Issei chuckled, his voice shifting into a mocking laugh. I have eyes and ears everywhere, so don't even think about hiding things from me, he said with a sinister grin, instilling fear in the leaders. I also know that you tried to use them to spy on me. You even attempted to control me. And not to mention the fact that you tried to strip her of her divinity. How dare you? Issei's voice rose to a scream, causing many to tremble. Brat, we are releasing her, so you should be grateful that we are even doing that. Zeus growled, his fury palpable. Issei glared at him, refusing to back down. Oh, don't get me started, Mr. Cheater God. Issei shouted, shocking everyone with his disrespect towards the Thunder God. What if I stripped your divinity? It's almost like stripping away your very nature. When I said to release Nyx, there were no strings attached. His voice grew louder, igniting anger in many, especially Zeus, who was equally furious. Artemis and Elizabeth watched with interest, knowing Issei was far from finished. With a frustrated sigh, he declared, You know what? I will do it myself. His words stunned those present as he used his ring to open a portal directly to Nyx's prison. He spent a moment inside, using god-slaying magic to nullify all the seals placed on her. Moments later, he emerged with a mocking tone. You know what they say, if you want something done right, do it yourself. Issei looked toward the portal with a loving smile. Come on out, Nyx. Everyone was shocked as he managed to undo seals meant for gods. An appealing young woman with long black hair and pointy ears stepped out, wearing a frilly dress that exuded a powerful dark aura. I see, you didn't have to. Nyx spoke with concern, fearing for Issei's safety. He returned her worried gaze with a loving smile. No need to worry, Nyx. Let them try, let's see how far they get. Issei's mocking smile shocked and angered many. Zeus was the angriest, ready to confront Issei, but Serzex stepped in front of him. Serzex! Zeus exclaimed in shock and horror. Though he was furious, he reluctantly sat down, realizing that confronting both of them would not end well. You made the right choice, Lucifer. Issei said, shaking his head. His tone shifted to a mocking one. All you needed to do was release Nyx, and I would have gladly helped against Malik. But now, forget about it. He relished their unhappy expressions. Serzex and the others could only look away in defeat, realizing they were in a dire situation. Fine. You win. All we need to do is sign the decree, and Nyx is all yours, Serzex conceded, all hope lost. Issei enjoyed their despair. However, he wasn't finished. He needed to teach them a lesson about manipulation. As the leaders signed the decree one by one, he felt satisfaction that everything was going his way. Once they handed him the paper, he stored it in a pocket dimension. But we are not done yet, you still have to pay. Some interest. Issei said mockingly, a sinister grin on his face, causing the leaders to worry. What do you want now? Serzex asked, glaring at him. Issei chuckled evilly and dashed toward Zeus and Ajuka. Before anyone could react, he grabbed them by their throats, threatening the rest of the leaders. Make a move against me or Nyx, and I will kill them. With that, Issei used dimension loss to transport them to his own world, leaving many worried for his safety. A few moments later, they both appeared. Zeus had several wounds on his body, and Ajuka looked terrified. Whatever Issei did to them, they were alive, one filled with anger and the other with fear. Remember this, never try to control a dragon again. Or you will regret it. Issei exclaimed before walking away towards Nyx, who was worried for him. Issei assured her that he was fine. Serzex and the others rushed to aid the two, shouting, "Why did you do that?" Serzex was furious. He hated what Issei had done to his friend. Issei responded, "That was a warning. If any of you ever try to do anything with me or Nyx, I will ensure you face a painful end. Always remember to never control a dragon." He spoke with a confident smile. Serzex and the others were terrified. If Ajuka was in such a state, it meant that the one before them was a monster. Nyx blushed at Issei's words, while Artemis and Elizabeth smiled, with Artemis particularly pleased to see Zeus in such a condition. Seeing their despair-ridden faces, Issei decided to give them a glimmer of hope, only to take it away. "How about we play a game?" he said, gathering everyone's attention. "Prepare a fight for me against my brother Dai-Haidu, the bearer of Kromkroch, in a week's time. If I lose, I will join you. But if I win, you and your factions will keep your word of never bothering me." Issei's words shocked everyone, even his own allies. "Lord Issei, what are you thinking?" Artemis wondered in disbelief, while Elizabeth shared the same concern. "You really are going to help them. I hope you know what you're doing." Elizabeth looked at Artemis, who was equally surprised. "So, what do you say? Your last chance. Take it or leave it," Issei said with a shrug. Serzex spoke for all the leaders. "I accept your game. In a week's time, I hope you are ready." Issei grinned, indicating he had something planned, which did not go unnoticed by Artemis, Nyx, and Elizabeth. The other leaders had no choice but to accept. Issei was about to turn away when he remembered the girls he had been awarded. He looked at them and had another idea. "Since you decided to perform the deed, I wonder what will happen if your factions learn of this," he said with a sinister grin. "But you..." Seraphol began in surprise, but Issei interrupted. "I can use my memories to reveal everything that happened here. I wonder how the DXD team or even your people would react, seeing that you tried to ruin your only hope. You even tried to use the girls to charm me and betray me when needed. I can twist the news so that your own people will turn against you. This brat." Zeus thought angrily, as many were in a fix due to the situation. No one was pleased with Issei's words. If anything, they were furious. However, Serzex had no choice. "Fine, what do you want?" "If we ask you to keep our mouths shut..." Serzex spoke in defeat, anger radiating from him, while his wife Graphia and the other Satans were equally shocked. "What do you want?" Odin asked, resigned. "What do you want, brat?" Zeus exclaimed, with Athena shocked at her father's espionage to the Red Dragon Emperor. Even Elmenhild, Yasaka, Shemhazai, and Michael nodded in defeat. They had to accept Issei's offer. "In the end, you are no different than Rizavim," Seraphol said coldly, to which Issei chuckled. "Whatever you say, Madoka 2.0, Issei replied with a smile, further angering Seraphol. "That's your worst attempt at an insult," she retorted, her blood boiling. "And what I want is these girls." Issei pointed to the girls in the group, shocking and angering many. Artemis and Elizabeth feigned shock and anger, though they were secretly pleased. The leaders were about to refuse, but Issei wiggled his finger. "You offered these girls to me, it would be a shame not to accept them," he said with a wink, inciting more fury. However, the leaders had no choice. They were at his mercy, and he could reveal everything to the public. Nyx's release alone would create tension and fear, adding insult to injury. "And besides, you have chosen quite the lineup," Issei added, earning a playful knock from Nyx. "Fine." Zeus finally spoke, horrifying Athena, who was paralyzed. Many of the girls voiced their agreement, while Artemis shook her head in disappointment, having expected this from her father. Issei was shocked. He had honestly expected Zeus to negotiate. The leaders were speechless, and many were horrified, especially Ajuka. Athena was the first to approach Issei, saying, "Let's go." Issei remained silent, still processing what had happened, as Zeus tried to beg. "Athena, wait, I was just joking, please come back." However, Athena shot her father a sharp glare. "I was just another pawn to you, right?" she said coldly. She then walked away, adding, "Let's go, girls, we are just meant for this." Athena left the room, while the others remained, still processing the events. She waited outside for Issei, followed by the other girls, who needed time to understand what had just transpired. They wondered if their leaders would react similarly, while many leaders angrily glared at Zeus, believing they would have acted the same way. Issei and Nyx were about to leave when Zeus shouted, "This is all your fault." Issei responded mockingly, "Don't pin this on me. You are responsible for this, and honestly, you disgust me, Zeus." Zeus gritted his teeth in fury as the leaders tried to convince the girls that they did not intend for things to go this way. Yasaka, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "You are the worst Red Dragon Emperor I have ever known." Issei smiled at her. "You are right, I am the worst. You already told me this when I was in Kyoto. I still remember your words. I am sorry, but you are the worst. You are a terrible person, and I don't want someone like you as my partner. You would set a bad example for my daughter. I'm just showing you what you considered me to be." Yasaka gritted her teeth in anger as Issei and Nyx walked away. "Remember, 1 week. This is your last chance. Make sure to tell this to your pillar and prepare yourselves. And ensure everyone in the supernatural world sees this," Issei said with an evil grin before heading outside with Nyx, leaving the leaders to wallow in defeat. Scene change. Once outside, Issei spoke to his new fiancés with a serious tone. "You all will be living in the Hyudu residence since the leaders have chosen you as a wager." He teleported them to the front of the residence, leaving only Nyx, Artemis, and Elizabeth. Issei activated a dimensional gap to prevent anyone from overhearing their conversation. As he changed dimensions, Elizabeth and Artemis approached him, asking, "Lord Issei, may I know why you asked for a match?" Elizabeth asked worriedly, not wanting to serve the angels again. "Even I want to know, and why didn't you tell us this?" Artemis added, anxious about returning to the Greek. "Ise, what are you planning?" Nyx asked. Issei looked at the 3 girls and smiled. "Have you noticed how desperate the faction leaders were?" The girls nodded. "So much so that Zeus, to save his own skin, sacrificed his 2 daughters without even considering the others, even accepting anything I wanted." Issei grinned at their despair. "So, are you really going to fight him?" Nyx asked. Issei nodded. "Indeed, because then the whole supernatural world will see what is happening, and once I defeat him," he continued as the girls listened intently, "I will reveal to the whole supernatural world the fraud my brother really is. The seeds of distrust will bloom rapidly, leading to chaos for everyone." "Is that why you proposed the battle?" Elizabeth asked. Issei nodded. "They believe they are entitled to my help because I am related to their pillar. To achieve that, they will do anything, even accept my offers. So all we do is wait for the dominoes to fall, and until then we enjoy the show." He looked at the girls and commanded, "Artemis, report to Gondel about the situation, and Elizabeth, go to Malik. Make sure to prepare everything and ensure that no one can stop the transmission when I expose Dai 1 week from now." Both girls nodded, and as Issei returned the dimensions back to normal, they left the area. He then looked at Nyx, happy to see her again, and hugged her, making the goddess blush. "I missed you, Nyx," Issei said happily. Nyx returned the hug, responding, "I missed you too, Issei." They remained like this for a while before parting. "Let's get you settled in. You will be with me from now on," Issei said, and Nyx nodded with a smile as they teleported back to the Hyudu residence. Scene break. Previously, the DXD team had been surveying the location of Malik but found no traces of him. Out of frustration, they had no choice but to accept Issei's offer. Some were against it, but with no other options, they agreed to listen to Issei, while Elizabeth headed back, ignoring them completely. Artemis then heads to Issei's house to report everything and to accept her joining them willingly. As this gets underway, she is warned that if she betrays them, she will face dire consequences, to which she agrees. Meanwhile, Ajuka informs Latia about the engagement, which does not make her happy, but she realizes she must accept her fate. Her uncle can only protect her for so long. When she asks who her fiancé is, Ajuka tells her it is Issei, and she reluctantly accepts. The same news is revealed to Marana and Elizabeth, both of whom react poorly to the engagement. Elizabeth, feeling overwhelmed, flies away, revealing that a part of her old self is still alive. She heads to Issei to ask if he can see her, and he agrees. It turns out that Elizabeth's inner self is devastated, which deeply affects her. Issei offers her a place among them, and she accepts without hesitation. He removes the obstacles that had been holding her back, and they all become his loyal followers, agreeing to help him. As they return to their tasks, Issei watches with happiness, anticipating that things will get interesting the next day. The following day, Issei awaits a call from Surzex. When Surzex arrives, he informs Issei that they will be releasing Nyx, but with some conditions. Issei reveals that he is aware of the earlier meeting and that he has eyes and ears everywhere, which causes fear in some and anger in others. Zeus, frustrated with Issei's attitude, decides to release Nyx himself. He looks at the other leaders, who all agree with this decision. However, Issei does not stop there. He gives Ajuka and Zeus stern warnings that if they attempt this again, he will not hesitate to take action. He then demands a fight and invites the girls to join him, a move that Zeus foolishly agrees to. As they leave, Issei counters any insults thrown at him by the leaders and commands his allies, explaining the reasoning behind the fight as they prepare for Dai's exposure to everyone. At the Hyudu residence, Issei stands surrounded by the girls promised to him in his Ichim. The only ones missing are Artemis and Elizabeth, who are busy with their tasks. Rias angrily asserts that Nyx is not allowed in the house, citing the danger she poses, especially to Ingvild. Issei feels his anger rising. It would only take a moment to put Rias in her place. He scans the room, noting the unpleasant expressions on many faces, while some remain silent, fearful of his reaction. Nyx responds to Rias's demands, asserting her power as the primordial goddess of darkness. Issei is pleased to see Nyx defend herself, while Rias begins to lose her confidence. Nyx could easily overpower Rias and her peerage. Rias looks to Dai, hoping he will intervene, but Issei simply smiles at him, taunting, "What's the matter, brother? Cat got your tongue?" This mocking tone angers the Gregori peerage, especially as Issei reminds Rias of her brother's earlier warning about Nyx's release due to Issei's actions. Dai recalls his brother's declaration of a fight against Issei, which leaves him feeling scared. He cannot refuse or ask for more time, as he is already under suspicion from the leaders, and any exposure could ruin him. He vows to find a way to take Issei's power and silence him. "So even now, are you going to stop us?" Issei asks, annoyance evident in his voice. Rias looks away, realizing she must back down. Surzex has made it clear that Nyx will be staying. Dai questions Issei about Ingvild's safety, suggesting that Nyx may use her for her own purposes. Ingvild and Valerie glare at him, but Issei shrugs off their concerns. "If we are done, you can leave, and just think about why she would need Ingvild now." With no answers, they reluctantly depart, leaving Issei to notice the contempt in their eyes, particularly from his parents. Nyx turns to him, surprised, and asks, "Do you have to deal with this every day?" Issei simply shrugs in response. "Yup, it is nothing new for me. My parents always preferred my siblings over me." Issei's tone surprised the girls, especially Nyx, who held his hand, making Issei smile with happiness. At least someone was there with him. The other girls felt sad for him, particularly Athena and Marana. Issei turned to them and spoke seriously, "I believe that the house has enough rooms for all of you." He looked at each of them and continued, "So I think you all should settle down. You will be here for a very long time, perhaps even forever." His serious tone prompted the girls to nod. Most of them had eyes that had lost their shine due to their past experiences, and several left the room. Only 2 girls remained, Sekiruuyetei Agars and Latia Astrof. What happened? Issei asked them. Sekiruuyetei spoke with a hint of worry. Will you take advantage of us? Issei sighed, understanding her concern. He shook his head and replied seriously, Look, you two, I don't take advantage of women. If I were to pursue anything, it would be with someone I truly love. So, if anything, our relationship, if we have one, will be purely platonic. His words surprised the girls. Is that clear? He asked, and they nodded in agreement as they headed to choose a room. They smiled, beginning to believe that the rumors about him were lies. Issei looked at Nyx and smiled. Shall we, my goddess? Nyx returned the smile and replied, Yes. They headed to Issei's room, where he would finally be able to sleep peacefully in the Hyudu residence after a long time. The next day, at the Hyudu residence, Issei and Nyx had agreed to sleep on the bed, and Issei enjoyed a peaceful night. He woke up and rubbed his eyes, noticing that Nyx had cuddled up to him like a teddy bear. Nyx? Issei said, and she woke up, rubbed her eyes, and smiled. Morning, Issei. He smiled back, not minding her closeness. After a few moments, they both got up, brushed their teeth, and headed downstairs. The table was lively, with everyone enjoying a meal as if nothing had happened. However, as Issei walked in, the atmosphere shifted, the lively chatter faded, and everyone began eating quietly, avoiding eye contact. Issei and Nyx took their food, noticing the side glances directed at them. Issei sensed the discomfort in the room, and Nyx looked at him, sharing his unease. With an unpleasant expression, he spoke up, Look, if we are not welcome here, you can just say it. I don't appreciate you giving someone who actually cares for me such an attitude. His words surprised everyone, and Gregori spoke seriously, We don't mind you being here, it's just that. Issei's anger flared as he slammed the table and exclaimed, Just what? Nyx is a danger? Did she harm anyone in this house in the past 10 hours? Silence followed his outburst, and he added, That's what I thought. Turning to Nyx, he said, Come on, Nyx. It's clear that we are not welcome here. And I believe we never will be. We can go eat in the room. Nyx looked back at the family with disappointment as they took their plates and left the room, clearly unwelcome. Issei, wait. Mickey shouted, prompting Issei to turn to her with annoyance. What? He replied, looking her in the eye. She flinched at the change in him. He was not the same son she once knew, and she realized that crossing him could have serious consequences. Issei looked at his mother with no emotion. He would be lying if he said he felt any love for her. Mickey spoke with a flinch. We just want you to sit with us and, Issei interrupted her. And be riddled by glares? Not a chance. I've never felt welcome here, so you shouldn't be surprised by my longing to leave. He walked away, ignoring their pleas. The breakfast table was silent, a stark contrast to the past. Ever since Issei's change, things for the Hyudu family had gone from bad to worse. Scene change. Nyx and Issei were in their room eating. Nyx asked with concern, Do they always treat you like this? Yeah. Issei's response surprised the primordial goddess, making her sad. He continued, At this point, I'm used to it, but I'm close to snapping, and someone is going to get hurt. His serious tone made Nyx shiver. She wasn't worried for Gregori and Mickey, she feared for Issei. Understanding her concern, he placed his hand over hers. I know you fear what I might do, but you are one of the few I care about. No matter what happens, I will not hurt you. Issei declared seriously, ending with a smile that made Nyx genuinely happy as they continued their meal in peace. Scene change. Nyx walked through the corridor to gather snacks for their movie night. Nyx, can you come here for a minute? She turned to see Gregori, accompanied by Dice Peerage and Rias Gremory. Nyx felt a surge of irritation. What do you want, Mr. Hyudu? She asked, her voice steady but laced with anger. Gregori stammered, W just want to talk to you. It's about Issei. Nyx's eyes widened. What exactly do you want to talk to Issei about? She asked neutrally. Gregori hesitated before saying, We want you to. Nyx covered her mouth in shock as tears began to fall. Meanwhile, Issei returned from getting a drink and noticed Nyx was gone. Worried, he stepped outside and found her on her knees, crying. He glared at those responsible, his fury escalating. "What did you tell her, father?" Issei exclaimed, his anger palpable. "Ise, am I really the one ruining your relationship with your family?" Nyx sniffled. Issei's shock morphed into outrage as he realized what they must have told her. He clenched his fists in rage. Issei's hair fell over his face as he approached his father slowly. Before anyone could react, he punched Goru, sending him flying. "Goru!" Miki shouted, rushing to her husband, who had a broken nose. "I can't believe you," Issei said quietly, masking his anger. "I can't believe I called someone like you my father." He emphasized, my, filled with disdain for what his father had done. Nyx was worried. She had never seen Issei so angry and now understood the damage his so-called parents had inflicted on him. "You scum!" Issei charged at Goru, lifting him by the throat and choking him. "What did she do to you?" "She was minding her own business." Issei's pent-up anger erupted. No one dared to intervene. His aura was nearly suffocating everyone except Nyx. Even the new guests were terrified and chose to stay away, while Athena watched with concern. Issei slammed Goru to the ground, making him cough. He turned to Dai, the source of his suffering, and saw the fear in his brother's eyes. "Now you see, this is what happens when you anger a dragon. I can only pray for your survival." "Just kidding, I hope you die a horrible death, Dai Haidu." Krom's voice echoed in Issei's mind, relishing the moment. "I swear, Dai, I will make your life as miserable as possible. Once the duel begins, I will destroy you to your very core, just like I will with this sorry excuse for a father." Issei screamed at Dai, who fell to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Aika knelt, overwhelmed by Issei's suffocating aura and the threat against his brother, unable to think clearly, just like the rest. Issei slammed his father to the ground repeatedly, each blow echoing with the weight of his pent-up frustration. Goru screamed in pain, his glasses shattered from the impact. "Aya!" The sound of his father's agony fueled Issei's rage. He had endured enough of his family's disdain, feeling overshadowed by his brother Dai, the golden child who excelled in everything. Issei had always been labeled the useless one, the black sheep, while even his sister Aika faced similar neglect. Memories flooded Issei's mind as he continued his assault. "Punch, I was ignored because of Dai. You did nothing for me. Punch, you didn't even love me because I couldn't bring prestige to the family. Punch, you never helped when I needed you the most. Punch, why? Punch, why?" After 2 minutes of relentless punches, Issei stood up, blood on his hands and clothes, a twisted sense of satisfaction washing over him. That felt good. Suddenly, voices from the past echoed in his mind. "Make them suffer. They should be punished." Issei activated his boosted gear, declaring, "I, who shall awaken." Surrounded by green orbs, he felt the power building within him. I am the heavenly dragon who has stolen the principles of domination from God. His body began to glow, armor forming around him as he continued, "I laugh at the infinite and fret at the dream." Just as he was about to unleash his full power, a voice broke through the chaos. "Issei, they are not worth it." He turned to see Nyx, tears in her eyes. "It's me, I know you are mad, but I don't want to lose you. Please, stop." Her sadness struck a chord within him, reminding him of his promise to never cause her pain. "Keep this in mind, Dai. I will expose you to the world. I promise to make our fight as miserable as possible for you, brother." Issei shouted, leaving his father, whose face was barely recognizable. Dai trembled at the thought of Issei's plans. The anticipation of a threat loomed heavier than the threat itself. Issei glanced at the others, who were frozen in fear. "Try a stunt like this again, and you will meet a far worse fate than this man." With that, he walked away, giving them a cold glare. They remained paralyzed until they decided to take Goru to the hospital. As Issei and Nyx left the room, the primordial goddess of darkness spoke coldly, "You should be ashamed of yourselves." Scene change. The next day, Issei and Nyx arrived at Malik's base, called there for something important. They were greeted by Grievous, Malik, Kalani, Elizabeth, Gondal, and Artemis. "Lord Issei, I'm glad you made it," Elizabeth said with a welcoming smile. "You mentioned something important." "What's the matter?" Issei asked, concern etched on his face. "How about I show you instead?" Malik gestured to two Bacta tanks, their contents obscured by the dark liquid. "Bacta tanks? Did something happen?" Issei inquired, worry creeping in. Malik nodded gravely. "These tanks house the now deceased descendants of Asmodeus and Beelzebub." Issei and Nyx exchanged surprised glances. "Are they half-bloods, like Ingvild and Valerie?" Issei asked. Malik confirmed, and Kalani added, "But by the time we found them, they were long dead, decomposing." Issei felt a chill. He should have expected this. Just as Ingvild and Valerie were descendants of Lucifer and Leviathan, it made sense that Asmodeus and Beelzebub would have half-blood descendants too. "How long were they dead for?" Issei asked. "If I remember correctly, devils live for 10,000 years, including half-bloods." Kalani replied, 10 years, to be exact. "It's unknown how they were killed. Whoever did it must have found a way." He spoke with an interested tone, deciding to research their bodies since there was no trace of how they had died. "I see," Issei said, rubbing his chin. Nyx looked at him and asked, "So what do you plan on doing?" Issei smiled and nodded, then turned to Kalani and commanded, "Kalani, give me a status report on who these two bodies were." Kalani nodded and said, "Both bodies are estimated to be around 100 years old. Since they were devils, there are no records in any hospitals of the human world. One body's genetics date back to Rome, while the other is American. The genders are identified as female." Issei widened his eyes in surprise, and Nyx gave him a sweet smile as she asked, "So were you going to revive them, because they were female?" Issei shook his head and replied, "Nope, I believe they will be useful for my plans." He smiled, but internally he felt a sense of worry. He knew that one mistake could be disastrous. "Good," Nyx responded, while Issei looked at the girls. Artemis then asked, "Lord Issei, what will you do now?" Elizabeth followed up, "How will you revive them?" She trailed off, widening her eyes as she exclaimed, "Don't tell me you will use the Sephiroth Graal?" Issei nodded and brought out the Holy Grail, and everyone looked on, wondering what he would do next. Using the Holy Grail, he focused, closing his eyes as he searched for souls. Elizabeth asked, "What is he doing?" Gondal replied, "He is looking for souls, Elizabeth. Using that, he will try to locate their souls." After a while, Issei opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Found it!" This prompted them to approach him as he transferred their souls to their current bodies, ensuring he got it right with Kalani's guidance. It was a good thing that the souls were not in purgatory. Otherwise, saving them would have been nearly impossible, Issei said happily, recalling how difficult it had been to save Persephone. "Purgatory?" Nyx asked in confusion. Issei explained, "A different dimension where there is no escape. Usually, that's where souls go when they have been destroyed." "Persephone was right there?" "Wait, Lady Persephone is alive?" Artemis exclaimed in surprise, to which Issei nodded. Artemis then asked, "How? Why did you never tell us?" "Simple, you never asked," Issei replied with a teasing smile, causing the goddess of hunt to sweat drop. He then looked at the souls and commanded Kalani, "Report to me when they wake up. I would love to hear their story." Kalani nodded as Issei and Nyx left, followed by Artemis, Malik, Gondal, and Elizabeth. "Oh, speaking of which, have you seen Valerie?" Issei wondered aloud, concerned about his spy. "I asked her to spy on Team/Dog. She has been reporting everything to me, Lord Issei," Gondal replied. Issei nodded. "She is not to be trusted, Gondal. If she does anything outside of your instructions, teleport her to me without fail. I will deal with her personally." Gondal nodded in agreement. Inner Gondal was surprised to learn of Artemis and Elizabeth willingly joining Issei, noting their loyalty. She had heard of Zeus's actions and was disgusted, beginning to doubt whether Odin would act differently. As you wish, Lord Issei, Gondal said with a smile before teleporting back to Asgard to create Volander. Issei then turned to Elizabeth and Artemis, giving them their respective commands. Keep in mind, you must still spy for me in the factions. I understand that you do not like them anymore, but report anything off-putting you find. He spoke seriously, maintain an aggressive relationship with the leaders, being cold and hostile to them while keeping a normal relationship with the rest. No one should know you are with me. Both girls nodded and replied in unison, as you wish, Lord Issei. They then teleported back to their respective factions. Issei knew he couldn't afford any mistakes, especially if the factions grew suspicious of the girls. He also had to consider Artemis's ongoing relationship with her twin brother, Apollo. So what do you want me to do? Malik asked Issei. For now, we won't be attacking the factions. Instead, we will break their morale. After Dai is exposed, it will cause chaos everywhere. Civil war, distrust, you name it. People will refuse to believe anyone, especially their leaders. The leaders will try to quell the chaos, and there's no telling what they will do, but we know they will be in despair, Issei said with a sadistic grin. Nyx and Malik nodded in agreement. Issei looked at Malik and instructed, make sure that when I expose them in the fight, you step in and mock the leaders right after. You are the face of this army, so humiliate them at every step. Give me a heads up when it's done, all right? Malik nodded in agreement. As you wish. Malik headed inside, leaving Issei and Nyx behind. Issei and Nyx teleported back to the Hayadu residence, where no one dared to ask them anything for fear of the consequences. Scene change. Hayadu residence, 11 a.m. Dai was filled with dread. Yesterday's encounter with Issei had shown him that Issei was done being nice, and he feared what might happen next. Lying on his bed, he felt helpless. The leaders believed in him, trusting that he would fight and win against Issei. He was their last hope. I told you that one day your time might come. Dai. Crumb spoke in a mocking tone as his sacred gear manifested before Dai. No. This can't be happening. Dai exclaimed in terror, shivering as he recalled his brother's words about making his life miserable. You really are a disgrace, not just as a dragon. Forget being a dragon, Crumb said coldly, venom dripping from his voice. There was no one he hated more than Dai, who he blamed for his own sealing in the sacred gear. No, calling you a dragon is an insult to them. You are a disgrace and a pathetic human being. Dai gritted his teeth in anger. I have taken everything my brother has worked hard for. All my success came from him. Unbeknownst to Dai, someone was listening. Ingvild was the one I enjoyed taking away from him. An appealing girl like her doesn't deserve to be near him. Dai's voice grew louder. All my life, I have taken everything from him. His loves, his achievements, everything. You are a sick individual, Dai. Only 6 days remain. Enjoy your last days of glory. Crom said coldly before severing their connection. Dai lost his smile, annoyed by Crom's words. When he heard something fall, he rushed outside and was horrified to see Ingvild, her expression a mix of shock and horror. She knew the truth but hadn't expected Dai to have fallen so far. Ingvild. I can explain. Dai stammered nervously, extending his hand, only for her to flick it away. I can't believe you. Ingvild said, disbelief turning to fury. He saved me. He always did. He was my hero. Not you. And you did this to him, forcing him to turn a blind eye to your deeds. Ingvild screamed at Dai, who stood frozen in fear. Crom was surprised yet pleased. He hadn't expected Dai to face karma so soon. No, Ingvild, wait. Please. Dai begged, but Ingvild shouted through her tears. He loved me to. Couldn't you be a little selfless and keep him happy? But no. You didn't even love me. I was nothing but an object to you, wasn't I? Dai shivered at her words, feeling his reality unravel. And no, that's not true. I love you. I saved you from Nixon. Save it for someone who believes your lies, Dai. I'm telling everyone whether they believe it or not, is up to them. Then I won't let you. Dai dashed in front of Ingvild, ready to confront her. She created a magic barrier to protect herself, gritting her teeth in fury. She hated herself more than she hated Dai, knowing he would take her life if it suited him. From the corner of her eye, she saw Issei drinking a can of Diet Coke, shaking his head in disappointment. "Do you hate me that much?" Ingvild thought sadly, glaring at Dai. Issei watched the scene unfold, wondering what would happen next. Ingvild deflected Dai's punch effortlessly. He prepared to activate his own sacred gear, but she began to sing, channeling the power of her sacred gear, Nereid Kyrie, toward Dai. He screamed in pain as the energy enveloped him, even gritting his teeth in discomfort. Moments later, seeing Dai weakened, Ingvild stopped singing and glared at him. "I will tell everyone whether you like it or not." Dai was horrified at what might happen next, but they both heard clapping. It was Issei, who smiled at Ingvild as he stopped clapping. "That won't be necessary," he said. Ingvild, desperate, retorted, "But this fraud must be exposed." Issei shook his head. "No matter how much you scream or beg, no one is going to believe you. His lies have affected the faction leaders and others." He sighed, looking at her. "No one will even hear you out." Ingvild clenched her fists in anger and helplessness. Dai, emboldened, opened his mouth to speak, a mocking tone in his voice. "You really thought they would believe you?" Ingvild exclaimed, her anger directed at Dai. He responded with a mocking grin. "No matter what you do, they will hate you, just like they hate my disgrace of an older brother." Ingvild slapped him hard, her frustration boiling over. "You sick coward," she shouted, ready to strike again, but Issei held her back. 6 days, that's all you have. Enjoy the fame you never deserved, because once I show the world what kind of person you are, you will lose everything. I promise you that, Dai Hayudu." With that, Issei walked away, Ingvild following closely behind. Dai was left horrified, terrified of what Issei had planned for him. He regretted challenging him, feeling trapped with no way out. The thought of the truth being revealed filled him with dread. He feared imprisonment or worse. Meanwhile, in another room, Issei spoke to Ingvild. "I'm honestly surprised you managed to defend yourself. I thought you expected me to save you, but you showed that he was nothing but a weakling. At least you opened your eyes and know what to do now." He shrugged and began to walk away. "Can I talk to you?" Ingvild asked, grabbing his hand, unsure of his reaction. He ignored her completely. "Issei, please hear me out. I beg you," she shouted, her persistence unwavering. In response, Issei flung his hand away, breaking her grip. "No, I don't want to hear you out, Ingvild," he snapped, glaring at her. "Just because you know the truth or want to reveal it, do you think I will magically forgive you? Do you think I will forget how you treated me? Never. I will never forget how you treated me like garbage because of a brother I called a disgrace." Issei yelled, making her flinch. Despite her tears, Ingvild stood her ground. "Then what do you want me to do? Tell me. I know what I did was wrong. How do I fix it?" she pleaded, refusing to back down. Issei was taken aback, left speechless as she continued, "You are right, I did not treat you well. I treated you worse than scum. So tell me, what should I do? I want to stay by your side. What can I do to regain your faith?" Tears streamed down her face, but she remained resolute. "So you are willing to do anything?" Issei asked coldly, still processing everything. "Anything. I will prove to you that I am worthy of staying by your side." Ingvild declared firmly, determined not to be manipulated again. "Let's see if your words are as true as your actions." Issei replied, walking away, as he had other matters to attend to. Ingvild watched him go, her determination to regain his trust unwavering. Scene change. Unknown location, 5:30 p.m. Issei, Nyx, Artemis, and Elizabeth arrived at their hideout, summoned by Kalani to see the Bacta tanks. The girls wore full-sleeved shirts and tights that clung tightly to their skin. "Where are we?" one girl asked in confusion. She was strikingly appealing, with long lavender hair and eyes that reflected prismatic colors. "I don't know. The last thing I remember is being ambushed by a fallen angel," the other girl replied sadly. She had thigh-length pink hair and dark purple eyes, her figure curvaceous and striking. A battle droid appeared, stating, "Our Lord managed to bring you back to life." The girls were taken aback, realizing they must have been dead for a long time. "Can we meet this lord of yours?" the lavender-haired girl inquired, curious about the man who had the power to resurrect them. "You're in luck. He is coming to our base." "I wouldn't wake up if I were you. Your bodies still need to recover," Kalani said cheerfully as he approached the girls. Just then, Issei arrived with Nyx, Elizabeth, and Artemis. "Lord Issei, are these the Satan descendants?" Artemis asked, to which Issei nodded. "So he is their lord?" Both girls looked at Issei in surprise. He was decently dressed and looked trustworthy, though they knew firsthand how appearances could be deceiving, having been killed by fallen angels. "Greetings, my name is Issei Hayadu, and I am the leader of this organization," he said with a smile. The girls sensed that he was genuine. Issei took a seat nearby and continued, "These are my allies. I think you have met Kalani, right?" He pointed to the droid general, who bowed in greeting. "The others are Artemis, goddess of hunt, Elizabeth, the dark angel, and finally, the primordial goddess of darkness, Nyx." "Hello." Elizabeth greeted cheerfully. "It is a pleasure to meet the descendants of Asmodeus and Beelzebub," Artemis added with a respectful smile. "Nice to meet you too," Nyx said, her smile warm and inviting. The girls were on guard upon hearing that their ally was an angel, but Issei's companions understood their concern. Seeing their hesitation, Issei sighed and explained, "None of us are your enemies. Dark angels are not like traditional angels or even fallen angels. They are a unique species that comes from angels and are much stronger than regular ones." He elaborated further, revealing that Elizabeth was the first dark angel, which made her smile with gratitude. "I see," the purple-haired girl said. "I apologize for being on guard." "No worries, it's all right. I will catch you up on what happened while you were gone," Issei said, explaining everything from the Kuo Treaty to the Cows Brigade, Trihexa, and Malik, detailing how they were the faction that had been attacking the leaders. The girls took a moment to process the information. Once they understood, they felt grateful to Issei and viewed him as their savior. "Can I get your names?" Issei asked respectfully. The first girl spoke, "My name is Quinella Asmodeus, the descendant of Asmodeus." The other added, "And my name is Charlotte Beelzebub." "It is nice to meet you." "I see. So do you want to join my faction?" Issei asked. The girls hesitated, reluctant to turn against their families. "Look, how about I show you the factions for what they really are?" Issei offered, transferring memories of his life to them. Their eyes widened in shock as they absorbed the painful truths. Quinella clenched the sheets of her bed in anger, tears streaming down her face, while Charlotte was devastated, crying profusely. How could they do this to someone like you?" she asked, her voice trembling. Issei sighed, his allies sharing his frustration. "They often believed the lies of my younger brother, Dai-Hu," he said with disgust. "And now they expect me to help despite everything they did to me. This is what the devil faction has become, selfish, narcissistic people." The girls felt a deep sadness for Issei. "The devils will only see you as tools," he continued. "Since you hold the genes of Satan's, they will marry you off to an heir who will probably only want you for your bodies. So do you wish to join me now, or you can go back to the devils, who will only see you as tools?" Issei asked seriously, giving them a choice. This surprised Artemis and Elizabeth, but they soon realized they had been blinded by loyalty. The girls looked at Issei, dreading the thought of being married off to someone they didn't know. "We accept," they exclaimed without hesitation. "We accept joining this faction over the devils. I would rather die than love a man who doesn't love me and only sees me as an object," Quinella declared, to which Charlotte agreed. "Well, in that case, welcome to my faction," Issei said with a smile. "So what do you ask us to do?" Quinella inquired respectfully. "Recover your strength. It will take at least a day of rest. After that, you will play a role in my war against the factions," Issei instructed seriously. The girls nodded and went off to sleep, while Issei and the others prepared for the next phase of their plan. Both characters belong to Sword Art Online and Princess Lover, respectively. Previously, we saw Issei and Nyx being unwelcome by the other residents of the house. Rias demanded that Nyx leave, but Issei stood his ground, reminding them that Surzex had allowed this situation. After a tense night, the girls adjusted to their rooms, and Issei reassured Sekiruuyetei and Latia that he meant no harm, earning their respect. They all went to sleep, with Issei and Nyx sharing a room. The next day, breakfast was tense, and the pair felt the cold reception. Frustrated, they decided to have lunch at their own place. As Nyx tried to enjoy her day, Goru confronted her with harsh words that devastated her. Issei, having had enough of his father's behavior, confronted Goru and physically retaliated, vowing to make Goru's life miserable. Afterward, Nyx realized how much Issei cared for her. With Goru taken to the hospital, Issei and Nyx visited their hidden base, where they discovered the bodies of the descendants of Beelzebub and Asmodeus, who had been dead for 10 years but were about to be revived. The revelation of Persephone's survival surprised Artemis and Elizabeth. Meanwhile, Dai was filled with fear, and Crom's taunts led him to reveal everything. Ingvild, realizing Dai's decline, attempted to intervene but was unable to stop him. Issei observed this, knowing he had only a few days left. Later, Issei witnessed Ingvild standing up for herself, contemplating whether she could follow through on her words. Issei and Nyx then met with the descendants, who willingly joined Issei's cause. The next day, 5 days before the fight, Surzex paced in his room, recalling Issei's confrontation with Ajuka. He felt uneasy about Issei's strength and the refusal of Sekiruuyetei and Latia to join the Devil Society, blaming the Satans for their situation. Surzex was frustrated, knowing Issei was formidable enough to handle powerful beings. Despite his doubts, he held on to the hope that his future brother-in-law, Dai, would ultimately prevail. Moments later, Grafia teleported in with urgent news. "Lord Surzex, I have something to ask," she began, her tone neutral but her expression worried. "What do you think will happen in the fight?" she inquired. Surzex, trying to maintain confidence, stated, "I believe Dai will win." However, Grafia sensed his uncertainty. "But you are not so sure of this, right?" she pressed. Surzex looked away, admitting, "I have doubts, Grafia." He expressed his concerns about Issei's strength, noting how he had instilled fear in both Ajuka and Lord Zeus. "Hyudu is too strong. I doubt Dai will be able to take him down," he said seriously. Grafia shared his concern, questioning whether Dai could succeed. Surzex hoped for a miracle from Dai, who had transformed from being seen as weak to a formidable opponent. As Grafia teleported away, Surzex was left with a sense of dread about what would happen if Dai were to lose. "I hope you win, Dai. You are our last hope in getting your brother to our side," he thought, filled with anxiety. Issei was seen walking across the fields, with Malik surrounded by the remnants of Gregori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, watching the unfolding events on the screen. A book appears as Issei enters in his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Heidu stands with a sinister smirk, Rias beside him. Asia and the other girls are engaged in battle against Malik, using their magic. Aika walks through a puddle looking up. The ORC, Student Council, Valet Team, and Team Slashdog are gathered, all under the watch of a pair of angry eyes. Issei gazes at the book, haunted by memories of factions falling apart. Ingvild crushes a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face, anger etched on her features. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondel observe their factions with disdain. Ingvild closes her eyes, then looks at Dai with determination. Issei kneels, tormented by his past, a family photo with a slash across it appearing before him. He locks eyes with his brother as they clash their swords. Scene change. In heaven, Michael, Uriel, and Raphael discuss the upcoming fight in 5 days. Gabriel is unable to join them due to her worsening condition, exacerbated by the news that Elizabeth and Marana were sold to Issei, a situation for which she blames Michael. Although Elizabeth returned, Marana did not, and Gabriel is grateful for at least one of them coming back. Unbeknownst to them, Elizabeth only returned because Issei convinced her to do so. Only 5 days remain, huh? Michael tries to initiate conversation, but Uriel and Raphael are displeased with his lack of support for the angels. Indeed, there is. So what now? Raphael asks, looking at Michael with skepticism. Do you think Dai will win? Uriel questions, expressing doubts about his abilities. Michael shakes his head, concerned. Are you having doubts, brother? Uriel responds seriously, no, but what Hayadu did in the meeting. He released Nyx, removed the seals, and challenged Lord Beelzebub and Lord Zeus. He dared us to act. Raphael agrees with Uriel's assessment. Michael, however, speaks with conviction. Dai will win, he must win. Otherwise, our faction is doomed. Uriel and Raphael exchange glances, shaking their heads in agreement. You are right, brother, our faction is in real danger, Uriel states, and they teleport away. Michael waves goodbye as they leave. Elizabeth spies on them, thinking, I must report this to Lord Issei. She flies away, using her disguised angel wings. Scene change. In the underworld hospital, Shemhazai approaches Azazel, who wears a sad expression. Azazel, how have you been? He asks cheerfully. Tell me, Shemhazai, is Baraquil gone? Azazel's tone is filled with sorrow. Shemhazai nods. I see. Azazel clenches the sheets of his bed, having just awakened from a coma. He vows to make Malik pay for his friend's death. What about the others? Azazel inquires. Shemhazai replies, Team/Dog is still healing. They are in a comatose state, as are most of the cadres. You were the first to wake up. Azazel grits his teeth in fury. When will he see that innocents are suffering? Has he not had enough? Azazel exclaims, frustrated with Issei's perceived selfishness and perversion. I think there are many things you should know, Shemhazai says, causing Azazel's eyes to widen. What did I miss? He asks, annoyed. Shemhazai reveals everything that happened while Azazel was unconscious. Damn it! Couldn't you oppose this, Shemhazai? Azazel shouts, angered by the news. If he weren't hospitalized, he would have reacted more forcefully. No. Hayadu wants to challenge the pillar. This is our only chance of ever getting his help. Azazel rubs his forehead in annoyance. Well, our faction is close to falling apart. All we can do is hope that he wins. His tone is filled with frustration, and Shemhazai nods, sharing the hope that Dai will prevail. Scene change. In Yukai territory, Kyoto, Yasaka and Kunu have breakfast, discussing recent events. Kunu asks, Mother, can I ask you something? Yasaka nods, smiling at her daughter. When will Dai come to visit us? Yasaka hesitates, responding sadly, he has been very busy due to the fight his brother challenged him to. Kunu's eyes widen as she recalls Issei's challenge. But why? Dai has been so kind. Why does his brother want to control everything he does? Kunu expresses her disgust. Yasaka shakes her head. I don't know, dear. He has always been jealous, but now he has gone too far. Neither Yasaka nor Kunu realizes that Dai has been deceitful in his words. I hope Dai wins this fight because if Issei does, we are in serious trouble. Kunu says, her voice tinged with both hope and fear. Malik's attacks had devastated all factions, and Kunu feared that her faction might fall next. Yes, I believe that Dai needs to win, he must win, otherwise, everything will be lost, Yasaka spoke sadly, her eyes downcast. She had not hidden the truth from her daughter. Kunu, trying to lift the mood, replied cheerfully, Don't worry, mother. Dai will win this. He will. Yasaka smiled and placed her hand on Kunu's cheek. Yes, he will, Kunu. Kunu smiled back as they continued their breakfast. Scene change. Asgard, 9:30 a.m. The All-Father, Odin, watched the scene with sadness, accompanied by Gondel, Thor, and Frigg. So, you have heard the news? Odin asked, looking at his wife, son, and trusted Valkyrie. Indeed, we have, Odin, Frigg replied, her expression grim. She was aware of Issei's challenge and how formidable he had become. So, father, what should we do? Thor asked, concerned about provoking the Red Dragon Emperor. I was considering placing some seals in the match to weaken Hayadu's power. Odin's words caused shock among his companions. Even Gondel feigned surprise, though she knew Odin was not to be trusted. You see now, Gondel? That's your all-father, willing to cheat to achieve his goals, she thought, astonished that he would even consider such a thing. Odin continued, but I've heard that the red dragon has eyes and ears everywhere. If he learns of this, who knows what he will do to us? Thor and the others sighed in relief, with Thor expressing frustration, and we don't even know who they are. I wish we could find them before it's too late. Gondel smirked internally, thinking, it's a shame you don't realize one of them is right in front of you. Pretending to be concerned, she asked, All-Father, what should we do? Odin looked at her and replied, We have no choice, we must believe and die. He is our last and only hope. Frigg and Thor agreed, while Gondel internally smirked, thinking, such a shame that your hope is a lie. Scene change. Olympus, 9:30 a.m. Zeus sat angrily on his throne, displeased with Issei's actions. The Olympians either loathed or disliked him, especially Leto, Artemis's mother, and Apollo, her twin brother, who blamed Zeus for losing their daughter/sister. Dinen yu hayudu. Zeus yelled, realizing that if Dai did not win, he would lose both daughters permanently. His reputation among the faction leaders was at an all-time low, as many blamed him for their losses. He was surprised when Artemis returned, coldly responding to him and most of the Olympians, except for Leto and Apollo, to whom she remained cordial. I hope that kid wins. Otherwise, I will lose my girls to the red dragon. Zeus declared, recalling how powerless he felt against Issei in the dimension created by Dimension Lost. Unbeknownst to him, Artemis watched in disgust, realizing her father was no different from most men. She felt grateful to Issei for helping her see that even women could be charmed by a man's looks. Oh, how much I am going to watch you suffer, father. Artemis muttered coldly as she walked away, contemplating whether to ask Issei to spare her mother or brother. Scene change. Mount Kailash, 9:30 a.m. In one of the coldest regions of Tibet lay the Hindu faction, one of the strongest factions. Indra and the Trimurti discussed the matchup against Issei and Dai Hayu. So that brat thinks he can win, he is in for a big disappointment, Indra said mockingly. Vishnu, described as a green-skinned human and nearly the height of Shiva, retorted, but you cannot deny that Hayudu has become strong. Indra, though displeased, had to agree that Issei had grown powerful enough to toy with one of the super devils. So what should we do? Brahma asked, portrayed as an old man with a beard similar to Odin's, unlike Shiva or Vishnu, who appeared youthful. He was much taller, and like the other gods, he had limitless, bottomless eyes reminiscent of Shiva and Vishnu. His superiority commanded respect and instilled fear in many lower beings. I don't know, even my magic cannot kill Malik. He is strong enough to counter my own magic, Shiva spoke, worry and anger evident in his voice. He recalled Malik boasting that he was one of the few to challenge him, which only fueled the bald man's excitement. I think we should hope that Hayudu desires to help us, Vishnu said seriously, pondering what might convince Issei to assist them. He remembered that Issei was not someone to be underestimated. Either way, that brat Dai will beat Hayudu. Indra declared confidently, but Shiva and the other gods shook their heads, sensing that things might not unfold as they hoped. They envisioned a future where Malik reigned supreme, obliterating everyone in his path, with a shadow looming over him. They feared that Malik might not even be the ultimate leader of this new robot faction. They needed to interpret this vision before deciding whether to share it with their fellow factions. To stand a chance against Malik, they had to find a way to counter the anti-magic robot army he had amassed. Scene change. Hayudu residence, 12:30 p.m. Sekiruuyetei walked through the Hayudu residence, avoiding her fellow devils as her mind was troubled. Ajuka had compromised her with Issei Hayudu, and she was angry about being engaged without her consent, especially to the brother of Dai, all for the sake of the devil faction's prosperity. She had never truly known Issei, and like Latia, she had only met him 2 days prior. She observed his character. He seemed to enjoy tormenting the factions and harbored a deep resentment towards them, evident in his interactions with Ajuka and Zeus. However, he showed no animosity towards her or Latia, even claiming he wouldn't take advantage of them, dispelling rumors about his character. Sniff sniff. Sekiruuyetei heard sniffles and turned to find the source of the crying. She entered a room and saw her friend Latia, devastated, sitting beside none other than goddess Athena. Latia wore a simple gown, her usual makeup absent, and her eyes reflected her sorrow. Sekiruuyetei approached her, concern etched on her face. What happened? Latia could only point to Athena, who was crying uncontrollably. Sekiruuyetei turned her attention to the goddess. Lady Athena, what happened? Are you okay? Athena continued to weep, consumed by recent events. Lady Athena, please tell us. Sekiruuyetei urged, her worry palpable. Do you think the factions even care for us? Latia asked, her voice filled with despair. She felt betrayed after being sold to Issei without hesitation from Zeus or any other faction leaders, including Ajuka. I honestly don't know. I think they care for us. Sekiruuyetei replied, trying to reassure her friend, though she knew it was a lie. Only her parents had attempted to reach out. None of her fellow Satans had contacted her. Did your parents or your uncle contact you? Latia shook her head, muttering, no. Then, a voice filled with sadness broke through. They won't. Zeus gave me to the Red Dragon Emperor without a second thought, and because of him, you girls are also doomed along with me. Athena lamented, tears streaming down her face. She felt betrayed, reduced to a bargaining chip to maintain her faction's stability. I am so sorry that you two had to be dragged into this because of my father, Athena said, her devastation evident. No, it's okay. You are not at fault. It was my uncle's idea to give us to him, Latia said, rubbing the goddess's back. She shared in the sorrow, feeling betrayed by her uncle's decision to give her to Issei without consulting her. Initially, she was angry that Issei viewed her merely as a pawn, but when he assured her he wouldn't take advantage of her, she felt a glimmer of hope, believing he might be playing a role to challenge the factions. But all her questions would be answered very soon. Sekiruuyetei clenched her fist in anger. She was not happy with what Ajuka and the other Satans had done. She realized that they had to stick together. But even then, I can't blame Hyudu. He did not ask for us in any way, Latia said, trying to keep calm. It was our uncle along with the rest of the faction leaders that offered us to him and didn't even try to stop him. Latia spoke with sadness, tears falling from her eyes, as Sekiruuyetei consoled her friend. Things had become difficult for them, but at least they knew that Hyudu would not try to harm them. There is only one thing we can do, Sekiruuyetei said seriously. They knew that in their house, only they could stand for each other and must stick together. What? Latia asked, sadness evident in her voice, with Athena looking on. We must stick together. We can only trust ourselves. Since we are in the same situation, we cannot trust anyone completely. Who is going to help us out of this? Even Hyudu Issei, we are grateful that he let us have our own rooms, but we know of his violent nature and aggressive attitude. We need to be wary of him, and I presume he even dislikes us. Once we understand who he is, then we can trust him completely, Sekiruuyetei explained thoughtfully. Both Latia and Athena looked at her, questioning, but Hyudu won't take advantage of us. Are you sure we should be wary? Latia asked. Athena agreed with Sekiruuyetei, saying, he won't, but Sekiruuyetei is right. He may not like us and we should be careful. Latia nodded reluctantly, fearing that if they tried to attack or lash out at him, he might retaliate. They could barely trust anyone except for the others paired with Issei, just like them. I think we should tell this to Marana as well. She deserves to know, Athena suggested, and the girls nodded in agreement. They had to stick together as things were looking bleak. However, unbeknownst to them, Nyx overheard the entire conversation before hiding herself as the girls headed to Marana Sharatova's room. I see, you girls are still cautious, Nyx said with a concerned smile. Soon you will realize that your engagement is a blessing, not a curse, she added before disappearing into the shadows. Scene change. 3 days before the fight, hidden base, 9:30 a.m. Issei walked into the base, greeted by 2 battle droids. Supreme Leader. They both bowed. Issei looked at them and said, bring me Malik, Grievous, and Kalani, this is important. The battle droids nodded, and moments later, they announced the three generals' arrival. "So what is it you want us to do?" Malik asked with interest, nearly finished with his speech. "I hope we are invading another of the supernatural scum faction. I am going to enjoy their despair," Grievous said excitedly, looking at his fellow generals, who were all intrigued. "I have something better for you guys. Once the fight with Dai is concluded, we will go after our next target faction, the Yukai faction," Issei said seriously, a smile on his face. He was determined to make Yasaka pay for his treatment. "So what is it, Issei?" Kalani asked cheerfully, as Grievous also expressed excitement. Issei activated a purple mist, transporting them to his personal dimension. The reason for this was that the weapon was too large to fit into the hidden base, revealing two enormous battleships. "Are we going to pilot them?" Grievous asked in surprise. Issei replied, "Indeed, both you and Malik will, since you will be taking the fight to them. Say hello to the Malevolence and the Leviathan." The Malevolence was a dark purple ship measuring 4,845 meters, equipped with a cannon capable of shutting down magical barriers and several other weapons. The Leviathan, nearly 4,915 meters long, had a silver U-shaped appearance and was designed for effective combat against supernatural forces. "Is this for us?" Malik asked, and Issei smiled at his allies. "Leviathan is for you, Malik, while the Malevolence is for Grievous. Kalani, yours will come soon. It was quite a challenge designing these." "Two," Issei said with a tired sigh. Kalani cheerfully responded, "No, it's all right. Take your time, Issei. I shall await it," as Malik and Grievous eagerly anticipated their new ships. They returned to their dimension, and Issei gave a side glare to Kalani. "Is everything ready for the big event?" he asked. Kalani nodded and replied, "The hidden speakers and television screens have been set up across every faction, except for Gregori, given its status." Issei nodded in response. "And I have prepared a speech that will devastate the factions," Malik said with a grin. Issei smiled, eager to see the factions lose their morale after their fight. "I'm going to sit on the sidelines and enjoy the scene," Grievous added with a shrug. He was not the face of this unknown army like Malik, nor was he as intelligent as Kalani. He was more of a warrior meant to bring about destruction. "But everything is going as I have foreseen. Dai's time as the faction hero will end in 3 days. Even if the leaders don't execute my brother, he will still be either imprisoned or humiliated for the rest of his life," Issei said seriously, a sinister grin on his face. Malik and the two generals nodded as they began their plans for the event that would change supernatural history forever. Scene change. A few hours before the fight, Underworld, 9 a.m. "Well, today is the day," Issei said with a massive grin, everything going as he had planned. He looked at the three girls accompanying him, Charlotte, Nyx, and Quinella. Nyx wore a white top with a black jacket, jeans, a belt, and heels. "I'm surprised you didn't wear your godly killer version clothes," Issei remarked with a smile. Nyx shook her head, responding, "Oh, you like it? Persephone took me shopping for these." Issei nodded, "Like? I love it. And have you grown a bit? You seem taller." Nyx smiled and replied, "It wouldn't be nice to stay short, especially now that we're in the modern day, so I grew a few inches." She looked almost 5 feet 6 inches, her facial expressions showing a bit more maturity. They both fell into their own trance, lost in their world, while Quinella and Charlotte, slightly annoyed, exclaimed, "Lord Issei, we have to go." Quinella's voice snapped them out of their moment. "Yeah. Are you two not going to the fight?" Charlotte added. Issei sighed and activated his ring portal, entering it. Nyx chuckled at his attitude. As they entered, the guards at the entrance recognized them and immediately opened the doors, sensing the girls' powerful auras. "It seems like you two made quite the impression," Nyx smirked, and the girls chuckled before entering. Issei spoke quietly yet seriously, "You two know how to act, right?" Both Charlotte and Quinella nodded, determined not to disappoint their lord. Once inside, the mood shifted from happiness to tension. Many devils recognized the girls as descendants of Asmodeus or Beelzebub. Zeus angrily demanded, "What is this woman doing here?" He was ready to attack, with several others prepared to back him up. Nyx had her darkness swirling in her hands, ready to defend her love interest and allies. Meanwhile, Seorg, Dai, Saji and Riser looked at the girls with admiration, charmed by their presence, oblivious to the brewing conflict. However, before things could escalate, Issei stepped in front of Nyx, speaking coldly, "If I were you, Zeus, I would stand down." His tone shifted to a mocking one. "Besides, do you want to deal with me? Remember what happened last time." Issei's words struck fear in Zeus, who recalled his past humiliation. He gritted his teeth in rage but knew he couldn't act against Issei without dire consequences. "That's what I thought," Issei scoffed. Serzex then spoke seriously, "Hi, you know she's still a criminal, yet you allowed her to come to this fight." Issei shook his head, responding mockingly, "Not my monkeys, not my circus." He ignored the glares directed at him as Serzex and several other leaders clenched their fists in anger. And besides, Nyx is not the only star of this show. We'll meet the last two descendants of the Satans, Charlotte Beelzebub and Quinella Asmodeus, Issei declared, causing many to widen their eyes, though most devils remained unfazed. And yes, they are half-bloods, meaning one devil parent and one human parent, he revealed with a smile. "It is nice to meet you, my name is Quinella Asmodeus." Quinella feigned arrogance, glancing at Charlotte, who nodded and introduced herself with a similar tone, "My name is Charlotte Beelzebub." "It is nice to meet you, lowly beings." Charlotte tried hard to maintain an arrogant expression, though she was naturally kind and empathetic. And even Issei praised her due to her hard work. Many were taken aback at their attitude as the devils sighed. This was nothing new for them, since many of the high-class devils were known to be like this. "It seems like the act is working well." Nyx muttered as Issei chuckled and nodded. "And before you ask, no, they are not part of the Devil Society and will not be part of it, no matter how much you convince them." Issei spoke with a mocking grin, as the devils clenched their fists in anger, enjoying their despair-filled expressions. "How can you? They are important to the Devil Society because..." Seraphal spoke angrily, but Issei interrupted, responding, "Breeding stocks. Isn't that why most of the devil women are important, so that they can be used to repopulate your race, right?" Issei mocked Seraphal, who clenched her fist in anger. He dashed in front of her at lightning speed. "I can sense your anger." Issei had the true Longinus aimed at her head, causing her to shiver in fear. "Attack me at your own peril, because it will only take me a minute to erase you, Sarachan." Issei spoke coldly. Seraphal fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face, while most of the devils were furious at what Issei had done as he walked away to his group. "So when is the match?" Issei asked. "Brother, are you that energetic to lose?" Dai spoke in a mocking tone, but in reality, he wanted to postpone his demise as far as possible. He really feared what would happen. "Indeed, he is my love. He will lose big time, and then he will be one of our slaves, along with those two girls, who would be your lovers," Rias said mockingly, kissing Issei. He then turned his attention to her and grabbed her throat, forcing her to separate from Dai. "Issei Hayudu. Let her go!" Serzex shouted. However, Issei was not in the mood. He grabbed Rias, and before anyone could react, he seized Serzex by his throat. Issei had two lightning slayer gloves in his hands, and they were terrified of what he might do. Both struggled in his grip, trying to use their power of destruction, only to see that lightning was being generated from the gloves, implying that Issei could end them in an instant. He released an aura that terrified many, but Nyx counteracted this by using her own aura to protect Charlotte and Quinella. Even she was worried. He was not going to tolerate any insults. "Keep in mind, you may be a super devil, Serzex Lucifer. You may be strong, but if you are not on guard, a well-placed holy spell could critically wound or even kill you. And this is for you, Serzex. Just imagine what would happen to Rias." Issei spoke with a sinister grin. The two were fearful, and many guests were terrified of what might happen as Issei shouted. Ajuka, Shiva, and several others noted that his aura was on the level of a heavenly dragon, and that was without his gear. They couldn't imagine how strong he was with it. Beach, I dare you to save this weakling brother of yours who is struggling for his own life in my grip." Issei looked around for volunteers, only to see everyone shivering with fear. "Huh? Is there someone who will dare to save this beach? Now listen and listen very well. If someone in this entire room insults me and my girls or even dares to eye them or mock me in any way, I swear you, Sirzek's Gregori, I will start with your wife and son. By the time I am done, the word devil will be just history. And if anyone dares to address me any other way except for Lord Issei, they can say their goodbye to their lives, especially for you, so-called gods. From today, it's Lord Issei, got it? Especially you, Mr. Cheating God." Issei screamed while eyeing Odin and everyone else, making them even more terrified. His aura increased even more due to his wrath. They wanted Dai to stop Issei, only to see him cowering in fear, realizing something horrible was going to happen in the match. "Is that clear?" Issei shouted. As they were too frozen in fear to do anything due to the outburst, even the Hindu gods were nervous about what Issei would do. "Is that clear?" Issei screamed, and everyone except Nyx, Charlotte and Quinella nodded rapidly in fear. Issei then dropped the terrified Sirzek and Rias, the latter passing out from fear. Her friends and loved ones desperately tried to wake her up, with Sirzek being helped by his queen, Grafia. They did not hesitate to stop him as Issei commanded. "When is the match? I demand to know now." Grafia spoke with a gulp, fear lacing her voice. "Lord Issei, it is in an hour. This was meant to prepare yourself for the fight." Issei nodded as he walked towards his girls, stopping the release of his aura. "I am sorry for scaring you three," he said with a sad tone. Nyx nodded in response, giving a loving smile. "It just shows how much you care for us." Nyx spoke, to which Quinella and Charlotte nodded, both blushing. Issei turned to the devils and declared, "Keep in mind, the girls are not tools. If you disagree, you know what will happen." The girls nodded in agreement as Issei and the girls walked away. The onlookers watched them leave, and the wiser ones made a mental note to avoid crossing Issei or his companions. Seorg and Riser silently thanked their allies for preventing a potential disaster, while Saji and Dai were filled with dread, especially Dai, who knew his brother was far more powerful than he was. Dai recalled how his future brother-in-law, Sirzek, was at Issei's mercy. Everyone was terrified of Issei. His presence was as intimidating as Crom's, perhaps even more so, especially with his boosted gear activated. Grafia. Prepare the match." Sirzek managed to catch his breath, his fury boiling over at how Issei had humiliated him. Grafia nodded, and Dai felt a chill as he saw her prepare the dimension for the match. He knew his brother would show no mercy, and he couldn't help but wonder what Issei would do to Sirzek in this state. Gulping, he headed to the changing room, where Crom was eager to mock him. Instead, Crom had a better idea. He wanted to strike a deal with Issei to rid himself of his current predicament. Back at the podium, Sirzek was a mix of anger and fear. He gritted his teeth, unable to shake off the humiliation Issei had inflicted upon him. Issei had threatened not just him, but also his wife and son, all while Sirzek felt helpless. He even dared the gods to intervene, but not even Shiva or Dai could do anything but watch. This was the first time Sirzek felt true fear, so intense that he wished to escape with his loved ones from the monster before him. He had never experienced such a feeling, not in his career as a Satan or during his time as the heir of the Gregori clan. He realized Issei could destroy the devil race right in front of him, daring him to act. There was nothing he could do. He had never used his boosted gear against the Satans, and if he did, the consequences would be dire. Previously, the factions reacted to Sirzek's terror, knowing that Dai had to win to gain his brother's support. However, even he had doubts, which did not go unnoticed by his wife. Meanwhile, the angels, Raphael and Uriel, were frustrated with Michael for not stopping Elizabeth and Marana's engagement, hoping that Dai would emerge victorious. In the hospital, Azazel, having just awakened, was devastated by the news of Baraquil and Cookie's deaths, fearing that things would only worsen if Issei lost. In the Norse faction, Odin contemplated cheating but ultimately decided to let Dai handle the situation, much to the relief of Inner Gondal. In Kyoto, both Kunu and Yasaka were unhappy, with Kunu particularly resentful of Issei for hogging the spotlight, believing firmly that Dai would win. In Greece, Zeus's disdain for Issei had reached new heights, while Artemis observed his outbursts and realized he was worse than most men. She teleported away, grateful to Issei for opening her eyes. Meanwhile, the Trimurti and Indra discussed the match, with Indra believing in Dai's victory, while the Trimurti sensed something ominous on the horizon. At the Hyudu residence, Sikvara noticed the girls' distress over the leader's decisions and suggested they stick together, unaware that Nyx was watching from the shadows. As the fight approached, Issei gathered the generals to discuss the Malevolence and Leviathan, giving commands to Grievous and Malik to prepare for the battle. When the time came, Issei, along with Nyx, Charlotte, and Quinella, made their way to the party. A commotion erupted, escalating to a physical altercation, but eventually, order was restored as Surzex commanded the fight to proceed, much to Issei's satisfaction. In the arena of the underworld, the leaders took their seats in the watching booth, eager to witness the unfolding battle, while Issei and Dai remained in the changing rooms, preparing for what was to come. As they took their seats, 3 additional spectators were revealed to be Nyx, Charlotte, and Quinella. This did not sit well with the leaders, who were wary of the girls being in the same location as them. However, they feared that speaking up might provoke Issei, which they wanted to avoid at all costs. The girls settled a few seats away from the leaders. Nyx scoffed, her voice audible to the leaders nearby, particularly Zeus, who clenched his fists in frustration but remained silent. "Hey Nyx, how long will this fight last?" Charlotte asked quietly. Nyx smiled at her ally. "Give or take, a few minutes at most, but that mostly depends on Issei," Nyx replied softly. Charlotte looked puzzled. "I don't understand," she said. Quinella leaned in to explain, smiling but keeping her voice low so the leaders wouldn't overhear. "It means it depends on whether Issei wants to prolong the fight or end it quickly. The more he wants to make his opponent suffer, the longer it will take." Charlotte nodded, excitement building as she anticipated the fight. "Either way, the real show will begin after the fight, right girls?" Nyx said in a sing-song tone, and the girls nodded in agreement, eager for what was to come. Meanwhile, Issei and Draig were preparing for their battle. Draig was eager to see Issei's plan unfold. "So, partner, which sacred gears are we going to use?" Draig asked enthusiastically. Issei rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Well, for starters we'll use the boosted gear, then the True Longinus and Incinerate Anthem, to name a few. Dai is so weak that any of our Longinus will deal significant damage, even potentially finish him off," Issei said with a grin. He had plenty of options to ensure the fight was both painful and spectacular. Suddenly, the changing room transformed, catching them off guard. Issei could have freed himself from this unexpected situation but was curious about who had summoned him. They turned to see a majestic jet-black dragon with a black and golden aura surrounding it. "I never thought I would see you here, Crumcrutch," Draig said in surprise as Crum bowed before Issei. "I beg you, please remove me from Dai," Crum pleaded, shocking both Issei and Draig. Draig had once told Issei that a dragon would never abandon its pride, making Crum's request all the more surprising. "Why should we? What's in it for us?" Issei asked, skepticism in his voice. Draig shared his mistrust. Crum was known to be an evil dragon, and dragons like him were rarely trustworthy. "I would never bother you again, and I'll tell my future host to never mess with you or Draig again," Crum promised, desperation evident in his tone. He was willing to do anything to be freed from Dai's control. Crum envied Draig, not for his status as a heavenly dragon, but for having a loyal friend like Issei as his host. "So tell me, Crum, how did you end up in this situation?" Issei inquired. "You see, when I heard that Draig and Albion were fighting, I decided to join in. The biblical god was not pleased, as dealing with 3 heavenly-class dragons could threaten his faction. I refused to back down and took down any archangel in my path, nearly killing Gabriel. That's when God snapped," He viewed her as his daughter and, in his rage, cut me into pieces and sealed me in this gear. The rest is history, Crom explained, and Issei and Drake nodded in understanding. That would explain why Gabriel was wary of Dai, Issei mused, recalling how fearful she had been, to the point that angels avoided him. He gritted his teeth, remembering the past when Rizavim attacked heaven and nearly killed Gabriel. Despite her falling for Dai's lies, Issei had saved her. He sighed, contemplating whether he should help Crom or not. I will think about it, Crom. Crom nodded, saddened by the outcome as dimensions returned to normal. Drake wasn't surprised. He felt like his partner had a plan, knowing that Crom would not be staying with Dai for much longer. Well, Drake, let's get ready. Drake nodded, returning to his excited state. It's showtime, Issei exclaimed, and Drake responded, Indeed it is, partner. Both headed outside, where Issei noticed a man announcing the event. He recognized him as Nod Gamajan, a man with black hair and a tuft of purple hair, dressed in formal clothes befitting a devil. Welcome everyone to the fight of the century. In one corner, we have Dai Hidu, the bearer of the crescent circle dragon Crom Crutch, the pillar of factions and the savior of the world. Nod announced excitedly. The crowd erupted in cheers. Go Dai! Teach your brother some manners. Show him his place, Dai. We love you, Dai. The spotlight shifted to Dai, who enjoyed the glory, though internally he was afraid of what would happen. He saw his brother with his eyes closed, waiting for the match to begin. And in the other corner, we have the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei Haidu, the one who has instilled fear in many. Please welcome the competitors with a round of applause. The spotlight changed to Issei, who was met with boos and jeers from the crowd. Annoyed, he shouted, Shut up! Issei raised his aura, silencing everyone, who fell quiet out of fear. Nyx, Charlotte, and Quinella sighed in disappointment. The leaders worried that Issei's anger might lead him to lash out at innocent civilians, but Issei looked at Nod and nodded, signaling that the match must begin. Right? The match between Issei Haidu and Dai Haidu will commence. Fighters, take your positions. Issei activated his boosted gear and true Longinus simultaneously, causing concern among the devils and Indra. Dai removed his crescent circle gauntlets and Ascalon, preparing to face his brother. And begin! Nod announced as both brothers dashed toward each other, ready to end this clash once and for all. Issei walked across the fields, with Malik surrounded by the burning remains of Gregori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, watching the screen. A book appeared, showing Issei in his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu was seen with a sinister smirk, Rias standing next to him. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik, using magic. Ingvild looked at a figurine of Dai, crushing it in anger, tears falling from her eyes. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondel watched their factions with disdain. Issei, haunted by his past, looked at a family photo with a slash across it, feeling the separation from his family. He locked eyes with his brother as they clashed swords. Issei decided to change the atmosphere of the match, secretly hacking into the song systems to play a catchy tune. The announcer was shocked, unable to change the song as it played at full volume. Issei kept the Longinus active, clashing with Dai, who managed to keep up with him. I guess as a fraud, you managed to pick up some skills, yet they are disappointing. Issei feigned sadness. Dai gritted his teeth in fury and pushed Issei away. Recovering his balance, Issei unleashed a holy beam at his brother, who barely dodged it. Issei decided to hold off on using his balance breaker for later. Many were surprised by Issei's weapon skills as Dai charged at him with Ascalon, ready to strike. As they exchanged blows, Issei blocked Dai's powerful punch with ease. You disappoint me, he said coldly, slashing Dai's chest with the true Longinus, causing him to shout in pain. You know, there are many creative ways I could end this match, Issei said with a sinister grin, as Dai's eyes widened in shock. Balance breaker. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Balance Breaker, Polar Knight Chakravartin. Issei activated both of his balance breaker modes, 7 orbs appearing behind him, making it difficult for Dai to identify them. With no choice left, Dai activated his own balance breaker. Balance breaker, Crumb announced reluctantly. Cursed moon balance breaker. Well, would you look at that? A copy of the boosted gear. Issei said mockingly, causing Dai to grit his teeth in frustration. Copy. I will show you a copy. Dai charged at Issei, who fired a dark shot in response. Issei used one of his orbs, declaring, Manaratna. The cursed shot was redirected at him, causing him to wince in pain. You know, this wouldn't have been a problem if you actually fought Cao Cao or even watched the fight, instead of hogging all the credit, Issei continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Dai managed to recover and dashed forward, intending to stab Issei with Ascalon. But Issei countered with his second orb, Kakaratana, shattering Ascalon upon contact. Dai was left shocked and defenseless, fear creeping in as Issei taunted him. Defenseless? I was expecting you to at least take on the entire list of orbs. It seems like you are weaker than I thought. Dai felt the weight of his fear. Without his blade, retreat was no longer an option. He could only watch as Issei prepared his third orb, Hatharatna. Scene change. Hayadu residence, 2 p.m. Most of the audience was taken aback, even those familiar with Issei's abilities. They began to question whether his powers were genuine. The girls betrothed to Issei stayed back, hesitant to venture into the underworld. He broke Ascalon with just one of his orbs. Sekiruuyetei remarked in disbelief. How is this possible? Each of the true Longinus's orbs created from Polar Night Chakravartin has a unique trait, Latia explained. The first redirects attacks, and the second can break any weapon. Athena added, but that's not all. The third allows teleportation, the fourth temporarily seals women's abilities, the fifth can lift any object, the sixth can create armies similar to Gregori Knight's balance breaker, and the last can unleash a blast strong enough to take out an ultimate class being. Many, except Latia, were astonished. Even Artemis and Elizabeth were unfazed, having witnessed Issei's abilities firsthand. So how long do you think this battle will last? Artemis asked her sister, who replied, If anything, I don't think Lord Issei is even using his full power. Athena's slip of calling Issei her lord did not go unnoticed by Artemis, who felt a sense of joy at her sister's awakening realization. Well, either way, let's watch this match. I believe it will conclude sooner than we anticipate, Athena said thoughtfully, leaving the others curious about Issei's next move. Scene change. Watching booth, Underworld Arena, Underworld, 2 p.m. The leaders were in disbelief. Michael spoke with shock. Ascalon was destroyed. Ajuka shook his head. It shouldn't be surprising, each of the true Longinus's orbs is capable of that. Zeus clenched his teeth in anger. What more powers does this brat have hidden? As Issei bombarded Dai with massive rocks, the leaders struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Yasaka and Seraphal felt helpless watching their loved one being overwhelmed, knowing they could not intervene without risking their lives. And I don't even think that is his strongest form, Shiva remarked thoughtfully, causing fear to ripple through the faction leaders. Rias shivered at the thought, recalling how Issei had nearly killed her before. She had woken up just before the match began, terrified of the monster he had become. She glanced at her bishop, Asia, who shared her fear. Valerie and Ingvild remained silent, lacking sympathy for Dai, fully aware of Issei's true power. Valerie recalled her harrowing experience dealing with the holy flame versions of Grendel and Layden during Issei's previous fight. Kaneko, Kuroka, Lefei, and Irina were equally terrified, realizing that the brother they once knew was now a formidable and sinister force. Irina gulped, remembering her earlier interactions with him and praying for mercy from the Red Dragon's wrath. The same fear gripped Zenobia, Rosweiss, and Ravel, all frozen at the thought of Issei's overwhelming power. They knew he would not hesitate to eliminate them, and no one could stop him. The Citri peerage was nervous, especially Genshiro. If word got out that he had helped Dai with the rumors circulating at school, he would lose everything. However, he found some relief in knowing that his lack of influence in Dai's actions might spare him. He could easily claim that he was only following Dai's request. In other words, he was prepared to throw Dai under the bus to save himself. The Bale and Phoenix peerages, belonging to Serorg and Riser, were also anxious. They were relieved not to be on the receiving end of Issei's anger, as they were unaware of his full strength. Meanwhile, Issei hurled a massive boulder at Dai, causing significant damage. Dai's armor began to shatter under the impact. Asuratna! Issei called out, using one of the orbs to teleport behind Dai. Before Dai could react, Issei landed a powerful punch to his face, breaking his helmet and revealing his features. Dai attempted to counter with a dark shot, but Issei quickly moved away. Two blasters emerged from the back of Issei's armor, and before Dai could respond, Issei unleashed a combined blast from both, declaring, Parnikaratna. The force of the attack made Dai scream in pain. Eh-ah-ha-ha. Dai cried out as his armor disintegrated, leaving him vulnerable. Issei had no intention of killing him just yet. He wanted Dai alive. Killing him would be too merciful, and Issei had other plans. With Dai now in his human form and defenseless, the factions and spectators were in shock. They knew Issei despised Dai and feared what he might do next. Issei then reached out to Drake. Hey Drake, can you do me a favor? Issei mentally asked. Drake, clearly annoyed, replied, What happened now? Just send a message to Crom. His release is confirmed. Tell him to meet me later, if he can. Drake nodded and complied. Well, Dai, let's end this, shall we? Issei said, a smirk on his face. Dai, trembling, pleaded, No please, can we just talk about this? Many were taken aback by Dai's desperation. Those who knew him expected him to find a way out of this predicament. Issei chuckled at his brother's fear. Oh little brother, you made my life miserable. Do you really think I would show you mercy when I didn't show any to the other faction leaders? Issei's smile was sinister as he held up a rock. Say hello to the Rock of Jerusalem, another of my Longinus. Scene change. In the underworld arena, Michael and Gabriel were astonished to see another holy relic, especially as a Longinus, in Issei's possession. This suggested that there could be others like it. No way. Michael murmured in disbelief. Yasaka turned to him, asking, Is it really what Issei means? A Longinus. Michael nodded, and fear spread among the spectators, especially the girls who cared for Dai. They worried about Issei's next move, and even the faction leaders were apprehensive. This is where the fun begins. Nyx said with a smile, signaling to two girls who nodded in agreement before leaving the room, leaving Nyx to watch as Issei began his plan unfold. Scene change. In the arena, Issei's body radiated with a holy aura as he declared, Balance Breaker, Gates of Babylon. The rock glowed with a brilliant golden light, and several golden portals appeared behind him. Before anyone could react, holy spears emerged from these portals, hurtling toward Dai. He screamed in agony as the holy energy coursed through him. Many spectators closed their eyes in fear, some crying for their fallen hero. The girls who loved Dai wept openly, while the leaders watched helplessly. Issei then produced chains enchanted with holy magic, each with hooks, and attached them to Dai's limbs, pulling him upright. Drake, release every last one of my memories to the public, Issei commanded. Drake grinned and replied, As you wish, partner. Issei's memories were laid bare for the world to see, revealing every battle and every claim Dai had made to the factions, which were, in truth, Issei's own accomplishments. Many were in shock and disbelief at what Issei had revealed. Issei was the true hero of the factions, not Dai. Despite the truth, some still protested angrily, unable to see past the lies surrounding an impostor. Then the evil dragon Crom joined in, supporting Issei. Everything you see is true. My host, Dai Haidu, is nothing but a liar and deceiver. He betrayed all of you and took all the achievements of Issei Haidu. He only cared for the girls for their appearances, especially Rias Gremory, Akino Himena, Yasaka, and Ingviled Leviathan. Crom declared, shattering the hearts of those girls, who were devastated by this revelation, except for Ingviled, who already knew. The leaders were horrified, but skepticism lingered about the supernatural. Dai did everything just to spite his brother. If it weren't for Hayadu Issei, his life would have never been this great. Every achievement was to his name, but he only sought fame, glory, and women. Allow me to show you his memories. Crom continued angrily as Dai begged, "No, please. Shut up. Words cannot describe how much I hate you, Dai Hayadu. Issei, once you remove me, promise me to make sure to deal with this pathetic whelp. I would love to watch that." With that, Crom revealed all of Dai's memories to everyone, horrifying them with the truth about the man, or rather monster, Dai Hayadu was. Many looked at Dai in disgust as a line reverberated across the Colosseum, "This is something you will never enjoy." Dai looked down, tears streaming down his face. His life felt as good as gone. The crowd booed him, and children destroyed the Issei dragon figurines he was part of. He cried at this, and moments later, he snapped, shouting in a crazed tone, "This is all your fault. Why didn't you die?" Dai screamed at his brother, "You should have been gone. I would have all these women in my life, but no, you always want to take something I want." This outburst sealed his fate. Everyone lost respect for the pillar of the factions, their expressions turning to disgust. Scene change. Watching booth, Underworld Arena, Underworld, 5 p.m. "No way." Yasaka spoke in disbelief, horrified to realize her lover was just like most men, only interested in her for her appearance. She felt devastated for treating the one who saved her so poorly. Kunu cried as she realized her future father was like the scum of the earth. Both mother and daughter held each other, crying their hearts out. Seraphal was heartbroken, realizing he, like several others, only viewed her for her body and was annoyed by her childlike attitude. The leaders were shocked and horrified, with Serzex, who viewed Dai as a little brother, gritting his teeth as a singular tear fell from his eye. Shemhazai was relieved Azazel was not there, fearing he would be devastated by the events, but worried that things might worsen in the hospital. Many were furious, including Zeus, Shiva, Indra, Vishnu, Brahma, and Odin, but they were angrier at themselves for believing his lies. The girls who loved Dai, particularly Rias Gremory's peerage, were shocked and horrified. Rias was in disbelief, tears falling from her eyes as she realized Issei once loved her, and she had made his life a nightmare. Asia fell unconscious upon realizing the truth, while Akino nodded, drained of color and emotion. Kaneko and Kuroka hugged each other for comfort, now hating Dai. Zenobia shed a tear, feeling misled by Irina and Rias. Irina was devastated, her wings darkening with guilt, which horrified Michael. "Irina!" he shouted, rushing to her side. She cried into him, having lost the only one who cared for her. Michael worried about Gabriel, who struggled to control her emotions, her wings on the verge of falling. Sona Citri and her peerage were horrified, Sona crying over the immense betrayal, while Saji feared what might happen next. The other girls were equally devastated. Ravel Phoenix cried, unable to believe the man she loved was so despicable. Riser and Ruvel hugged their sister, glaring at Dai with hatred. Ingvild Leviathan and Valerie Lucifer were less affected, having already experienced betrayal, but they could only hope for a better future. "You see it now." Nyx spoke with anger. "This is the face of the hero you put on a pedestal, a pathetic disgrace of a human being. I hope you are proud of yourselves. Because of what you did, you lost a gem of a human being." Nyx shouted, turning their attention to Valerie and Ingvild. "And don't you two think of having any forgiveness? You might have known of Issei's past earlier, but he will never forget what you did to him, especially you, Ingvild," Nyx shouted as the two girls looked down in shame. "And why didn't you tell us any of this?" Serzex asked, his voice tinged with anger. Ingvild exclaimed, "It was because you would never believe the two of us. The lies of Dai Hayadu have wrapped you around to such an extent that no matter what we do, you would never believe us." Rias, tears streaming down her face, shouted back, "We would have believed you." But was interrupted by Valerie. "Don't kid yourself, Gremory. I am not going to completely blame you like you would in a situation like this. But even I know what you said was utter nonsense. You would have admonished and looked down upon her, just like you did to Issei Hayadu." Valerie shouted, a tear falling from her eye. I fell for yours and his lies, which you believed without thinking twice. And you have the audacity to say that you would have believed Ingvild. Shame on you, Rias Gremory. Shame on you. Rias was taken aback and fell to her knees, crying. Every word Valerie spoke was true. Serzex remained silent, feeling ashamed despite his belief in Rias and Dai. I hate myself for listening to you, Rias. Had I never listened, I would be with the one who truly loved me. Now just shut up, for everyone's sake. Ingvild shouted, and Valerie nodded in agreement. They looked at Dai's pitiful condition, wondering what Issei would do, feeling little empathy for him. Scene change. Arena, Underworld, 5:30 p.m. So brother, how does it feel to have your life ruined? Issei spoke with a sinister smile, looking at his furious brother, who gritted his teeth in rage. The boos and jeers that had been directed at him were now aimed at Dai. We are not even close to done yet. Issei thought, waiting for the signal. He knew what he had to do, it was time to keep his promise. Issei recalled the ritual of sacred gear removal, remembering the details from Rainer's actions almost 2 years ago. He muttered, "It's time." A book appeared before them, recognized by many as the Book of Conceptual Records. The book glowed with a yellow light, matching the wavelength of Dai's aura. Dai screamed in pain as his soul was being ripped out. Many were horrified, recognizing the sacred gear extraction method. Eventually, 2 gauntlets emerged, the crescent circle gauntlets. Thank you, Issei Hayudu. I remain in eternal gratitude for what you did for me. Crom exclaimed happily as Issei wielded the gauntlets. Dai weakly protested, "Give that back. It's my power." Issei chuckled darkly. "Nope, now it's mine. Well, time to finish you anyway." He began to pull the chains attached to Dai, recalling a medieval punishment as the pull increased. Dai screamed in agony, becoming a limbless torso before dying from blood loss, leaving many looking away in horror. The children were made to look away, especially Kunu, who was horrified by the brutality. Yasaka pulled her away to protect her from further trauma. What brutality? The winner of this match is, Nod began, but was suddenly silenced as Issei received news from Charlotte and Quinella speaking telepathically. Everything is done, Lord Issei. You can tell Malik now. Issei grinned and gave the order to Malik. Malik, you are good to go. Malik nodded in response, and the screen changed to show him. Issei feigned fury, growling, "You have some nerve to interrupt my fun, Malik." Malik snickered. "Don't worry, and besides, a commendable show you put on there." Issei pretended to glare. "Your army is no match for me, Malik. It will only take a snap of my fingers to wipe you all out." Malik, though feigning fear, showed respect for Issei. The faction leaders were shocked to see Malik himself afraid of Issei. "Oh, don't worry. I have no quarrel with you, Red Dragon Emperor. My target is only the factions," Malik declared, instilling fear among the factions. "But you can't deny the injustices they did to you. You completely refuse to help them." Issei gritted his teeth, feigning anger. "Here we have the false hero of the factions, who has done nothing but steal your achievements, your glory, your life, so he could live on his own accord while you rot in the background. This is your hero, factions, the ones chosen by your leaders. How pathetic!" Malik shouted, and Issei and Nyx applauded his acting skills. The people were terrified by the unfolding events, and the leaders feared what Malik was doing, trying to turn the populace against them as panic and chaos ensued. They tried to contact the room where Nod was, but received no response. Fearing that their communications had been hijacked, one of them exclaimed, "I should have expected this. Wiping out the supernatural factions would be a service. It's infuriating that these are the ones leading us. They elevate a false hero while humiliating the true one, placing the false hero on a pedestal and casting the real hero into shadow. But it doesn't stop there." Suddenly, the screen changed to a secret meeting. The Hindu gods watched in horror, realizing they had not been present for the discussions. They remembered Issei's deal to fight Dai, and the tension in the room grew as they witnessed the meeting unfold. The faction leaders would even sacrifice their own for the sake of getting Hayudu Issei's help. I pity Miss Athena and Miss Artemis for having a leader like Zeus. He willingly offered his own daughter to save himself, which is truly disgraceful. I always knew you weren't the best god, but this shows how far you've fallen. Was it fear or a loss of pride that drove you to this? Either way, you are a disgrace. Malik mocked the Greek god of thunder, who gritted his teeth in anger. Zeus seethed silently as Shiva, Indra, Vishnu, and Brahma glared at him. I'm not finished yet. The girls that Issei loved were easily swayed by lies from Dai. It was Rias Gregori and Sona Citri who spread those lies, believing them to be true. Foolish siblings lead to foolish decisions, and nepotism always results in disaster. Malik declared, his gaze shifting to Rias and Sona, who feared the implications of his words. It's disappointing to see you like this. But that won't stop us from attacking. We won't reveal when we strike. It could be a day, a week, or even a month, but we will come for you. Malik chuckled darkly, causing panic to spread through the crowd. After all, the anticipation of a threat can be worse than the threat itself. Goodbye, foolish factions. With that, Malik ended his speech. Issei smirked, pleased with the chaos unfolding around him. Those who had looked down on him were now in turmoil. He revived Dai using the Holy Grail, surprising himself. Dai, where are you? He asked as Dai appeared, bewildered. Issei bound him with chains, anticipating the arrival of the girls. He had promised them a front-row experience of Dai's reckoning for the years of torment he had caused. Moments later, the girls teleported next to Issei, holding a microphone for everyone to hear. Nyx watched from the booth, smirking, while Ingvild and Valerie remained silent, anxious about what would happen next. Hello everyone, my name is Quinella Asmodeus, and this is my friend Charlotte Beelzebub. We have an important message, Quinella said, her expression serious. Let me make this clear, neither my friend nor I will be used as tools, so don't even think about it. She then turned her glare toward Rias Gregori and her peerage. If you think for a moment that Issei will forget everything and make amends, you are mistaken. You lost your chance when you chose Dai over someone who would have loved you more than anyone else. You humiliated him, broke him, and even spread rumors about him. Shame on all of you. Quinella's voice trembled with fury, reducing some of the Gregori peerage to tears. But you don't need to worry about his future, because we are with him. We are grateful you never came into his life. He doesn't want false people like you. How could you not check the truth of the rumors? You believed a pretty face without doing your homework. You did everything Dai did and worse. You are all pathetic. Charlotte added, equally furious. And then you have the audacity to ask for his help, to force him to assist you. Why should he care for any of you? If I were him, I would have left and never looked back. You even tried to bribe him with your ladies and threatened him. Why should he help you? Quinella shouted, as the faction leaders looked away in guilt, some angered that a half-breed was speaking to them so boldly. Oh, and if you are watching this, Azazel, the fact that you are so eager to get Issei's help, despite having treated him the same way, is truly pathetic. Do you really expect him to save you? You are a hypocrite, Azazel. You fell due to your own flaws, yet you criticize Issei when false rumors spread about him. Tell me, how many have your faction harmed for recognition? Some even went so far as to toy with their victims for enjoyment. I am glad to see your faction on a steady decline. If Issei hadn't saved us from your fallen, we would have been lost. You and Shemhazai have no control over your subordinates. Just look at Rainier, a fallen angel so weak that Issei defeated her with a single punch, yet she still caused so much damage. She would have gotten away with it too, if it weren't for Issei. Charlotte shouted, her heart filled with rage. If anything, I hope you enjoy facing the consequences of your actions. Many were silent, guilt hanging in the air. Issei turned to the girls and muttered, the show still has its final act remaining. He approached his brother Dai and used his sacred gear to strike him, creating a holy light magic bomb that he activated, causing a violent explosion. Issei had set up a barrier beforehand to keep himself and the girls safe from the aftermath. He revived Dai, who begged for mercy, but Issei ignored him. Charging an electric current through his hands, He zapped Dai repeatedly until he was left lifeless, a smirk on Issei's face as he watched. Reviving him again, much to everyone's horror, Issei continued his assault, turning Dai into a bloody mess. "My shoes got dirty," he complained, reviving Dai once more as he held his head in pain. "Please stop," Dai pleaded, but Issei summoned the divine dividing his strength and leaving him dizzy before delivering a powerful kick. The onlookers turned away, many begging for Issei to stop, but the leaders could only watch helplessly. Ingvild fainted at the sight, while Valerie was overwhelmed and sickened. Issei, with lightning crackling in his hands, shocked Dai, causing him to scream in agony. Summoning 2 holy dragons, he activated his balance breaker, and they burned Dai alive. After reviving him again, Issei decided to freeze him, shattering his body into pieces with an ice hammer. With each revival, Issei's torment continued. He carved into Dai's back, pulling bones and skin to create grotesque wings, blasting his heart as Dai screamed in pain. The spectators were desperate for it to end, but Issei remained indifferent, locking the exits to prevent anyone from leaving. He revived Dai for the final time, preparing for a dramatic conclusion. "It's time to show you my ventriloquist skills," Issei said mockingly, ripping out Dai's heart. He used his leg for support as the spotlight illuminated him, thanks to Quinella's secret control of the lights. "Brother, why don't I get any girls?" he imitated Dai, explaining, "It's because of your attitude." As Dai slowly closed his eyes, hoping for the pain to end, both Charlotte and Quinella reveled in the suffering of the brother who had tormented them. Issei revived him once more, and Dai, mentally scarred, could only hope for release. With that, the show has ended, Issei said, boredom creeping into his voice. He had lost interest in torturing Dai, especially now that he was too broken to continue. As he and the girls walked toward the exit, everyone could only watch in horror, realizing the weight of what had transpired. He was the monster they created. Previously, Issei and Dai prepared for their fight, while the faction leaders sat in silence, displeased. During the match, Issei was visited by Crom, who hinted at freeing him. As the battle began, Dai believed he had the upper hand, unaware that Issei was merely toying with him. Issei rendered Dai powerless, revealing his memories to everyone. Many were devastated and horrified, especially the girls who loved him. In a shocking turn, Issei killed Dai and was about to revive him when Malik intervened, delivering a speech that turned the crowd against the leaders, creating chaos. Afterward, Malik departed, and both Quinella and Charlotte confronted the girls, insisting they didn't deserve Issei and should stay away from him. They forced him to confront the reality of his situation, leaving the leaders to realize the truth: he was the monster they had created. At Citri Hospital, Goru watched the match unfold on television. He saw the truth about Dai, who had no love for his family despite caring for his parents. "No," Goru muttered in disbelief. Due to a shortage of Phoenix tears from Malik's attacks, he felt chest pain and difficulty breathing as he witnessed Issei brutally kill Dai repeatedly. Overwhelmed, he wanted to call out to Issei but couldn't. A nurse rushed to his side, alarmed by his condition. "What the dash? How did this happen?" she exclaimed. She quickly assessed Goru, recognizing the symptoms of a heart attack. Goru pointed to the television, where Issei was finishing off Dai. The nurse's eyes widened in horror, but her priority was to stabilize Goru. As he began to cough and sweat, she used defibrillation to shock his heart. Although he jolted awake, it had no effect. "Whatever he saw on that television must have caused this," the nurse muttered. Goru was stable but unconscious, and she feared for his life. She decided to inform his wife and daughter, who were nearby. Meanwhile, Miki was in tears, devastated by the match. Aika, equally heartbroken, struggled to comprehend her brother's actions. "Brother, why?" she whispered, tears streaming down her face as she consoled her mother. What should we do, Aika?" Miki asked, her voice trembling. Aika, speechless, finally replied, I don't know what we should do." The revelation of Dai's true nature hit hard, leaving them both in despair. The nurse from earlier entered, ready to offer support. "How you do, Miss Aika?" The two looked at the devil nurse as she spoke with a tone full of worry. Mr. Hyudu had a heart attack. The news only made things worse. Mickey rushed to the nurse and grabbed her by her outfit, exclaiming, "Where? How is he?" The nurse, with slight concern, replied, "Don't worry, he is only passed out. I managed to reach him and defibrillated him before things could get worse." Upon hearing this, Mickey released her grip and apologized to the nurse, who shook her head in response. "No ma'am, we understand. This often happens in hospitals, so your actions are understandable. He is sleeping right now, I would suggest letting him recover." Mickey nodded at the nurse's words, and as the nurse walked away, both Aika and Mickey decided to go to Goru's room. As they entered, Mickey and Aika watched the steady beeping of the hospital monitor, sighing in relief that her husband was fine. "He must have seen the match," Mickey said anxiously, noticing the television remote near him instead of on the table where he usually kept it. "So what should we do, Mom?" Aika asked. Mickey responded seriously, "We need to talk to your brother and beg for his forgiveness." Aika considered this a bad idea. Talking to her brother would likely lead to disaster, especially after their father's attempt to speak to Nyx, which had devastated the primordial goddess. She had heard Issei telling Nyx that she was the reason there was still light in his life, and Aika felt guilty for what she had done to her brother. She felt worse knowing he had become someone as terrible as Rizavim Levon Lucifer. Issei was walking across the fields, with Malik surrounded by the burning remains of Gregori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, looking at the screen. A book appeared, and Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Hyudu smirked sinisterly, with Rias standing next to him. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik using magic. Aika walked through a puddle looking up. The ORC, Student Council, Valid Team, and Team/Dog were shown, all with a pair of angry eyes glaring at them. Issei gazed at the book, remembering his past and envisioning the factions falling apart. Invild looked at a figurine of Dai, crushing it with tears falling from her eyes, anger etched on her face. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondel watched their factions with disdain. Invild closed her eyes, looking at Dai with determination. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, as a family photo appeared, slashed through the middle. He locked eyes with his brother, and they clashed swords. The leaders were speechless, having witnessed Issei kill his own brother repeatedly and revive him each time. Seraphal thought with fear, "He is a monster." She looked at the body of her former lover, horrified by what had happened to him and hating herself for falling for him. Yasaka felt similarly fearful, knowing Malik's message was directed at the factions. She feared for her daughter's life, knowing Malik would not hesitate to harm children if necessary. She was horrified by what had happened to Dai. Issei showed no mercy, killing him 10 times. She could only imagine what he would do to her and her daughter if they got in his way. Kunu shared similar thoughts but hoped that one day she could ask for his help to protect her faction, a dream that seemed increasingly unattainable. The girls from the Gregori peerage despised Dai, including Rias Gregori, but they were also filled with fear, not wanting to visit the Hyudu residence for fear of Issei's wrath. The leaders exchanged glances, knowing chaos loomed within their factions, and they needed to quell it before anything escalated. Ultimately, they all blamed Dai Hyudu. Grafia, bring 2 guards to the arena. Send Dai head first to the hospital and then to Tartarus. He will await his trial once we set a date. Surzex spoke coldly and seriously. Grafia nodded without hesitation and teleported to give the instructions. The faction leaders watched as 2 guards picked up the boy and took him to the hospital. They could only deal with their factions before meeting to settle things and decide Dai Hyudu's fate. Scene change. Hyudu residence, 6:30 p.m. So Issei Hyudu was the hero all along? Latia spoke with surprise. She had always known Issei was not a bad person, but this revelation opened her mind. I had a feeling he was a good man, she said with a smile. But even then, you saw how brutal he was with Dai, right? Sikveria said with slight worry. She was happy to be engaged to such a man, but her concern lingered. Not that I care about his brother, but this worries me. He seems to hate the factions. I know, Sikveria, But you can't deny that it's way better than being engaged to that dai, Latia replied, smiling. She was smarter than many gave her credit for, understanding that this was more of a blessing than a curse. But despite this, she couldn't deny that Issei's hatred might affect them as well. However, she no longer wanted to return to the faction that had abandoned her. Her uncle had betrayed her without hesitation, and she would never forgive him for that. On that we couldn't agree more. Sekiruuyetei exclaimed with a smile, and even Marana nodded in agreement. See, Elizabeth? I guess we were right about not going back to heaven, Marana said, looking towards Elizabeth, who nodded back, her face flushed with happiness over her lord's victory. Well, Artemis, has your opinion on men changed now? Athena asked with a smirk, glancing at her sister. Artemis scoffed but replied, well, I guess they're not so bad, while looking away, trying to hide her blush. Athena smiled. Her sister was changing for the better. I believe those girls will be coming up very soon, Athena said cheerfully. The girls nodded, deciding to turn off the television and head back to their rooms, wanting to avoid any drama. They were eager to talk to Issei, curious about his opinions and hoping to start on a friendly note, unlike the factions that sought to use him. Scene change. A week later, at the Hyudu residence, Issei sat bored, with Nyx resting her head on his shoulder. She seemed tired. Earlier, Issei had confessed his feelings, and she had officially become his girlfriend. They were seated by the window as rain fell outside. It was predictable, as many knew he loved the primordial goddess, and she loved him in return. She no longer wore her godly killer version clothes, which might have hurt Issei, considering his status. Nyx had noticed Charlotte and Quinella developing feelings for Issei, as he had been kind and protective of them, defending their honor against those who saw them as mere tools. He had never lied to them, which made their feelings flourish, especially after they referred to him as our Issei. Meanwhile, Issei was engrossed in playing Brawl Stars, trying to defeat a pesky opponent who kept ambushing him. He sighed at the losing screen, and Draig tried to cheer him up. Don't worry, you'll get that bush camper next time. I think I should use Terra. Her gadget helps detect those pesky campers. Issei exclaimed in frustration, waking Nyx from her slumber. Issei, did something happen? Nyx asked weakly, looking at him. Issei shook his head and replied, sorry, I just got frustrated with a lost game. She nodded, knowing how much he hated losing. She held his hand closer, comforting him. Can I ask you a question, Nyx? Issei inquired. Nyx smiled and encouraged him to go ahead. Did you have no one to visit when you were in the void? He asked, and her expression turned sad. That's a memory I don't want to remember, she said softly. It's all right if you don't want to answer, he replied, but Nyx shook her head. No, you should know. My brother and I were born from the darkness we created, Thanatos, Hypnos, and Honor. And before you ask, no, I didn't do it with my brother. So I wouldn't wear the godly killer version clothes, she said with a blush, making Issei chuckle. Then, her tone turned somber. After that, all four of them left to explore the world, leaving me alone in the void. Erebus visited me for a while before disappearing altogether. Issei felt a pang of sadness for Nyx. She must have been alone for millennia. He pulled her closer, causing her to blush. Well, after that, I met Ingvild. I decided to keep her with me in the void. She seemed pure of heart and kind. The rest is history, right? Nyx concluded with a smile. If she hadn't taken Ingvild, she would never have met Issei. He kissed her forehead, making her blush even more. Nyx was overjoyed to have found someone who would love her, and she cherished him deeply. She couldn't help but think about the girls who had chosen Dai Haidu. They were mere shadows of their former selves. The house had become more peaceful without their presence. Well, I heard your brother's sentencing is today. Want to go watch it? I'm bored and curious to see his suffering, Nyx suggested, revealing her playful side. All right, normally I wouldn't go. But for your sake, let's see his trial. Issei replied with a smile, activating his ring as the duo prepared to teleport. He also decided to call Quinella and Charlotte, who happily joined him. Scene change. Tartarus, Underworld, 5:30 p.m. Dai was chained in Tartarus, the once hero of the factions now in this condition. He had everything, but now he was all alone, not even Crumb stayed by his side. This is all because of my brother. Dai thought angrily. He hated his brother even more now for what he had done to him, but he couldn't do anything. He was stuck here, with no power or strength to escape. He was barely fed just enough to prevent him from running away. Moments later, a man entered. Dai recognized him as his former brother-in-law, who looked at him with complete apathy. "Hello, Dai." Serzek spoke with coldness and disdain. The red-haired Crimson Mao despised Dai to the point that he could have killed him, but he chose not to, at least not until the trial. He remembered how the devil population had cursed him and Seraphal wherever they went, leading her to isolate herself in a room, no longer showing her love for cosplaying as magical girls. She was in despair over what had happened and refused to talk to her fellow Satans. Rias had been in her room crying ever since the incident, consoled by her parents and sister-in-law. They had all fallen for Dai's lies, and as a consequence, the entire devil race was in turmoil. Rias was not only demanded to give up her status as the heiress, leaving it to her nephew Milikas, but many even called for her execution, believing she had turned her back on someone who had saved them. Sona Sitri faced a similar fate, being pressured to relinquish her status. Fortunately, there was no known heir to take over the Sitri household, but this only worsened the family's reputation. The Sitri sisters were engulfed in sadness. Rias's peerage was in equal turmoil. Aquino refused to move, the betrayal rendering her a mere shell of her former self. She had no one to comfort her, her parents were gone, her lover was a traitor, and her only relative who cared for her, Suzo, was in the hospital. Asia cried endlessly, heartbroken that the one she loved had turned out this way. Influenced by those around her, she had treated Issei poorly, mimicking the actions of Rias and Dai. Kaneko and Kuroka lost the light of their lives, believing Dai would love them, only to realize he was interested in them for superficial reasons. Kaneko felt shame, believing she was no better than Dai, while Kuroka saw him as a reflection of her father, repeating a painful suicidal. Lu Fei was similarly devastated, regretting that her contracted dragon was someone like Dai Hayu. The only support she had was from Arthur and the Pendragon family. Irina's situation was worse. She could no longer stay in heaven due to her overwhelming guilt and had become a fallen angel. Michael could only help her cope, while her parents were heartbroken over the truth. Zenobia and Rosweiss, despite their tough exterior, were also shattered. They had believed Dai would care for them, only to be heartbroken by his betrayal. Gondel consoled them, but inside, she was devastated and filled with hatred for Dai. Ravel felt similarly betrayed, hating herself for believing in him, and became more aggressive as a result. The Phoenix family watched helplessly as she struggled, blaming Dai for ruining her life. Kiba and Gasper felt immense guilt for supporting the wrong person. Gasper withdrew, locking himself away and refusing to come out even when the Gregori family called him for food. The Sitri peerage was horrified, especially Lu Garu, who had seen Dai as a warrior. Seorg Bale and his peerage were also affected. Seorg, who had viewed Dai as a rival, now saw him as a fraud. In the end, everyone was impacted after the truth about Dai Hayudu was revealed to the world. Serzex remembered everything, and he felt a sense of blame for believing someone like Dai Hayudu. What now? Dai spoke in an uninterested tone. This was not the Crimson Satan's first visit. Serzex gritted his teeth in fury but managed to reel it in. His anger wouldn't do any good. I just wanted to tell you that your trial will be in a few hours. You better get ready, Serzex said while walking away. Dai gritted his teeth. There was nothing he could do. In just a few hours he was facing an inevitable fate. Scene change. Dai's trial, Underworld Court, 8:30 p.m. He was brought in chains, facing the same people who once looked up to him, now filled with hatred. As he entered, jeers and boos erupted from the crowd. Boo! Dai already? Faker! Go back to hell! Because of you, my daughter is in depression. You were the reason we abandoned and hated the real hero. Dai clenched his fists in fury. Ahead of him sat the leaders of various factions. Serzex Lucifer from the Devil faction, Michael from the Angel faction, Shemhazai from the Fallen Angel faction, Nurahayan from the Yukai faction, Shiva from the Hindu faction, Zeus from the Greek faction, Odin from the Norse faction, and Villainy from the vampire faction. Some leaders were absent, struggling with their own issues. Today, we are here for the trial of the false hero of the factions. Sekiruuyetei declared, and the boos intensified. You have been accused of fraud, deception, and betrayal, Michael stated coldly. How do you plead? Not guilty. Dai replied, inciting anger among the crowd. Shemhazai asked, how so? The proof of your taking your brother's achievements was shown to the whole supernatural world. What do you have to say to that? Dai fell silent. No words, I see. In that case, you have pleaded guilty to all the aforementioned crimes. Your sentence will be executed, Shemhazai announced. I completely agree. Because of you, the whole Yukai faction has been humiliated, Nurahayan added with disdain. Dai's anger boiled as Shiva spoke seriously. I should have seen this coming. You should be ashamed of what you've done to your brother. He was willing to let you leave twice, but you made his life miserable. It's no wonder he doesn't want to help us. Let us get this over with. We have enough problems back at our factions, Odin said with frustration. Many refused to believe in Dai after his actions, a sentiment shared by the faction leaders. Dai, feeling cornered, decided to speak. He had nothing left to lose. Oh really, put all the blame on me. At least I pretended to keep the girls happy. Dai shouted mockingly, angering the leaders further. If you think executing or imprisoning me will appease my brother, you're wrong. He will never help you. Sure, I have lied and betrayed you, but you are no saints either. Case in point, Sekiruuyetei's Lucifer, who believed his sister without thinking twice. Sekiruuyetei's anger flared at Dai's words. Then we have Michael, who couldn't uncover the truth until it was too late. Michael looked away in shame, acknowledging Dai's accusation. Shemhazai and Azazel fell into the sins of lust yet criticized Issei for being a pervert. Shemhazai clenched his fists. Shiva, who could see the future, failed to recognize what my brother truly was. You ignored your visions and believed my lies. Shiva, like Michael, looked down in shame. Odin, just like Azazel and Shemhazai, looked down upon Issei because he was a pervert, assuming he was a glory hogger. Some all-father you are. Odin gritted his teeth in fury, realizing the truth in Dai's words. Villainy is the only one I would respect, but even she failed to stop Elmenhild from listening to Issei, blindly believing her friend, that foolish transversite vampire Gasper. Villainy was ready to confront Dai. And finally, the great blunder god Zeus, whose past and present are riddled with lies and deception, Dai concluded. Zeus's hands crackled with electricity. You can't even stay loyal to your own marriage with Hera, and you even sold away your own girls to make sure my brother helps you. You are the worst amongst them. Zeus stood up, shouting, You be. However, Shiva raised a hand to calm him. You are right, we screwed up, but we won't stop fighting. We will find a way to stop Malik, and we will do anything your brother asks us to do, Shiva declared, to which Dai shook his head. If you think that will work, and if you want to kill me, go ahead. I am not going to stop you. Dai surrendered, knowing his fate was sealed. Shiva nodded and said, At least you spoke the truth. Your execution will be in 2 days, you may take him away. He calmed the rest of the angry leaders as 2 guards escorted Dai out, leaving the leaders to ponder what would happen next. Scene change. Outside, Underworld, 9 p.m. Issei, Nyx, Charlotte, and Quinella looked surprised, especially by Dai's words. They had expected him to beg for mercy, but he did not. I was expecting him to plead for his life, but this is unexpected, Issei remarked, his tone filled with surprise. Nyx responded, Me too, but considering he was killed brutally 10 times, it's understandable that the factions would see his execution as merciful. Charlotte chimed in, Either way, it was satisfying to see the faction leaders get angry. Quinella added cheerfully, Especially Siscon Lucifer. Do you really dislike him that much? Issei asked, to which both Quinella and Charlotte nodded in agreement. Indeed, he often fails to act like a leader and shows favoritism, which isn't ideal for someone in charge of a large faction like the Devils, Quinella explained. Issei couldn't deny her words. Furthermore, I will never forgive him for what he did to you, Issei. Quinella said with disgust, and Issei nodded in agreement. Charlotte then spoke quietly, speaking of which, we should probably head back. If we stay away too long, they might get suspicious. Issei shook his head. They won't. They're too busy protecting themselves to worry about us, so we can relax for a moment. Charlotte nodded, glancing at Issei, curious about his thoughts on her. They teleported back to the Hayudu residence. Upon entering, they noticed the house felt emptier than before. Most of Dai Hayudu's former HRM had left, unwilling to remain in a place filled with painful memories. Issei felt a sense of peace, knowing that only Valerie, Ingvild, and Asia remained. He was surprised that Asia chose to stay, but he remembered this was the only place she could truly call home. Aika and Miki attempted to talk to Issei, but he avoided them, recalling how they had treated him in the past. They tried to mention Dai's health issues, but he scoffed, uninterested in his father's fate. Issei had endured enough of his father's manipulations and had no intention of forgiving him. Well, the good thing is the house is quieter, Issei said to his girls. Nyx nodded in agreement. Indeed, let's all just rest for the night, I'm feeling bored anyway. Issei, Charlotte, and Quinella nodded in agreement. He headed inside, leaving Nyx alone with the other two. Nyx looked at them and asked, "Can I ask you two something?" The girls nodded. Nyx's expression turned smug. "Do you two like Issei?" The girls blushed furiously, with Charlotte stammering, "Yeah," and Quinella exclaiming, "WW, what are you talking about?" Nyx chuckled, satisfied with their reactions. However, the mood shifted slightly as Charlotte spoke. "Even if we do love him, we can't take our place as his lovers. He belongs to you." Quinella agreed, but Nyx shook her head and smiled. "No, if Issei loves you and you love him, I won't stand in your way." The girls smiled, but Nyx's demeanor turned serious as she released some of her aura. "Hurt him, and I will make sure you regret it." The girls gulped at the thought of harming Issei, knowing they would be no better than Valerie or Ingvild if they did. Charlotte declared, "Issei gave us a second chance at life. We would rather stay dead than hurt him ever again." Quinella added, "We would be no better than those gregori girls if we did that, Nyx. He ensured we weren't used as pawns by those factions. We would never hurt him, no matter what." Nyx's expression softened into a smile. "I know you will make Issei happy. I wish you both good luck in earning his affection. He is slow to trust because of past betrayals, but I believe he will come to trust and love you." Quinella and Charlotte nodded and headed to their rooms for the night. Nyx went to her own room, recalling how the girls had infiltrated the announcer's booth days earlier. Charlotte had eliminated most of the females using her ability, King of Flies, which commanded flies to tear apart anything in their path. Quinella had used her ability, Charm, to manipulate low-class devils, making them easy targets. They had acted swiftly to prevent any threats, ensuring their secret remained safe. And with Issei's unknown dictator, it was easy for them to hack the system and control it, which Issei remotely did when the transmission cut out. Nyx entered Issei's room, where she saw him finishing his bath, his hair still damp. "Oh hey Nyx, where were you?" Issei asked. "Nothing, just having a chat with the girls. They seemed nice," Nyx responded with a smile. "So what do you think?" "Me? They are honestly way better than the gregori peerage, that's for sure, and are even loyal," Issei said with a smile. Not to mention, their speech was something the factions, especially the devils and that crow Azazel, will remember for a long time. He genuinely felt that those two had earned their spot in his group from that day onwards. "Why do you ask?" Issei inquired. "Nothing much, I just wanted to know what you think." "I'm just happy it was nice," Nyx replied, her smile brightening. Issei was happy, they acted like friends, if not sisters at times. She had never been this joyful. "Speaking of which, I was thinking, want to go on a date in a few days? We are free before we get back to business." "I would love that, my dragon," Nyx beamed, and the two then headed to sleep, holding each other close, not caring about anything else in the world. The only ones having a sleepless night were the faction leaders and several of Dai's former lovers. Scene change. 2 days later, in the city of Lucifad, underworld, at 11 a.m., Dai Hayato was being dragged by 2 guards. As he walked, many underworld citizens started throwing tomatoes and other fruits at him, some even pelted stones. They shouted, "Dai, traitor! You doomed us all. Killing you is a service. Our hero left us because of you." Dai bore the humiliation as Aika, Asia, and Mickey cried, feeling helpless as their son faced execution. Mickey was the most affected. She felt terrible for failing her 2 sons, first Issei due to neglect, and now Dai, who had become what he was because of the circumstances. The gregori peerage watched the scene with contempt, blaming Dai for falling for his lies and losing someone they cared about, failing to see their own errors. The same went for the Citri peerage. Genshiro watched from the corner of his eye, hoping Issei wouldn't discover him before it was too late. All the supernatural factions observed with contempt and hate, feeling that justice was being served. However, Issei was not pleased with the execution, not because he cared for Dai, but because of how the people of the underworld acted like hypocrites. Commend them. They act as if they did nothing wrong. Issei exclaimed in slight anger. "What's the matter, Issei?" Charlotte asked. Issei calmed down and replied, "It's because the people of the underworld looked down upon me because of the lies Rias Gregori and Dai Hayato spread. They are equally responsible for what they did to me." Nyx understood this more than ever. She doubted that if Malik and his faction had not attacked them, the people would have seen Dai's truth and would likely still be trapped in their lies. And the worst perpetrator is Rias Gregori and her peerage. They are the reason almost everyone in the supernatural hated me, yet here they are blaming everything on Dai, as if they were never involved. They sicken me to the core. Bloody hypocrites. Issei spoke with anger, which fueled his longing to confront them. "Do you wish for me to eliminate them?" Quinella asked, magic gathering in her palms. "Not yet. That would be mercy, Quinella. I don't show mercy to those who wronged me. Knowing Rias's spoiled nature, she will demand my attention sooner or later," Issei replied coldly. "If anything, I would love to eliminate her right away, causing her older brother to despair, but that would be mercy. No, I want her to suffer. I want her to feel pain," he said, his tone icy. "So we watch?" Charlotte asked. Issei nodded. "From what I've heard, Rias has lost her status as the Gregori heiress due to public pressure. People are even demanding her head." "That's just the beginning, Charlotte," Issei said with a smile. "Once I am done, Rias will be begging for death." Quinella then asked, "But what about the Citri heiress? Why is she still the heiress? Wasn't she also complicit in the rumors?" Issei nodded. "It's because the family doesn't want to lose their only valid heiress. Many don't know this, but they have another sister. However, there's barely any information about her since the Citrus have hidden her from the public." This surprised Nyx and the others, and she asked, "How did you know about this?" "I overheard a conversation between Sona Citri and Seraphal Leviathan. It seemed they hated her for some unknown reason, but all I know is that she exists." As Issei looked at the girls, who were surprised, Quinella asked, "So what do we do?" Issei shook his head, contemplating their next move. "As much as I want to know, I need more information about who she is and why she is kept hidden from most of the supernatural world." Quinella and the other girls nodded in agreement. Issei added, "I never thought about her before, since I figured she was happy where she was, but I think I will ask Ophis about this." The girls nodded, watching Dai standing over a magic circle meant for his execution. The executioner looked at him coldly and asked, "Any last words?" Dai nodded, a mad smile on his face. "This execution, let me tell you, supernatural faction, nothing is going to change. You may kill me, but sooner or later, Malik is going to kill every last one of you." His words instilled anger among the crowd. "My brother won't help you, no matter what you do to me. Your time is coming. Make peace with however you have wronged, because your time will soon be up." The boos and jeers grew louder until the executioner activated a magic circle, and a blinding blaze of holy light engulfed Dai. He screamed in pain, but it was nothing compared to the torment Issei had put him through. Despite the agony, he wished for the pain to end, and when he passed out, he was gone, leaving behind only the 8 pawn pieces he had, which belonged to Rias Gremory. The executioner then announced, "With that, the execution of Dai Hyudu is over." Many cheered in response, and children destroyed any merchandise related to Dai Hyudu and the Pendragon show, which was discontinued after his lies were revealed. Hours later, people went home, wondering what would happen next and hoping that Malik and his faction would not attack them. Little did they know that one of the factions would soon be under threat. Issei and his friends also returned home, contemplating what the engaged girls would plan to do. He was considering inviting Marana, Sikvera, and Latia to his faction, unsure if they would accept, given their ties to their loved ones and families. The scene break. Previously, we saw the aftermath of the fight. Gora Hyudu, who had been watching the battle, suffered a heart attack but was thankfully calmed down before it was too late. The nurse believed whatever he watched caused the heart attack. She informed Mickey and Aika, both devastated by what they had witnessed, as the lies shattered what could have been a happy family. They headed towards the room, relieved to find Goru alive. Meanwhile, the leaders were uncertain of what to do, as Surzex commanded 2 guards to take him to the hospital and then to prison. The girls watching from the Hyudu mansion were pleased to be engaged to Issei, with some, like Artemis and Elizabeth, starting to like him even more. A few days passed, and Nyx and Issei officially became a couple, enjoying their time together. Nyx opened up about her past while Issei kept her by his side. They later caught up with Charlotte and Quinella, witnessing the trial together. Dai arrived at the trial site, where Surzex informed him it would begin in a few hours. He was sentenced to death but not before giving several leaders a well-deserved reality check. The 4 girls were surprised by this and teleported back, where Nyx discussed the feelings the girls had towards Issei. They agreed, with Nyx happily considering the same. Once this was settled, Nyx returned to Issei's room, where they discussed his thoughts on the girls, which were positive. 2 days later, Dai was scheduled for execution. However, Issei was unhappy about it, believing that the others were just as guilty and would all suffer. He then brought up the 3rd Citri sister, who had been well hidden by the family, before they returned after the execution. Tamikagara, Kyoto, 9:45 a.m. The Shinto trio, comprising Amaterasu, Susanoo, and Tsukuyomi, were also present, their fates intertwined with the unfolding events. They were discussing the recent events involving the faction leaders. Out of all the factions, they were the least affected by Malik's attacks, but they still had to be cautious. Amaterasu appeared as a fit young woman with long black hair, tied at the bottom to keep it from moving freely. She wore the traditional clothing of a miko, a Japanese priestess. Tsukuyomi donned old Japanese attire, complete with a crown adorned with a crescent moon. He had long golden hair and a composed demeanor. Susanoo resembled a young man with long, spiky black hair and gold eyes, dressed in 19th century Chinese armor consisting of 5 parts: a white undergarment, gold pauldrons, a gold and red vest, gold arm bracers, and gold and white breaths. "I believe you 2 know why you have been called here, right?" Amaterasu asked seriously. Susanoo and Tsukuyomi nodded, aware of Malik's attacks and the devastation faced by the Yukai faction. "I wish I could fight Malik, he seems strong," Susanoo exclaimed, revealing his battle-hungry nature. Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi exchanged glances and Tsukuyomi sighed. "He can defeat you in a minute, Susan." Tsukuyomi understood Malik's capabilities, having witnessed him go toe-to-toe with Shiva, one of the top 10 strongest beings. This realization caused Susanoo to lose his bravado and revert to a more serious demeanor. "Either way, what should we do? We can't just stand here and do nothing, right?" Amaterasu asked her fellow gods. Despite their differences, they needed to work together. "He can contend with Shiva, and I believe he could handle Vishnu and Brahma without issue," Tsukuyomi said thoughtfully, expressing his frustration over Malik's assault on Gregori, which had nearly wiped them out. "Then, are you suggesting we wait until he wipes us out?" Amaterasu exclaimed angrily. Tsukuyomi shook his head. "No, we need to train ourselves. Malik is strong, but he is not invincible. No one is." Amaterasu calmed down at his words. "Speaking of which, how is that fox Yasaka doing?" Tsukuyami inquired. Not well, that's all I can say, Amaterasu replied sadly. Dai Hayudu's betrayal had deeply affected her. Although she managed to regain her composure, she had become cold and distant, almost resentful towards anyone who tried to get close. She is improving slightly, she's still cold and distant, but more understanding now. However, I doubt she would accept any dates. It was to be expected. Do you think Issei Hayudu will help us? Susanoo asked. Tsukuyami shook his head. No. I don't think he will. His tone was filled with sadness, and Amaterasu looked away. Like many others, they believed they had chosen the wrong brother, and now they faced the consequences. Issei was walking across the fields when he saw Malik surrounded by the burning remains of Gregori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, watching a screen. A book appeared as Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu had a sinister smirk, with Rias beside him. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik, using magic. Aika walked through a puddle, and the ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team/Dog were shown, all under the watchful gaze of angry eyes. Issei looked at the book, haunted by memories of the factions falling apart. Ingvild crushed a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face, her anger palpable. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondel observed their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes, determination etched on her face as she looked at Dai. Issei knelt, his past haunting him, a family photo appearing with a slash across it, symbolizing his separation from them. He locked eyes with his brother as they clashed swords. At the Haidu residence, Ophis, Issei, Artemis, Elizabeth, Nyx, Charlotte, and Quinella sat together on the couch. Ophis, I called you here because I need your help, Issei said, surprising her. Go ahead, Ophis replied with a smile. Issei asked, can you get me more information about the Citri sister that was hidden from the supernatural world? Ophis considered this and replied, I can't. Issei looked a bit disappointed. I'll ask Great Red about it and see what he says. Ophis teleported away, leaving the others behind. I wonder why she is so hated? Issei pondered aloud. Can I answer that, Lord Issei? A voice interjected. It was Artemis, raising her hand. Go ahead, Issei said neutrally. To hate someone to this extent, there has to be a reason, a very good one, Artemis explained, recalling her initial feelings towards men. Issei nodded. But what is it? Even if it's a silly reason, there has to be one. I think it would be best if you ask my sister Athena about it. She's the best when it comes to questions like these, Artemis suggested. Issei nodded appreciatively. Thanks, Artemis. I'll see you all later. As he walked away, Artemis felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Speaking of which, why Athena? Nyx asked. Artemis shook her head. My sister needs to understand what kind of man the Red Dragon Emperor is. She and the girls who are engaged to Issei think he isn't trustworthy. I see. Nyx replied, understanding the need for trust to be built between Athena and Issei. Indeed, Artemis agreed, causing Nyx to smile. I hope we can learn more about this Citri sister. I never expected Seraphal or Sona to be jealous of anyone, Elizabeth remarked, genuinely surprised. Jealousy can be a destructive force, Elizabeth, Artemis said, causing both Quinella and Charlotte to nod in agreement. A moment of silence followed until Nyx suggested, how about we go shopping? The majority of the girls agreed, realizing there was little to do in the house and that Malik and Issei were unlikely to attack the faction anytime soon. Scene change. Issei made his way to Athena's room and encountered Sekiruuyetei. Hey, is Athena in there? He asked. Sekiruuyetei responded with a hint of suspicion. Yes, but why do you need her? Issei replied, I have a question for her, and I thought asking the goddess of wisdom would be a wise choice. Satisfied with his answer, Sekiruuyetei nodded and left. Issei knocked on the door but received no response. Athena, he called, knocking louder. Athena? Still no answer. Deciding to enter, he found the room empty and dark. Moments later, the door opened and Athena emerged, wrapped in a towel. Flustered upon seeing Issei, she quickly turned on the light. I am so sorry. I'll give you some privacy. Issei exclaimed, rushing out and closing the door behind him, leaving Athena blushing. After a moment, Athena's voice called from inside, "You can come in." Issei entered to find Athena dressed in a silver outfit, her hair still damp, and wearing the necklace Artemis had given her. "First, I want to apologize for barging in. I knocked, and when I didn't hear anything, I thought you were sleeping," Issei said. Athena smiled and shook her head. "I should have realized you were waiting." Issei sat beside her and she asked, "What did you want to talk about?" He looked at her and said, "Let's say I know someone who harbors hatred for her sister. Hatred usually has a reason. What could it be?" Athena considered this and replied, "Is she a criminal or someone who hurt someone this person cared for?" Issei shook his head. "No, I doubt that." Understanding his inquiry, Athena smiled and said, "I think this sister possesses something that the other person lacks, something they can never have. That could lead to resentment." Issei nodded, appreciating her insight. "Thank you, Athena," he said as he stood to leave. "I hope that was helpful," she replied, and he nodded again before exiting. Athena wondered who Issei was referring to. Outside, Issei pondered what this sister might have that Serafal and Sona did not. They aren't the strongest devils, and Sona is still weaker than most high-class devils. She lacks the demonic power that Rias possesses. Serafal is Satan class, so this girl must have something truly unique, he mused, deep in thought. Scene change. A few hours later, in the dimensional gap, Issei greeted Ophis, who looked serious. "Hello, Issei," she said, her expression unchanged. As Great Red hovered above, Issei tossed a bag of Skittles to Ophis. "Here, catch." Ophis caught it and asked, "What is this?" "Candy, you should try it," Issei replied. Ophis opened the bag and began to eat. "It's good," she exclaimed, her voice brightening, surprising both Great Red and Issei. "Don't finish it all at once. These are supposed to last," Issei cautioned. Ophis nodded, pulling the bag closer. "You spoil her too much, hatchling," Great Red remarked, to which Issei responded, "I only give her a new packet once a week." Shifting the conversation, Issei asked Great Red, "Did you find out anything about the Citri sister?" Great Red nodded. "Her name is Miyuki Citri, the youngest child of the Citri clan, 2 years younger than Sona." Issei was surprised as Great Red continued. However, due to an incident, she was placed under house arrest in the Citri mansion. "But why? Did she commit a crime?" Issei asked in surprise, struggling to believe that someone younger than Sona could have done anything wrong. The dragon replied, "No, hatchling. I was able to enter the dreams of Sona Citri and Serafal Citri, and what I found was something worse than that. The primary reason was jealousy." Issei understood this. It was something even Athena had mentioned. "Makes sense. I asked Athena about this. That means this Miyuki has something that both Sona and Serafal don't, but what is it?" Issei inquired. Great Red explained, "Her power involves both water and ice manipulation at a level considered above God level. She was regarded as a natural-born ultimate-class devil. Her power was so strong that even as a newborn, the entire room froze around her." Issei noted similarities between Miyuki and Surzex when he was born. "But that doesn't explain why she is locked up," Issei said, disbelief evident in his voice. "Shouldn't the Citri family be happy about this?" Great Red shook his head. "No, hatchling. Serafal and Sona's lies about her being dangerous convinced her parents to imprison her. They were jealous of her potential to reach super devil levels. They once loved her, but when they discovered she could surpass them, jealousy took over, leading to this situation." Issei gritted his teeth, realizing he shared a similar fate with Miyuki. Both had been deceived by lies. "So where is she right now?" he asked, anger creeping into his tone. "Right now, she is in her room. She has never been to the human world and is completely unaware of modern life." Issei nodded, feeling gratitude towards Great Red. "Very well then, thank you." He teleported away, leaving Great Red to glance at Ophis. "Can I have some?" he asked, but Ophis shook her head, causing him to droop in sadness. Scene change. Hayadu residence, 8 p.m. Issei arrived home, noticing the girls were missing, which made him worry, especially for Nyx, Charlotte, and Quinella. "Hey, we are back," he heard them call out. He turned to see the girls, all dressed casually. Quinella wore a navy blue shirt with white sleeves and collars, paired with slacks and heels. Her hair was tied in a bun. Charlotte sported a black coat over a strapless top, buttoned at the center, along with a knee-length checkered skirt and heels. Artemis wore a light orange dress with brown shorts and held a purple purse. Finally, Elizabeth was in a white dress covered by a short pink coat and fluffy winter boots. "You guys went shopping?" Issei asked. Nyx nodded, saying, "Indeed we did. It took a while to get Artemis and Elizabeth to decide on what they wanted, but we managed." Issei sighed, knowing this would dent his debit balance. "So how many clothes did you girls buy?" Artemis replied, "We each bought 5, Lord Issei. Hope you don't mind." She looked away, blushing. Issei sighed again but reassured them, "I don't. Did you girls enjoy your day?" "Oh, we did." Artemis wouldn't stop eating popsicles, Elizabeth chimed in. Artemis blushed, stammering, I couldn't help it." Elizabeth chuckled, and Issei sighed again, relieved that the girls had a good time. "Well, you should rest for the night. I need to do some work," Issei said neutrally. "Did you find anything about the Citri sister?" Quinella asked. Issei nodded. "You did. Tell us more." Quinella urged excitedly. Taking a deep breath, Issei replied, "Her name is Miyuki Citri, the third child of the Citri clan. She has been under house arrest by her own clan. Both Citri sisters were jealous of her abilities and lied to their parents, claiming she was a threat. As a result, she has been confined for most of her life." The seriousness of his tone angered the others, who were eager to rescue her. "But why was she considered a threat?" Artemis asked, suppressing her anger. "She has absolute control over water and ice. According to Great Red, her power was so immense that when she was born, she froze the entire room. Her aura nearly rivals that of ultimate-class devils. Furthermore, she has the potential to become a super devil, which is why the Citri clan hides her. Seraphal and Sona are jealous of her capabilities, leading to her imprisonment," Issei explained. "Honestly, just when I thought Seraphal couldn't sink any lower, she did the unthinkable." Quinella said with disgust. "Agreed. She is no better than Dai, yet she acts as if she is in the right. Mentally, she is a child at this point," Issei added, equally irritated. He resolved to make them regret their actions. "So when do we rescue her?" Charlotte asked, eager to save her from their sisters and the family before it was too late. "At midnight, when everyone is asleep. But first, I need to research how and when the Citri family interacts with her, and when we should strike," Issei replied, earning nods of agreement. Artemis added, "I can help you in rescuing her. My stealth magic can ensure you remain undetected." Issei smiled at Artemis. "Thanks, Artemis. You've been a great help." She nodded happily, though Elizabeth seemed a bit annoyed by the praise, even if she didn't show it. "Speaking of which, Gondel has been keeping me updated on what's happening in Asgard." Issei continued, drawing interested looks from the girls. "It turns out many aren't happy with Odin's leadership due to him favoring Dai and insulting me, and there's a chance of a civil war breaking out." "I see. Greece is even worse. People hate Zeus because of the scandals," Artemis said, shaking her head. "He still blames you for it along with Dai Hyudu. That's to be expected from that blunder god. All he does is make mistakes and never learns," Issei replied coldly, and Artemis nodded in agreement. "And as for the angels, no one is happy with what Michael did to you. He hopes to make an alliance with you in the future," Elizabeth said, her tone annoyed. "And we all know how that will end, right? They're desperate, which is why they made the execution of Dai public, thinking I would help them," Issei said. "Fools, they have no idea what's really going on." "Do you want us to continue spying?" Elizabeth asked. "Yes, please report to me whatever happens," Issei instructed. Elizabeth nodded and he added, "And you too, Artemis. Tell me about Zeus's despair. I want to see that god suffer." "Yes, I don't mind," Artemis agreed. Issei thanked both girls, causing them to blush slightly before they teleported to their respective locations to keep an eye on the factions. So, Issei, what do you want us to do? Quinella asked. Rest for now, girls, and meet me at midnight. Tell this to Artemis and Elizabeth as well, Issei instructed. Quinella nodded in agreement, and the four of them had dinner while being watched by Valerie. I know you're out there, Valerie. Come here, Issei commanded coldly, prompting her to come out sheepishly. Right, Lord Issei, I need to talk to you about Team/Dog. They have been recovering, Valerie said. Issei nodded in response. I see. Very well, you can leave. Valerie nodded, hesitant to ask Issei to rescue Lavinia, fearing his reaction. She hoped to gain his trust in the future. Charlotte, tell Grievous that we will be attacking our next faction tomorrow. He and Malik will be in charge, Issei instructed. Charlotte teleported to the hideout to relay the information. As for us, let's rest and wait until midnight, Issei said, and the two girls nodded. Scene change. Citri household, 11:55 p.m. A girl sat on the bed with a sad expression. She was appealing, captivating anyone who looked at her. Her arms and legs were slim, and she had a defined, curvaceous figure, exuding an aura of serenity despite being a pure-blooded devil. Mili, here, I have kept your food, her mother said. Miyuki, resembling an older version of Serafal with blue eyes and black hair, took her food in an emotionless tone as her mother left. Miyuki recalled how she was always met with scornful glares from her older sisters while her parents kept her confined to her room, insisting, "It's for your own good." Why do I even bother? Miyuki wondered silently as she ate. She felt sad, unable to explore the human world. Every time she tried to teleport, Serafal and Sona managed to find her and force her back, their condescending smirks haunting her. As she finished her meal and went to sleep, she wondered if she would ever see the outside world. Meanwhile, Issei and his allies were watching the mansion coldly. Elizabeth was absent, busy with work for Michael, unable to let anyone know she was working with Issei. We cannot kill anyone here. Our mission is to secure Miyuki Citri, Issei said, his voice cold enough to send shivers through his allies, except for Nyx. This was personal for him, and he intended to make Serafal and Sona regret their actions. So when do we begin? Quinella asked. We begin right away. Artemis, put the magic on us. Quinella, most of the guards are male. You know what to do, right? Issei instructed. Quinella nodded with a smile. Leave it to me, she replied. Issei smiled back as Artemis cast the stealth magic on the group. You have an hour before they find out. Good luck, Lord Issei, everyone else. Artemis said. Understood. Quinella, thanks, Charlotte, we go as planned, Issei confirmed, earning nods from the three girls. Nyx created a portal that directed them to the center of the compound, where they would have to deal with the guards. Quinella, you're up. Issei instructed. Quinella used her magic charm to infatuate the guards, causing them to fall asleep despite their efforts to stay awake. Charlotte, disable any cameras and check for anyone nearby, Issei continued through a magic circle. He had given unknown dictator to the Beelzebub descendant, who could also detect potential threats like Serafal Leviathan, who could jeopardize their stealth mission. After a moment, Charlotte reported, everything is clear, you may go. Issei nodded, and the three entered Miyuki's room. She was asleep, and Issei lightly tapped her cheek to wake. Ha, who are you? Miyuki exclaimed, her worry evident. Relax, we are not here to hurt you. My name is Issei Haidu, and this is Nyx, along with my ally Quinella Asmodeus. They introduced themselves, and Miyuki began to calm down. Issei explained their purpose, and after a while she asked, what does the Red Dragon Emperor want with me? I want to get you out of here, Issei replied seriously. Miyuki's eyes widened, but then she looked away sadly. I think you should leave, she said. Issei asked, why? She shook her head, her tone heavy with sadness. Because even if I want to leave, they would come and imprison me again. They know when I can teleport, Lord Issei. Understanding that Miyuki was being tracked, Issei sighed and activated a magic circle with a smile. I know what I need to do. Once the magic circle enveloped her, she felt no different. I believe you should pack your things and come with me, Issei encouraged. Does that mean I can go out? Miyuki asked, her eyes lighting up. Issei nodded, and she beamed, rushing to pack her belongings. She returned with 2 suitcases. Is that all? He asked, and she nodded. He then summoned 2 teleportation circles, one for his group plus Miyuki and the other for Artemis and Charlotte. They were all teleported to the Hyudu residence. Scene change. Hyudu residence, 1 a.m. Issei and his group entered the Hyudu residence, taking a moment to appreciate their success. Well, Miyuki, pick a room. You'll be living here from now on, all right? Issei said. Miyuki approached him and hugged him tightly, looking up with a genuine smile. Thank you. Issei was taken aback and sensed a hint of jealousy from Nyx, which made him gulp nervously. No worries. Just rest for the night, he replied, trying to ease the tension. Miyuki nodded and took her suitcases to an empty room. Issei sighed and turned to comfort Nyx, who was still blushing from the earlier moment. I see. Nyx stammered, surprised by his actions. The other girls watched with envy, hoping for similar attention from Issei, while Artemis observed the scene with amusement. Happy? Issei asked with a smile, earning a nod from Nyx. He then suggested, I think you all should rest. Tomorrow, we will begin the attack on the next faction. The girls nodded, relieved that no one was around to interrupt them. As the girls headed to their rooms, Issei and Nyx went to his room. Nyx was preparing the bed when Issei snuck up behind her and embraced her. She blushed again. I see. You seemed jealous, so I thought this would make you feel better, Issei explained. Nyx smiled genuinely, holding his hands as they decided to head to bed. I was thinking, what should we do once this is all over? Nyx asked. Issei looked at her and replied, honestly, I haven't thought about that. Once the factions are dealt with, we can go on a nice vacation. We don't even know what will happen. Nyx responded with a cheerful smile, I would like to settle down, not as the Red Dragon Emperor and the Primordial Goddess, but as a regular married couple, nothing more, nothing less, with our new family. Issei nodded, sharing her sentiment. He brought her closer and they cuddled, both drifting off to sleep, knowing tomorrow would be a good day. Scene change. Seraph's residence, 1:30 a.m. Seraph suddenly woke up, sensing her magic going off. Horrified, she realized, no. Miyuki has escaped. She spoke in disbelief and then exclaimed in fury. Remembering her younger sister, she felt a pang of jealousy, fearing that Miyuki's power would surpass her own and that she might become the next candidate for a super devil. Unlike Surzex and Ajuka, Seraph had never had the chance to become a super devil, as she was not strong enough. She trained diligently, but no matter her efforts, she couldn't succeed and eventually gave up. However, when her sister was born, she displayed a talent reminiscent of Surzex, which ignited a growing jealousy within her. She vowed to make the person responsible for her feelings regret their actions. Whoever did this, I will ensure they regret it. Seraph shouted, determined to make them pay. She needed to find her little sister to bring her back to the mansion. Unbeknownst to her, this quest would lead to her own undoing. Scene break. Previously, Amaterasu, Susanoo, and Tsukuyomi gathered to discuss Malik's attack, fearing the consequences if he struck again. Their only option was to bolster their defenses, recalling how Yasaka had changed after her encounter with him. Meanwhile, Issei and his companions took a moment to rest and discussed the hidden Citri descendant. Ophis agreed to assist them, despite not knowing who they were, and mentioned she would consult Great Red for help. Issei appreciated her willingness. Artemis then urged Issei to meet with Athena to understand the Citri sisters' animosity towards her. After locating Athena, Issei inquired about her attire, and she hinted that the sisters possessed something they lacked. He skillfully twisted the conversation to avoid raising her suspicions, thanked her, and departed, pondering what could provoke jealousy in the Citri sisters. Later, Issei met with Great Red and Ophis, who spoke of Miyuki Citri and her potential to become a super devil. Confused as to why she was confined, Issei learned that the Citri sisters' jealousy was the reason for her imprisonment, which angered him. He shared this revelation with his group, who were equally pleased, and he decided to rescue her that night. Successfully infiltrating her location, he dealt with the guards and freed her. Grateful, Miyuki expressed her longing to explore the world freely. Afterward, Issei calmed a very jealous Nyx, who expressed her wish to settle down with him once everything was resolved. Meanwhile, Serafal woke up determined to find Miyuki before it was too late. At Kuo Academy, Sona and Serafal were in the student council office. "Wait, she ran away?" Sona asked, surprised. "How? I thought our seals were strong enough to prevent her escape." Serafal shook her head, her tone serious. "No, so whoever released her not only knows about her existence but is also powerful enough to bypass our seals. They could be a significant threat." Sona's eyes widened. "But if she's out, she'll understand why we locked her up. We did it because—" Sona trailed off, recalling that her sister had surpassed her in strength, capable of easily defeating her if she chose to. "Because she is stronger than both of us combined," Serafal admitted, a hint of fear in her voice. She was genuinely concerned about her sister's potential and the possibility of losing her position, as the Devil Council might consider Miyuki a candidate for Satan. "Soten, you must find her at all costs. Eliminate anyone who stands in your way. If you can't, let me know, and I will intervene." "I will also search for her," Serafal insisted, her seriousness evident. Sona nodded in agreement before teleporting away, leaving Sona alone in the office. Damn it! Why did she escape? How did she escape? Sona slammed the table, recalling her sister's capabilities, feeling both terrified and envious. Her life had spiraled downward ever since Issei Hayato had acted out of line, and while she didn't blame him, everything had worsened since then. Dai Hayato's truth was revealed to the world, deeply affecting everyone connected to him, with Sona and Rias feeling the brunt of it. Wherever Sona went, she faced boos and jeers, her respect stripped away. She felt a deep hatred for Dai, who had betrayed both her and her sister without hesitation. The public demanded her removal as heiress and even called for her execution. Rias experienced similar torment, and the weight of Dai's betrayal shattered her spirit. The only thing keeping Sona sane was the support of her parents and siblings. Dai's lies had destabilized everything, achieving what the Cows Brigade could only dream of, bringing the alliance to its knees. Issei's absence only worsened the situation, but Sona couldn't blame him. He had been treated poorly, and now they shared the same fate. "I hope I can find her before it is too late," Sona murmured as she headed out to greet the Kuo Academy students, hoping to locate someone important before anyone else did. Unbeknownst to her, Artemis had recorded the entire conversation and silently remarked, "Bunch of hypocrites." To her, these two were no better than Dai Hayato. Despite his deceit, he had spoken the truth in the end. Issei walked across the fields, while Malik stood amidst the burning remains of Gregori. Issei and Nyx were side by side, watching a screen. A book appeared, revealing Issei in his strongest red dragon armor, with Dai Hayato smirking beside Rias. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik using magic. Aika walked through a puddle, and the ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team/Dog were shown, all under the glare of angry eyes. Issei recalled his past, envisioning the factions falling apart. Ingvild crushed a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face in anger. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondel observed their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes, determination etched on her face as she looked at Dai. Miyuki gritted her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, as a family photo with a slash across it appeared, symbolizing his separation from them. He exchanged a look with Surzex, both radiating their auras. At the Hayato residence, Quinella and Charlotte were training Miyuki in magic, having been granted access to the dimension lost by Issei. He was absent to avoid suspicion at Kuo Academy. "She is amazing." Quinella marveled at Miyuki's strength in magic. "Indeed, I can see why that midget Satan wanted her sealed. She could surpass her in no time," Charlotte agreed, both pleased they had saved her before it was too late. Quinella taught her the basics, and Miyuki grasped them quickly, surprising even Quinella, who noted it would have taken her much longer. "So how did I do?" Miyuki asked, beaming with happiness. The instructors snapped out of their amazement, and Quinella praised her. "You did amazing, Miyuki. I've never seen such prowess in magic. You'll be strong in no time." "Thank you," Miyuki replied, looking away. "It's the first time I've been appreciated in my life." She recalled the harsh words of her sisters, Sona Citri and Seraphal Leviathan. "I can't believe I have a sister like you. You are such a disappointment. You know we are doing this for your own safety. You cannot go out, you are a danger to everyone." "Oh, don't listen to your sisters. You are amazing. Even we are impressed by your control," Charlotte said, pulling her out of her sadness. "I guess." Miyuki's lack of confidence was evident, prompting Quinella to suggest, "How about this? We can go outside. You deserve to know about the outside world, right?" Miyuki's eyes widened in surprise. "You mean it?" Quinella nodded with a smile. "You should go with Issei once he gets back. He knows this place well." Miyuki beamed and nodded, while Quinella and Charlotte exchanged glances, astonished that she had been so sheltered. "I wonder how sheltered her life has been," Quinella said, shocked and angered by the impact of lies. "I know, Quinn, but it's even more disturbing that her own sisters did this," Charlotte agreed, their bond resembling that of sisters more than friends. "I just hope Issei can help her. He's incredibly patient with matters like these," Quinella reflected, recalling his time with a certain blonde. "Well, either way, I wonder when Issei will let us come with him to Kuo Academy. I would love to teach those humans a lesson so they don't hurt our lord again." Charlotte spoke with anger in her voice, as Quinella rubbed her head and replied, "Relax, Charlie. I believe Issei will be dealing with them personally, and they will eventually be afraid of him, just like those faction leaders." Charlotte nodded at Quinella's words. "Speaking of which, how about we see what Malik has planned for his next attack?" Quinella suggested, to which Charlotte agreed. They then teleported to the hidden base. Scene change. Malik's base, 12:30 p.m. The duo of girls arrived at the base, greeted by battle droids. The base had expanded significantly, resembling a full army installation, with several battle droids guarding the area. Both the Malevolence and the Leviathan were powered on and ready for their operation. What caught their attention were several small silvery spaceships with V-shaped components, equipped with blaster cannons and advanced self-operating systems, capable of fast travel and evasive maneuvers. Quinella recognized them as the variable geometry self-propelled battle droid, Mark I, nicknamed the Vulture droid. Another larger silver craft, in its walker mode, had a red eye at its center. This was the Hyena-class droid fighter, also known as the Hyena bomber. "So the droid ships are ready?" Quinella asked as Grievous approached from behind. "Indeed they are, and we will begin the attack on the Yukai faction relatively soon," he replied with a grin. He was eager to confront Yasaka, knowing her large form would pose a challenge, but he was confident that the Vulture droids and Hyena bombers could handle it. Charlotte then inquired, "Issei should return from school by 3 p.m., so we can attack then. He has a score to settle with Yasaka and Kunu for their treatment, right?" Grievous nodded, and Malik added, "That is why we will capture her alive. She will be our sleeper agent, turning any remaining Yukai into dust. Besides, Issei has a grudge against them." Malik's grin widened. "It would be remarkable for a mother to turn against her own daughter." "Indeed it will be. It's hard to feel any empathy for them, and the fall of that faction would be a massive blow to the Alliance," Quinella remarked with a sinister smile. She then asked, "But there are both East and West Yukai factions, right? Who will attack which?" "I will send the Leviathan to take out the defenses of the East Yukai faction. They are comparatively weaker than the West, so they will fall quickly," Malik explained. Charlotte nodded in agreement. Plus, each Hyena bomber and Vulture droid is equipped with buzz droids, which can tear apart even supernatural creatures and penetrate magical defenses. "I see. How long will this invasion take?" Quinella asked. Malik replied, "A few hours. We are also bringing in legions of battle droids, and according to Kalani, he has a Hailfire tank on standby to eliminate any low to middle-class Yukai." Grievous nodded, and Kalani added, the chances of them escaping are very low. The Yukai faction will meet the same fate as Gregori. If there are survivors, we will leave them to suffer a slow demise. Either way, it's a win-win for us. Malik then asked, what will the two of you do? Both girls responded, for now, we will watch the show, you can enjoy the carnage. Quinella said, while Charlotte added, just think about what will happen when they find out that Issei was the mastermind behind everything. They will lose all hope. Their words earned laughter from everyone present. It would be game over for the factions. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei avoiding detection by the Chibi faction leaders. 2 Yukai territory, Kyoto, 3 p.m. Kunu and Yasaka walked across the fields of Kyoto. Dai's betrayal had allowed them to recover from the emotional wounds he inflicted, albeit slowly. They were now stable enough to handle themselves. It wasn't the first time they had been betrayed, their mate had abandoned them long ago, making it difficult to trust men, even male Yukai. Now, they found it hard to trust anyone due to Dai's actions. Issei could have been someone they trusted, perhaps even loved, but that was a long time ago. Now, they feared him for his brutality and worried that if he did not help them, they would be in serious trouble. Malik was clearly afraid of him, meaning he was their only hope. Mother, how will we get Issei to help us? Kunu asked sadly. Yasaka shook her head. No, Kunu, he hates us. He wouldn't even bat an eye if any of us died. Yasaka spoke the truth without hesitation, causing Kunu to cry. Yasaka hugged her daughter, whispering, it will be okay, Kunu, it will be okay. As Kunu cried on her mother's shoulder, a tear fell from Yasaka's eye. Dai's lies had deeply affected them both, and Yasaka felt ashamed for having fallen for them. Suddenly, she peeked up, her instincts urging her to flee as the sky turned a dark purple. Yasaka quickly created the sun shower barrier, hoping to protect her people after the recent sun show. She attempted to move the Yukai population to safety when a voice commanded, fire the ion cannon. A ship appeared above, its intimidating design striking fear into the Yukai queen as a purple energy cannon was aimed at the barrier. It was the Malevolence. Yasaka turned her attention to the blast, which completely nullified the barrier, leaving her people vulnerable. No! Yasaka shouted as Kunu looked up in horror. The sun shower still lingered, but creating another barrier would take time they did not have. Fire all cannons, the voice commanded again, and a barrage of plasma blasts rained down on the Yukai. Yasaka tried to shield her people alongside Kunu, but it was too late. She hugged her daughter tightly, bracing for impact. When they opened their eyes, they were met with a shocking sight. Many Yukai lay dead, others critically injured, their skin charred and burned. Yet, no blood was drawn. Damn it! Who dash? Yasaka turned her fury toward the man responsible, the droid general. Gritting her teeth, she looked at Kunu and spoke seriously, Kunu, you need to run. But, Kunu protested, but Yasaka's pleading gaze silenced her. Save yourself. I will hold him off and come to you soon. Yasaka lied, trying to assure her daughter, though she was uncertain of her own survival. Kunu looked back one last time before reluctantly fleeing. Grievous! You have made a big mistake attacking us. Yasaka shouted, directing her anger at the droid general, who merely cackled as he commanded his battle droids and BX series commando droids to attack the Yukai without mercy. Yasaka could only watch in horror as her people were mercilessly targeted, their lives extinguished by blaster bolts and the blades of the commando droids. You will pay for this, you monster! Yasaka shouted, receiving news from Nurarihayon that the East Yukai faction was also under attack, this time by Malik. Scene change. Yukai Fields, Kanto 4 p.m. Malik observed as his Leviathan unleashed turbo laser cannons on the Yukai, wiping them out effortlessly. There was no mercy as Magari, the Yukai Nikomata, launched a fire blast at the Leviathan, but it had no effect. If this is your prowess, then you stand no chance against us. Malik taunted from his battleship. Magari, get out of, Nurarihayon warned, but it was too late. Malik followed with an orbital bombardment, and Magari screamed in pain as the plasma cannon struck her, reducing her to her smaller form. You monster! Nurerehayan shouted, but Malik used telekinesis to choke him, then began draining his life energy. Nurerehayan could only watch helplessly as he was reduced to a husk, no longer breathing. In her fury, Magari summoned her remaining energy to unleash a powerful fire blast aimed at Malik. "You monster!" she cried, managing to strike him and create a massive explosion. The other yokai sighed in relief, hoping this would end the madness he had unleashed upon their kind. However, as the dust settled, Malik emerged unscathed, his durability shocking and terrifying the yokai. Exhausted, Magari fainted as Malik commanded his droid legion to continue their assault, mercilessly wiping out any yokai in their path. The Leviathan joined in, unleashing a barrage of firepower. "It seems the East yokai faction has fallen," Malik said with a mocking grin, commencing further orbital bombardments. Scene change. Yokai Fields, Kyoto, 5 p.m. Yasaka struggled against the droid general amidst the relentless gunfire, trying to hold him in place. He was extremely evasive, striking Yasaka when she least expected it. Using his 4 light blades, he inflicted severe plasma wounds, leaving Yasaka on her knees, gritting her teeth in pain and helplessness. In desperation, she transformed into her fox form, a giant 9-tailed fox with golden fur, standing 10 meters tall. "You will pay for destroying my people, Grievous." Yasaka's voice boomed across the fields as she unleashed foxfire. The droid general evaded her attacks with ease, aware of her fox form but saving the vulture droids and hyena bombers for later. The huge fox continued to unleash fire blasts aimed at Grievous, who kept dodging her attacks. Yasaka had to use the ley lines to keep up with him and unleashed a poison field, but it had no effect. "It seems like Dai's betrayal has affected your intelligence," Grievous taunted, eliciting a growl from Yasaka. The poison field was ineffective. He moved through it effortlessly and attempted to slash at her. "Eh!" Yasaka cried out in pain as he commanded his battle droids, "Send in the hyena bombers and vulture droids." The droids responded, "Roger. Roger," as the ships began firing at her. Yasaka, focused on the ships, shouted, "You dmed cheater." Grievous scoffed, "In a war, there are no rules." He commanded the droids, "Deploy the buzz droids." Several small droids resembling beetles appeared, attaching themselves to Yasaka and biting into her flesh. She screamed in pain, desperately trying to shake them off or use foxfire, but the buzz droids continued their assault. Grievous seized the opportunity, activating his 4 lightsabers and charging at her. He twirled his sabers, using centrifugal force to cut through the air, and propelled himself upward, tearing into her flesh. "Ewa!" Yasaka screamed as the blades burned through her fur and skin. "UBSTRD." The buzz droids continued their relentless attack until she passed out from blood loss, reverting from her fox form to her human form, still bearing the same wounds. Her shrine maiden clothing was stained with blood, and the yokai faction was nearing defeat. "Normally I would kill you, but he would love to have a word with you," Grievous said, deactivating his lightsabers as he carried her away. Kunu, Yasaka's daughter, tried to run to save her mother but was paralyzed by fear. The battle droids surrounded her, and she realized she could do nothing but watch as they took her mother away. The yokai faction had fallen, she thought, tears streaming down her face as she watched the droids disappear. Scene change. Inside the Malevolence at 6 p.m., Grievous and Malik had reached their destination. Earlier, Malik had autopiloted the Leviathan back to base, where Yasaka lay unconscious, restrained with her arms and legs spread apart. "So this is her, the fox yokai Yasaka?" Malik asked. Grievous nodded. Indeed, she was a bit annoying but not unbeatable. A few buzz droids and she was done. "I see. Issei would be happy to see her in this condition," Malik said with a smile, lightly tapping Yasaka. Where?" Yasaka exclaimed, waking to find herself in a dire situation. She struggled against her cuffs. "Don't bother, those are anti-magic restraints. You cannot move, now you are just stuck like the others," Malik said with a grin, reveling in her fear. "Well, I would let him have a word with you," he added as a man emerged from the shadows. He wore a black jacket with red outlines and a white shirt, his tone cold. Hello, Yasaka. Yasaka recognized him immediately, her heart sinking. No, it can't be. Issei Hayudu. Indeed, it is me, Yasaka. It's not a pleasure to meet you, Issei replied coldly, his hatred palpable. Issei, please listen. You don't have to do this. You don't have to listen to him, Yasaka pleaded, but Issei interrupted her with maniacal laughter, widening her eyes in horror. You really think that I am being controlled by him? Are you really that naive? Issei grinned wickedly. Every single attack, every single thing that Malik has done, I have done. I am responsible for everything, Yasaka. Yasaka was left in complete shock and disbelief, muttering, no. Yes. I did everything. Dai's exposure as a false hero was all part of my plan. The best part was that you all believed his lies, and now you face this monster. Issei declared, as Yasaka's tears fell. This was the consequence of her actions. A hero of the factions was now their worst enemy. They had no chance of winning against him, let alone fighting him. Yasaka tried to reason with him. Issei Haidu, please listen to reason. Wiping us out won't do you any good. You can still redeem yourself and make things better. You don't need to do this, please, just come back. Yasaka shouted, but Issei only chuckled as he came closer, pulling her chin toward him and speaking with an angered tone. This is why I hate your factions. You think I would just ignore every single cardinal sin, every action against me, every humiliation you want me to forget. But I am not like you. I will not forget. I know for a fact that people like Zeus and Seraphol would never accept me because I destroyed their pride completely. They think I am entitled to serve them, that just because I am human, I must serve them, that I am nothing but a tool for their ends. But I am not like that. I am done being a tool. I am my own person, and I will stay as such. No faction leader will control me, for I am a dragon, a being of power and strength. They underestimated me for so long, looked down upon me, but not anymore. You will watch as I destroy the factions once and for all, Issei declared, as Yasaka's tears continued to fall. She realized she was one of the few responsible for creating a monster that would wipe them out. Issei brought out Alpheka Tyrant, and Yasaka's instincts told her to flee. You see, light-based weapons are your weakness, and this sacred gear erases memories and personalities, right? You will be reborn as one of my slaves, and you will destroy your own faction along with your daughter, with your very own hands. Meanwhile, your real self will do nothing but watch as you destroy your own faction. You will experience the same sadness and despair I did. Issei's words made Yasaka widen her eyes in horror as she struggled to stop him. No, Issei, please. Yasaka shouted, pleading with him not to do this. But Issei ignored her, throwing multiple nails aimed at her, isolating her true self and creating a personality that was subservient. Her eyes began to lose their shine as she heard Issei's last words. The next time you open your eyes, you will be my first sleeper agent, Lady Yasaka. His tone was mocking. Yasaka tried to reach out to him, but she was gone. She closed her eyes, a tear falling from one of them, knowing there was nothing she could do. Issei walked away saying, let's head back. There is something else I need to do. This earned nods from Malik and Grievous as they headed back to their base. Scene change. Kuo Town, 9:30 p.m. Issei and Miyuki were outside, dressed casually. Issei wore a striped shirt with red and white stripes, beige jeans with zipped pockets, and black shoes. Miyuki wore a blue CRP top and a white skirt that reached just above her knee, along with heels and her hair down. Well, where do you want to go? Issei asked with a smile. Miyuki looked doubtful. I don't know. This is the first time I've gone out. Issei raised an eyebrow. How about I take you to a fast food place? You might enjoy it. Miyuki nodded, unsure of what it was. The duo entered a fast food restaurant and sat down to eat. Miyuki watched her burger, wondering what she needed to do. Oh, you have to eat like this. Issei picked up his burger with both hands and took a bite. Like this? Miyuki asked, following his movements. She widened her eyes, noticing how tasty the burger was. This. I never had this in my life, she said in amazement. Turning to Issei, she asked, "This must have been expensive, right?" "Nope, it's cheaper than most restaurant foods," Issei replied with a smile. Miyuki started enjoying her food, and Issei felt that her life had been like a prison before he rescued her. "Indeed, partner, I can't even imagine how they could do this to someone so sweet," Drake spoke mentally, filled with fury. Issei nodded in agreement. "True, Serafal and Sona are going to regret what they did to her. They are beyond mercy," Issei said angrily, watching Miyuki eat her fries with her bare hands. He had to teach her how to sip her drink from a straw, which she learned quickly. As they left the area, Issei decided to take her to the arcade. As expected, she was awed by everything she saw, being in the human world for the very first time. She entered the arcade and spotted a racing game that caught her interest. "You want to play this?" Issei asked, and Miyuki nodded eagerly. Issei inserted a coin, and Miyuki began to play. At first, she struggled, but Issei patiently taught her the controls, and soon she started to grasp the game. "Just a little more, just a little, good job," he encouraged as Miyuki managed to reach third place. "Thank you, Issei," she exclaimed happily. Issei smiled, feeling fortunate that he had found her, otherwise, she might never have experienced the outside world. A few moments later, Issei needed to use the restroom. "Stay here for a while, I'll be right back," he said, and Miyuki nodded as he left. She continued playing, unaware that someone else had entered the arcade. "Working has stressed me a lot. I wonder if there are any games I could play," a voice said. It was Serafal Leviathan, who had come to unwind. However, she soon sensed a familiar aura and turned her attention to Miyuki. A grin spread across her face. "I have found you, sister." Serafal approached Miyuki and grabbed her hand, surprising her. "Hey, let go!" Miyuki exclaimed, struggling to break free. Serafal was delighted to have found her sister before it was too late. She attempted to teleport them away, creating a barrier to shield them from the humans present, but Miyuki was determined not to let that happen. "Please don't go home. I'm not going back to that place," she begged, but Serafal was resolute. As Serafal activated her teleportation, Miyuki's anguish manifested as a powerful aura, attracting the attention of a certain dragon. "You are going back, whether you like it or not," Serafal said with a smile, initiating the teleportation. Miyuki cried out, not wanting to be isolated again, especially after finally enjoying herself. Just as Serafal was about to succeed, someone rushed in to intervene. Issei grabbed Serafal's hand, forcing her to release Miyuki. "Shocked," Serafal exclaimed, "so the one who took my sister," but her expression changed as she recognized Issei, fear washing over her. He was furious and punched Serafal hard, leaving her in shock. "Are you okay?" he asked Miyuki, who nodded, wiping a tear from her eye and smiling genuinely. Suddenly, a magic ice attack struck Issei, but he blocked it with a holy magic shield. "You've got some nerve attacking someone I protect. I'm going to put you down permanently," Issei shouted, filled with rage. Serafal, now terrified, pleaded for mercy. "Please, I just want what's best for my sister. Hear me out." "Shut your mouth," Issei roared. Serafal stumbled back, realizing the gravity of her situation. "You're no better than my brother. I know what you did to your sister. You tried to imprison her because of her potential. You took away her childhood." Issei's voice was cold and filled with fury. Miyuki was horrified by her sister's actions, feeling the weight of her family's perception. "But what did I do to you?" she asked, her voice trembling. Serafal gritted her teeth, her aura flaring. "She is a threat. I worked hard to become stronger while she failed. I will take my sister back." Issei shook his head, his anger intensifying. "In that case, today is your last day to breathe." He removed his true Longinus, and Serafal's face drained of color as she realized the danger she was in. Balance breaker, Polar Night Chakravartin. 7 orbs appeared behind him. Ithratana. The orb fired a beam that stripped Serafal of her magical power, reducing her to a mere human, albeit temporarily. "What have you done to me?" Serafal shouted, panic in her voice. "I've taken away your magical power. It's time to end this," Issei replied coldly. He turned to Miyuki, still crying. You okay? He asked gently. Miyuki nodded, looking at her sister with a mix of sadness and disdain, her heart heavy with the truth of her family's feelings. Seraphol wanted to escape, but she had lost all her magic and was filled with fear for what Issei would do to her. Please, don't let me take her away. Issei understood her desperation and decided to show Seraphol just how strong he was. It's time I show you the truth idea, Issei spoke coldly as he began to chant. Seraphol shouted, if you kill me, the factions will make sure you suffer. Issei ignored her and continued his chant, which was different from the original. O spear! The true holy spear which pierces through God. Seek the ambition of domination sleeping within me and pierce through the gap of blessing and destruction. Announce my will, and turn into a glow. A bright holy light erupted, manifesting Issei's will into reality. Miyuki felt warmth and comfort from the light, but for Seraphol, it was agonizing. No. No. Seraphol begged as the light intensified, burning her skin. In horror, she watched as her hands and limbs began to disintegrate. She screamed in pain, cursing Issei and Miyuki one last time. No. Diminu, Hayaru Issei. Diminu Miyuki. Aha. Seraphol's cries echoed as she was consumed by the light, leaving no trace behind. Once the light faded, Issei deactivated the orbs and turned to Miyuki. You okay? He asked. Miyuki nodded and he suggested, let's head back, okay? Issei teleported them back to the Hayadu residence, relieved that Seraphol would no longer harass Miyuki. He had even ensured her soul was destroyed. Scene change. Issei waited outside as Miyuki cried, consoled by Quinella and Charlotte. Charlotte spoke with disgust. I can't believe she managed to ruin the only day that would make Miyuki happy. Quinella agreed. Even now, I don't understand how she was able to find out about her. Issei explained, I believe some of her aura was picked up by Seraphol Citri, which is how she detected her. Quinella and Charlotte nodded as Issei continued, I think Seraphol finding her was pure coincidence. Seraphol often does not come to Kuo, so she must have come here to play arcade games. If anyone was to find out about her, it would have been Sona, due to her being present at Kuo Academy. And Rias apparently can still live here due to Asia, Issei added, exasperated. This was true for most girls who had once belonged to Dai Hayadu, and he was not a fan of it. Issei, can I make a request? Miyuki's voice broke through. I want you to train me. Train me so that I become strong enough to take down my sister and her family once and for all. I don't want to be weak enough to be locked up again, so please train me. She bowed, filled with determination. Issei looked at her and asked, Are you sure? I am. Sona took my childhood away from me, just like Seraphol did. I will never forgive them for that. Miyuki declared, anger evident as she wiped her tears. I longing to become stronger, so that no one can take advantage of me again. Issei nodded, understanding her resolve. In that case, I won't stop you. You will be trained, and when the time comes, you will have your revenge. I have plans for that. Miyuki listened intently as Issei outlined his strategy to expose the Citri clan, aiming to ruin their reputation completely. Scene break. Previously, Sona and Seraphol discussed Miyuki Citri's escape, recalling her prowess and the fear it instilled in them. Seraphol insisted on searching for her, and Sona agreed to help. Meanwhile, the girls trained Miyuki and were amazed by her capabilities. Although they were happy with her progress, Miyuki felt insecure about her potential. They promised to take her outside once she became stronger. As she went inside, the girls were frustrated by what she had endured. Thanks to the Citri sisters, they were determined to make things right. The girls teleported to their base to prepare for the upcoming attack, informing Grievous and Malik that it would commence once everything was set. They were excited, knowing that the Yukai faction would fall that night. Meanwhile, Kunu and Yasaka were walking through the streets of Kyoto when they were suddenly attacked. The dimensions shifted, and Yasaka attempted to use her sunshower barrier, but it was too late. Grievous commanded the Malevolence to fire an ion cannon, which disabled her barrier, followed by a missile barrage that caused devastation. Grievous then engaged Yasaka in battle, while Malik wiped out the East Yukai faction and killed the new Rarahyon, leaving Magari nearly defeated. Ultimately, Yasaka fell to Grievous and was captured, leaving Kuna horrified at what might happen to her mother. Aboard the Malevolence, Yasaka woke up and realized that Issei was behind everything. She desperately tried to reason with him, but he refused to listen and made her his first agent, knowing she would turn against her own faction. Later, Miyuki and Issei explored a fast food restaurant and an arcade, but their fun was interrupted by Serafal, who tried to take Miyuki home. Issei intervened, leading to a confrontation where he ultimately defeated Serafal. The two then returned home. Once home, Miyuki asked Issei to train her so she could take revenge for the troubles in her life, and he agreed. The next day at the Hyudu residence, Miyuki bowed before the other residents, smiling as she introduced herself. "Please, take good care of me." She was relieved that Sona Citri was not present. "Everyone, please welcome Miyuki Shiba. She will be staying here with us." The residents accepted her presence, and Ingvild asked Issei where he had met her. Issei replied, "Oh, she was unfamiliar with the outside world. I met her a few days ago, and we became good friends." Miyuki nodded, playing along with the story. The residents dispersed, and Issei gave Miyuki a pendant that concealed her devil aura, making her appear as an ordinary human. "Now that you're here, you don't need to hide," he said, and she nodded in agreement. "Speaking of which, where are Rias and her peerage?" "I heard they were upset," Miyuki inquired. Nyx explained, "Ever since the truth about the pillar of the faction was revealed, they have been mourning at home, but they will return soon." Miyuki reflected, "Well, they got what they deserved for believing the wrong person." Issei then asked if she wanted to attend Crow Academy, to which she eagerly agreed, knowing her sister Sona was there. Quinella and Charlotte expressed their longing to join them at the academy, and Issei reluctantly agreed, warning them about his reputation. Quinella assured him, "We would be fine. Anyone who talks ill about you will face our wrath." Grateful, Issei asked them to look after Miyuki when he wasn't around, expressing concern about the Kendo girls and Aika Kiryu. "Even if you didn't ask us to, we would be wary of them," Quinella replied. Nyx also decided to join but not as a student, leaving Issei and the others curious about her plans. Meanwhile, Miyuki clenched her fist, determined to confront Sona Citri. "I am coming for you, you better be ready, sister." Issei continued walking across the fields, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Malik is surrounded by the burning remains of Gregori. Issei and Nyx stand side by side, looking at a screen. A book appears, and Issei dons his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Hyudu smirks sinisterly, with Rias beside him. Asia and the other girls engage Malik, using magic. Aika walks through a puddle looking up. The ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team Slashdog are present, all under the glare of a pair of angry eyes. Issei gazes at the book, recalling his past and the factions falling apart. Ingvild crushes a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face, anger evident. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondel watch their factions with disdain. Ingvild closes her eyes, looking at Dai with determination. Miyuki grits her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei kneels, haunted by his past, as a family photo with a slash appears, symbolizing his separation from them. He looks at Surzex, both radiating their auras. Opening, Ko Academy, 10:30 p.m. Issei sits bored at his desk, back in the familiar yet frustrating environment of Kuo Academy. Many wonder about his brother, Dai Hyudu, but Issei waits for the right moment to reveal everything. "Greetings, everyone." Issei's eyes widen at the voice. Nyx, no longer in casual attire, stands before them in a black coat, a white formal shirt, and black breeds that accentuate her figure. "I will be your new homeroom teacher, as Miss Rossweiss is unavailable due to a family emergency. My name is Nyx Mavros, and it's nice to meet all of you." Issei is surprised, while many boys cheer, including the perverted duo. "Oh, look at that." Matsuda whispers. "She's a model." "Her measurements are impressive," Motohama adds quietly. Issei, furious at their objectification of Nyx, radiates his aura, causing the boys to shiver in fear and quiet down. Nyx chuckles at Issei's protective nature, giving the boys a playful glare. "I'm already taken, but I won't reveal who," she says with a smile that Issei interprets as teasing. The boys slump in defeat. "Now then, I have 3 additional girls to introduce." Nyx continues as Quinella, Charlotte, and Miyuki enter. "I'm Quinella O'Clair. Nice to meet you," she says with a forced smile, clearly disliking the room's occupants except for her allies. "Charlotte Browning. Nice to meet you," Charlotte exclaims cheerfully, secretly wanting to sit next to Issei. "And I'm Miyuki Shiba. Good to meet you." Miyuki introduces herself as the boys cheer, while the girls glare at them. Nyx then states, "I believe we've passed homeroom, so take any seats you want." The 3 girls nod and sit next to Issei, much to the class's dismay. Matsuda and Motohama gulp in fear, worried about the potential fallout if the truth about Issei came out. "Miss, where is Dai Haidu?" Keitase asks Nyx, who feels disgusted at the mention of his name. She had heard of his reputation as the 3rd prince of Kuo Academy. He had an accident and is currently in the hospital, but he should recover soon. Nyx lies, prompting a sigh of relief from the class, particularly those unaware of the supernatural. The others, however, are intrigued by Nyx's words, wondering what the goddess of darkness is planning. As Nyx begins teaching Greek, a language that will prove important later, the scene shifts. Scene change. "Sona, can I ask you something?" Rias Gremory calls to Sona, who turns and smiles. "Go ahead," Sona replies. "I believe you've heard about the new students and teacher in Issei's class, right?" Rias asks. Sona nods, having heard about them recently as they head to their next class. "Indeed, 2 of them are Asmodeus and Beelzebub," Rias says, her tone hinting at jealousy. Sona nods, realizing it was Issei who brought them. "Who is the teacher?" she asks. "It's Nyx, the new homeroom teacher replacing Rosweiss," Rias answers. Sona's eyes widen in shock. "What is Hayudu thinking?" Rias sighs. "Issei brought her with him. You know what will happen if you try to do anything to her, right?" Sona gulps, recalling how Issei dealt with 3 of the 4 Satans effortlessly, including her older sister. I know. Does he not care?" she stammers, then stops, realizing Issei's current nature. "Who is the 3rd student?" "Her name is Miyuki Shiba, the 3rd student who came with Asmodeus and Beelzebub," Rias replies. Sona shivers at the name, knowing who Miyuki is. She realizes her sister is with Issei Hayudu, but she needs to confirm her identity. "Rias, can you describe how she looks?" Sona asked with worry, which made Rias confused. She had black hair and blue eyes. Sona shivered upon hearing this and exclaimed, "That's not Miyuki Shiba, that's Miyuki Citri, my younger sister." Rias was puzzled and asked, "But didn't you tell me that she passed away, Sona?" Sona widened her eyes, realizing she might expose herself in front of everyone. "I thought it was her." Sona spoke with fear. Rias felt sad, unaware of the truth, and replied with a sad smile, "She must look alike then. Well, let's go to class. I know wherever she is all right." Sona nodded at Rias's words as they both headed to class. Sona thought, "I need to confirm this for myself," filled with fear about whether this was the real Miyuki or just a look-alike. Scene change. Hayudu residence. 12:30 p.m. Miyuki was walking to her next class, alone, as Charlotte and Quinella had some tasks to complete. Issei Hayudu had asked them to stay away from him, but the kendo girls had been sent flying by both Quinella and Charlotte, causing many to avoid the 3 girls. However, Sona Citri was watching Miyuki closely, wanting to confirm if she looked like her sister. "Well, she does look like her," Sona thought with worry, then walked outside as if nothing was wrong. "You!" Miyuki turned to see her older sister, anger boiling inside her. She wanted to confront Sona immediately but had promised Issei she would wait for her chance. "You are Miyuki, my sister, right?" Sona asked seriously, to which Miyuki pretended not to know anything. "Miss, I have never met you in my life. Who even are you?" Miyuki spoke mockingly. Sona tried to sense her devil aura but was surprised to find a human aura instead. Despite this, she refused to believe this was not her sister. "You are Miyuki, I am your older sister, Sona Citri." Miyuki was internally fuming, wanting to retaliate, but she had to calm herself. "I am the only child, Miss Citri. I have never met you before in my life," Miyuki lied. Sona's frustration grew as she spoke in an angered tone. "You are my younger sister, don't you remember?" Miyuki felt her rage dissipate, starting to enjoy seeing her sister's anger. "My name is Miyuki Shiba, not Miyuki Citri. You've mistaken me for someone else." Sona raised her voice. "No, you sound and behave like my younger sister. You are Miyuki Citri, come with me home." Miyuki was ready to defend herself, but Issei arrived just in time to prevent a confrontation. "Citri, she is not your sister." Issei approached Sona, making her shiver as she struggled to maintain her composure. I. Issei sighed, knowing he needed to defuse the situation. "Look, she is Miyuki Shiba, my friend, the child of an ordinary couple with no siblings. You can go back to your class." But Sona protested, but Issei looked at Miyuki, who feigned confusion. "She is calling me her younger sister. What is wrong with her?" Issei responded mockingly, "Oh, she has an older sister. I think she is a bit confused." Miyuki chuckled, while Sona felt embarrassed and furious. Issei turned his attention back to Sona, pretending to be concerned. "I know you have an older sister, but you never told me you have a younger sister. Are you okay?" Sona walked away, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Thanks, Issei. Who knows what would have happened if you hadn't come. I hate her very existence." Miyuki exclaimed once Sona was gone. "I was nearby by coincidence, but even then, you have amazing self-control," Issei complimented her, causing Miyuki to smile. "Well, let's head to the next class." Miyuki nodded in agreement, and they both left for their next class. Meanwhile, Sona was filled with fear, knowing full well that it was Miyuki Citri and that both Issei and the others were hiding her from the world. She felt helpless against Issei's strength and was surprised by his calm demeanor during the confrontation. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "I think I should go to class," trying to distract herself. She decided to investigate Miyuki Shiba and felt she needed to tell her older sister. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei getting along with Chibi Become. Kuo Academy, 1:30 p.m. "So is that everything?" Issei asked seriously, looking at the evidence gathered in front of him. "Indeed. It was easy for those boys and girls to expose everything to us, using my charm ability," Quinella spoke coldly. They all had plans to expose the Kuo Academy kids, a strategy devised by Charlotte and Quinella, who were annoyed by the girls demanding to be separated from Issei, whom they had started to love. "I'm not going to lie, I hardly care for those idiots. The only reason I wanted this to happen was because they started to go after you guys, especially Miyuki," Issei spoke with frustration. He hated the kendo duo the most, but now they had gone too far. They even attacked Quinella and Charlotte, only to be sent flying by the two girls. "Well, we can't let them tarnish our Lord's name and get away with it, right?" Quinella said with a smile, while Issei shrugged. "I guess. The announcing booth opens in 30 minutes, so you might want to get in before it's too late," he added, earning nods from the two girls. They headed inside with all the evidence, vowing to make the lives of those who hurt Issei as miserable as possible. In an added bonus, this would also make both the Gregori and Citri heiresses' lives difficult at Kuo Academy, where they were still revered. "Are you ready for this, Charlie?" Quinella asked her friend. "Well, I am. Let's reveal the truth to everyone." Charlotte replied coldly. Quinella used her charm to incapacitate the guards at the booth, and they took to the stage to expose the real traitors. They uploaded the videos they had collected, including those Issei had given them, showing him to be much more innocent than anyone had anticipated. They used the school Wi-Fi for its speed. Scene change. Issei stood next to Nix and Miyuki at a different location. No sooner had they arrived than everyone received a notification on their mobile phones. It simply read, "The truth." Out of curiosity, they clicked on it, revealing a video of Issei confronting the perverted duo and Daihayu. The video was broadcasted throughout Kuo Academy, showing how the duo had stalked Issei and spread rumors about him. Many were shocked to see Issei fight back, as they had always viewed him as weak. As the video ended, the crowd looked at the perverted duo in disgust. They realized they had fallen for their lies, and it was them who had made Issei's life miserable. The mastermind behind the rumors, Daihayu, was also revealed. Many girls were heartbroken, realizing that the boy they had a crush on was not who they thought he was. But there were more videos compiled into one, revealing that Matsuda and Motohama were not the only accomplices. Genshiro Saji and even Rias Gregori were involved. They saw Genshiro willingly agree to spread the lies of Daihayu, with Rias doing the same. Both continued to spread these lies not only at Kuo Academy but also throughout Kuo Town. Once the videos concluded, Quinella and Charlotte announced from the booth, "As you can see, all those videos are true. They were recorded in secret and compiled into a single presentation." Charlotte's voice was filled with anger. Many were disgusted by the actions of the five, looking at Motohama and Matsuda with anger and disappointment. They feared what would happen next, realizing their lives had taken a downward turn. Some felt guilty for believing the lies and attacking Issei, and the worst part was that they had not even apologized. Aika felt particularly affected. She should have seen this coming and regretted not helping her brother when he needed her most. Genshiro was also afraid, never expecting that Hayudu would uncover the truth. Zenobia and her student council glared at Saji for his involvement in the situation. "I was a fool to trust you, see? You should be ashamed of yourself," Zenobia said coldly. Genshiro could only look away, fearing that his world had come crashing down. Among the girls, Zenobia, Roswies, and Ravel regretted their actions the most, realizing too late that they had believed the wrong people. They watched as Quinella shouted, "Oh, don't you dare put all the blame on those two. You are all complicit in what you did. You are responsible for making his life a living hell." Quinella continued, "You all disgust me. Students, teachers, everyone involved in this." They looked down in shame, realizing that even the teachers had failed to investigate the rumors, blindly believing the lies without checking for the truth. "And teachers, you are supposed to maintain DSPLN in the academy, but you always punish the victim, falling for their lies and trying to make him the bad guy. You all should be ashamed of yourselves. You are a disgrace to every single teacher out there trying to do their job." Charlotte shouted with pure fury, causing some of the weaker-willed teachers to cry. "But don't you dare go to him, asking for forgiveness, thinking that he will forget and forgive any of you. He is not going to. He will never forgive you, no matter what you do. You are all way past that. You can only be ashamed of yourselves and regret what you have done, because he will never forgive you," Quinella announced, earning silence from the crowd. The cries in the audience began to increase. "However, there are 3 additional violators that are present in our school," Quinella continued, earning surprised looks from the students, who wondered what she meant. "It turns out Murayama and Keitase, our 2 kendo captains, are just like Daihayu, nothing but frauds." This revelation shocked many, with both girls sweating nervously, hoping Quinella would not reveal their secrets. They are substance abusers and use performance-enhancing drugs to improve their capabilities. Don't believe us? Let us show you. Quinella spoke as notifications appeared on their phones, displaying images of the 2 girls using performance-enhancing drugs. This shocked several and angered many. While not comparable to Daihayadu's actions, it was still serious. "These are our protectors. Well, they at least did a good job of hurting the wrong person. While the real victims get away time and time again, I think you know who they are, right?" Charlotte announced in fury, causing the girls to attempt to escape, but they were surrounded and feared what would happen next. Quinella then sent images across Kuo Academy, stating, "But there is another case in point. There is an actual offender. Her name is Aika Kiryu." Aika feared the consequences as another notification revealed her actions, which included inappropriate behavior. Aika was sweating nervously as the male students moved away from her in fear. She was worse than Issei or any of the other troublemakers in this school. Quinella continued, This is what happens, and she has been getting away with this for the past 3 years. I know some of you male students wouldn't even mind this. You all disgust me. You should be ashamed of this, and Aika Kiryu, you should be the most ashamed. Aika could only look away as many students and teachers began to cry. Issei, Nix, and Miyuki watched the scene coldly, showing little empathy. Charlotte concluded the speech. I hope you are proud of yourselves. You have been tormenting an innocent for all those years. You should be ashamed of your actions. As Charlotte and Quinella finished, everyone was in tears. Issei, Nix, and Miyuki left the school and reunited with Quinella and Charlotte. So how was the performance? Quinella asked. Issei smiled and began to respond, but they were interrupted by Sona Citri and Rias Gremory, both wearing unpleasant expressions. A word. Issei's expression shifted to annoyance, and even Miyuki and the others were not pleased. Sona and Rias faced the group, their expressions serious. You do know that using magic is wrong, right? Sona asked. Issei shrugged. Those are rules made by the factions, but I am not part of the factions, remember? Sona and Rias were not happy with this response, as Nick supported Issei. You are not mad that Issei used magic. You are mad because we ruined your reputation, right? Hearing this, both Sona and Rias clenched their fists in frustration, but they knew they had to hold back. If you are here to waste our time, then we have better things to do. Now, if you will excuse us, we will leave. Goodbye, Issei said, as they all stood up and left the room, leaving Sona and Rias watching helplessly. Rias wanted to stop them, but Sona grabbed her hand, shaking her head. They had just received news that the Yukai faction had fallen and a meeting was imminent. What will it take to get his help now? Rias asked worriedly. Sona replied, I honestly don't know. He just does what he wants when he wants. We would only annoy him, and you know what happens then, right? Sona's words made Rias gulp in fear. They knew he was dangerous and could only hope that the chaos would soon end. Scene change. In the underworld, an emergency meeting had been called by Surzex following the fall of the Yukai faction. The situation was dire, as the Yukai leader Yasaka had been taken captive by the robot faction and had not been seen since. The leaders present included Surzex Lucifer, Ajuka Beelzebub, Odin, Michael, Shemahazai, Azazel, Magari, Shiva, Zeus, and Amaterasu. The Yukai faction was devastated, with only Magari present as the sole high-level Yukai in the room, while the others wore solemn expressions. Well, what now? Surzex's tone was grim, primarily because the Yukai faction was completely wiped out, just like Gregori. Things were looking dire for the Alliance. The truth about Dai Hayadu, coupled with the fall of the Yukai faction, would leave a permanent stain on the supernatural world. Things are looking pretty grim for our kind. Yasaka-sama is missing, Kunasama is in despair, and Nurarahayan-sama has been killed. It seems Malik and his army are unstoppable. Magari spoke, breaking down into tears. Amaterasu consoled her in this dark moment. It's going to be all right. We will avenge what we have lost. Amaterasu reassured her. But how, Amaterasu-sama? How will this happen? How can we stop his unstoppable army? He showed no mercy to any of our kind. Magari exclaimed, her tears flowing freely. I really don't understand. What did we do to him? Why does he want to wipe us all out? What did we do to deserve this? Amaterasu was speechless, understanding Magari's pain as she recalled Nurarahayan's death. The situation is truly looking hopeless. Ajuka trailed off. Many of the leaders agreed. Issei remained resolute, stating, even Serafal is nowhere to be seen. What do you mean? Shemhazai asked, concerned. Where is she at a time like this? Ajuka shook his head. We know nothing. All we know is that she went to the mall last night, and after that, there is no trace of her. Could Malik have been the one to attack her? Michael voiced his worry. Surzex dreaded what could have happened to her. She must have been imprisoned like Yasaka, and there was no trace of her. Even Sona tried calling her, but the number was no longer valid, nor could they sense her magic signature. Either way, we need to investigate. She went to Kuo Mall last time, right? Surzex asked Ajuka, who nodded in agreement. We need to check the security recordings. That is the only way we can find out what truly happened, Sekiruuyetei stated seriously. That won't be necessary. I can get them right away, Azazel interjected. He got up and teleported away. Moments later, he returned with the security recordings, having used a mind spell to convince the security guards. Well, here goes nothing. Azazel began to play the recording. Everyone was surprised to see Issei walk in with a girl who looked remarkably like Sona Citri. Is that Hyudu? What is he doing here? Sekiruuyetei asked, astonished. Odin responded jokingly, probably taking one of his HRM girls on a date. They continued watching. Moments later, Issei exited the arcade, suggesting he was up to something. After a while, Serafal entered, but she never came out. They waited and waited, their focus solely on Serafal as the lights eventually shut down, indicating the mall had closed. This left the room in complete silence. Sekiruuyetei finally broke the silence. It seems like Hyudu is the only one who knows where Serafal is, he said weakly, not wanting to confront someone who could easily overpower him. Sekiruuyetei, I hope you are not going to ask him. Shiva exclaimed with concern. Sekiruuyetei knew it would be risky, but he spoke with a grim determination. We have no choice. If anyone knows where Serafal is, it is him. Shiva's voice was filled with worry. I hope you know what you are doing. One wrong move and you could. I know, but if it is for my friend, I will do anything, Sekiruuyetei replied firmly. Shiva shook his head in disappointment, aware that confronting Hyudu might lead to disaster. Either way, the Slashdog team is recovering soon, minus Lavinia, so that is the only good news we have. Azazel said with a sad smile, recalling Quinella and Charlotte's words. He hated what he did to Issei and felt deep remorse for it. That's good. I hope they are doing all right. Michael said cheerfully, but Azazel shook his head. 2 factions had fallen, and there was nothing they could do. Malik and Grievous, along with their armies, had already caused widespread devastation. I hope so. Azazel's tone was grim. What now? We have to find a way to convince Hyudu, that is our only option. Otherwise, all the factions are doomed, Shiva advised wisely, causing some to feel anxious. He then asked, I just hope that the people in our factions have calmed down? My faction still resents me for what I did with my daughters. They are on the verge of civil war. They want me gone, Zeus said sadly, earning a nod from Odin, who shared his pain. Mine is in a similar state. The devils want Rias Gregori and Sona Citri executed for their crimes. I am only stalling this by telling them that they were manipulated by Dai Hyudu's lies. Sekiruuyetei added, to which Ajuka nodded in agreement. In the aftermath, Rias is no longer the heir of the Gregori clan, while Sona remains the heir, as the clan has no additional heirs. My faction is somewhat better, but seeds of distrust and anger are brewing. It won't be long before a civil war begins, Michael said grimly, while Magari, Shemhazai, and Azazel remained silent, mourning their factions wiped out by Malik and his armies. Shiva was quiet, having joined the alliance solely because they needed to work together to seal away the beast of apocalypse, Trihexa. Well, either way, we can get Hyudu on our side to calm the factions down. Otherwise, you all are done for. I guess that is all for the meeting. Anything else? Shiva asked, to which Sekiruuyetei shook his head. Very well, I hope we can all survive against Malik and put a stop to his madness. Otherwise, if this continues, the supernatural will be wiped out. Shiva spoke seriously, instilling dread in many. Figures like Sekiruuyetei, Michael, Azazel, Odin, and Zeus were fearful, knowing their families were endangered by this new threat. They teleported away, pondering how Issei could rejoin the factions to help combat this danger. However, they were unaware that Issei was the mastermind behind this threat, and soon everything would fall apart. Scene change. Hyudu residence, 9:30 p.m. Issei was working on his plan to expose the Citri clan to the rest of the world. Sona would be a problem for him and Miyuki, as she would want to know whether Miyuki was her sister. He had taken down Serafal, but the Citri clan still remained a concern, especially now that Miyuki had gone missing. His thoughts were interrupted when a magic circle opened, revealing it to belong to the Yukai. Yukai. Issei was on guard, not in the mood to deal with them. He was surprised to see his guests, 2 of them. He recognized Kunu, who begged him, "Please, save my mother." Issei scoffed. "I told your mother and the rest of your faction before, not my monkeys, not my circus. You can leave now." He started to walk away, but Kunu tugged on his shirt, refusing to let go. Moments later, the other residents of the house arrived, seeing Issei with Kunu and an unknown fox Yukai. We sensed a Yukai magic circle and Quinella began, recognizing Kunu but not Haruheim. "Who is she?" Issei answered, "That's Haruheim Sanjuno, the handmaiden that belongs to this kid." He pointed to Kunu, earning nods from those who did not recognize Haruheim, including Charlotte, Quinella, and Miyuki. "You are my only hope, please rescue my mother, I beg of you." Kunu pleaded, tears streaming down her face, wanting Issei to save her mother as he once did. "Like I said, she is not my problem. If anything, I don't care if she lives or dies." Issei's words were cold. Kunu sniffled, hating her past self for how she had treated Issei. As he turned to walk away, he easily removed Kunu's hands, as she was too weak, and she continued to cry. However, another hand stopped him. He looked to see Haruheim Sanjuno, the handmaiden of Kunu. She had long blonde hair, green eyes, and wore a red kimono. "I won't let you make Kunu cry anymore," Haruheim spoke angrily, making Issei laugh. "Your bravery is admirable, Sanjuno, but that won't change my decision. You made your choice a long time ago." "Goodbye," Issei said, walking away. "I have things to do. I suggest you head back home before I send you back myself." Issei left, and Kunu broke down in tears. Haruheim could only watch as she spoke to Kunu with a smile. "Kunusama, let's leave. I believe he is not in the mood now. He will help another time." Kunu looked at her with tears in her eyes and nodded. They both teleported away, while Issei scoffed, thinking he had better things to do than deal with a child and her lost cause of a faction. Many were surprised by how cold he had become. Some understood why he was this way but knew he was in the right, making it clear he did not want to be involved with them. Aika wanted to voice her complaint and shouted, "Brother, she is just a child. How can you do this to her?" Issei scoffed, responding mockingly, "She is not my problem. I am not Dai, her savior. That man is already a fraud." He was angered, remembering what Kunu had told him. "How heartless can you be, brother?" Aika shouted, wanting him to see reason. Aika was right. He had become cold and heartless. The old Issei would have fought against Malik and Grievous to save Yasaka, just like he did with the hero faction, but that man was long gone. The factions had killed him. And pray tell me whose fault was that? The factions made me into what I am today. They killed the man, and I am what remains of that man. Issei spoke as he walked away, no longer wanting to deal with her. He was followed by Nyx, Charlotte, Quinella, and Miyuki as they headed upstairs. "Leave it, Aika. The Issei that once cared is gone," Miki said sadly, remembering all the times Issei had ignored her and Aika as she walked away with her. The only ones left were the girls engaged to Issei, along with Ingvild and Valerie. "I still can't believe he has changed so much," Marana said sadly as Athena consoled her. Sekiruuyetei echoed her sadness. "It's to be expected, the factions treated him poorly. It's no wonder he doesn't want to help them." Latia nodded in agreement. "I may not trust him because of his natural aggression, but I understand his reasons for stepping back from the factions." Sekiruuyetei's tone remained neutral, though she still felt anger towards the factions for her own past. Even so, seeing a hero turn into a cold-hearted man. "The factions have really messed this up," Marana lamented. Athena added, "I agree, and yet they still expect his help." Ingvild spoke up, "We made him this way. It's no surprise he doesn't want to assist us. At this rate, I fear the factions might come to an end, and nothing will stop that." Valerie's words cast a shadow of dread over the group, leaving them to hope for a better future. Scene break. Previously, Miyuki introduced herself to the Hyudu residents as a new member, using the name Miyuki Shiba to avoid drawing attention. Issei managed to create a situation where no one bothered her. They convinced him to let them attend Crow Academy, which he reluctantly agreed to. Once inside, Nyx surprised Issei by introducing herself as the teacher. The students sat with Issei, much to the academy's surprise and anger, as they wanted to separate him from them. Meanwhile, Rias and Sona discussed the new students and teacher. When Rias mentioned Miyuki, Sona was taken aback, realizing Miyuki was her sister. She decided to check on her later. Eventually, Sona confronted Miyuki, insisting she acknowledge their relationship. Issei intervened, pretending not to know Sona had a sister, causing Sona to back off. Later, the group dealt with the Kuo students as Quinella and Charlotte exposed their wrongdoings one by one. The girls made it clear that others were equally complicit and would not be forgiven. They also revealed the Kendo duo and Aika Kiryu's troubling actions before leaving. The group then attempted to go to class but was stopped by Sona and Rias, who addressed the situation before they proceeded. Meanwhile, the faction leaders discussed their next steps after the Yukai faction's fall, emphasizing the need to bring the Red Dragon Emperor to their side. They also considered Seraphal's last known location and decided to consult Issei, their best chance for information. The next day at the Hayadu residence, Issei woke up feeling unusually heavy and unable to move his hands. Draig, aware of the situation, laughed and urged him to look beside him. Confused, Issei turned to see both Quinella and Charlotte sleeping on either side of him, with Nyx holding his hand. They were all in their sleepwear, which left Issei embarrassed. "Couldn't you tell me this earlier?" he asked Draig, who only mocked him in response. "I could have, but I chose not to. You can't deny they're quite the lookers." Issei was flustered, questioning how this had happened. What is even going on? Issei spoke in disbelief as he looked at the girls. Draig then explained to him, "You see, the girls have developed a liking for you, true love. They care for you deeply, and I was expecting you to notice." Draig's tone was cheerful yet surprising as he continued, "Even Nyx saw it. The girls love you for who you are, Issei. I believe this was the combined plan of the three girls." "I see," Issei replied, feeling a hint of regret. He couldn't deny that both Charlotte and Quinella loved him, and he realized he was starting to develop feelings for them too, something he had failed to notice until now. Moments later, Quinella pulled him closer and Issei spoke with concern. "Quinella, please wake up." Draig chimed in, "Have fun, partner," and disconnected the connection just as Issei shouted in worry, "Hey Draig, don't leave me alone." "I see, please don't go." Quinella muttered in her sleep as she hugged him. Issei found himself in a peculiar position, with his hand being used as a pillow by Charlotte and Nyx while Quinella pulled him closer. He looked up to see her worried expression, realizing she must have had a nightmare. Gently, he used his free hand to rub her head, hoping to comfort her. He suspected she had experienced abandonment in her childhood. Quinella gradually calmed down and eventually woke up, groggily rubbing her eyes. She smiled at Issei and said, "Morning, Issei." Issei looked at her and asked, "Quinella, can I ask you something?" Quinella nodded, but as she brought Issei close to her chest, she became flustered and released him, sitting up on the bed. "Is it true? Have you fallen in love with me?" Issei inquired. Quinella looked away, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, making it clear to Issei that she was indeed in love with him. "Why yes, I have fallen for you," Quinella admitted, trying to make eye contact with Issei. He smiled at her and replied, "I guess. I am surprised. I won't lie, I would like to apologize for not seeing this earlier, but I think I am also falling for you." "Huh?" Quinella exclaimed in surprise. Issei continued, "You defended me from the factions, calling them out for their hypocrisy. You even exposed the Kuo Academy students. You and Charlotte both have been reasons why my life has become better, and I guess I've fallen for you too." He spoke with a slight blush. Quinella was silent for a moment before her face lit up with a genuine smile, brighter than ever before. "Issei." Suddenly, a cough interrupted them, revealing a glaring Nyx and an annoyed Charlotte. "Issei." Nyx growled, making him shiver. "Wait, I can explain," and Nyx's expression shifted to a smile. "Oh, I knew of their feelings. I actually encouraged them to confess one day, though I wasn't expecting it to go this way." She then wore a sly smile. So, Issei, how is my lingerie? Issei turned a deep shade of red, overwhelmed as he looked at the girls, their happiness evident. After a moment, Charlotte asked, Issei, do you see me the same way as Quinella? Issei nodded, causing Charlotte to beam with happiness. I think we should go to sleep, he suggested. Agreed, it is a holiday anyway. Nyx replied. Yep. Quinella added. They all settled down, knowing they could sleep in since it was a holiday. As they dozed off, a magic circle opened in their room, revealing Surzex Lucifer and Rias Gregori. Surzex wore a sly expression, while Rias felt a pang of jealousy seeing the three girls next to Issei. It should have been me. Rias thought angrily, not pleased with the scene before her. Surzex composed himself and spoke seriously, Hi, we need to talk. He tried to wake Issei, but he remained fast asleep. Rias, frustrated, shouted, Wake up, Issei. Surzex attempted to stop his sister, but it was too late. Quinella raised her hand and exclaimed in annoyance, Shut up. People are trying to sleep. Electric currents surged from her hand, electrocuting Rias and sending her flying, leaving her partially charred and her hair in disarray. Surzex could only facepalm at the sight. As the scene shifted, Issei was seen walking across the fields, with Malik surrounded by the burning remains of Gregori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, gazing at a screen. A book appeared, showing Issei in his strongest red dragon armor, while Dai Hyudu smirked sinisterly beside Rias. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik using magic, and Aika walked through a puddle. The ORC, Student Council, Valid Team, and Team/Dog were shown, all with angry eyes glaring at them. Issei looked at the book, recalling his past and envisioning the factions falling. Invild gazed at a figurine of Dai, crushing it in her hand as tears streamed down her face, anger etched across her features. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondel observed their factions with disdain. Invild closed her eyes, focusing on Dai with a determined expression. Miyuki gritted her teeth, recalling her sister, while Issei knelt, haunted by his past as a family photo with a slash across it appeared in his mind. He felt the weight of separation from his family. Looking at Surzex, both radiated an intense aura. End Hyudu residence, 10 p.m. Surzex and Rias sat on the couch, Rias sporting a messy hairstyle. Moments later, Issei emerged with the girls, all dressed. I don't even want to know about your choice of hairstyle, he said in a deadpan tone. Rias looked away, embarrassed, while Surzex chuckled. Issei turned to them asking, Why are you even here? We just want to know what happened to Seraphal Leviathan, Surzex replied, his tone shifting to serious. Issei feigned surprise, asking, Why would I know? Surzex shook his head. Did you go to the mall on April 14th? Issei nodded. Were you at the arcade around 9 p.m.? Surzex pressed. Yes. How do you know about this? Have you been following me? Issei asked, a hint of anger in his voice. Surzex quickly clarified, We saw security recordings of the mall, and we knew Seraphal was at the same arcade at that time. That's why we assumed you might know. Issei shook his head, lying. I didn't even meet her. I was busy helping Miyuki with her games. I see. Surzex replied, but Rias interjected. If you lie to us then, Surzex tried to intervene, but Issei glared at Rias. Or else what, Gregori? Threatening me isn't wise. Didn't you remember what happened last time? Rias gulped, fear creeping in as Surzex clenched his fists, recalling how Issei had nearly harmed them before. Is there anything else? Issei asked. Surzex took a breath, calming himself. I was going to negotiate with you for your help against Malik, but I don't think now is the time. He shot a side glare at Rias, who shivered under the weight of their anger. You would have been wasting your time anyway, Issei said mockingly. Surzex sighed, realizing he could only teleport away with Rias, who planned to return to the house in the future. Miyuki, Artemis, and Elizabeth entered soon after. We sensed a devil here, Miyuki said. Issei explained. Surzex and Rias showed up, wanting to know about Seraphal. Miyuki nodded, controlling her anger. So what happened? Nothing much, they suspect nothing, Issei replied. And what will happen if they find out? Artemis asked curiously. Nothing. They can only sit there, clenching their fists or gritting their teeth. They know what will happen if they try to attack me or any of us, Issei stated. Artemis nodded, while Elizabeth added, with the civil wars going on, the factions need to maintain their reputation. It's bound to happen. When this situation is over, there will be no factions left. The leaders' time is ticking, soon they will realize there's no escape and their demise is inevitable, Issei said seriously. Elizabeth and Artemis nodded in agreement. Nyx then asked, but what will you do about Valerie, Gondel, and Ingvild? Unlike us, they haven't joined you willingly. Issei acknowledged that they could pose a future problem, causing concern among Artemis and Elizabeth. Now that you mention it, Gondel still has faith in the factions, but I've heard her inner self is starting to lose that faith. As for Valerie, she will face dire consequences if she thinks of betraying me. Ingvild? I'm not so sure. She seems willing to do anything for my approval, but honestly, I don't care what she does as long as she keeps her promise, Issei shrugged, confident they couldn't act against him. Even then, I'm surprised. Out of all the girls, these two are the only ones not trying to win my favor, Issei remarked, recalling how many of the Gregori girls, along with Kuroka and Lufei, had been apologizing, hoping to gain his affection. They had become a headache for him. Not to mention, Ingvild is the only one who has started to grow a spine. That's a first. I thought the truth would break her, Issei noted, earning a shake of the head from Nyx. But that won't change anything. I doubt she would even consider destroying the factions she calls home, Nyx replied. Issei agreed, exactly. Valerie is only with me because of the bet she lost. Otherwise, I'm sure she would be with Azazel right now. The other girls nodded in agreement, especially Charlotte and Quinella. So what is the next course of action? Quinella asked seriously. Issei responded, we lay low, relax for a while, and watch as the chaos in the factions unfolds. However, I believe there is one faction that is barely affected by this. What is that? Elizabeth asked with curiosity. The Hindu faction. They joined the alliance primarily to deal with Trihexa. I remember Azazel talking to Shiva about joining, and I even met him once. He didn't seem dangerous, in fact, he was surprisingly mature. But he was convinced by Dai's lies and ignored the visions of the future. If anything, he did the least damage, so his faction is stable for now. If he or the other Hindu gods make a mistake, then they could be in trouble too, Issei explained, earning nods from Elizabeth and Artemis. Plus, I want to have a vacation. I want to relax before we take down our next faction, Issei said with a smile, causing the girls to sigh. He wondered what he should do for his vacation while the others decided to follow his lead and lay low, watching the chaos unfold. Scene change. Hayadu residence, 11 p.m. Ingvild and Valerie were discussing their next plan as the factions struggled. So what now? Valerie asked Ingvild. They were among the first to learn about Issei being Malik's superior. I honestly don't know. Issei is only formal with us and avoids us whenever he can, Ingvild said, her tone hinting at sadness. She was uncertain about turning against the factions like Issei and Valerie had, with Valerie doing so out of necessity. I agree. He really dislikes us, but we are responsible for this, right? Valerie replied, sharing the sadness. She had never officially fallen for Dai, but she had feelings for the man who saved her. Both she and Ingvild had looked down on Issei, with their past actions against him stemming from anger and grief. Even so, we can't give up yet. Issei kept us alive. He could have killed us, and no one could have stopped him. We should at least repay him for everything he's done for us, Ingvild said determinedly, and Valerie nodded in agreement. Let's not make Issei like us. The girls of the Gregori, Kuroka, and Lufei think that by doing this, Issei will love them. Instead, let's focus on making him tolerate us first and see what happens after that, Valerie suggested. Ingvild nodded. I agree. Once we can make him tolerate us, at least he will listen to us, and then we can figure out how to repay him. Both girls were determined to earn Issei's tolerance and left to plan their approach. Scene change. A few days later, Hyudu residence, 3 p.m. Things had not been going well at Kuo Academy. Several students were expelled due to their actions, including Dai Hyudu, who was the primary culprit, unaware that he was long gone. His mother accepted this, while his sister was devastated to learn of his true nature. Matsuda and Motohama were expelled for being complicit in the rumors. There were petitions for their arrest, but the judge granted them a mercy plea, sending them to a juvenile detention center until they completed their education. It may not have been prison, but it felt like one to them. The girls who had loved Dai broke up with him, feeling guilty for their complicity in what they did to Issei. Motohama was particularly affected when he discovered that his girlfriend had been unfaithful. Both boys accepted their punishment and hoped to become better men. Murayama and Keitase were expelled due to their assault on fellow students, stripped of their titles and banned from participating in kendo for life. This broke them internally, and during their court appearance, they were sentenced to 90 days of detention and 6 months of probation. Aika Kiryu was also expelled and placed on 12 months of probation due to her actions, which included a requirement to stay away from males. Her life was completely altered, with little chance of returning to normal. This was true for all of Issei's human tormentors. Their lives were ruined, and their parents desired little contact with them, threatening disownment if they did not change their ways. As for the devils, Genshiro Saji narrowly escaped expulsion since it was his final year. The main reason for the situation was that the devils manipulated the school board to prevent his expulsion. If he were expelled, several others would have to face the same fate. Instead, he was placed on probation, which left him feeling frustrated. He harbored resentment towards Quinella and Charlotte for the turmoil in his life, and he vowed to make them pay. Additionally, he was ordered to keep his distance from Issei and his allies, or risk expulsion and imprisonment in Tartarus. Rias and Sona were not spared from the consequences of their actions. Rias was particularly affected, unable to continue her studies at Kuro, which deeply hurt her. Sona also faced repercussions for her inaction. She and her peerage were labeled incompetent and worthless, which took a toll on her confidence. The looming presence of Miyuki and the absence of Serafal only heightened Sona's fears. This led the Devil Elders to remove her, leaving the seat of Leviathan vacant. Their reputations suffered greatly, as they were met with disdain not only at Kuo Academy but throughout Kuo Town. Whenever they were seen in public, they were often the subject of whispers or outright hostility. Meanwhile, Issei was focused on his work when Quinella approached and sat beside him. "Hey," she said, resting her head on his shoulder. Issei smiled at her. "What's up?" Quinella looked at him with a loving smile. "I was wondering, can we go on a date today?" Issei considered her request. "Well, I have some work to do, but we can go after that." "Where do you want to go?" Quinella's face lit up. "I would like it if we went nearby. But I'm happy with wherever you choose." "All right, let's aim for the evening," Issei replied, nodding as he returned to his work on the unknown dictator. He was trying to unlock the Sacred Gear's balance breaker, unsure of its capabilities. "Issei, why do you need a balance breaker for the unknown dictator?" Quinella asked. "Every Sacred Gear has its own balance breaker, or at least those known to the factions do. The unknown ones haven't developed this feature yet. For example, Nereid Kairi. Balance breakers are often seen as bugs in the Sacred Gear systems," Issei explained. Quinella nodded, recalling what she had learned about Sacred Gears. "So, certain factors can trigger this bug?" "Exactly. Every Sacred Gear is connected to your emotions. If we can bring out this bug, we can achieve great things. I've done this with all the gears I've copied and cloned, except for the newly created ones. The key factors are strong emotional stimuli," Issei said seriously. Quinella asked, "So these factors depend on our emotions?" "Mostly, but you can also forcefully trigger them. Even false emotions can work, as long as you feel something. That's how Dai Hyudu unlocked his balance breaker. I unlocked the boosted gear when I was overwhelmed by Rainier and wanted to protect Asia 2 years ago." "I see. So if you have the right emotion or the right intensity of emotion, you can achieve balance breaker." Quinella clarified. Issei nodded, then suddenly his phone glowed, the form the unknown dictator had taken. "It's working," he exclaimed, and Quinella's face lit up with joy. Issei activated the book. "Balance breaker, game breaker," he announced, discovering he could not only hack and control technology but also gain full autonomous control over devices. He experimented with a nearby television, transforming it into its most basic form, and then into several glowing rods, which projected images in front of them. "So this is the most advanced version of the television?" Quinella asked in awe. "I think so. This seems to be the maximum version of what you could call a television. Technology tends to focus on convenience rather than expansion, so I believe this is as advanced as it gets," Issei explained, excited about the high-definition capabilities and additional features he had uncovered. Issei theorized that this was not the full potential of his balance breaker. It could affect anything with metal, but more testing would be required. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei trying to figure out everything with the game breaker. Kuo outskirts, 5 p.m. Issei was waiting for Quinella, dressed in a regular blue shirt with a white jacket, blue jeans, and red shoes. He looked around, wondering where she was. Moments later, Quinella arrived, wearing lavender earrings, her hair down, a purple dress skirt, black leggings, and lavender heels. A headband matched her outfit, and her skirt had frills that extended to her hips. She had a blush on her face as she called out, "Eh?" Issei turned to see Quinella, his date, and felt relieved knowing this date wouldn't end in disaster like his previous ones. He couldn't help but blush at how appealing she looked. "You look breathtaking," he said with a smile. Quinella blushed in response. "I hope you liked it. I decided to keep it simple. Anything more complicated would be too much." She turned away, pouting slightly. "Stop staring, you're embarrassing me." "Heh." Issei grinned. "So where do you want to go?" "Anywhere you want." "I think we should keep it simple," Quinella replied. Issei agreed and she came closer, taking his hand and embracing it. To an outsider, they looked like a couple in love. He promised to make this date memorable, drawing from his experience with Nyx. They first headed to a local restaurant, where they enjoyed some Japanese food. After finishing their meal, they ordered dessert, paid the bill, and left. Next, they decided to visit an amusement park. Quinella enthusiastically led him to an apparel shop, where she helped him pick out clothing, trying on several outfits she liked. Issei realized she was quite commanding, a trait common among the Asmodeus, but he enjoyed her choices. Finally, they entered the arcade. As soon as he stepped inside, Issei recalled a past incident involving Serafall and shook his head. Quinella noticed and asked, "Issei, is something wrong?" "Nothing. Just memories," he replied. "What game would you like to play?" "I'll probably go for a claw game. I haven't tried that in a while," Quinella said, and Issei chuckled. "Well then, let's go," he exclaimed, pulling her toward the claw machine. Quinella composed herself, and after putting in a coin, she skillfully maneuvered the claw and successfully grabbed a plushie she wanted. "You did it!" Issei exclaimed in surprise. "Congratulations, Quinella." "Thank you. Here." Quinella handed the plushie to Issei, who was taken aback. "You're giving this to me? Why? Is it not obvious? You've given me such a good time and have been there for me from day one. I wanted to give this to you as a memento of our date," she said, blushing. Issei was speechless. Realizing they were in public, Quinella quickly added, "And you should be happy I showed you my skills." "Of course, Quinella-sama," Issei replied with a sly smile, making her blush deepen. She hid her face in her hands, and Issei chuckled at her flustered state. Overall, it had been a wonderful day. He accepted the plushie and stored it in his pocket dimension. They played a few more games before heading back home. Scene change. Hayadu residence, 9:30 p.m. Issei rested for a while, knowing this date would be a cherished memory. He felt happy, but he was also aware that the factions were facing trouble. The chaos they had caused would have made Ryzavim jealous if he were still alive. Issei pondered Ryzavim's intentions with Trihexa, questioning why he sought to create chaos instead of simply attacking to make the faction leaders desperate. It was ironic that the one who desired chaos was now causing less than the once unsung savior of the factions ever did. He wondered what might have happened if he had never gotten involved in the supernatural. Reflecting on Ryzavim, he recalled a conversation they had a year ago. He never fully understood how he would control Trihexa, let alone release them, but he had a few ideas. He believed that using the holy relics could make it possible. However, he questioned why Ryzavim was so determined to do it now and why he had never attempted it before. There had to be a reason. According to Issei, like many of the Lucifer descendants, Ryzavim was a battle maniac who thrived on chaos to satisfy his true devil nature. He viewed devils as inherently evil and believed it was their role to eliminate anyone they disliked. Issei had lost to Ryzavim twice before finally defeating him for good. In his dying breath, Ryzavim asked why Issei protected those who looked down on him and tormented him. He had lost everything to his brother, and even in defeat, Ryzavim taunted Issei, suggesting that he could take down the faction leaders if he wanted to. When Issei expressed his longing to be a hero, Ryzavim called him an idiot, insisting that he didn't need to be a hero for people who didn't appreciate him. Despite Ryzavim's words, Issei still aspired to be a hero, and for a few months, there was peace and tranquility. However, doubts began to creep in, especially since no one seemed to appreciate his efforts, often giving credit to his brother instead. He faced bullying and humiliation, which culminated in 2 incidents that broke him: his brother and his friends taunting him about their achievements, and Ingvild choosing to believe Dai's words over his, even after he tried to explain. Issei realized that the factions never truly cared for him. They wouldn't have bothered if he had died or ended up in the hospital. This was evident when his family didn't even visit him during his struggles. He had tried to prove himself but felt it was never enough. The worst moment came when he discovered they were celebrating while he fought for his life. From that point on, he vowed never to help them again. Eventually, he saw how far the factions had fallen, with many devils and supernatural beings still looking down on humanity. During the alliance discussions, many ignored the grievances of minority groups, especially during the Exorcist Rebellion, where several turned against the alliance, resentful of having to ally with those they believed were responsible for their losses. Issei felt unwelcome everywhere, at home, in the supernatural world, and even at school. Dai had made his life miserable, and he watched as the women he once loved spent time with his brother, who saw them merely as trophies. He remembered Dai's words, "This is something you will never enjoy." Issei took a deep breath, recalling how shocked he was when Rainier killed him. For a moment, he hoped that death would free him from his suffering. But fate intervened, and he was saved by Rias Gremory, only to realize it was his brother's doing, meant to maintain his reputation. Every girl he had a crush on rejected him, and even those he genuinely loved turned away. He would never forget their words, no matter what happened. He had done everything for them, yet he was treated like garbage. "Partner!" Drake's voice broke through his thoughts, snapping him back to the present. Issei calmed down, grateful for the dragon's concern. Those memories often triggered his anger, nearly pushing him to activate the Juggernaut drive. "Speaking of which, what should we do with Dai's gear?" Issei asked. Drake replied, "You can either release him, allowing him to find a new host, or you can keep him. Crom has even said he doesn't mind joining us." Issei nodded. "I think it would be best to find a way to release him from his prison." Drake raised an eyebrow. "How will you achieve that?" "I will find a way. There has to be a way to reverse what the biblical God has done," Issei replied, lying back on the couch, contemplating how to free Crom Crutch from his confinement. Scene change. Outskirts, Vampire Territory, 12 a.m. A girl sat in a tree within the territory, reminiscing about a person who had once filled her life with happiness. To save him, she had to fake her own death. "I wonder if Ikuin even remembers me," she said sadly, her white hair flowing gently in the breeze. "Hey sister," a girl called out from a distance, glancing at the white-haired girl. The girl with pink hair replied, "Yes?" "Do you think Ikuin will remember us?" the pink-haired girl asked. "He should, I hope he does," the white-haired girl responded, gazing at the dark sky, wishing that her love interest would remember her one day. Unbeknownst to the two girls, the Ikuin they loved was long gone, replaced by someone they would never expect. Scene break. Previously, Issei woke up in the morning to a surprising sight. Quinella sleeping next to him, along with Charlotte and Nyx. As he tried to escape, Quinella pulled him closer and confessed her feelings. They shared a moment, playfully teased by Nyx and Charlotte before they all went back to sleep. However, Surzex and Rias arrived, demanding to wake up, prompting Quinella to zap Rias. Surzex then questioned Issei about Serafal's whereabouts, but Issei remained silent. Rias pressed him again, only to be dismissed, with Issei warning her that things would get messy. Surzex calmed her down before leaving, and Issei and the others decided to take a vacation. Later, those who had tormented Issei faced consequences for their actions, their lives turned upside down. Issei worked on the balance breaker of unknown dictator when Quinella approached him, asking if they could go on a date that night. He agreed, much to her delight. During their time together, Issei explained sacred gears, and Quinella listened intently. Afterward, he triggered the balance breaker known as Game Breaker, granting him control over technology, making his television futuristic. On their date, Issei and Quinella enjoyed themselves, a welcome change after a long time. As they returned home, Issei reflected on how far he had come. Life had been a nightmare, filled with struggles that made him question everything. Rizavim had called him an idiot for helping the factions, making him doubt their intentions. Thankfully, Draig supported him through this turmoil. Meanwhile, two girls pondered whether Issei would remember them, unaware of the shock awaiting them when they realized he was not the man they loved. The next day, on Mount Olympus, a black-haired woman spoke with Artemis. She had long eyelashes and blue eyes, styled in a haim cut with red ribbons, wearing a blue kimono adorned with floral patterns and a red outer cape. Like many gods of the Greek pantheon, she was upset with Zeus for giving away his daughters to the red dragon. This was Hestia, the Virgin goddess of the hearth and family. "It's been days, and Athena hasn't even talked to any of us," Hestia said, her tone tinged with sadness. "I think only Artemis knows where Athena is, since they live closer," Hermes replied. Moments later, Artemis entered, greeting her fellow gods, though she felt reluctant to be there, aware of the reality of the Greek gods. She was present for Issei's sake, caring only for her mother Leto and her brother Apollo. "I can keep an eye on the Red Dragon Emperor, and if that doesn't work, I can ask my followers to do so," Artemis offered. The others agreed, with Artemis adding, "Plus, I cannot let her be near a man like him, especially a dragon." She feigned fear and disgust, hiding her admiration for Issei from her fellow gods to avoid complications. This did not make anyone suspicious of her. As she looked around, Hestia was clearly unhappy with the situation and exclaimed angrily, "Things have been like this since Malik attacked us." Artemis wanted to confront her for insulting an ally but maintained an angered expression to avoid suspicion. "Either way, we can't do anything. Artemis, can you tell us what kind of man Hyudu is? After all, you live with him," Hermes asked. Artemis wanted to highlight all of his good qualities but spoke calmly, concealing the feelings she had begun to develop for him. "He seems nice and calm. He did not try anything with us, but I don't trust him at all." Her serious tone was feigned. If there was anyone she trusted, it was Issei. "I see," Hestia said seriously before smiling. "If that is coming from you, he must be better than most men." Artemis had to agree. Comparing Issei to most men would be unfair. As they discussed their next steps, they knew Hyudu would not listen to them or anyone else due to his profound anger towards Zeus, primarily because of his attitude. Issei was walking across the fields, with Malik surrounded by the burning remains of Gregori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, looking at a screen. A book appeared as Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Hyudu was seen with a sinister smirk, Rias standing next to him. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik, using magic. Aika looked above, walking through a puddle. The ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team/Dog were shown, all under the glare of a pair of angry eyes. Issei looked at the book, remembering his past, envisioning the factions falling apart. Ingvild looked at a figurine of Dai, crushing it with tears in her eyes and anger on her face. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondel watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes and looked at Dai with determination. Miyuki gritted her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, as a family photo appeared, slashed across the middle. Separated from his family, he looked at Surzex, both radiating their auras. At the Hayadu residence, 10:30 p.m., Ingvild Leviathan sat on the couch, annoyed, facing Sona Citri, who had masked her aura to avoid detection by Issei. For the last time, I decide what I do and when I do it. Ingvild exclaimed. If I want to join Issei, I will, and you will not stop me. I don't understand how you can do this. Sona replied, equally frustrated. He does not support the factions, and your actions will only mean you are turning your back, just like he did. And? How is that a problem? I listened to all of you, thinking Dai Haidu was the one to save me, not his brother Issei, and you force him to work for you, even after everything you did to him. Ingvild's anger was palpable, a result of Dai's truth being revealed and Issei's changed personality. I don't even know you anymore. Sona said, disbelief in her voice as she saw Ingvild getting closer to Issei. Ingvild had realized the truth and was devastated. Many had told her that Dai spoke the truth and Issei the lie, and she had fallen for it. What are you trying to say? Ingvild asked, surprised. I learned the truth a long time ago. I matured and am still learning from my mistakes. Only an idiot repeats the same mistakes. But he could be toying with your feelings. Sona cautioned. He is not a good person for you, Ingvild. He is just like Dai. First, don't you dare compare Issei with Dai, Ingvild said, her hair covering her eyes. It was Issei who saved me, not Dai. He risked his life for my sake. Do you know what the cost was? Sona shook her head in fear. He nearly got killed and would have died for me. Despite what I did to him, he even cured my illness without expecting anything in return. And what did I do to him? I treated him poorly. Ingvild shouted, causing Sona to flinch. But even then, I am equally saddened that it is my fault as well, Ingvild said sadly. Ingvild, he does not want to help the faction. Sona began, but Ingvild did not respond. Instead, she grabbed Sona by the throat, and Sona looked horrified. Let go of me, please. Ingvild had had enough and released her. Sona smiled in relief, but before she could react, smack. Sona was sent flying towards the wall, the sound loud enough to gather the rest of the house residents, all shocked by what had happened. Issei is right. You factions only see him as a tool, nothing more. Ingvild exclaimed, her voice filled with fury. How dare you? Did you see me as a friend? Or as a tool for breeding, tell me, Sona Citri? Sona could only look away as Ingvild dropped her. Mickey then asked, what just happened? Ingvild spoke to her in a cold tone, nothing much, the talk is over. Ingvild stormed out of the room, while Quinella watched the scene with amusement, though disappointment flickered in her eyes. This is too tiring, maybe it's time to SW things up, Quinella muttered, surprised by Ingvild's changed attitude. She was aware that the usual method of destroying factions was becoming outdated. Not that she was against it, but she believed that having more inner agents could be useful. She glanced at Issei and pondered the possibilities. Well, I wonder if I can destroy the factions. I have a few ideas in mind. I wonder if Issei will let me, Quinella thought with a smile as she saw Issei approach Sona, grabbing her by the collar. What are you doing in my house? He shouted, anger lacing his voice. Sona gulped in fear as she stammered, well? Issei wasn't having any of it. If I see you again, I will make sure to deal with you myself, he yelled. Sona, nearly about to pass out, managed to teleport away. Issei calmed down and looked at the residents. A little harsh, don't you think? Valerie asked, confused. Issei sighed and responded, I just can't stand her presence, both her and her sister. His anger made some of the audience gulp in fear. But why? Valerie asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Issei took a deep breath and said, I'll tell you another time. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to do some work. Valerie nodded, not wanting to anger him further. As he left the room, he needed to focus on the sacred gears belonging to the Shroud of Turin and the Crown of Thorns, attempting to unlock their balance breakers, as well as the Starbuster Star Blaster and Aeon Baler, which he had recreated. The only ones who understood his hatred were those affiliated with him, except for Valerie and Miyuki, who equally disliked Sona. They all left, feeling helpless. Quinella decided to talk to Issei later about her request, knowing his mood was soured by Sona's intrusion. Scene change. Hayadu Residence, 1 p.m. Quinella entered Issei's room, where he was working on the crown of thorns. He was next to Nyx, who was helping him transform the crown into a sacred gear. "This is harder than I thought," Issei said, frustration creeping into his voice. Nyx replied, "You need to focus more. I think what happened today must have irritated you." Quinella asked, "Did I come at the wrong time?" Issei and Nyx turned their attention to her. "Not really, just unable to focus on this," Issei replied, his tone hinting at sadness. "I see," Quinella said, looking at the crown of thorns. Issei explained, "This can give you visions of the future depending on the path you have chosen." He continued, "I still wonder why the angels haven't used this." "I guess they still believe they are in the right," Nyx said, annoyance in her tone. Issei sighed in frustration. "Speaking of which, where is Charlotte?" he asked with concern, causing a hint of jealousy to brew in Nyx and Quinella. "Oh, she is with Ophis. She had some things to do," Quinella said with a pout. Issei sighed, sensing the jealousy from the girls. "Don't worry, you girls are as important to me as she is," he said with a smile, causing a blush to spread among them. "And on the bright side, none of you are insecure." Issei added with a sad smile, which puzzled Quinella and Nyx. "But why would we be insecure?" Nyx asked, and Quinella nodded in agreement. Issei explained, "The girls that belonged to Dai Haidu always fought with each other, wanting to take Dai for themselves. Sometimes it even escalated into magical duels. Both girls were surprised. This resulted in me having several sleepless nights thanks to them, causing me to change rooms," Issei continued. "I see. So they were insecure, thinking Dai wouldn't love them?" Quinella asked. Issei nodded. "Exactly. They often fought even in school. You know how much trouble they caused me, right?" Quinella and Nyx felt a twinge of sympathy for him. "I see. Well, I and Charlotte see each other as sisters, and me and Nyx too as sisters. I don't know if Nyx sees us that way." Quinella said, "I do. We are all family and we will stick together. I even consider Malik and Grievous as family," Nyx added with a smile, turning to both of them. Issei genuinely smiled back, knowing there were only a few he could trust with his heart and soul, and Nyx, Charlotte, and Quinella were among them. "Speaking of which, when do we head back to the underworld?" "I really want to meet Hades and Persephone again," Nyx asked excitedly. Issei never expected to see the primordial goddess of darkness cherish Hades and Persephone. "In a few days. Right now, the factions are watching me, and if any problems arise, we might have to deal with the factions more harshly," Issei replied with a sigh. Nyx nodded, and they continued working on the crown of thorns to make it operational as soon as possible. Scene change. Hayadu Residence, 1:30 p.m. Team/Dog had recovered from their wounds and were with the Valley team and Azazel, all managing to move properly again. Rias and her peerage were also present to celebrate, but the atmosphere was somber due to the loss of Cookie Samejima and Baraquil. Lavinia Rennie's condition weighed heavily on them, as Malik and Grievous' attacks had left deep scars that might never heal. "Dimen him. Not only were we unable to hurt him, but he sent us all to the slaughterhouse." Tobio thought in frustration as Valerie approached him. "Hey guys," she greeted, but her enthusiasm was met with silence. Many were furious, especially Natsum, who felt helpless against their enemy. Shigyun was saddened by Lavinia's fate, blaming herself for her weakness. Suzaku, furious about Lavinia's condition, vowed to hunt Malik down and make him pay for what he did to Baraquil, Cookie, and Lavinia. Issei felt the worst, feeling powerless during the fight that led to Cookie's death. To make matters worse, none of them would be in fighting condition for at least a week. "Is there any way to take down the droid army?" Suzaku asked, frustration evident in her voice. It was well known in the factions that the droid army was a significant threat. I'm afraid the only one who could take down Malik and Grievous along with the army is Issei Haidu, but even now he refuses to help, Biko said sadly, causing Suzaku to clench her fists. She wondered what it would take for Issei to assist them. And that was not the only thing that happened, Lu Fei added, her tone heavy as she explained everything that had transpired while they were in the hospital. The Slashdog team was horrified by the revelations, struggling to process Issei's emergence as the true hero. Please don't tell me that it is not true, Natsum said, tears forming in her eyes. She didn't want to believe Dai was a liar, but Lu Fei shook her head. It is true. Dai was a fraud, while Issei was the real hero. He tried to tell us, but we didn't listen. I didn't listen, Lu Fei admitted, tears streaming down her face. Tobio and Suza clenched their fists in anger, feeling betrayed by Dai and blaming themselves for believing his lies. You know that I wouldn't be surprised if Issei Haidu sides with Malik at this point, Tobio said, shocking everyone. Are you serious? Suzaku exclaimed, fear creeping into her voice at the thought of their only hope turning against them. I hate to say it, but we treated him like garbage. We listened to that liar while he did the work for us. Even knowing he had the strength to defeat Malik, we still saw him as a tool rather than a person. We've really messed up, Tobio said angrily. So what now? Issei asked, fear evident in her voice. We can only hope that Haidu considers helping us in the near future, even though it seems unlikely, Tobio replied. The other members of Team Slashdog nodded, knowing deep down that Issei might not help them. I'm sorry guys. I may be forced to fight against you in the future, Valerie thought, tears in her eyes. She feared that Issei would command her to harm those she considered family. You brought this on yourself, Valerie. I hate what Red has become, but his goals are understandable, Albion spoke to her mentally, sharing her sadness. Valerie knew she had accepted the bet with Issei and lost. I know, Albion, but I don't know if I have the strength to follow through when Lord Issei gives the command, she replied, hoping Issei would come to at least tolerate her. Valerie watched in silence as her team grappled with the uncertainty of what lay ahead. There's more bad news, Ria said, gathering everyone's attention. Invioled Leviathan is planning to leave the DXD team, she announced sadly, causing some to clench their fists. If they hadn't listened to Dai, none of this would have happened. Out of all the people, Azazel wore a look of sadness as he remembered Quinella and Charlotte's words. Knew he was partly responsible for the current situation, even if he never intended to see Issei as a weapon. Issei, however, clearly perceived it that way. Sona and her peerage were absent, primarily because Issei had threatened her that morning. She was afraid to show up, especially with Issei and Invioled now instilling fear in her. To make matters worse, Seraphal had been missing for days, and search parties had doubled their efforts. Unbeknownst to everyone, Issei had long since killed her the day she went to the arcade. The Satans and the Devil Council had no choice but to declare her dead and consider replacing her position with someone else. They were contemplating Invioled Leviathan as she was deemed worthy, but they wondered what Issei Haidu would think, as they all agreed it was best not to provoke him. Not to mention, both Beelzebub and Asmodeus are dating him, Ria said with annoyance. Tobio responded, DMN. Now all that remains is the relationship between Invioled and Valerie, and he will be dating all 4 satanic descendants. Valerie looked away, lost in thought. He won't, Tobio. He hates me, he hates all of us, she thought, tears welling in her eyes. She despised herself for believing Dai over Issei and regretted everything they had done to him. Is there a chance we can ask or beg for his help against the droid army? Suzaku asked. Valerie shook her head. No, he won't help us. He ignored Kunu's pleas for help against the army. He has become really cold to our suffering, she replied sadly. The others shared her sorrow. Issei no longer wanted to help them because of their past actions. Although I am surprised by his attitude, he can literally do anything and dare the faction leaders to do something about it, Azazel remarked, though he felt saddened by what had transpired. He hadn't expected Issei to become this aggressive. True, but how did he manage to release Nyx from her prison? Tobio asked in surprise, struggling to believe it. You won't believe it. Azazel began, recalling how Shemhazai had told him about the incident. Just then, Issei arrived with Quinella, Nyx, Charlotte, and Miyuki, all four surprised by the number of guests in the house. Wow, this seems like quite the party, Nyx said mockingly, causing many to tense up. The guests were wary of her due to her past actions. Rias demanded, "You better go somewhere else, Nyx." But Issei stepped forward, making Rias lose her confidence. "This is my house, Rias Gregori. She can go wherever she wants, and if anyone should leave, it's you." Rias gulped, wide-eyed, realizing Issei saw her as nothing but scum, yet she dared to insult someone he cared for. She tried to reason with him. Beebed, "Don't you know she can be..." Not in the mood for her excuses, grabbed a nearby donut and flung it into her mouth, silencing her. "This is how we deal with idiots without wasting much effort," he said mockingly, earning nods from Miyuki and Nyx. Then, turning serious, he continued, "On a serious note, Rias Gregori, let me tell you right here and now, I can bring out the true Longinus and use truth idea on you, erasing you from existence completely. Or I can use the hallucinator and give you hallucinations of Dai Hayudu. If you ever disrespect Nyx or any of my other girls, if you have a problem with them, talk to me. Any questions?" Rias looked at him in fear. He was not the man she once loved. The donut dropped from her mouth as she realized he was serious. He had nearly killed them before, and she was testing his patience. He glanced at the donut and feigned sadness. What a waste of that donut. Becoming serious again, he added, "I am in a good mood, so that is why I left you with a warning. Test my patience at your own peril, and not even your older brother will save you from me." With that, Issei walked away, leaving a trembling Rias behind. "Well, he only shows kindness to those he deems close to him," Azazel commented neutrally, sighing as he observed the shaken Rias. Her attitude could very well lead to her demise. Scene change. Hayudu residence, 3M. Issei, Nyx, Quinella, Charlotte, and Miyuki sat on one couch, while Ingvild Leviathan sat across from them. This surprised them, as Ingvild had constantly requested to talk to them. Following Draeg's suggestion, Issei decided to engage with her. "I really hope I don't regret this. What do you want now, Ingvild?" he asked seriously, ensuring no one could intervene or spy on them. "I wish to join you," Ingvild declared, earning surprised looks from everyone, even Issei himself. "Ingvild, this is no time for jokes. You want to join us, even knowing what we are doing right now," Miyuki exclaimed, recalling the moment she discovered Issei's true identity as the leader of the faction that was dismantling others. Instead of turning away from him, she had joined him without hesitation, much like Quinella and Charlotte, driven by a longing for revenge against the Citri clan. Ingvild shook her head, her voice firm. "I do wish to join you. Today, Sona revealed the truth to me. Like you, I was treated as nothing more than a tool, a means to an end. I refuse to be part of a faction that uses people like that. I want to join you, and that is my choice. Even knowing we are destroying the factions? Your friends will suffer because of us," Issei warned, but Ingvild interrupted, "I know you might not tolerate me, but I would rather die than be used as a pawn by the devils." Quinella and Charlotte understood her plight. They too had felt the weight of being exploited. Although they were wary of Ingvild, they empathized with her, recognizing that Valerie might be facing similar struggles. "Ingvild, you can live your life freely. I won't force you to join us. You can find someone who loves you for who you are," Issei said, almost standing up. Ingvild called out, "Stop." He paused as she continued, "The devils won't leave me alone. They want me tied to the Leviathan clan. With Dai Hayudagon, they will push for an engagement to a high-class devil, someone I don't even know. I have no freedom to choose my own path." Her voice was tinged with sadness, resonating with Charlotte and Quinella, who felt grateful that Issei had found them first. Ingvild added with a bittersweet smile, "Being Dai Hayudu's queen offered some protection, but now that he's gone, I'm vulnerable." "I see," Issei replied, contemplating her situation. "So, they won't let you live in peace unless you hide?" "They won't," Ingvild said, her anger evident. She couldn't bear the thought of being forced into an engagement. Issei was torn about accepting her, but then Quinella surprised him by saying, I think we should let her join. I know you don't trust her, and neither do I, but we can monitor her. If she betrays us, we can deal with her. Ingvild felt a shiver at the thought of being eliminated, but she understood their skepticism. Charlotte then stated, if you accept these terms, you can join us. I accept, Ingvild replied earnestly. I haven't told anyone about you, even when Ophis showed me the truth. Issei sighed, fine, then you're in. He stood up and glared at her. If you even think about betraying us or revealing our conversation, I will make you regret it. Is that clear? Ingvild nodded, feeling the weight of his words. As the group walked away, a tear slipped down her cheek. She wiped it away, determined to earn Issei's trust. She and Valerie had set a goal, to make him accept them, and then they would figure out their next steps. Scene change. 2 days. Later, at the Hayadu residence, Issei had completed the sacred gear Crown of Thorns, which he named Crown of Future. This gear granted him foresight and prophetic visions, allowing him to predict his opponent's moves and see potential outcomes in the coming days. It functioned similarly to Aeon Baler, another of his sacred gears, but this one operated without being detected, giving him a significant advantage in planning. Issei sensed a familiar presence, recognizing Artemis, but another presence accompanied her. He teleported to the entrance to see who it was. Meanwhile, Artemis and Hestia approached the Hayadu residence. As they entered, a voice called out, I believe you were supposed to inform me when you brought guests, Artemis. They turned to see Issei with an amused expression. I never thought Hestia would visit my humble abode. So, what brings you here after all this time? I thought the Greeks wouldn't care for the two of you, after what Zeus did. Issei taunted in a mocking tone. Hestia felt anger rise within her at the comparison to her brother, but she quickly calmed down, knowing he could overpower her if he chose to. We are here because you have kept Athena against her will. Issei glanced at Artemis, who wore an apologetic expression. He understood that she had to maintain her role of disliking men, so he let it slide. Look, Hestia, I'm no villain, and Athena is definitely not my damsel in distress. I have no reason to lock her up, he said seriously. Artemis interjected with slight anger, we are here because she shouldn't be with you. Issei pretended to be offended. Seems like someone has been playing too many horror games, he replied, smirking. Wow. It looks like your past scuffle with Orion still haunts you, you man-hating goddess. Artemis felt tears welling up and Hestia, frustrated, shouted, How dare you? You don't even know the pain she went through. Issei shrugged, his tone mocking. Not my monkeys, not my circus. He didn't want to waste any more time with them and began to walk away. Wait! Hestia called out, and Issei turned back, slightly annoyed. What? We need to talk to Athena. We want to know how she is doing. You think we don't care because of what Zeus did, but please, let us talk. Hestia pleaded, falling to her knees before him. Issei was taken aback. He never expected such a display from a Greek goddess known for her pride. Hestia was embarrassed but felt it was necessary to approach him this way to avoid provoking him. Artemis was equally surprised, thinking, You care for her. I'm surprised by this, Hestia. Issei looked at them for a moment and decided to relent. Upstairs. You might want to go now, since she'll be busy soon. He teleported back to his room, and the two goddesses headed to Athena's room. Hestia was relieved that Issei hadn't stopped them, while Artemis hoped to speak with Issei in the future. Scene change. Athena was in her room, reading, when she heard knocks on the door. Lord Issei, she muttered, expecting him to seek her wisdom. When she opened the door, she was surprised to see Hestia. Athena! Hestia exclaimed, hugging her tightly. Athena was overwhelmed but happy to see her friend. Hestia? She stammered, noticing the worry etched on Hestia's face. The three goddesses had always been close, and Hestia's visit reassured her that she was cared for despite Zeus's actions. How have you been? Hestia asked, her concern evident. Athena smiled softly and replied, Sit down, Hestia. I'm glad you're here. As they settled down, Athena continued, When I came here, I was not happy at all. I cried endlessly for days, And what Zeus did still haunts me. I will never forgive him for abandoning me. A tear fell as Hestia hugged her to comfort her. After a moment, Athena added, "Back then, I thought I had no one. I was engaged to someone I feared would harm me." "Did he?" Hestia asked, worry in her voice. Athena shook her head. "He never did. When I first arrived, he told me I could leave whenever I wanted, but I had nowhere to go. I couldn't return to my father, who left me without a second thought. He gave me my own room and time to adjust." Athena smiled as she continued, "When I met Latia, who was in a similar situation, we decided to stick together and only trust those engaged to him. You can ask Artemis about this. Even Issei was no exception. He had his reasons for his hatred." Athena understood Issei's feelings, knowing Artemis despised Zeus and would not hesitate to act against him if Issei asked. Hestia understood, to some extent, that the factions did not treat him well. "After that, we came to know the truth, and we had one interaction that showed me what kind of man he is." Athena spoke with a smile, recalling how he had given her privacy. "When I came from bathing, he was there, but upon realizing the situation, he stepped outside to give me time to change. He respected my privacy, something that many male gods in Greek mythology do not do." Hestia and Artemis nodded in agreement, acknowledging that some gods lacked boundaries, particularly Zeus. After that, he asked me a question and kept a respectable distance. He then left and thanked me. "Truth be told, he never forced me to be in this house or imposed himself on me," Athena continued, her smile reflecting her appreciation for Issei. "Even I can't deny that whenever we talked, he always maintained a respectable distance," Artemis added, and Athena agreed with her. "I see," Hestia said, smiling as she looked away. "I guess I was worried for nothing then. He is taking good care of you." Hestia got up, ready to teleport, when Athena exclaimed, "Oh no! I'm actually glad you visited me, unlike some others I was sometimes expecting." Hestia smiled genuinely at her, and Artemis joined her as they both teleported back to the Greek pantheon. "That felt good meeting someone I loved," Athena said, looking around as she lay on the bed. "Oh, I should thank Issei for this. He really let me meet Hestia," she added, a blush creeping onto her face. The necklace she wore glowed for a moment, and her eyes changed color before reverting back to normal. "Am I falling for him?" "No way." Athena shook her head, still blushing, unaware that she was indeed developing feelings for him. Scene change. Malik space 12 p.m. Issei, along with Artemis, Elizabeth, Gondal, Quinella, Miyuki, Charlotte, and Nyx, arrived at Malik space, where they found Malik and Grievous waiting for them. Valerie and Ingvild were spying on the Valley team and Team Slashdog, while Ingvild kept an eye on the Hayadu residents to ensure they were updated. "So which faction are we attacking this time?" Grievous asked excitedly. Issei replied, "Not exactly a faction, but more accurately a very influential family in the supernatural. The Pendragon family will be our next target." "Why the Pendragon family? I mean, they are not that strong, right?" Gondal asked, confused. Issei explained, "They may not be the strongest, but they are influential. 2 members, Arthur Pendragon and Lufei Pendragon, could pose a problem. Our aim is to break their morale by capturing someone they cherish, Elaine Westcott. Elaine is cared for by both Arthur and Lufei, and if we capture her and turn her to our side, we can break the Valley team completely. Besides, I wonder what kind of effect dark light would have on ordinary humans." Issei mused, earning nods from several team members. "So you want to break the Valley team, one of the most prominent teams in the DxD universe?" Gondal asked, to which Issei nodded. "Valerie is already on our side, and Kuroka is mentally broken due to Dai's betrayal. The only ones we need to deal with are Biko, Fenrir, Arthur, and Lufei, although Lufei's mental state is not the same." Artemis then asked, "So who do you want us to go for the assault?" Issei looked at her and said, "Grievous and the droid army, along with Malik. This time, even you, Artemis, will join them. Any questions?" Elizabeth interjected, slightly annoyed, "Why can't I go?" Issei replied, "Because Michael and the other Seraphs have had their hands tied. They are desperate to regain faith in their faction, and you need to pretend to have that. Elizabeth's expression turned sad. But I don't want to be near those men. They are nothing but deceitful angels. Lord Issei, I beg you, I don't want to be with them anymore. Her eyes welled with tears, and Issei felt a pang of sadness for her situation. Artemis calmed her down, understanding her feelings. Just a little longer, you need to tolerate them for a while. After we deal with the Pendragons and their allies, we will go after the angels next. Sounds good, Issei said with a small smile, to which Elizabeth reluctantly nodded. Artemis added, even I dislike being among Zeus, but all you need to do is keep your distance from them. You can visit the Hyudu residence anytime you want. Nobody will stop you, not even Michael. Elizabeth rubbed her eyes and nodded. Gondal observed her inner turmoil and thought, the factions have broken this poor girl, they won't care for you. No, I don't think Lord Odin would do what Michael did to her. I still have faith in him. Inner Gondal responded angrily, holding on to her faith in Odin, though it was beginning to waver. See for yourself then. You will realize just like Artemis and Elizabeth have. Sooner or later, and you will ask Lord Issei to willingly join you, just like they did. Gondal spoke to her inner self before cutting off the communication. I understand, Lord Issei. I won't disappoint you, Elizabeth said with determination, and Issei nodded in response. He then recalled a certain fox they had captured and looked at Malik. Speaking of which, what happened to our fox, Yasaka? Malik signaled to two battle droids, who went inside. Moments later, they brought the captive Yasaka into the room. She looked the same as when she was captured, but her expression was completely gone. Her eyes were dull, and her face bore an almost lifeless expression, as if she were a shell of her former self. Her movements were sluggish, lacking vitality. This was the first sleeper agent, and her lifeless gaze unnerved Elizabeth and Charlotte, though the others remained unaffected. Issei commanded coldly, Yasaka, you shall go on the mission to deal with the Pendragon clan. Any objections? No, Lord Issei. I have no objections. Anything you ask me to do, I shall fulfill. Even if you ask me to die, I will follow your command, Yasaka replied in an emotionless tone. Issei grinned sadistically. But you may leave now. Yasaka nodded, and as the B-1 droids released her, she walked further into the base to prepare for the attack. I suggest you all prepare. The attack will begin in a few hours. Today is the day the Pendragon family falls, Issei said seriously, earning nods from Malik, Grievous, and Artemis. They all began preparing for the assault on the Pendragon family, knowing they had little time left. Scene break. Previously, Hestia spoke with Artemis and Hermes about Athena's situation. She understood they needed to visit Issei, and even Artemis agreed that Athena needed to be away from him. Hestia planned how they could reach Issei without any issues. Meanwhile, Sona and Ingvild had a conversation, with Sona in disbelief over Ingvild's choice to join Issei. Ingvild made it clear she had no intention of listening anymore. Sona tried to convince her, but Ingvild saw through her and attacked, causing a commotion that drew others in. Issei then forced Ingvild out, leaving everyone confused, including himself. Once upstairs, Quinella joined Issei and Nyx as he worked with the gears. He asked about Charlotte, which made the girls jealous. He reassured them that he cared for all of them and reflected on the relationship Dai Hyudu had with his HRM, noting their insecurities. They continued watching him work. Team Slashdog held a party where truths were revealed, leading to despair over the incidents in their factions. Rias disclosed Ingvild's plan to leave the team, worsening the situation. Soon after, Issei and his group arrived, where Rias foolishly threatened Nyx. Issei issued a stern warning, stating he would not hesitate to deal with her if she provoked him again, leaving her silent. Later, the group conversed with Ingvild, who expressed interest in joining them. Issei warned her that betrayal would lead to dire consequences, to which Ingvild agreed without hesitation. 2 days later, Hestia and Artemis visited, greeted by Issei. After Hestia pleaded, he allowed her to see Athena, who was safe. Hestia was relieved and teleported away. After a while, Issei and the group planned their attack on the Pendragon residence. Pendragon residence, 4 p.m. The sounds of screams and pleas echoed throughout the mansion. Grievous watched with a cold gaze as his droid army showed no mercy, massacring anyone who stood in their way. General, I have some bad news. One of the OOM droid commanders approached Grievous. What? Grievous demanded. The commander replied, the servant has escaped and is being skirted to a safe location. Grievous growled, his fury evident. I will deal with them myself. He removed his cloak and leaped into the battlefield. Before he could act, Issei approached him. You will be wasting your time, Issei said calmly. Grievous looked at him, surprised. Then what should we do? Issei explained, you see, castles like these have hidden entrances. Thankfully, I managed to foresee every single location of them with relative ease. He pointed out several pathways and their exits. Understanding this, Grievous sent the locations to his droid commanders, commanding, all units head towards the different locations, blockade them, and capture the target alive. Roger, Roger. The droid commanders responded as they moved out. Grievous, I want Elaine and her companion alive, is that clear? Issei asked seriously. Grievous nodded and headed to the location. He then turned to Gondal. It's a good thing you could come, Issei said. Elizabeth couldn't make it due to helping Michael and the other Seraphs calm the seeds of rebellion in the factions. She would have, but she had a job to perform so Michael doesn't get suspicious, right? Gondal replied with a smile. So what is my role? You are backup, along with Miyuki, Quinella, and Charlotte. If Elizabeth manages to return, inform her that she will join the assault as well. Gondal nodded as they watched the droid army ruthlessly eliminate anyone in their path, including magicians and knights. Issei walked across the fields, Malik surrounded by the burning remains of Gregori. Issei and Nick stood side by side, looking at a screen. A book appeared, revealing Issei in his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Hyudu smirked sinisterly, with Rias beside him. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik using magic. Aika walked through a puddle, while the ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team Slashdog were shown, all under the glare of angry eyes. Issei gazed at the book, haunted by memories of factions falling apart. Inviled crushed a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face, anger etched on her features. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watched their factions with disdain. Inviled closed her eyes, determination replacing despair as she looked at Dai. Miyuki gritted her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei knelt, his past haunting him, a family photo appearing with a slash across it, symbolizing his separation from them. He exchanged a look with Surzex, both radiating their auras. At the Pendragon residence, a young British woman in her early 20s, Elaine Westcott, had black hair tied above her head and wore a maid outfit. She was with another woman, a appealing pale-skinned girl with hip-length silver hair and clear sky-blue eyes, dressed in a jacket-like trench coat and a black skirt, adorned with a blue pendant and golden chains. These droids are everywhere. They know almost all of our secret escape tunnels. Elaine exclaimed, worry evident in her voice. The other woman gritted her teeth in frustration, having tried to fight the droids with magic weapons to no avail. They had barely escaped with their lives through the secret tunnels. Earlier, they had discussed the attacks by the newly formed droid faction and the bad reputation stemming from Lu Fei contracting Dai Hyudu as her magician. Suddenly, a loud explosion interrupted them, and a battalion of B-1 and B-2 super battle droids appeared, gunning down guards and magicians mercilessly. Lord Uther Pendragon attempted to stop them but was overwhelmed. The last thing they saw was him trying to defend himself and his wife. As the two girls traveled, they witnessed the droids' ruthless actions. Elaine suddenly stopped, sensing something was wrong. What's wrong? She asked. La Folia looked around, replying, the silence is unnerving. It's too quiet. I can't feel anyone's presence, but I feel like we are being watched. Just then, an energy arrow whizzed past them. They dodged just in time, and from the shadows emerged Goddess Artemis. Bravo! It seems you managed to dodge an arrow I fired as a simple threat, she said mockingly, clapping her hands. The girls were shocked to see her. That's impossible, you're with them? Elaine exclaimed, fear gripping her. You were with the Greek faction, right? Elaine asked, fear evident in her voice. I was, but then Zeus abandoned me, Artemis replied, her tone tinged with anger. Besides, it's nothing special, I was just a pawn. You could say I am a traitor to the faction. She took a moment to calm down. So you are with the droid faction? La Folia asked, horror creeping into her voice. Artemis merely nodded and exclaimed with excitement and a hint of mockery, ding! 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 We have a winner! La Folia and Elaine went on guard as Artemis muttered her location to Grievous. Why are you even doing all this? La Folia demanded angrily. I told you before, I hate Zeus for what he did to me. Malik removed the blndfld from my eyes. I thought I was on the path of peace, but I couldn't see many things. Malik showed me the truth, and ever since, I have been grateful to them, Artemis explained, careful not to reveal Issei just yet, knowing they would meet him soon. Just because of this, Malik is only using you. La Folia shouted. Artemis shook her head, her voice filled with slight fury. No. He showed me the truth, how misguided I was. How dare you doubt him when you know nothing about him? She readied her bow. You have become his SLV. La Folia aimed her gun at the goddess. Where is the goddess that hated men? Artemis shook her head and replied, that fool died long ago. Malik made me see how foolish I was. He showed me that not all men are like him. At first, I resisted, but he never gave up, and I joined him of my own accord. A smile crossed her face, while La Folia and Elaine searched for an escape, frustration boiling within them. Like it or not, we are leaving here, and then we will reveal everything to the... La Folia began, but was suddenly pushed back by a telekinetic force. Lady La Folia! Elaine shouted in fear, rushing to her aid. La Folia managed to get up just as three figures emerged from the shadows. Her eyes widened as she recognized Malik and Grievous, and to her horror, Gondal was there too. The presence of Rosweiss's grandmother, an Astar magician, left her feeling hopeless. I would rather die than be killed by any of you. La Folia declared coldly. Not really. Someone wants you alive. We don't need you, but we cannot let you escape, Gondal said with a smile. But we can't let you go and warn the factions, it would take away the fun, Grievous added mockingly as he surrounded her with others. Then all of you. La Folia shouted at the top of her lungs. Grievous twirled his hands, revealing 4 light blades. It's time to take care of you permanently, he said coldly. In that case, Gondal, join with Grievous and take care of her. Artemis and I will handle Elaine, Malik commanded. Grievous nodded, preparing to confront La Folia, who aimed her gun at him and fired a light missile. Grievous deflected it effortlessly, the bullet moving in slow motion to him. Angered, La Folia continued firing, refusing to give up despite Grievous' mocking laughter. The battle was observed from a distance by Issei. After a while, Valerie, Ingvild, and Elizabeth teleported next to him. Why are you attacking the Pendragon residents? Valerie exclaimed, confused. Is it not obvious? They are my enemies, remember? Issei replied coldly. Valerie calmed down, horror dawning on her face. And you knew this would happen? Be grateful I did not send you to do the deed, Issei added. Valerie gulped and nodded, understanding that Issei was handling the situation himself. I have performed my task as you wanted. Lord Michael and the others suspect nothing, Elizabeth said with a smile. Good job, Elizabeth. Let's watch the fight. It's coming to its conclusion, Issei responded. Ingvild asked, so who are the targets this time? Elaine Westcott and La Folia Rehavian, Issei replied, noticing Valerie's pale expression. Relax, we intend to capture them alive. I have some purpose for them, he assured her. I always wondered what would happen if dark light touches a human body, Issei continued. Valerie looked confused. Dark light? What is that? Another secret that Lucifer has kept to himself. It's a light designed to convert an angel into a dark angel, Issei explained. I didn't know of this. Valerie said, surprised. Who else knows of this? As of now, No one except for me and probably Lucifer. If you want more details, ask Elizabeth. Yes, I will explain it to you sometime in the future, but for now, let's watch. The battle is nearing its conclusion, Elizabeth said seriously. Speaking of which, how did the spying missions go? Issei asked Valerie and Ingvild. They suspect nothing. They can't act because they're trying to convince you to help them, Valerie replied. Ingvild added, they're trying to persuade me to stay in the DXD team, and they're not paying attention to you anymore. She spoke seriously, showing her dedication compared to Valerie. I see. Very well, let's watch. The match is almost done anyway. Issei and the others focused on the final moments of the fight. Meanwhile, La Folia was on her knees, her clothes partially torn and her body marked with wounds. She couldn't move as Gondel used gravity magic to keep her in place. No, this can't be. La Folia said in fear as Grievous twirled his blade and kicked her away, knocking her out cold. Gondel approached and carried her. Elaine was in a similar situation, breathing heavily and out of mana. Artemis unleashed an arrow of light energy, hitting Elaine directly and causing an explosion. She struggled to rise, looking at her opponents and shouting, Why? Why are you doing this? I have never done anything to you. Malik laughed as he summoned dark light infused with nails from Alpheka Tyrant. Your biggest mistake was trusting a liar from the factions. It's a shame you failed to see the truth until it was too late. What will you do to me? Elaine asked, fear evident in her voice. Malik replied, You'll see soon. You will kill your own lover, Arthur, and there's nothing you can do about it. As he brought the dark light closer, Elaine began to lose consciousness, her vision blurring. She looked up at the moon, muttering, Please, save me, Arthur. A tear fell from her eye as she lost consciousness, wondering what the droid faction would do to her. Malik then carried the unconscious Elaine and prepared to execute his final command. Her apron fell, signifying what had happened. Yasaka! Destroy the castle, leave no trace. A voice boomed across the arena. Yasaka appeared in her giant fox form, towering at 10 meters. Malik and his allies teleported back to their meeting location. As you wish, Lord Malik. Yasaka unleashed a massive bomb made of foxfire at the castle, obliterating it and leaving nothing but scorched earth behind. No one survived the blast, and no trace of life remained. Scene change. The next day, in England at 9:30 a.m., the leader of the fallen angels, Shemhazai, along with Azazel, surveyed the ruins of the Pendragon family home, now completely annihilated. The destruction drew the attention of both the human and supernatural worlds. Only Elaine's tattered maid apron remained. That cursed Malik is a monster for doing this. Shemhazai exclaimed furiously. Worst of all, there's no trace of them to know what happened, Azazel added, anger evident in his voice. Valerie Lucifer wore a look of anger. She despised what had happened to Arthur and his family. Both Lord and Lady Pendragon were confirmed dead due to the blast. Azazel knew Valerie wouldn't rest until Malik was defeated. I can't imagine the pain they are going through, he thought sadly, aware of how much Valerie cared for her team. This shouldn't be happening. How dare that monster attack my family? Arthur shouted, struggling to hold back tears. Don't worry, we will destroy that monster and find your beloved, Biko said, trying to comfort him. Valerie retorted angrily, this is not the time for jokes. We need to plan our next move to defeat him. Biko looked away, equally sad and furious. Scene change. At Malik's base, La Folia Rehavian woke up in a dark room, rubbing her head in pain as memories of her battle surfaced. She realized she was unable to move and winced at her still healing wounds. I would suggest you not move, a purple-haired woman said from a chair. So you are a traitor too? La Folia exclaimed angrily. The woman, identified as Quinella, smiled. Traitor? I was never part of the alliance to begin with. La Folia fumed. The faction leaders will realize who their enemies are, and they will win. That's funny. You should be a comedian. The best part is you don't even know who the biggest enemy is. You will lose, Quinella chuckled. Don't sing a victory. La Folia shot back, but fell silent when she heard footsteps. A man's voice asked, Do you die a hero or as a villain? La Folia's eyes widened in shock as Issei Haidu and Charlotte Beelzebub entered the room. No. La Folia spoke in disbelief. You were the hero. Why are you even doing this? I am sorry, but I was never the hero. I tried to be, but I was always seen as the bad guy, Issei replied coldly. That's not true. Everyone knows you are the hero. La Folia retorted, while Charlotte interjected. The reason is that Issei revealed the truth. If he hadn't, the factions would have blindly believed that Dai was their hero. That's right, but that's only now. Before, they saw me as trash or a threat, Issei said mockingly, leaving La Folia silent. Everyone wants me to be a hero. Why should I be a hero to hypocritical people like you? I am sorry. I am sorry for thinking you were a nuisance. La Folia cried, tears in her eyes, as Issei shouted in fury. See, you are sorry now because I am a mass murderer, the villain and the enemy of the factions. Once, I wanted to help people and defend them. And what did they do to me? They turned their backs on me. I broke my bones for nothing. La Folia shook her head in confusion, while Charlotte and Quinella exchanged worried glances, trying to calm him down. But this is not the way. We can talk to the... La Folia attempted to reason with him, but he interrupted. I refuse. I will take revenge against all those who ruined me. Why are you doing this? Is it revenge? La Folia asked fearfully. Revenge is one of my goals. I longing to create an appealing world where humans and supernatural beings coexist, but that cannot happen with the factions around. They will not accept it, and that is why I am carrying out my plan, eliminating those people to bring peace to this world. Issei declared, a smile forming despite the tears in his eyes. You are going to harm innocent people for your war? La Folia asked angrily, to which Issei looked at her coldly. Innocent people? Issei scoffed. The same people who saw me as a nuisance, who humiliated me and never gave me the chance to show what I am capable of? Are we talking about those innocent people, Miss Rehavian? La Folia covered her face with her hands as tears streamed down her cheeks. Issei, Quinella, and Charlotte left the room, closing the cell behind them as La Folia remained inside, crying endlessly. Issei didn't know what to do with her. He would think about her fate later. Scene change. So what are we going to do with La Folia? Issei asked his allies. I would suggest eliminating her. We see no reason to keep her alive. Her abilities could be useful to Elizabeth and me, Malik replied. Her skills can be valuable as a sleeper agent. She could turn against her loved ones, Elizabeth added. Malik was surprised by this, while Grievous spoke up, I agree. With the Angel, I will personally train her, and we can use her skills against Pendragon's allies. Are you sure about this? I could easily take her place if you wanted, Malik asked, astonished by Grievous' suggestion. It would be fun to turn her against her own family. The grief would be quite enjoyable, the cyborg general exclaimed, earning nervous glances from everyone. But Elizabeth is right, our chances of victory will be higher. She has insight into Pendragon's allies, and her memory will be useful to us, General Kalani stated thoughtfully. I see. Then I don't mind, Malik replied with a neutral expression. I do not see a reason to kill her. The more sleeper agents we have, the more advantage we will have against the factions. Artemis agreed, and Gondel nodded in support. Valerie and Ingvild were absent, as they weren't trusted enough to be part of the discussion, and neither was Yasaka. Miyuki was also missing due to training. Well then it's settled. We will let her remain conscious for a while before we perform the conversion. Speaking of which, where is Elaine? Issei asked curiously. She is unstable. The best way to describe her is as an angry, feral beast. The dark light is not compatible with human blood, but she can be kept under control, Kalani explained to Issei, who nodded in understanding. Very well. Report any changes in her condition. We cannot let anyone at home suspect us, Issei instructed. Malik, Grievous, and Kalani nodded in agreement. Gondel and Elizabeth teleported away, while Artemis, Issei, Quinella, and Charlotte headed outside the base to return home. Scene change. At the Hyudu residence, Athena walked toward Issei's room, wanting to ask him something. She knocked on the door. Issei? Are you there? When she received no response, she knocked again and called his name, but still got no answer. She entered the room to find it darkened, with no lights on. His quilt lay unfolded on the bed. She checked the bathroom next, only to find it empty. I'm glad there's no one in the bathroom, Athena said, a little embarrassed as she recalled their previous encounter. She had no choice but to wait for him in the room. While sitting in the room, Athena wanted to ask Issei about some things. She wondered what he thought of her. Should I ask Issei about this? She thought, feeling worried. Issei had shown her no hatred or anger, and she was grateful he allowed her to talk to her fellow Olympian, Hestia. She remembered how he could have easily stopped her or eliminated her. Athena recalled her past and felt furious with Zeus for giving her away to Issei, but it turned out to be a blessing. Issei never forced her or imposed himself on her, which made her happy. She started to feel grateful to him, but she still wondered what he truly thought of her, especially since she had tried to prove he was with Malik. She was also one of the few who agreed with Zeus about binding Issei to the factions, a decision that caused her immense regret. She hated that she had to follow her father's wishes. Sighing, she decided to leave since Issei was not present. As she got up, she resolved to talk to him another time. Once outside the room, she was unexpectedly caught by Sekiruuyetei. Lady Athena? Sekiruuyetei, surprised. What are you doing in Issei's room? Well, Athena felt embarrassed, worried that Sekiruuyetei would misunderstand her. It's not what it looks like. No, I know Issei isn't in the room, Sekiruuyetei replied, shaking her head. She was one of the few people Athena trusted. So why were you in his room? I just wanted to ask some questions. Athena explained. Sekiruuyetei looked at her thoughtfully before asking, what are your thoughts on Issei now? He is not that bad. He never tried to do anything with us and gives us the freedom to act. He's a good friend, Sekiruuyetei said with a smile. However, her expression shifted to one of slight fear. But I fear he hates us, even if just a little, because we are devils. Even if he doesn't hurt us physically or mentally, he might hold some animosity. I know you fear him, but he is nice. Just talk to him, Sekiruuyetei. If he does hurt you, you can come to me. You should conquer your fear on your own, Athena advised seriously. Sekiruuyetei nodded, saying, I will give it a try, maybe in the future. But not now. You should. Believe me, you won't regret it, Athena encouraged as she left to head to her room. Zeus giving her to Issei had actually benefited her rather than harmed her. Scene change. Hyudu residence, 2 p.m. Things are looking pretty complicated. Issei said while creating gauntlets for his two sacred gears, Innovate Clear and Telos Karma. He recalled the information he had received. It seems this Mitsuya Kanzaki was able to perform this from the information I got from Gregori before it was destroyed by Malik. Issei remembered that Gregori was not a fan of Mitsuya, deeming him dangerous. To his surprise, Mitsuya was human and the first known person to possess two Longinus, Innovate Clear and Telos Karma. The first could create an ideal dimension, while the second could manipulate probabilities in the user's favor. Issei wondered what would happen if both were involved. Partner, are you sure about this? Using two sacred gears that are polar opposites of each other? That's crazy! Drake exclaimed. Issei grinned. Well, this isn't my first rodeo, right Drake? Drake sighed, recalling how challenging it was to create the vanishing Welsh dragon balance breaker. I wonder how powerful I would become if I used the balance breaker of all Longinus sacred gears at once. Issei mused, prompting Drake to ponder his partner's thoughts and the potential strength Issei could achieve. Issei continued working on the gauntlets, contemplating whether he could achieve the full power of both gears like Mitsuya Kanzaki had. He considered Mitsuya a problem since he could alter the probabilities of victory. However, so far, there had been no attacks from him or his organization, Cross Times Kiss, against Malik or his allies. But I must prepare. He could be a potential problem, Issei said. He realized he would be foolish not to prepare against him and recalled someone who had managed to nullify sacred gears. I wonder if Rizavim would help me with this. Issei thought. If not, he would find a way to extract the power from him. As he worked on the gauntlets, Issei considered his options if Mitsuya ever became a problem: use his power against him or gain access to the sacred gear canceller, which could serve its intended purpose. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei making Chibi Mitsuya and Chibi Tobio get along. Malik's base, 7:30 p.m. Issei entered La Folia's prison cell along with Nyx and Malik, holding a recording orb. As he opened the door, La Folia looked at him with surprise, her cheeks dry from endless crying, her eyes dull as they met Issei's cold gaze. Nyx commanded, "Get up." La Folia complied, her movements sluggish. She looked at Issei and asked weakly, "What do you want?" Her hair was partially ruined, a reflection of her neglect. "You don't believe how far the factions have fallen, right?" Issei said. La Folia retorted, "The factions will soon know about you and will stop you, Haida Issei. They will find a way." Issei chuckled, "Oh, I plan on doing the great reveal myself, but there is still a lot of time for that." He continued mockingly, "Besides, I am not aligned with any faction, so how am I a traitor? You must be stopped, you are a threat." La Folia insisted. Issei's annoyance grew. "Oh, this reminds me. Remember when I came to your place and asked your family something? Did you know what they did?" La Folia's eyes filled with tears as she recalled the incident, remaining silent. "Tell me, what did they do to me?" Issei demanded. La Folia began to cry. "We did nothing. We left you to your fate and ignored you." Issei laughed softly. "You see, it wasn't so hard, was it? They were just interested in power and failed to see someone who could have helped them." "I don't understand. What do you mean, save many people?" La Folia asked in confusion. "Do the names Rondo Rehavian and Pascalia Rehavian ring a bell?" Issei inquired. La Folia's eyes widened as she nodded. "They do. But you remember the attack that Rizavim orchestrated on your clan that cost their lives?" "My sisters. What do you mean, you were able to save them?" La Folia asked, bewildered. "I could have saved them if it wasn't for someone interrupting me," Issei replied, frustration creeping into his voice. "Was it Dai Hayadu?" La Folia guessed. "Exactly. He knocked me down to hog the glory, and because of his foolish actions, it cost the lives of your sisters." A look. Issei activated the memory orb, and she watched in horror. Recording. Issei was surrounded by several stray devils, breathing heavily as he fought them off. He realized he needed to use his sacred gear. Just then, someone struck his leg, causing him to kneel. "Thanks for doing my work again, you moron," Dai said with a sinister grin. Issei shouted in anger, "Damn it, Dai. Now is not the time to hog glory, people are dying here." Dai, overwhelmed by fear, pointed to two unconscious girls. "Kill them," he exclaimed. Issei watched in horror as the demons attacked the girls. Recording end. "I could have saved them had I activated my boosted gear, but I couldn't because my brother wanted to hog all the glory. I can't believe your family and Lu Fei's now deceased family let demons into your castle," Issei said, disappointment evident in his voice. "At least be happy that we haven't taken things further, yet," he added mockingly. "My sisters," La Folia said sadly. "And the worst part was that the Pendragons declared them to be martyrs, just some children that lost their lives. Such a shame it had to end for them this way." Issei feigned sadness as tears fell from La Folia's eyes. "I am sorry." "Oh, don't you dare apologize. You remember what you did to me, right?" Issei shouted, causing her to cover her head in fear. "Please stop," she begged. Issei continued, "You told me to never step foot in your house again, that I would regret it." "No, please, I am sorry," La Folia exclaimed, regret evident in her voice. Issei looked at her intently, ready to make her serve him. Just then she exclaimed, "Wait." Issei paused. "What?" "I am willing to repay you. You tried to help us, but we didn't listen." "I didn't listen," La Folia said, her voice filled with sadness. "So please, give me a chance?" Issei regarded her carefully, sensing her sincerity. "You didn't listen, so why should I listen?" he asked coldly as Nyx and Malik wondered what she would do next. Just this once, I promise you won't regret it. La Folia pleaded with Issei, but he was not in the mood. He was ready to turn her into a sleeper agent when a hand came in front of him. Nyx? Issei asked, and the primordial goddess looked at him, her tone cold. What do you propose? If you tell us something valuable, we may change our plans. Otherwise, we will turn you into a sleeper agent just like Yasaka. La Folia shivered, fearing the fate of becoming a mere pawn in Issei's plans. My family is quite influential in both the supernatural and human worlds. We know how and which companies the devil families operate on. We can help you ruin them financially, so you can attack them and wipe them out with ease, she said, her voice trembling. Issei scoffed. You think I wouldn't know? That's why I want to wipe out the Pendragon family and the Rehavian family along with any of their mage allies, he exclaimed, annoyance creeping into his voice. No, I mean I can convince them to join your side. I want to avenge my sister's demise from the factions. La Folia insisted. I can bring them to your side and have them as allies. Lord Issei, I can even serve you as a knight if you wish. I want to make amends for my past actions. Won't you give me the chance? Issei remained unconvinced. That's not enough. I will only be satisfied when your family falls. Goodbye, La Folia. You will be my sleeper agent. He produced several nails, preparing to carry out his plan, while La Folia begged for a second chance. I don't mind serving you, but I want to do it willingly, not like this, she pleaded. I would rather die than let an impostor serve you from my body. I longing to serve you on my own accord. Nyx, sensing La Folia's resolve, interrupted. Issei, wait. She crouched to La Folia's level. Do you really think your family will listen to you? What if they are blinded by loyalty? Should we kill them, just like we originally intended? No, my family repays debts no matter what. If I tell them what happened to my sisters, they will be convinced, La Folia insisted. Issei regarded her, sensing her sincerity. Nyx added, I think we should let her talk to her family. If she can convince them to join us, it would make our job much easier. You sure? Issei asked, and Nyx nodded. Otherwise, we will wipe out their family using the Leviathan. La Folia felt a glimmer of hope. Issei sighed. Very well, but if you betray me, you will die a horrible death. To ensure you keep your promise. He generated a small dragon shot, compressing it into a ball and enchanting it. The ball entered her body, and she felt something unsettling. If you even think about betraying me, this ball will explode, killing you before you can act, Issei warned coldly. La Folia gulped, understanding the gravity of her situation. As Malik, Issei, and Nyx left the room, Issei added, when you head to your residence, I will be joining you. If the negotiations don't go as planned, I will personally eliminate your parents and wipe out everyone from the Rehavian family. Is that clear? La Folia nodded, eager to leave. You won't regret this, she exclaimed, but Issei was already gone, along with Nyx and Malik. Why did you want to give her a chance, Nyx? Issei asked, surprised by her decision. Her skills will be useful to our goals. Not making her a sleeper agent like Valerie and Ingvild could bring one of the most influential families in both worlds to our side. If La Folia can deliver on her claims, we can ruin the devil faction completely, Nyx explained. Issei nodded, considering her words. So we can bring their riches to our side. Interesting. Malik then asked, should I prepare the army in case Rehavian's choice does not work? Issei nodded, and Malik left to make preparations. Issei and Nyx walked into the darkness of the base, planning their next move. Scene change. As Issei and Nyx walked through the now larger base, they were interrupted by Quinella and Charlotte. What's going on? Quinella asked. Issei, can we ask you for a favor? Issei looked at them and smiled. What is it? Charlotte responded, we want to help you destroy the factions. Issei was surprised. How so? Charlotte and Quinella explained, we want some of the holy nails from Alpheka Tyrant. We want to bring in more sleeper agents. Would you please let us do so? Charlotte asked eagerly. Issei considered their request. You don't need to plead. Just give me a minute. I will have to make some changes since the two of you are half devils, all right? The girls nodded, grinning. Nyx smiled sweetly, causing Issei to shiver as two battle droids spoke. Oh, it seems like the Supreme Leader is in trouble, one droid said. This is called a marital spat. We will be seeing a lot of those here, the other added. Nyx turned to them and exclaimed, I suggest you not get involved in other people's matters, or I will make you regret it. Is that clear? As she generated her aura, Issei looked at them with concern. The droids understood and exclaimed, Roger! Roger! Before running away, leaving everyone bewildered. Once he finished creating the nails, he handed 30 each to Quinella and Charlotte. He then turned around and embraced Nyx, making her blush. The girls behind him pouted, and Issei released her to hug them as well, causing them to blush. Look, I love all of you, so please, don't be jealous. You kind of scare me, he said with a wry smile. The girls chuckled, knowing Issei truly cared for them. He then asked, Speaking of which, what candidates have you chosen? Quinella replied. With a smile, I was thinking of going after Gasper and Kuroka from the Devils. Then we have Gabriel from the Angels. She can be useful. We can use Penemu from the Fallen Angels. Let me take some from you. I can go after Aquino and Zenobia, Valerie from the Vampires, and we can use Rosweiss as additional support for the Norse. Not bad choices, but won't Gasper be a problem? I discovered that his forbidden Baylor view can turn into a Longinus. Quinella shook her head. Once we find a way to ambush him, we can easily turn him to our side. He has been more introverted ever since Dai's betrayal. Issei nodded. And we do have infiltrators in the Greek faction, and we can deal with the Hindu if necessary, since there is a chance they may pull out from the treaty. I hope you don't mind. Issei shook his head. No, just make sure to bring them to me once you are done. Plus, Valerie was supposed to be one of the engaged girls given to me. I always wondered where she was. I assume they managed to find a way since you didn't bother asking, so she did not come, Nyx responded. Issei nodded, looking forward to having her as a sleeper agent along with Gasper. Well, I think I should head towards La Folia's residence. I believe the negotiations will begin soon, Issei said as Nyx nodded. She commanded the droid army to cloak themselves and surround the mansion, preparing for any potential conflict. As Issei left the room, the girls began their tasks to deal with the factions. Nyx decided to prepare for taking down the Angel faction, wondering what had happened to Gabriel and her distraught expression. Scene change. Vampire territory, 7 p.m. Gabriel was talking to the pink-haired girl and to the white-haired girl. So you want to meet Issei, right, Mocha? Both girls looked at the Seraph seriously. The white-haired girl, Mocha Yura Akashia, spoke firmly, We do, but what brings a Seraph like you here, and how would you let us meet him? Mocha Yura did not trust Gabriel or any faction leaders. And how do you know of our status? We faked our deaths and wiped Ikuan's memory so he wouldn't come after us because of our clan. Mocha Omake Akashia, the pink-haired girl, added sadly. I have my ways. Gabriel said in a sing-song tone before shifting to a more serious demeanor. I can let you meet him with nothing in return. It is my way of thanking him for his help. But he is not the same Ikuan you once knew, Gabriel warned, sending shivers down Mocha Omake's spine. Mocha Yura glared at Gabriel, but even she felt a sense of unease. What do you mean by that? Mocha Yura asked seriously, as Gabriel sighed. Things have changed in the supernatural world, and he is one of the changes that will shock you. Gabriel's words were cryptic, but she continued, Even if you want to meet him, I will help you with that, despite the changes I've seen. We accept, both sisters exclaimed in unison. Gabriel smiled and said, In that case, meet me tomorrow at sundown. I will take you to his house. The sisters nodded eagerly as Gabriel teleported away, leaving them excited. Mocha Omake exclaimed, I am so excited to meet Ikuan. Mocha Yura smiled at her twins' enthusiasm and replied, Me too, sis, me too. They hugged each other, sharing in their happiness, unaware that Gabriel's warning would soon come true, revealing just how much their friend Issei had changed since their last encounter. Scene break. Previously, The attack on the Pendragon mansion had unfolded, with Grievous discovering that Elaine had escaped alongside La Folia Rehavian. The general was not pleased and decided to handle the situation himself. However, Issei advised him to take the secret routes, which Grievous agreed to. Meanwhile, La Folia and Elaine attempted to escape but were ambushed by Artemis, who summoned her allies. La Folia tried to persuade Artemis to join her, but when it became clear they were losing, she fought fiercely to survive. Issei watched as Elizabeth, Valerie, and Ingvild arrived. Valerie demanded to know why Issei was attacking the Pendragon residence. Issei explained that they had been a thorn in his plans and insisted she not interfere. Reluctantly, she agreed, surprised to learn about the Dark Light. Elizabeth promised to explain everything later as they observed the battle's conclusion, where both Elaine and La Folia were defeated, leading to Malik corrupting Elaine. The next day, the factions were furious, with Villainy vowing vengeance. When captured, La Folia was horrified to find that Issei was their leader. She attempted to reason with him but failed, leaving her in tears. The others discussed her fate, deciding she would become a sleeper agent. Later, Athena contemplated Issei and spoke with Sekiruuyetei, who agreed to let her communicate with him. After some time, Issei and his group spoke with La Folia, who convinced him to allow her to contact her parents. It was a difficult conversation, but she managed to reach them. Meanwhile, Quinella and Charlotte sought Issei's help in converting others into sleeper agents, and they agreed to negotiate. Gabriel then spoke to the vampires, agreeing to let them meet Issei but warning them that he was not the same as before. Rehavian residence, 8 p.m. Both lords had heard about the fall of the Pendragon mansion and were horrified. The news of the droid faction targeting anyone with connections to the supernatural raised many questions. Why did they hate the supernatural so much? What had they done to deserve this? And what would happen to them now? Their answers would soon come, but both lords were fearful of a potential attack from the droid faction. Suddenly, someone opened the door to their throne room. "Mother! Father!" A familiar voice called from the darkness. Polyphonia Rehavian, described as identical to her daughter with long silver hair and green eyes, wore a blue business suit. "La Folia!" she exclaimed with joy as her daughter entered the room. La Folia was embraced by her mother, while her father, a large man with brown hair, a beard, and yellow eyes, approached her with pride. Similar to his daughter, La Folia, Lucas wore a black coat. La Folia returned the hug of her parents, but her tone shifted to seriousness, something her parents failed to notice as they were relieved to see her alive after the fall of the Pendragon residence and the death of Lord and Lady Pendragon. "I am glad you are all right, but are there any survivors?" Lucas asked, to which La Folia shook her head. She was not happy with the Pendragons for the loss of her sisters, and although she did not hate them, she began to feel a strong distrust toward them. "No, father, but I am here to tell you the truth. I was captured by the droid faction," La Folia said seriously, earning looks of confusion and worry from both parents. "What do you mean? How did you escape?" Polyphonia asked, bewildered. "I was getting to that. You see, the droid faction. They are not our enemies," La Folia explained, watching as her parents widened their eyes in disbelief. They hoped she hadn't joined that faction, abandoning everything they had taught her. "What?" Both parents exclaimed in shock. La Folia did not hesitate to recount everything that had happened during her captivity. "And that is why he has given me a chance to talk. They are not our enemies, father, mother." La Folia spoke with determination, but Lucas was horrified. "I can't believe this," he said, his tone shifting to anger. "Why would you choose to betray the Pendragon household? Do you know what they have done for us?" Polyphonia was in tears, unable to handle the weight of the situation. La Folia shouted back at Lucas, "Don't you think I didn't know? It was because of them that our family was killed. My sisters were martyred by them. It was Dai Haidu who got my sisters killed." Lucas was taken aback, and both parents were horrified. La Folia continued, "I would never abandon my beliefs, but they showed me the truth. They revealed how the factions allowed this to happen. They put the blame on Dai Haidu, but they are equally complicit." Both parents were stunned, needing to understand what had happened to La Folia in just one night that had changed her so drastically. I believe I could answer that. A voice emerged from the darkness. It was Issei, wearing a gray-black suit and a smile. "Hello there," he said, looking at the parents. "Don't tell me you are?" Polyphonia asked, shocked. "The true leader and de facto creator of the droid faction, Issei. It is not good to see you again, Lucas and Polyphonia," he said, his tone shifting from slight anger to a smile, causing dread in the eyes of the Rehavian lords. Issei took a seat near La Folia while Lucas and Polyphonia sat opposite them at the table. "So, what do you want to know?" Issei asked. Lucas, filled with worry, asked, Did everything my daughter said to you, is it true? To the last word?" "Your daughters Rondo and Passacaglia were killed due to the inaction of the factions," Issei replied seriously. "My brother is responsible for their deaths." Polyphonia's tears flowed as she remembered the tragedy from 2 years ago. Lucas clenched his fists, recalling Dai's betrayal. They had blindly trusted the Pendragons, and this was the cost. He held his wife tightly and asked, "May you show us what happened?" Issei nodded and activated a memory orb that recorded the situation. Recording. Issei was surrounded by several stray devils, breathing heavily as he fought them off with hand-to-hand combat, but they were overwhelming. He looked around, seeing them chuckling at his condition. "I guess I have to use my sacred gear," Issei muttered, preparing for an attack. However, someone struck his leg with a black flash, causing him to kneel in pain. He looked at his attacker. "Thanks for doing my work again, you moron," Dai said with a sinister grin. Issei shouted in anger, "Damn it, Dai. Now is not the time to seek glory, people are dying here." "Oh, I know. That is why I thank you. Now let me take it from here." Dai struggled against the demons but was overwhelmed by fear. "Wait, don't kill me," he exclaimed. "Kill them, kill those 2 girls." He pointed to Rondo and Passacaglia, who lay unconscious. Issei watched in horror as the demons attacked the 2 girls. "Your daughters would have been alive, right in front of you," Issei said with a sigh, his tone turning cold. "My brother wanted to take all the credit, and it cost your daughters their lives. I could have saved them, but oh well." Polyphonia and Lucas had tears in their eyes. Polyphonia covered her mouth in shock at the fate of her girls and was embraced by Lucas as she cried, "No Passacaglia, Rondo, why?" Lucas clenched his fists, devastated, while La Folia also wept, remembering the brutal scene. "You believed the wrong person and look what happened. Your girls could have been here. It's a shame they died," Issei said coldly, glaring at them. "I wanted to save them back then, but your actions and choices brought shame to their deaths. They would have been rolling in their graves if they knew what you did." "I am so sorry," Polyphonia cried, apologizing to her daughters. Lucas shouted in response, "Dinyu, Dai Hayadu, Dimin you." Issei waited for a moment before speaking again. "Had your daughter not convinced me that your family was of some use to me, I would have wiped out your entire residence, just like the Pendragons." The Rehavian family shivered at his words. The worst part is that the factions blame him, even though they are equally complicit in their demise. They trusted the wrong person and told everyone that their daughters died with honor. Mere children died because of Dai's lies. So tell me, do you still have empathy for people like them? Issei's words ignited anger in all 3, but it was directed at the factions. The factions look down upon humans like you. Many in the supernatural community think they are superior, simply because they are stronger. This pride makes them believe humans are inferior in every way. That is what I detest. I was looked down upon as well, not only because I was human, but because they believed the lies of a fraud. When they couldn't combat this new enemy, they pinned the blame on him. That's what the factions have become, disgraceful, deceitful, and cowardly. La Folia was furious, and both parents felt the truth in Issei's words. Issei prepared to leave, saying, "Make your choice in 12 hours and tell one of my droids if you want to do anything. La Folia will know how to contact them, just let her know." As Issei walked away, Lucas called out, "Hyde-sama, wait." Issei turned to see a determined Lucas. "I longing to join. I want to see my daughters receive justice. Issei was surprised by the quick response. We both want to honor and avenge our daughters, but even if we wanted to, we are nowhere near as powerful as some of the faction leaders. However, we want to return the favor to you. Polyphonia said, wiping her tears. Lucas continued, that is why we want to join the droid faction. We can lend you connections to all the devil companies and disrupt their financial growth. We also have access to the fallen angels companies and influence across many locations in the human world. We can help you take down the supernatural factions. Issei considered their offer. I guess La Folia lives by her word then. La Folia declared, and I can serve you with the rest of the droid faction. She was determined to make Le Fay and perhaps Rias pay for what happened to her sisters. Lucas, calming down, asked, La Folia, are you sure about this? La Folia nodded seriously. I am. The motto of the Rehavian family is, a Rehavian always repays their debts, no matter the cost. Her parents widened their eyes in surprise and pride as La Folia continued, I will serve Lord Issei until the end of time to repay my debt to him. I will make all of his enemies fall by my blade. He helped us and tried to save my sisters, but I was deceived. That will never happen again. Lord Issei's enemies are my enemies as well. Both parents smiled, and Issei remained serious as Polyphonia spoke with a slightly happier tone. Take care of yourself, La Folia, and make us proud. La Folia nodded as she left the room. Issei then spoke, well, you better let me know about those companies as soon as possible. If we can access their financial growth, I can eliminate them. Issei's tone was serious. Lucas replied, I will not let you down, Hirano. Issei walked away, giving them a nod and leaving the two alone. What should we do now, Lucas? Polyphonia asked, her voice filled with worry. She despised the factions for the loss of her daughters, who had been killed due to Dai Hayadu's actions. They had executed him to appease Issei, but it clearly hadn't worked. We must not let the factions know about our involvement. We need to pretend we are on their side and help Lord Issei with what he needs. We have been kept in the dark for too long, and we should be grateful to Lord Issei for opening our eyes. It's time we repay the debt we owe him. Weren't for him, our girls would still be with us, but we trusted the factions and didn't help him when he needed it. Lucas recalled how Issei had sought their help in acquiring holy light weapons to use against the Cows Brigade, but they had ignored him. We didn't help him back then, but we can help him now. We will show the factions that humanity can be just as capable, and we can defeat them if we choose. Lucas declared, a hint of anger in his voice. Polyphonia responded with a mix of sadness and determination, I agree. With Lu Fei and Arthur still alive, the Pendragons were also complicit in what they have done. We believed in them, and we paid the price for that. We will never be deceived again. Lucas nodded. Let's hope La Folia can serve Lord Issei well and not hinder his faction. He and Polyphonia mourned the loss of their daughters. Scene change. Outside the Rehavian residence, 9 p.m. I told you my parents would understand, La Folia said seriously, hiding her happiness that her parents were spared. Issei nodded, his tone serious. Very well. Once I get their information, I can dismantle the factions from within. With Quinella and Charlotte handling the sleeper agents, I should have enough time to methodically eliminate them. La Folia nodded as Malik disabled his cloaking device. So are they? Malik asked, and Issei confirmed, they are on our side. Report this to Grievous. The Rehavian family is now an ally. Malik nodded and reported to the droid general. Issei then added, and one more thing, I need you to train this girl and ensure she is ready, right, Malik? Malik looked at La Folia and saw her resolve. Please take care of me, she said with a bow. Malik chuckled lightly. Never did I think I would get an apprentice of my own. He turned to La Folia. My training will be hard, and it won't be easy. The factions have god-class beings and super devils. If you can face them, are you ready for this? He asked seriously. La Folia nodded, responding, I accept. I won't disappoint you, teacher. She bowed again, and Malik sensed the droid army leaving as they all teleported back to base. Scene change. Hyadu residence, 11 p.m. Quinella and Charlotte sat on the couch, waiting for their target, Asia Argento, to arrive. I heard the negotiations with the Rehavians went well, Quinella said calmly. Charlotte nodded, her tone cheerful. And I even know that Malik has gotten his apprentice, just like we have, in the form of Miyuki. Quinella smiled but then noticed something amiss. They both jumped up as they heard running. We need to deal with whoever that is as soon as possible. Charlotte exclaimed. Quinella agreed. Yes, if they find out, Issei will do anything to protect us, and he might ruin his entire plan just to keep us safe. We can't let that happen, we need to handle this ourselves. Meanwhile, a woman with long blonde hair and green eyes was running away, exclaiming in worry. Quinella and Charlotte? Traitors? The girl was Asia Argento, rushing to the occult research club where Rias was, but she was intercepted by 2 magic blasts that cornered her. Ah! Asia cried out as she fell to her knees, realizing her attackers were Quinella and Charlotte, who were flying with their bat-like devil wings. You just made our job much easier, Quinella said with a smile, while Charlotte used a magic seal to prevent Asia from summoning Fafnir. Now even Fafnir won't help you, Charlotte added sweetly. Quinella continued, I'm afraid we can't let you tell anyone. Asia looked up in fear, feeling defenseless against the Satan descendants. She tried to use wind and fire magic to save her, but due to her fear, she missed. Quinella stood there, watching the attacks miss, and sighed as she spoke. Previously, La Folia returned to the Rehavian residence, where her parents, Polyphonia and Lucas Rehavian, greeted her with joy, relieved to see their daughter safe. However, their happiness quickly faded when they learned that La Folia had joined the droid faction. As she explained her reasoning, Issei arrived, shocking and horrifying them. He revealed the painful truth about their daughter's death and the faction's complicity in it. He warned them that if La Folia did not disclose their family's use, he would take drastic action. The devastated parents reluctantly agreed to join Issei, who then accepted La Folia's willingness to serve him as a knight. Proud of their daughter, they decided to ally with the supernatural factions. Meanwhile, Malik was asked to take La Folia on as an apprentice, and she agreed. That night, Quinella and Charlotte overheard Asia spying on them and successfully converted her into a sleeper agent before taking her back to base. Athena then sneaked into Issei's room and eventually dozed off. Issei and Nyx soon joined her, unaware of her presence. The next day, Nyx realized Athena was there but was silenced when Issei kissed her, waking everyone up. Athena tried to explain, but Nyx was irritated. Issei calmed them down, and they all agreed to share the bed. After a few hours, Surzex and Rias arrived but wisely chose to leave them alone. Later, Issei and the others woke up and demanded to know Asia Argento's location. They made the mistake of threatening Issei, which nearly ended in violence, but he was stopped just in time. He warned them that challenging him would be a grave mistake, and they left reluctantly. Meanwhile, Great Red and Ophis discussed potential candidates for Issei's allies and identified 3 additional girls. At the Hyadu residence, Issei questioned Ophis about the usefulness of the 3 girls. While he recognized Claire's regenerative abilities, he was unsure about the others. Ophis assured him that the other 2 had influence in the Devil Council, which could be advantageous. Miyuki, Quinella, Charlotte, and Nyx were also present, with Miyuki suggesting they consider Claire's willingness to help their clan. Quinella expressed concern about how to persuade Mio and her sister, who feared Issei due to his past actions. Charlotte pointed out that the Devil Council prioritized pure-blood relationships and feared anything outside their control, including Issei. Nyx asked for a decision, and Issei proposed they could either persuade the girls to join them or use the Holy Nail to force their hand. Just then they sensed a magical presence. Charlotte questioned if it was an angel, recalling that Elizabeth's presence felt different. Issei teleported to the source of the magic circle, revealing it to be an angelic presence. Quinella noted that it was definitely not Elizabeth, and everyone prepared for a confrontation. When the angel was revealed to be Gabriel, Issei was taken aback. He demanded to know her purpose for being there. Gabriel smiled and claimed she was not their enemy, insisting that someone wanted to meet Issei. Just then, a pink-haired girl rushed from the portal, exclaiming, "Aikun!" She hugged Issei tightly, rubbing against him, leaving him blushing and confused while Quinella, Charlotte, and Nyx looked on in disbelief, their expressions shifting to jealousy. "Who is she?" Nyx asked with a sweet smile, causing Mocha Omok to look surprised. Issei shook his head, trying to explain, "I really don't know her." He then requested the girl to get off him, and she complied with a pout. Soon after, Mocha Yura arrived as well. "It is good to see you again, Akun," she said. Ophis, the only one aware of these girls, watched the exchange closely. "Do you not recognize us?" Mocha Omok asked. Shook his head and replied, "Except for Gabriel, I have seen the two of you for the first time." The girls felt a pang of sadness at this, recalling the painful effort it took to erase his memory of their past. They had even ensured that Draig lost his memory to keep Issei safe, who had agreed to it for his partner's well-being. Nyx, curious about the twins, wondered about their connection to Issei. "Issei, do you not remember your time in Romania?" Ophis asked. Issei's expression darkened as he recalled, "Of course, how could I forget Elmenhild and how she treated me? She treated me like garbage, like many of the other vampires." Anger and disgust filled his voice as he remembered the harsh words Elmenhild had spoken during a critical moment in his life. "Engrave this in your head, we will never be a couple. I will never choose a low-born human as my husband." Issei gritted his teeth, recalling the pain of that memory. The girls, aware of his past, exchanged worried glances as Nyx held his hand to comfort him. After a moment, Issei calmed down and thanked her with a genuine smile. "Thanks, Nyx." She smiled back, then asked, "Issei, do you really not know or remember these girls?" He shook his head. Mocha Yura then spoke up, "It was because we erased your memory. I can return it to you if you want." Trusting his instincts, Issei nodded. Mocha Yura gently brought their heads together, and memories began to flood back into Issei's mind. After a while, she pulled away, and Mocha Omok asked, "Do you remember now, Aikun?" Tears filled Issei's eyes as he whispered, "Is that you, Mocha?" The girls rushed to him, both with tears of joy, and he embraced them. They had been his good friends in Romania, caring for him during a difficult time, but circumstances had forced them apart. After a moment, Issei pulled back and asked, "How have you two been?" Both girls looked away, and Mocha Yura replied, "We have missed you. We always wanted to come, but we feared for your safety." Her voice was tinged with sadness and anger. Issei remembered their time together fondly, realizing how close they had become. Just then, Gabriel appeared, teleporting back. "My job here is done." Issei turned to the girls, noticing their confusion. "I believe you girls need an explanation. Let's go inside, we have a lot to catch up on," he said with a genuine smile. Later that evening, Issei and the others settled down. Both Mochas sat beside him, with Nyx on his left and Quinella and Charlotte on his right. "So where do I begin?" Issei asked, looking at his friends. Nyx prompted, "How did you meet these two? And why did you never tell us about them?" Issei shook his head, explaining, "They took away my and Draig's memories. It was the only way they could protect me back then. I wasn't strong enough to defend myself against Surzex or any of the top beings." Mocha Omok added, "We hate ourselves for making this decision, but we had no choice. It was for the best. We faked our deaths and separated from Aikun." Her tone was heavy with regret. Mocha Yura continued, "It was primarily because the vampires discovered our friendship and were not pleased, especially Elmenhild." She spoke the name with clear disdain. They did not like the girls associating with Dai Haidu, so they, along with Rias Gremory, threatened them to leave me and start talking to Dai. As a result, we came up with this idea. Issei spoke in a sad and angry tone. They had made his life miserable before, and he was determined not to let it happen again. "We are strong enough to deal with them, but when the threat of Surzex Lucifer getting involved arose, we had to stand down. I won't lie, those threats against my sister were unacceptable." Mocha Omok exclaimed angrily. "But I reluctantly had to stand down since I was not strong enough to fight Surzex Lucifer," Mocha Yura added sadly. So we came up with this plan: we would erase Aikuin's memory of ever meeting us and fake our deaths. No one would ever try to find us, and it worked. Dai Hayadu and the factions declared us dead and left us alone. After that, we lived our lives in solitude. So that's how our story went, Issei said with a smile. Charlotte responded, I knew Rias Gremory was bad, but this is a new low, even for her, forcing others to be part of her lover's HRM and ruining her own brother's chances of being with someone he cares about. That's beyond disgusting. Honestly, I feel like confronting her right away. Quinella added, her anger palpable, and both mochas agreed. Either way, how did you come back? And why now? Nyx asked. We were in hiding when Seraph Gabriel visited us. We were surprised she knew we were alive, but I believe she is acting behind the scenes. I didn't understand her intentions, but when she said we could meet Aikuin, we took the risk, Mocha Omok explained. But we were warned by her that Issei was not the same, which made us worry even more about what would happen, Mocha Yura said, her voice filled with concern. I figured you would say that. Are you familiar with Malik? Issei asked. The girls shook their heads, clearly out of touch with the supernatural world. Well, you might hate me after this. Issei decided to share his memories of what happened after they faked their deaths. The girls were horrified and saddened by what they saw. They were particularly distressed to learn how drastically Issei had changed over the past 2 years due to constant betrayals. Seeing someone they cared for in such a condition was devastating. Mocha Omok began to cry, while Mocha Yura's fury radiated from her. Nyx quickly put up a barrier to prevent anyone else from discovering their existence, especially someone like Elmenhild. They watched as Issei fell into despair, realizing that the factions never cared for him and eventually created the droid faction, their #1 enemy. Despite this, the factions continued to try to use Issei, even selling some of the girls to appease him. This infuriated Mocha Yura, and even Elmenhild was involved as she brought Valerie into the mix. Eventually, the truth was revealed, and the factions were still trying to find a way to appease him. Those bastards? I will take down that Elmenhild. Mocha Yura yelled, her voice filled with hatred. She had completely lost any respect for that vampire, while Mocha Omok begged her sister to calm down. Sis, I am mad at what they did to Aikuin, but please, getting angry here won't achieve anything. Mocha Yura took a deep breath and calmed down. Now you see. I understand if you hate me for what I've done, but Mocha Omok placed her hand on his lips and smiled. You are still the same. Even though you have changed, you only show kindness and gratitude to those who deserve it. You even helped Ingvild despite what she did to you, and you saved Miyuki and Nyx from their prisons. All the girls agreed with Mocha Omok, and Mocha Yura continued. That's true. You've only changed for those who never loved or cared for you, but to the rest of us, you are still the same Issei Hayadu who became our friend. I wouldn't mind joining you. Issei widened his eyes. You sure? Mocha Yura nodded, while Mocha Omok added, I'm not so sure about wiping out several thousands. Issei shook his head. I understand, you were never the type to kill, Mocha. You always hated violence, and I won't force you to do this. Issei smiled, and Mocha Omok nodded, though her tone was sad. And we plan on living here. I hope you don't mind. Mocha Yura said. Issei chuckled. Of course I wouldn't. Come, I will let the two of you settle here. He led them to their rooms, and Nyx disabled the barrier. They all settled down and caught up on everything that had happened while the two girls were in hiding. Nyx noticed the twins' feelings for Issei and decided to talk to them about it later. Hayadu Residence, 10:30 p.m. Issei was putting the final touches on the gauntlets, preparing to use them in battle. He believed that once activated, not even a god-class being could harm him. His confidence stemmed from the limited information he had about Mitsuya Kanzaki. Ise, what are you working on? Nyx asked as she sat beside him, her eyes fixed on the gauntlets. Are those Innovate Clear and Telos Karma in physical form? Indeed they are, Nyx. Issei replied, watching her gaze fill with awe. The futuristic gauntlets covered his entire arms and had glass openings that glowed in different colors. He then placed the gauntlets on. Nyx, can I ask you for something? Issei looked at her earnestly. Anything, she responded with a smile. Once I activate the Telos Karma Gauntlet, I want you to strike me with your strongest darkness attack. Nyx's eyes widened in shock. No, I am not going to hurt you. Tears began to form as she continued, please, don't ask me to do something like that. I will be fine. Your attacks are strong, but I can take it, Issei reassured her, pulling her into a comforting hug. Nyx melted into his embrace, fearful of the thought of injuring him. After a moment, Issei asked, do you trust me? Nyx nodded. Of course I do. Then have faith in me. Nothing will happen, I assure you. Issei smiled genuinely, and after a moment of hesitation, Nyx agreed, but only this once. Issei nodded, and Nyx charged a darkness attack in her palms before flinging it at him. The energy ball approached, but as it neared, Issei activated the Telos Karma. The gauntlets glowed a bright golden yellow, causing the ball to miss him entirely and hit a nearby wall, exploding without leaving a trace. See? Unharmed, Issei said, and Nyx nodded, relieved. As he fixed the wall to its original state, she asked, so is that the power of Telos Karma? Issei nodded. It's called the History Breaker for a reason. I can make any probabilities, no matter how impossible, possible. If I hadn't activated the Telos Karma, that attack would have hit me, right? Nyx nodded again, and Issei continued, Telos Karma prevented that. I asked to change the probability so that it would completely miss me. I'm sorry if I worried you. Nyx shook her head. I'm glad I could help and I'm glad you're all right. She hugged him tightly, and Issei returned the embrace, lifting her bridal style as he stored the gauntlets in his pocket dimension. The two then dozed off, comforted in each other's presence. The next day, Student Council, 12:30 p.m. Saji sat across from Sona Citri on the Student Council bench, her expression one of disappointment. She had been preoccupied with repairing her reputation, which had suffered due to her association with Dai Hyadu and her previous disdain for Issei. Now, her blind trust in Saji had only worsened her standing in both the human and supernatural worlds. You know what you did by spreading those rumors? How much have I suffered? Sona exclaimed, frustration boiling over. The stress of her sister's disappearance and the presence of Miyuki Shiba had pushed her to the edge. Like you have room to talk. If you had checked the validity of those rumors, your situation would be much better. Genshiro retorted, feeling he had nothing left to lose. I regret reincarnating you then. Sona shot back, anger evident in her voice. My life is already ruined, there's nothing worse that can happen, Genshiro replied, his tone bitter. Sona sighed, and though Tsubaki was ready to de-escalate him, Sona stopped her. I can make your life even worse than it is. You're still in this school because of me, not in prison like the others. Saji gulped in fear as Sona walked away with her peerage, minus Momo and Rhea. Ding, it's because of Quinella and Charlotte that my life is ruined. Saji fumed. They will pay, I will make them pay. Momo and Rhea exchanged disappointed glances. This was the man they had fallen for, and they felt ashamed. Was Genshiro-kun always like this? Momo asked. Rhea shook her head. I believe so. We were blind, just like our president. We chose the wrong person to crush on. It's a good thing we didn't fall for him. Momo nodded sadly. And he wants to hurt Quinella and Charlotte. He'll only get himself killed. Rhea looked at Saji, concern in her eyes. Hyadu is cruel, cold, and vindictive. I've heard that the president is trying her best to expose him as part of the droid army. She suspects him of being responsible for her sister's disappearance. Momo's eyes widened. If Hayate-sama is the main one, then we're all in danger. He will take revenge against everyone who wronged him, and it could end in the most painful way possible. Momo's words filled Rhea with dread. If he was indeed an enemy, it would spell disaster for all factions. President and Genshiro will doom us all if they continue this path. I've heard they even came close to killing Lord Lucifer twice. Rhea spoke with fear, and Momo agreed. Let's just leave. Genshiro will get himself killed if he continues down this path. Rhea nodded, and they both left. Meanwhile, Saji was plotting revenge against the two girls. Scene change. Malik space 2 p.m. Issei walked alongside Quinella and Charlotte to meet their new sleeper agents. They had successfully captured two, Asia Argento and Gasper Vladi, the latter being easier to locate and deal with. Well, if it isn't the ex-nun and the vampire. Issei said mockingly, observing the two new agents, whose eyes were hollow. Get up, he commanded, and they complied. Gasper's attention sharpened as light returned to his eyes. First, Gasper, I will change your clothes to that of a regular man. Issei snapped his fingers, and Gasper's appearance transformed to a boy's Kuo uniform, similar to what Kiba had worn. Second, and this command is for both of you, you will return to the Gregori peerage and report to me or one of my allies everything that your Emvarin Sona Citri and her peerage do. Issei commanded, and they both nodded. Is that clear? A bright light filled their pupils as they exclaimed, Yes. Lord Issei. Issei then teleported the two away and turned to Quinella and Charlotte, expressing his gratitude with a genuine smile. Thanks, you have been a real help. Both girls blushed. It was nothing, Charlotte said, flustered, while Quinella added, We were glad to help, but I think you should also reward us. Reward? Issei asked, and Charlotte remembered, Yeah. You didn't even give me my first kiss, unlike Quinella and Nyx, and you even kissed Athena. That was an accident. I didn't know it was her. Issei replied, shaking his head. I thought it was Nyx. Charlotte remained unconvinced, and Issei, feeling embarrassed, pulled her toward him and lifted her into the air. Hey, put me down, she feigned anger, blushing. Before she could protest further, Issei kissed her. Charlotte couldn't help but reciprocate the kiss, while Quinella exclaimed in jealousy, Hey! However, Charlotte and Issei were too caught up in the moment, their kiss deepening until Charlotte pulled away, breathless and flustered. Issei smiled at her. You know, I care about you three, along with Mocha Omok and Mocha Yura the most. You shouldn't fight, I love all three of you and nothing is going to change that. Charlotte covered her face in embarrassment, and Quinella asked, What about me? Issei approached her, and she blushed. What? He kissed her on the forehead, causing her to exclaim, Eeh. Quinella was left agape, cheeks pink, looking at Issei with a feigned annoyed expression. You know, a kiss on the lips might be seen as a kiss of lust, but a kiss on the forehead signifies true love. People often say that if you love another, it means you don't love your original, but I disagree. There are people who can love multiple people at once. It's the original relationship that needs to be maintained. That's why HRMs often don't work in the human world, Issei explained with a genuine smile, leaving both girls blushing. He then hugged both girls closer, making them exclaim in surprise. To me, both of you are special in my life, and nothing is going to change that. You two and Nyx taught me how to love, and I love you both more than anything else. The two girls smiled in response, melting into his embrace. They stayed like this for a while until they finally separated. Quinella recovered first and asked, So, who should we go after next? Charlotte responded, I think you should take on Rosweiss. If she is on our side, we can get Gondel completely on our side. Her faith in Odin is the strongest. Quinella expressed her surprise at Rosweiss' devotion, naming Odin with disdain. The Valkyrie's devotion to the people they love is the strongest, even stronger than the angels. But even Inner Gondel is starting to have doubts about Odin. It's only a matter of time before she realizes he sees her as a pawn, Issei said seriously, earning nods from the girls. Coincidentally, the supernatural faction is holding a party for the new devils in just a few hours, and I need you two to do me a favor. Issei continued, his tone serious as the girls nodded, concerned about the request. They will be introducing the new High Devils. I know you dislike them, but just introduce yourselves as Satan descendants, and watch as the Devil Council falls at your feet. If we can get our hands on the evil pieces, we can learn more about them, Issei said with concern. The girls shook their heads and replied, We will be fine. Those high-class devils wouldn't dare mess with us. Charlotte smiled, and Quinella nodded in agreement. And even if they do try to hurt us, we know you will save us, Quinella added with a smile. But how will you enter the party? She asked. Issei chuckled and replied, remember I mentioned that Supernatural is holding a party and talked about the Valkyrie's devotion? Well, let's just say a certain Valkyrie has received an invitation. Both Quinella and Charlotte understood what Issei meant and smiled, knowing he had found a way into the party. They felt reassured that Issei would protect them, no matter what happened. So what do you want us to do? And who else will be joining us? Quinella asked. Issei responded, I want you to act like your prideful selves, just as you did during the fight. Make sure to praise Beelzebub and Asmodeus as your ancestors. Even if it's just pretending, your acting should be believable. You'll attract attention from many male high-class devils, but you must reject them coldly. Use force if you need to defend yourselves, all right? Issei spoke seriously, earning nods from the girls. Charlotte added, we both belong to you and will never pursue those boys who will never love us. Issei nodded, hugging the girls closer and kissing their foreheads, making them blush. They knew he would always protect them. Scene change. Occult Research Club, 4:30 p.m. Rias was growing increasingly worried for both Asia and Gasper, who had not returned for the past few hours. Where could they be? She said anxiously. Zenobia reassured her, we will find them. They have only been gone for a day. Dai's betrayal has left a significant impact on them, especially since Gasper looked up to him, and Asia's situation is self-explanatory. Rosweiss regretted listening to Dai and Rias, although she hadn't insulted him like the others. Moments later, a magic circle opened, revealing Asia and Gasper. Rias exclaimed with tears of relief, Asia! Gasper! She hugged them both tightly, her worry evident. They were surprised at first, but their expressions shifted to feigned happiness as they returned the hug. After a moment, Rias asked, where have you been? You were missing for hours. We were just moving around. Dai's betrayal still affects us, Asia replied, pretending to be sad. Gasper added, Issei-senpai tried to help me, but Dai took the credit. I hate myself for trusting the wrong brother. This is all my fault, he said, tears in his eyes. They knew they had to play their parts well, serving Lord Issei while pretending to care for Rias and her peerage. Rias then noticed Gasper wearing a boy's uniform and asked, Gasper, why are you wearing a boy's uniform? Gasper shook his head and lied, President, I want to change myself. Dai's betrayal opened my eyes, and the first thing I want to do is show that I am not a naive shut-in who can be manipulated. His serious tone made Rias proud. I don't want to be naive either. I remember Issei's time spent with me. Had I not fallen for Dai's lies, we would have been together. I regret everything I did to him, and that's why I won't fall for anyone's lies, Asia added, her tone serious enough to convince Rias. To Rias, Dai's betrayal had transformed them completely. She felt trapped, unable to be with either Dai or Issei, fearing Issei's power after he had nearly harmed her brother, Surzex. Rias blamed Dai for everything, feeling like a puppet who had been manipulated by a handsome facade. Well, I think you all should dress up. We will be going to the party, which will introduce the new devils, some of whom I am surprised to see, Rias said. Asia and Gasper nodded, and Rias teleported her entire peerage to the Gregori residence to prepare for the party. Scene change. Issei teleported to Norway, knowing it was morning there. He looked at a winter cabin nestled in the Norwegian forests and rang the doorbell. Hey Drake, what do you think about my clothing choices? He asked. Drake thought for a moment and replied, I would say it's too formal, but many devils have interesting fashion senses, so I shouldn't judge. I see. I wonder if she is there, Issei mused. Moments later, the door opened, revealing Gondal herself. Gondal wore a red jacket over a white shirt and matching track breathes, completing her look with sports shoes. Ah, Lord Issei, you came to visit me? Gondal exclaimed happily, and Issei smiled in response. Indeed, I've always wanted to visit Norway, but wasn't welcomed due to Odin and the other Norse gods, he said, his tone turning somber. Since you needed a partner for this party, do you mind if I join? Of course not. I would be glad to have you, Gondal replied with a smile. Issei then asked seriously, if you don't mind, can I have a chat with Inner Gondal? Gondal nodded, and as Issei removed Alpheka Tyrant, he saw inner Gondal still in chains. So what are your thoughts on Odin now? He asked. Inner Gondal looked at him, her strength diminished. I am starting to doubt him, she admitted, looking down. I believe in him, but I fear he would abandon me. Still, I hope he trusts me. Issei sighed. Her loyalty was strong. Then, see for yourself. The leaders will do anything to save their skin, and then you will willingly join. Me. Can I ask you something? Inner Gondal inquired. Go ahead, Issei replied. By mass genocide, what will you achieve? Do you wish for people to cry in despair? I know what you went through, but your actions will end the supernatural faction. What is your end goal? Issei looked at her and responded, Indeed, I do. The people were manipulated by lies, making my life a nightmare. You knew that, didn't you? Inner Gondal nodded sadly. I want a world where there is peace and calmness, but that won't happen with the factions around. The devils and many supernatural creatures look down upon humanity, and even the Norse share that trait. I was once an ordinary human, betrayed and shunned because of lies. From Rainier to Ingvild, all have betrayed me. I would have done anything for them just to keep them happy. That is why I longing a world where the supernatural and humanity are united, but that won't be possible with the factions around. I want to ensure the factions fall, and only then can true peace be achieved. Everything I do is for the sake of peace and silence, and I will make sure all those who made my life miserable will pay. Inner Gondal was amazed by his words. His experiences had shaped him into the faction destroyer he was today. Even if it meant causing great suffering, he sought to create a better world. Does that satisfy your answer? Issei asked, and Inner Gondal nodded. You will see tonight whether Odin cares for you or if you were just another pawn. As Issei left, Inner Gondal watched him go, contemplating his words. There are some doubts, but soon even she will realize that the supernatural factions are her enemy, he muttered. Gondal nodded, preparing herself for the party in 2 hours. Scene change. Near Kuo Academy, 6:30 p.m., Nyx, along with Mocha Omok, Mocha Yura, Elizabeth and Artemis, stood near Kuo Academy, looking at the place with disdain. Mocha Yura's voice was filled with fury as she asked, So this is the place where Ikuin was tormented? Nyx nodded. We will be blowing this place up tonight. Speaking of which, Artemis, have you lured all the names from Issei's memory? Indeed, I used hypnosis magic on all the kids and brought them to the same location. I even removed the memories of everyone involved except for their loved ones, Artemis replied, anger evident in her voice. So what is our next plan? Elizabeth asked. The staff and the principal haven't left yet, so we can trap them. The students have already reached the academy and are sitting inside motionless, Nyx said coldly. The girls then headed inside to confront the staff and the principal, determined to make them pay for their complicity in the torment of someone they cared for. Scene change. Nru's residence, 7 p.m. A young devil girl was preparing herself. She was stunningly appealing, shorter than most for her age, with long crimson hair reaching her waist and pink eyes. Mio Nurs, the older twin of the Nuruz family and daughter of the leader of the council, Wilbert, was known for her distinctly slender yet curvaceous figure. What should I wear? Mio looked around at her clothing, unable to find anything she liked. She decided to wear something that would surprise everyone since it was her debut in the underworld, along with several others. As she searched her wardrobe, her sister called out to her. Sister, are you there? The voice belonged to Stella, an appealing young woman with long crimson hair tied into twin tails with yellow ribbons. Both sisters were known for their princess-like behavior. Stella, have you decided what to wear? Mio asked. Stella shook her head. No, not yet. She looked at her sister thoughtfully. Speaking of which, what do you think about the situation in the underworld recently? It's bad. Everything has gone downhill since Hayudu refused to help us. Not that I blame him, we weren't the best to him after all. It just keeps getting worse, Mio replied, her tone sad. I agree, sister. Things are getting worse and father fears Hayudu. Just hearing his name makes him shudder. He nearly killed Lord Lucifer and dared us to do something about it. Stella said, and Mio shivered at the memory. All devils fear him. They know what they have done to him, and now this is the consequence, Mio said seriously. I even jokingly asked to be engaged to hide Issei, but he looked at me like I was a ghost. What's worse is that Malik and his droid faction have attacked every single location. Every faction fears they are unstoppable and might be next, Stella said, her voice trembling. Without a true hero, peace is coming to an end, and we could all be wiped out by the droid faction. Mio shared her sister's fear. It's terrifying to think about. Stella decided to change the subject. Speaking of which, what's your situation with the contracts with those magicians? Aren't you seeing them? Mio shook her head. I barely have any. Apparently, being the leader of the Devil Council brings a bad image, so they don't offer me any contracts. She sighed in frustration. Not to mention, there are only 3 magicians I can consider for contracts. One of them is Lavinia Rennie, but she only has 5 years of her life remaining, right? Stella asked. Mio nodded. The other is La Folia Rehavian. Yes, both are great magicians, but I can't contract either of them, Mio said sadly. Then there's Lufei Pendragon, but she has a bad reputation now, which could cause trouble for our family. Besides, La Folia has chosen a contracted partner, or so the Rehavian family has told the Supernatural. Stella agreed. It can't be helped, they seem to be friends. I also think Lufei planned to share die with La Folia, if I recall correctly. Mio nodded, and they decided to change into something suitable for the party that would introduce them to the underworld. They were excited about their introduction, unaware that someone stronger was about to turn their celebration into despair and horror. At night, Issei was working on the gauntlets for Innovate Clear and Telos Karma when Nyx joined him. He asked her to fire an attack at him. Although reluctant, she accepted and unleashed the attack, which Issei skillfully redirected, leaving him unharmed. They then rested for the night, reflecting on their productive day. The next morning, Sona confronted Saji about his actions. Saji pointed out that she was also to blame, but Sona refused to take responsibility, warning him that she could make his life even more difficult. Saji vowed to take revenge on Quinella and Charlotte for the turmoil in his life, while Momo and Rhea watched in sadness at the change in their crush. Later, Issei, along with Quinella and Charlotte, checked on their sleeper agents, Asia and the newly acquired Gasper. He commanded them to infiltrate the Gregori peerage, which they successfully did. Upon returning to the ORC, they were warmly embraced by Rias, and everyone began preparing for the upcoming party. Meanwhile, Issei visited Gondal as they both got ready for the event. Before heading out, Issei spoke with Inner Gondal, sharing his intentions. After their discussion, they finished preparing for the party. The girls who were not attending the event were plotting to take down Crow Academy once and for all. At Gondal's residence, Issei looked at his student, Miyuki, who had a determined expression. She had heard about Issei sending Charlotte and Quinella to the party and wanted to join as well. I am strong enough to handle Sona right now. I can hold my own, she insisted. Narrowed his gaze and replied, It's never wise to have too much confidence, Miyuki. She gulped, realizing she had gotten carried away, and apologized. Sorry, Lord Issei, she said. Issei sighed, adopting a slightly serious tone. Never let vengeance control you, Miyuki. Let it guide you or you may never achieve it. Miyuki nodded, understanding the weight of his words. She was the most attentive student in the droid faction, having learned all the spells that Charlotte and Quinella taught her. I understand, she replied, but added, My decision remains unchanged. Issei sighed again. She was stubborn. Very well, but you will be introduced as Miyuki Citri, your original name. She agreed, eager to bring ruin to the Citri clan. Issei continued, but bringing you into the New Devils may be an issue. I think you should do it the same way you introduced both Charlie and Quinn, Miyuki suggested. Issei nodded, and she added, I will even remove my pendant and show some of my power to prove I am from the Citri clan, and then we can handle the 4 New Devils. 4? I thought there were only 3, Stella and Mio Neruz, and Claire Phoenix. Miyuki shook her head. It turns out that Iriuka Glaciolabilis has recently decided to receive her evil pieces, and the Devil Elders approved her request, she said with a smile. Issei knew exactly what he needed to do. It was time to show what the balance breaker was capable of. Well, in that case, get ready. Tonight is your big debut and the beginning of the fall of the Citri clan. Miyuki beamed at this, excited by the opportunity Issei was giving her. The supernatural world, especially the devils, will be shocked by my appearance and yours, Issei said with a grin, plotting to disrupt the grand party of the supernatural. Moments later, Gondal entered wearing a new dress, surprising Issei and Miyuki. Are you ready for this, my lord? She asked. Issei nodded and teleported after changing his outfit. Indeed we are, so shall we? Gondal agreed, and Issei mused about how her granddaughter would react to their partnership. Gondal responded with a smile, joking about her granddaughter's surprise at discovering that Issei was now with her grandmother. Issei chuckled at the joke. Her face will be shocked that her supposed lover is now with her grandmother, he replied. Gondal laughed, continuing, but I believe her reaction would be quite dramatic. I won't deny it, she messed up big time, Issei said with a hint of frustration. Well, let's not dwell on her and focus on the party. I wouldn't have it any other way, Gondal replied, linking her arm with Issei's as they teleported to the underworld. Miyuki soon joined them, wearing a stunning formal dress to make her entrance known to the world. As they arrived, Issei walked across the fields, with Malik surrounded by the burning remains of Gregori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, watching the unfolding events on the screen. A book appears as Issei enters in his strongest red dragon armor. Daiheru stands with a sinister smirk, Rias beside him. Asia and the other girls battle Malik using magic. Aika walks through a puddle looking up. The ORC, Student Council, Valet Team, and Team/Dog are present, all under the watchful gaze of a pair of angry eyes. Issei glances at the book, haunted by memories of factions falling apart. Ingvild crushes a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face, her anger palpable. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal observe their factions with disdain. Ingvild closes her eyes, determination etched on her face as she looks at Dai. Miyuki grits her teeth, recalling her sisters. Issei kneels, tormented by his past, a family photo with a slash across it haunting him. He exchanges a glance with Surzex, both radiating their auras. In the underworld, preparations for the grand party are underway. Waiters greet the guests, and all members of the 34 demons have arrived, eager to see the 4 girls rumored to be attending. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Sona muses, noticing some devils looking at her with pity. Others mock her, her reputation tarnished in both the human and supernatural worlds. I believe her time will come, one devil sneers. The red dragon will settle her accounts soon, another adds. Sona grits her teeth in anger, realizing that even Rias faces similar scorn. She feels a growing resentment towards Issei for his actions. It is a great pleasure to have all of you here for this event. Today, several devils will be announced as high-class devils. Surzex announces cheerfully. However, Ajuka, looking at his datapad, is surprised. There should be only 4, but how can there be 7? He mutters, loud enough for Surzex to hear. 7? Who could be the 3? Surzex whispers, glancing at the screen. Ajuka taps the names, shocked by what he sees. No way. It's them. Surzex gasps, recognizing Charlotte Beelzebub, Quinella Asmodeus, and the third name leaves him in disbelief, and it can't be. Miyuki. He turns to Sona, who is confused. How can she be alive? Surzex asks Ajuka, who replies, I don't know, but she might be the only one who knows. Could this be Hayudu's doing? Surzex wonders nervously. I believe it is him, Ajuka responds. We can't do anything, we'll just announce it. He will be coming soon. Surzex mutters and Ajuka nods. The other leaders are curious about Ajuka's thoughts as he announces, sorry for the technical difficulties. Instead of 4 candidates, we will have 7, each receiving a set of evil pieces. The crowd is shocked but pleased, knowing the 4 girls were chosen by them. Before anyone can react, a muffled scream is heard. The leaders and some devils rush to the source, where a familiar magic circle opens, marked by the Welsh dragon. A while later, Issei Hayato steps out in a formal suit, a black suit, gray jacket, white shirt, and purple tie. Accompanying him is a white-haired woman in a yukata, her shoulders bare, the edges fuchsia, the main color purple with a floral pattern. "You are one lucky boy," Odin thinks in amazement, noting how Issei's life has changed. The woman is none other than Rosweiss's grandmother, Gondel. "Foo foo foo," Gondel chuckles, pulling Issei closer. "It seems we are attracting a lot of attention," she says. Rosweiss, surprised, asks, "What is the meaning of this? Since when did you know him?" "Well, my granddaughter, since I had no partner for this grand party, I asked Lord Issei to accompany me, and he agreed," Gondel replies innocently. "Did I do something wrong? But he can't be here, he is forbidden." Sona interjects, a mix of fear and anger in her voice. Issei shakes his head, responding, "Did you see a sign saying, 'Red Dragon Emperor Issei Hayato is prohibited from entering'?" Gondel mocks, while Sona shoots her a fierce look, aware of Issei's potential wrath. Ignoring Sona, Issei asks, "And besides, you did receive my gift, didn't you, Ajuka?" Ajuka nods, both he and Surzex puzzled by Issei's presence, but wanting to understand his intentions. "But even then, why are you here? What interests you about this party, especially since you have no intention of getting involved with the factions?" Ajuka asked seriously. Gondel replied, "I told you, Lord Beelzebub, I wanted to bring him here on my own accord. What's the issue? Did I do something wrong?" Ajuka fell silent, realizing that Issei was only here to enjoy the festivities. Rosweiss then asked, "Granny, does this mean you want to have a relationship with him?" Gondel smirked, and Issei decided to respond in his own way. He pulled Gondel closer and kissed her, catching everyone off guard, including inner Gondel. She looked at Issei, flustered, and after they parted, Issei asked, "Does this answer your question?" Rosweiss turned beet red, and some in the group, including Rias Gremory, Sona Citri, and Rosweiss, watched in disbelief. Others, like Latia Astaroth and Sikvera Agars, were surprised but intrigued. "This relationship cannot happen. She is already a widow, brother," Aika said, trying to reason with Issei. He looked at her and replied, "Dai dated Yasaka, and she was a widow with a child, so I don't think you should judge me, Aika." Realizing her mistake, Aika apologized. Issei sighed as Valerie Lucifer and Ingvild Levi then watched with amusement, knowing that Gondel was on Issei's side but not expecting a relationship. Keisha Abandon and Coriana Andrielfus gave Issei disappointed glares, which he ignored, while Seorg tried to divert their attention elsewhere. "Granny, it's not healthy to have a relationship with someone so young, especially someone almost younger than me," Rosweiss muttered, hoping to make her grandmother reconsider. Gondel smiled and said, "This is a party, right? I chose him as my consort, and it's best if we continue with the festivities." She took Issei by the arm and walked ahead. Odin, watching with a mocking tone, remarked, "It seems like he is building up a H.O." Sona, in disbelief, responded, "This can't be true. How can someone so cruel have a H.O.?" Odin narrowed his gaze and advised, "That's your problem. I suggest you leave him alone," before heading off for a drink. "Well, forgetting the incident with the Red Dragon Emperor, I believe it's time to start the party," Ajuka announced, pointing toward Issei and Gondel, who showed no guilt. "Let us continue with the presentation of the 7 new devils." The devils nodded in agreement, watching the door with interest. Moments later, the door opened, revealing 7 appealing women. Sona widened her eyes when she saw the last woman, sweating profusely. She recognized Miyuki Shiba, whom she believed to be Miyuki Citri. Issei smirked, thinking, "The show is just getting started, my dear Sona Citri." The first girl, Stella Nars, wore a pink yukata adorned with yellow and orange flowers, her hair tied with yellow bows. Many blushed at her appearance. The second, Mio Nars, wore a red yukata that faded to black, with pink flowers and a pink sash. The third was Iriuka Glagia Labilas, in a deep blue gown with matching gloves and gold accessories. The fourth was Claire Phoenix, in a strapless red dress, her blonde hair tied with matching ribbons. The fifth, Quinella Asmodeus, wore a black party dress with a light purple ribbon, exuding an intimidating presence. Many knew she belonged to the Red Dragon Emperor and feared approaching her. Beside her was Charlotte Beelzebub, in her appealing white dress with gold jewelry, radiating an aura of peace and love, though only directed toward Issei. Finally, Miyuki Citri appeared in a black empire-cut dress with white details, wearing a simple pearl necklace. They outdid themselves. Issei muttered, blushing as he admired Quinella and Charlotte. Even Miyuki looked attractive tonight. Gondal's hand on his arm snapped him out of his trance. He remembered that this was not the time to lose focus. These 7 are the center of attention tonight. Can you all please give them a round of applause? Ajuka announced, prompting a round of applause from the gathered crowd. Give it up for these women. He is not wrong, Issei remarked, noticing Sona's nervous expression and the surprised looks on several faces, particularly at the sight of Miyuki among the party attendees. Lord Issei? Surzex turned to him, asking, Is that Miyuki Citri? Why don't you ask Sona Citri about this? Issei replied with a smile. Surzex nodded. He had no reason to doubt Issei, though he was unaware of Issei's talent for concealing the truth. Sona, I believe you can recognize her, right? Surzex pressed. Sona gulped, aware that Issei knew what had transpired and believed he was the one who rescued Miyuki from her home. I asked you a question, Sona. Would you please answer? Surzex's tone grew stern. He suspected that Sona and the Citri clan, along with Serafal, had deceived him about Miyuki's fate. Weiss, that's her. Sona admitted, feeling cornered. Surzex narrowed his gaze, his voice rising in intensity. Then why did you lie about her? Sona felt the pressure mounting as Surzex continued. I asked you a question, Sona Citri, why did you lie about her? On the verge of a breakdown, Sona was saved by Issei, who stepped in. I will tell you the answer, he said, looking at the leaders. Odin inquired, what is it that you know? And what don't these devils understand? Issei chuckled, then turned to Miyuki. Or how about this, let's hear it from the horse's mouth, right Miyuki? Miyuki nodded, a smile on her face. I am not going to lie, every word I say will be the truth. If you don't believe me, you can check my memory, right? The leaders nodded in agreement. I was kept hidden by the Citri clan for the past 12 years, Lord Lucifer. I have never experienced the outside world of the supernatural, let alone the human world, Miyuki said, her smile tinged with sadness. Many were taken aback, some feeling pity for her, while those who harbored resentment towards Sona glared at her, who was on the brink of tears. Miyuki looked at her sister and stated coldly, but this was all a devious plan, conjured by Sona Citri and Serafal Leviathan. They wanted me imprisoned. They wanted me to never see the light of day again. Miyuki's words sparked a flurry of discussions among the crowd, and Sona was close to losing her composure. Your words, Miyuki, are hard to believe, Surzex said, disbelief evident in his voice. Ajuka nodded, unwilling to accept the claims, while Rias exclaimed, why you're lying? Sona would never do something to her own sister? Rias, already reeling from her own losses, her status, her lover, and her reputation, was desperate to defend her friend. Issei, however, felt no sympathy for her. He had long since lost any compassion for Rias, seeing her as a spoiled brat who had lost everything. He was aware that the Rehavian family was assisting him, and soon he would gain control of the funds from the Devil and Fallen Angel companies, which would leave them in dire straits without support. In that case, why don't you see her memories for further proof? Issei suggested, prompting Rias to hesitate. She looked at Sona, who was in despair, as Issei continued, or I have a better idea, Gabriel? Why yes. Gabriel responded, surprised by Issei's call. Read Sona Citri's heart. Rias will believe me after that. Yes, I will. Gabriel replied, sensing the truth in Issei's words. As she delved into Sona's heart, her eyes widened in shock. You are a monster, Sona Citri, Michael, taken aback by Gabriel's tone, asked, "Sister, what happened?" "Everything Miss Miyuki spoke is true. Sona Citri and Serafal Leviathan did all of this. They feared what she was capable of. She was a potential candidate for a super devil." Gabriel exclaimed, her disdain for Serafal evident. "Now you see, Rias. This is the truth. But I am not done yet. The whole Citri family was complicit in this," Issei declared, shocking the crowd. They glared at Sona, who was crying uncontrollably. Her reputation and status were shattered, and the Citri clan faced ruin due to her and Serafal's actions. The atmosphere was tense as some in the crowd began to boo and jeer. They hated her even more, and at this point, almost everyone wanted her gone. Serzex and Ajuka were in disbelief as Issei spoke. "I can show you her memories. Shall I proceed?" Serzex shook his head and responded, "No, that won't be necessary." His tone was emotionless. His best friend had lied to him about something important, and this would not go unpunished. Before he could speak further, the leader of the council, Wilbert Nurse, intervened. Described as a well-built man with red hair and matching eyes, he had twisted horns near the tips, elf-like ears, and tattoos on part of his face and goatee. Dressed in noble clothing, he glared at Sona and said, "Lady Sona Citri will no longer attend this party." His voice was cold as he looked at her with disdain. "Your punishment will be decided tomorrow. Today is a day of celebration, not sadness. Your leave will take place immediately. Do I have any objections?" Sona shook her head, still under stress, and walked away with sluggish, lifeless movements. There was pin-drop silence. Once she left, Serzex spoke, "I apologize for her actions. I hope this does not hamper our alliance in any way." The leaders shook their heads, and Shiva remarked, "I wouldn't say much, but her actions have jeopardized the alliance." Had Lady Leviathan? He was interrupted by Wilbert, who stated, "I am sorry for the interruption, Lord Shiva. Serafal will no longer be considered as Lady Leviathan." Serzex and many devils widened their eyes in shock but remained silent. "I hope you don't mind," Wilbert continued, looking at Serzex, who nodded. Wilbert had never been a fan of the Gregori clan due to his past with them. Serzex and Ajuka clenched their fists, not only because of Serafal's dismissal but also due to her betrayal. Shiva nodded in agreement. "Very well, where was I? Oh yes, Serafal Citri. Had she kept this hidden, it would have caused major problems for everyone. You had a potential devil who could have been a better candidate for the Leviathan position, and this is why you lost someone important." Wilbert and Serzex nodded, and Wilbert then asked with slight concern, "Hyatsum, I hope that you don't have any problems?" Issei shrugged and replied, "Like I said many times, not my monkeys, not my circus." Wilbert nodded, not wanting to provoke him. They had never known about Miyuki, and now they had lost a very strong devil. He understood that the three girls were there to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Mio was surprised by this turn of events. Her arrogant nature had led her to look down upon many devils and beings of other races, but seeing her father terrified of Issei was unexpected. She respected those who deserved it, but her father's reaction shocked her. Stella, though a princess, was not arrogant like her sister. She was surprised to see her father, who usually commanded respect, showing worry and fear. Claire sighed, sensing this outcome. She knew Issei was cruel and wondered if giving herself to him would be enough. Issei had shown no interest in the girls offered to him, and he harbored resentment towards the Phoenix family for how they had treated him. This situation was more complicated than she had anticipated. Iryuka remained quiet, having not spoken to her friend Latia since she was given to Issei. She feared Latia might hate her for her actions and worried that if she approached Issei, he might harm her. Charlotte and Quinella smiled at the leader's state, aware that Issei had already created tremors in the supernatural. Even Miyuki felt hopeful that justice would soon be served, and the architects of her pain would suffer. The three girls knew Issei would ensure their safety, a trait he had for those he truly cared for. Issei watched as the party settled down, pleased that Wilbert dared not oppose him. He spoke silently and mockingly, "Apparently, those old people are too scared to make a move." Gondel nodded, responding, "You can't expect much from them. They are always like that, but they are not as foolish as before to try something against you. She rested her head on Issei's shoulder, and Inner Gondal blushed at the gesture. Issei then remarked, "Well, aside from that, you should be concerned about your granddaughter. She seems horrified by what she is witnessing." He glanced at Rosweiss, who was beet red and glaring at him with jealousy. "You can't do much for her. If she continues living the way she is, she will always remain single," Gondal spoke calmly. Issei sighed, and even Inner Gondal had to reluctantly agree. Rosweiss was too rigid because of her attitude. "I understand, but let's just let it work out for now," Issei replied, to which Gondal nodded. She then got up and watched the devils conversing with the main attraction of the party. Meanwhile, Claire and Ravel were catching up. Claire wore a bored expression while Ravel desperately tried to change the subject. "It was all Dai's fault, he cheated on me," Ravel lamented. Claire shook her head, responding coldly, "You can't put the blame on him, Ravel. That's not how it works. How can you screw this up so badly? But even then, he deceived and betrayed me." Ravel shot back, earning a glare from Claire. "Don't play the fool, sister. Now, thanks to that, our clan is history." Claire replied angrily. "Also, don't pretend that you are not at fault. You went with him just because he was good-looking." Ravel looked away in response. "But sister, if I can explain it to the people, they will understand my motives," Ravel insisted. Claire shook her head seriously. "That's not how it works. You know that the people blame the DXD group and the pillars primarily because they have no one else to blame for what is currently happening." Ravel widened her eyes in surprise. "That means if we defeat Malik and the droid faction, then everything will go back to normal?" she asked hopefully. Claire facepalmed. "Even if they somehow managed to fix the situation, the stain on the clan would be irremovable. It doesn't work that way. You can't defeat Malik and his faction, especially Grievous, since they have mopped the floor with all of you more than once," Claire stated seriously. Ravel looked away, disheartened. "And even if you did defeat him somehow, the clan's reputation is tarnished to the point of no return. It would take a miracle to recover, let alone improve its influence." Claire sighed, understanding her sister's pain. She could only blame Dai Hayadu for what had happened, but everyone who looked down on Issei and treated him poorly shared in the responsibility. Latia observed the scene with a sigh, and Iriuka approached her nervously. Latia?" Latia turned her attention to Iriuka, who immediately looked away. She resented the four Satans for making her Issei's fiancée without her consent. No one came for her, including her parents, who had contacted her but never visited the Hayudu residence. "Latia, please wait," Iriuka exclaimed. Latia looked at her coldly. "What do you want, Iriuka? You abandoned me before, so why can't you do it again?" "I was afraid that Hayudu would attack me," Iriuka stuttered. Latia scoffed. "Besides, how are you doing?" "Better. I have been in a better state since I lost my own self, thanks to my uncle," Latia replied coldly. I am glad," Iriuka said, but Latia was ready to walk away. "Wait,"